And welcome back, all you fine folks out there. We got a wonderful day of Dota 2 for
Hmm
you and me.
Yes, that's right. All of us together. One big happy
Hey.
Dota family. It's global. And we have teams from different regions, like we do for most matchups here.
And different regions, this time Southeast Asia and China coming up.
Hmm
T1 versus Aster, T Master, some people call them,
The
versus
T
T1.
Masters.
That's right. And it's
Yeah.
going to be the battle over who gets to take the T
Mm.
away. If
Oh, true.
that would be awesome.
Yeah. I heard Alliance and Aster actually were fighting to see who got to keep the A.
That's a
So,
better fight.
yeah, that's more important.
I
Yeah.
think so. But you know what is also
Hmm
important?
What?
This game of Dota 2 that we got coming
Yes.
up because it's
Yeah.
all a battle of the bottom at the moment. These two teams struggling a little bit recently.
Right.
It's been a rough one.
This is the place to be, guys. We're on we're nearing the end. I love the group stage because
Yeah.
there's all these games happening all over the place, but the best stuff comes down as we get to the last couple of days here. So this is where it starts to shake out. Like you're gonna find out, oh, this matchup might decide who's in upper bracket. This one might decide who's going down to the lower bracket, and then this one might decide who gets eliminated in the groups.
Yeah, there's a couple
Those are
of
the best
teams
matches.
that are looking more likely than others.
Hmm
There's Thunder Predator, definitely one
Yep.
that is struggling a lot. Right now, Spirit,
They-
interestingly enough, is at the bottom of the group.
Yeah. Thunder Predator right now in this group are like holding the line. They're just
Right.
down there. Like maybe it's gonna be us, but if it's not them, right above them is these two teams.
Yeah, and I think that for that sake, if you're a Thunder Predator fan, you're looking for anything that's not 1-1. 1-1 here hurts if you're Thunder Predator, right? Because you want people to be losing series consistently, and then of course for
Oh, I
these
see what you're
teams,
saying. Yes, I got you.
yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
With
yeah.
you guys out there too. But yeah, so the thing that I'm curious about with this is like both of these teams have very interesting storylines going with them, right? Like T1 is sort of one of the two teams carrying the hope for an entire region, and on the other
Yes.
side,
Yeah.
Aster have this like lineup that's sort of estranged from their region, but we are going to be able to go right now into the draft as we
Aha.
talk more about this.
Ooh, quick
Again,
hands.
for all you out there that don't really know some of the story, I mean, the Monkey King Tiny, we all know what's going on with these bands. We don't need to talk about this anymore.
That's true.
But I think it's worth talking about, like, the story
10
of
seconds
Aster going
remaining.
forward and what they're sitting with, right? This is a team that's sort of been
5
vilified
seconds
within their
remaining.
region because they always do really well in online matches and then fail in when it comes to the big ones.
Yeah, it's kind of you're keeping your competitors in the region who some people think would actually do better at lands. You're keeping them away from the land events and everything, taking their slots, and then failing to perform when they actually get on the main stage.
Right. And I mean, I don't know how much I fully believe in that, but it's, at least something to know is that there's a lot of pressure on Aster to finally show up and do well. In day number 1, complete and total
10
disaster
seconds
for them,
remaining.
0-4. Now, granted, the reason for that was because they had to play with that
5
stand-in of
seconds
86.
remaining.
But yesterday, White Album, he was
T1's turn
barely
to
able to keep food down. That was some of the messaging
Yeah.
that we got online from a couple of people that are close to the team. But he was able to come back and play, dealing with issues, and they made a 3-1 comeback. So Aster on the come up now.
Yeah, we watched them absolutely crush OG. They were not close games. It was a pretty big difference between day 1 and if they have that much of an improvement heading to day 2, we're hoping to see that same improvement here once again. Now, us personally, T1, we haven't had the pleasure of casting their games yet, but quite storied players on this team from the region. I'm sure many names you guys are very familiar with.
10
So
seconds
I'm looking forward
remaining.
to watching them once more here.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a shout out to Baby
5
Oling GG
seconds
on
remaining.
Twitter. That was the one that sort of is breaking that news about what's going on Aster. So that's a lot of stuff that's happening outside of the game, but inside the game, as you said, we haven't got to see T1 yet ourselves, but they have been sort of middling results so far. It feels like. I will say that I think this is the team that I came in with the most hope of them exceeding the expectations for the majority of people. I really am a big fan of this team because they've been sort of, the old geek fam
Mm-hmm.
that then stuck together and has been built back around, March, trying to identify who can, come in and do the best. And I think that in an environment where there isn't a crowd, having Cuckoo on your team is really important. And we'll see when he ends up getting played. But for now, Weaver into an ET and a Snapfire, and then immediately afterwards, the Lena picked up. So very different ideas for these drafts.
Yeah,
T1's
I'm
turn
really
to
surprised that
battle.
they were just like so confident in that Lena pick.
Yeah.
Like they took zero hesitation after watching an Elder Titan and a Snapfire. Just like Lena,
Aster's
Lena,
turn
yeah,
to
we want Lena,
battle.
100%, Lena, please.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's them trying to say, like, yeah, we know you want ET Snapfire. We don't actually care. Because that's what I feel like that messaging is.
Right.
You have 30 seconds that's pain free. You can discuss the fact that 2 heroes were just added, and yet you instantly go Lena. Now that's confidence.
True. It's true, true, true. And I think that this is, again, like a type of draft that looks really strong in a way because it's got like weird forms of minus armor now, right? So you've got natural order, and then on top of that, you've also got little shredder. So there's a lot of potential to just blow people up, and I feel like that's really dangerous environment to pick Lena into, right? Like already a very fragile hero could just get bursted. So I personally would kind of like the idea of this turning into a support. Obviously, there's a ton of flex potential at this early going, so we'll see where they decide to go.
Well, they're going to cover their own mid here with a couple of 3 heroes just taking out right away. So make sure that we don't get some of the more popular banned heroes. I feel like I haven't seen these heroes very often, honestly, in terms of the games I'm watching across the streams.
I've seen a lot of bans, though.
Yeah, tons of bans. I've seen a few pucks, but like TA and Invoker, I feel like they just keep getting banned. They're not showing off here.
It's true.
No chances. But this has become a very common theme that we're seeing, and I think it makes a lot of sense with the team that has the second pick, or sorry, the first overall pick and has to go fourth in the first phase, is that you just want to grab your mid because you're not going to get to choose last anyway.
Right. And, covering it with these heroes that normally can cause a lot of issues. So, just Dream Coil later on, getting into the Aghanims on Puck or whatever, it's a death sentence for the Lena. I wouldn't mind seeing a Clockwork here, maybe out of Aster. I mean, assuming, again, that I guess you can't really play that. I was thinking that it would kind of be nice to be able to pair together with Snapfire. I've been seeing that more and more often.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess with the ET, you're sort of limited a little bit in terms of what you can do. But it definitely feels like this was the identity of the draft that both teams wanted, and they were like, we're just going to run our thing. And Kunkka gets taken. So this lineup from Aster looking very similar to a couple of Quincy crews that we saw the other day.
Yeah, definitely. And it has some flexibility here, too. This Kunkka does not have to be in the mid lane, right? They're going to have 2 more picks after this, where this could easily be honestly, I could even see a support, depending on what they want to do with the Snapfire, but more than likely it's either going to be the position 3 off lane or the mid hero. And this doesn't really give you a whole lot to go off of as T1. Like there's a Kunkka. I mean, maybe you can make that assumption that it's going to be a mid, but I don't think you're going to want to shift out your Lena. So T1 probably just going to try and keep things a little bit more hidden here and grab a 5, more than likely.
Actually, you talking about that position 3 Kunkka, I like that a lot. You pair that together with Snapfire, and suddenly you get like some little shredders, and then turn that into a couple quick punches and then a Tidebringer hit afterwards. That sounds sick.
We'll see if we actually get there. For now, they're just chilling. They grab themselves a line, so we'll indeed grab a support here. Not what we've seen for us personally as casters. So looking forward to some fingers being thrown out here.
Yeah. Also a little bit weird against the rum buff that comes from Kunkka. You get that one out, and suddenly the finger significantly less effective. You've got double burst, though. So that's pretty scary against most people. And then they pick up the mag, too.
It's too bad the Earthshaker's banned, because they could have had 4 of the same heroes they had earlier this tournament versus Virtus Pro. They've already played this exact opener. They played a Weaver into a Lena as first pick, and then they came back for a Lion and an Earthshaker in the next phase. But that Shaker on the 3 will now be replaced by a Magnus, presumably.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And yeah, T1 played against the Snapfire ET when they were playing it, or rather, they played that themselves when they were going against EG.
Yeah.
So a lot of sort of similar types of picks as this meta is being developed. And this tends to be what happens on like the 3rd day. You get a chance, whether you have a coach or not, to look through some of those replays, and things start to become a little bit more clarified. And I'm really happy to see the mag really picking up steam here, because it feels like that hero is still so strong.
So if we follow the formula, this should be a Spectre then, according to our, how we're just taking each other's drafts and everything. All according to plan, they go Spectre here and then a mid last. Oh, they go Clinks. Oh, they've ruined the little pattern in our draft sheets here. Clinks, though, is a carry that I think we're probably more familiar with in this group stage than any other casting pair because we just keep getting Clinks games.
And there
Mostly
haven't
because of OG.
have there been even that many? I feel like we're the only ones that's been
I
seeing
don't
them.
think so. We've seen 3 so far.
Yeah.
Remaining.
2 versus Alliance and then 1 versus Elephant. 2 games versus Alliance went extremely well for the Clinks. The third game, not so much.
And it looks like they have some tools to keep people in place. I mean, the Clinks thing is weird, right? Because I remember the game that didn't go well. You didn't have much control with that Clinks, and so like you weren't really able to do the big hero damage stuff that you normally want out of your carry position. And this time they've got like single target lockdown kind of with Kunkka.
Yeah.
Snapfire's lockdown is weird. ET's lockdown is weird. I feel like Aster needs something to pull this draft together to just allow them to hit these heroes. Because like particularly Weaver, like what's the control for him? Like you're gonna have to buy orchids and stuff.
Yeah, that's why you're seeing this like Legion ban out. I think they've got the same idea.
Yeah.
Just some dedicated control element here.
Mars maybe.
Oh, Mars is pretty solid versus Clinks.
Or I was thinking with Clinks potentially.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was getting my brain all warped here.
I guess though that it's tough, right? I guess Kunkka mid would work for it though if you went for it now an offlaner. I'm thinking of this Kunkka again as the 3 position.
Yeah.
But I guess it's probably 2. So yeah, they take the Slardar away as well.
So in historically T1 they basically went for a Medusa lineup the last time they played this similar of a strategy, but versus the ET probably don't want to go there, right? I feel like that's not great. You know, she tends to rely a lot on her agi for her armor. Plus, she's a very stationary hero. So I'd like to see them probably move away from the Medusa. Would not be a fan, but they have done Mag Medusa. Please don't do it. What's our other Mag hero here? I mean, there's still.
If this was an Undying game, I'd be down for Lifestealer.
Lifestealer is pretty good. They don't have anything that's good enough to like pierce through, like in terms of control. Like obviously there's Earth Splitter, but that's like kind of whatever, you know.
Right.
Not a massive deal.
Kind of gets his armor from other sources.
You know, Jug actually looks okay here. Even
Really?
if he is I mean, he's a
Even
middle of the
into
pack
ET?
hero. Yeah, but I don't know. He's got spin and stuff. It's 2 telegraphed stuns, right? Of
Yeah.
ET and Kunkka.
Right.
And Jug really succeeds well there when you have the spin available. And you can just like turn entire fights because of that. And again, because they don't have anything to pierce the BKB, they can just TP out. But fine. We'll just
Hey.
Lifestealer instead.
They're taking
mean-
the Undying playbook.
It's literally all the same stuff
Yes.
that everything that Jug has, but Lifestealer is just a better hero. So I don't know why I went to Lifestealer or why I went to Jug instead.
It's because Jug is just it's so quintessential Dota.
It really is.
I wonder if we were gonna get have there been any Jug picks? I feel like that hero is so garbage.
I have not seen one. I'm sure there has been. He always shows up, but we haven't been fortunate enough quite yet. Only 20 seconds left here, so a little low on the reserve time coming into the final pick. Not necessarily a great thing. And they still have the flex of the Kunkka. This could be a 3 or this could be a mid. I'd love to see something that pierces BKB, but the double ban out of the Legion and the Slardar was really nice.
Yeah, and they banned Doom themselves earlier.
Oh,
Oh, Aster.
All right.
Talked about the Pango at the end, so it is going to be an XXS Pango. I don't know. Thoughts, feelings? What's running through your brain right now, Mr. Trenster?
I like the idea of the interrupt that Pango has. Like you have these combos that you're trying to hit here with the RP.
Okay.
Cuckoo looks pretty important this game. I feel like this might be a first jump Magnus kind of game, which are the hardest mag games. Like who goes in first for T1? It's pretty much Cuckoo, you know?
Yeah.
And those are the worst Magnus games because you don't have the benefit of like a Clockwork or some other support hero that gives you an idea of what's happening before you have to just like jump RP. And they don't even have a good vision hero really, other than like throwing in the bugs. So I feel like Cuckoo is set for a hard game. And with that kind of pressure, I feel like Pango's a pretty good hero to try and mess up those initiations.
So from what you're telling me, it feels like then the pressure is definitely going to be on like Zephyr to try and scout things out. That this Weaver is going to need to play like really aggressively to make that sort of get that knowledge for Cuckoo, and then hopefully not get punished by all the Aster blow up that they've got.
Yeah, that would be ideal. And then the other issue that we have, of course, is when we've seen the good Clinks games. By far the most important aspect is stacking the Ancients and holding control over that territory, which means not losing your Tier 1 tower early. And I don't really see T1 pushing that tower down that fast. So I think that's very
fair.
good news for Aster.
Well, they do have a lot of burst damage, but a lot of tanky heroes. Sort of sneakily so. Clinks, I feel like, always just gets so farmed. And Monet, he's been having a really good tournament. I've been impressed with him consistently. And again, we talked about this player and, you know, the disappointment after TI7 when he was playing so well with that LFY squad, and then it just exploded and fell apart, and then wasn't able to make it to TI8, wasn't able to make it to TI9. This is sort of a revitalization, and Team Aster looking to make it happen. But T1 definitely will have something to say about it as they're going to try and play around the 23 Savage Lifestealer. Getting into game number 1 right now.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of this unit draft that's happening with Aster's lineup, and lots of good team fight and everything between like the ET and the Kunkka and the Snapfire and Pangolier just rolling through. But T1 have crazy good pickoff potential as well. I just think their team fights are really difficult and very heavily pressured onto Cuckoo.
A lot of pressure onto Cuckoo, and well, we're going to be hearing the voice lines going all the time. And hopefully our eardrums don't explode. I'm sure it's going to be fine as Zephyr gets a little bit of a scout there onto White Album and will retreat away afterwards. So the 4-person smoke breaks onto 1. They know that the Weaver was there. And, well, sure, there's some... This is the other thing about the T1 team. They have not been able to be together throughout almost all of the DPC because of what was going on with COVID, and they were from different countries and all that issue. And, you know, for the boot camp, for a couple of these majors, they were finally able to be together.
That's a power-up right there.
It is.
That's what that is.
Well, and also it's like, you know, they're not annoyed by each other yet.
Yeah. They don't know all their flaws yet. That's excellent.
Exactly. You know, we're both, you know,
yeah,
married. I'm sure that we have so many annoying things that
what
we only find out about after however many years together with our wonderful wives.
That can't be right.
Here we go as the 0 mark will come around. What is going to be the breakdown of bounty runes? Borax up there on the top side. Zephyr will go for the Sakuchi in, and not quite able to get it. Success. Able to sneak that one away. So it looks like it's going to be 3 bounty runes going the way of T1.
Excellent start for them. And lane shaken out to maybe not exactly what was expected with the line going to the bottom lane instead of Zephyr there on the Weaver. You're used to seeing the position 4 Weaver obviously like playing, and I always think of like diving, grabbing the couriers and everything too, because you have this bonus speed of the Shikuchi, but instead wants to be up top. Definitely a much more frightening laner than the Lion, so I like this decision because it should give 23 Savage a better time.
That's what you need to do. Get him off to a hot start if possible. And, you know, of course, you can sort of punch away at Granny a couple of times. She's got pretty decent HP out of the starting lane as well to make extra value out of that feast. But we'll see if they're able to keep control of this lane. As already Success has pulled it back pretty close. And with blocking out that camp, it looks like, going to be a little bit tough for them to get re-control over this one. Well, they do have the small camp, though.
Yeah, what's interesting, too, is that you have, like, Weaver versus Snapfire. Snapfire, of course, very similar, right? These two heroes, they kind of rely on the minus armor, and they just try and harass out and really bully the position 5. But with a 4v4 matchup is, you know, it's... I don't really know who's going to win this. I feel like level 2 could be really bad for Zephyr if he has, like, one bad Shikuchi.
Pulling yourself too close into the firing squad. There's a lot of burst damage that comes out from that one.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the worse it feels, actually, because, like, XXS can also help, right? Because you're going to have the swashbuckle. 23 Savage doesn't really have that same mobility to get in there and give you some assistance sometimes when you're trading.
Down bottom, a lane that we haven't got to talk about all that much yet. Cuckoo and Whitemon facing off against Lenem. And looks like Monet is going to pull those couple of creeps underneath the tower, and so we'll get pressured in pretty quickly there, but able to get the courier snipe. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, Lennon loses that. There was an obs there helping, but he is the ET, and he blocked out the opponent hard camp, so that's an interesting decision, because we've seen a lot of ETs actually leave that camp because, of course, they want to bully, utilizing, like, go ahead, stack it, right? I'm just going to throw my spirit on it, and if you guys try and pull it, I'll use my spirit to interrupt it. So a different tactic here by Lana. I'm just saying instead, like, yeah, I'm just going to ensure you don't have the pull. I really want to keep this as close to my tower as possible for Monet.
Yeah, even giving them the opportunity to maybe have that further on down the line is a little bit dangerous. So we haven't really spoken that much about the mid either, but Lina, a good chunk of denies. Kunkka heading on over to this small camp here. The 12 and 8 of Carl versus the 9 and 2. I mean, this is why you pick this hero. Obviously, Carl very comfortable on it, but also, you know, it's a bully in laning stage.
Yeah, this is like every lane for Lina, you know. You have to have this much of a lead or the hero's just not even worth it too, so not a big deal for, like, you know, if you're playing Conquer like White Album is, you're you know, this is kind of destiny here.
Right. Fully expected. Although the 10 denies do hurt. I mean, that's
a little
lot.
high. Okay, maybe. Well done, Carl. That's a little exceeding expectations, I will say.
Yeah, good game from him so far. But as we sort of sit around in this one, the kill potential, you can see that Zephyr playing a little bit safer now that you've got those couple of levels up on Borax and XXX. The double points in the little shredder is just so much minus armor if you get caught out of position, and Zephyr definitely respecting him there.
I feel like Zephyr dies first. That's my prediction.
So?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh, Whitemon with the run back. Actually almost ran into a courier there, but he's going way down to that bottom rune. And always going to beat Carl to it here.
Yeah,
make sure that he covered for him, and there you go. Lana might have went for that, trying to steal away from Carl, so Whitemon, excellent work with the help.
Likewise, Zephyr trying to move on in and see if he can secure the other one, but not going to be able to happen. And White Album trading hits here. Got to be careful with the rotation coming in from Borax. There's an opportunity if you can get that cookie out. Sends himself in, but LSA off the mark. A good chunk of damage. The deny afterwards. Right. Oh, that was to stop the Tidebringer.
Yeah, so he only lives there.
Oh!
All right, well. That wasn't too bright. Yeah, that's true, Carl. So the only reason he was still alive is that when Borax first showed up, he was still like 2 seconds away from having the little shredder.
Yeah.
So the first few hits didn't have the minus armor and everything, but yeah, it's fine. Worked out in the end.
Wow.
Greedy Lina players, I tell you.
I'm glad that he did the voice line afterwards. That tells me that he's like, oh god, I messed up.
Good spirits.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's the strength of, again, having the team that's sort of, you know, they're still in that honeymoon phase potentially a little bit. As we're going to get a quick little recap here. There is some action still happening in the game. And going to end up finding the kill. So the rotation comes over from Whitemon, able to find that kill onto the snap.
Yeah, and now they want pressure XSS too, right? I mean, they have to at least force out the swashbuckle. Like that's pretty painful for Pango. That's a lot of mana.
It has to back away. And, you know, interestingly enough, went for the 0-1-1 build on Weaver, but finally having access to the bugs, Zephyr is in a little bit of a stronger position to be able to pressure there.
Yeah, I think that speaks to the inability to really trade well with the Snapfire.
Right.
Just like trying to throw out some Geminades instead. And now Zephyr's coming in here and trying to mess with the stacking.
Ooh.
Just like interrupt their play here. And not only does he interrupt one play, well, okay. Dies for it, but did throw a sentry down in the Ancients. Unfortunately, the D-Ward's already there, so...
Yeah, Borax knows what's up.
I mean, they know what they want to do with the Clinks, right? The Clinks wants to rush a Maelstrom first and just run at the Ancients.
And in the meantime, they're going to try and disrupt that whenever possible. So one Ancient stack interrupted, but not blocked. And there is still going to be that hard camp that's worked on a little bit here. But this is going to be a pressure point for him consistently. And that's why it's nice to have a hero like Weaver playing up their top, because you can go in and check it out, and it's relatively low cost.
He's coming back. He's doing it again.
Yeah. And Borax is just like, get the heck away from there.
Yeah. I mean, it worked, though, right? Because now Borax isn't going to make it there in time.
We'll see.
Again, Zephyr's just ensuring it. Oh, is he going to make it? Oh, he might make it.
He's trying. Zephyr thinking about running in.
Nice timing.
Barely getting there. Although, Weaver, does he run over? No, he's not going to try to.
Easy double stack. That's what you need.
Borax sees that he's in the area again, though. I mean, again, you can. This is the way that you play Clinks and why it's so important. And that Sentry Ward, it's going to find that obs. Dude, that's a 6 Sentry right there.
Wow, big brain. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? It covers a couple common spots, like the one in between the towers, too, that people use to try and pressure a tier 1 mid. Whitemon again.
The minus armor and the Hex out. Oh, good play. That was very nicely done.
And now Zephyr's pinging it like, hey, Carl, you want some gold?
Are they going to be able to take this? I feel like they're not, yeah.
I mean, if they bring Lina, they could.
That's true. That's a good point.
Those are some confused ancient creeps, though. They're trying to figure out what's going on here.
So yeah, checking it out again. White Album moves in, and it looks like they're going to try and take these ones down at the
Lana,
moment.
Spirit, Stack, Ancients, Team.
No?
Oh, they missed one. Unfortunate. Too busy D-warding. Was worried that there was going to be an obs up there.
It's crazy how much emphasis is just being placed on this area of the map. Like, and this is before Clinks even heads over there.
I mean, everyone knows, right?
Yeah.
No secret.
Zephyr moves in again, and all of this focus down here secures another kill onto Zephyr.
It's actually crazy. Just like a single point in the aura, you can completely see it with stuff like Scatterblast.
Oh, Laguna Blade, White Album. Chased down by Carl, looking forward. They're going to go for the cliff even. And then the right clicks come through. One more punch, but it's not
He's
enough.
insane.
And now the chase away. Oh, misses on the cookie. But the sleep afterwards. Zephyr moves in, wants to salvage it. Not going to happen. Man, Carl, another whiff there out of the mid lane. And it was so close.
What's this guy like when he's healthy?
I don't know.
That was unbelievable. Like, right to the absolute limit. I had to double check that he didn't have run buff because I was just like, how?
Yeah.
Like, how is this guy surviving right now? But just it's so much armor right now, and then obviously with the tower being nearby too. So well played by White Album.
Still less than 1,000 gold separating all of these players amongst the cores. Or rather, between the two teams is what I should say. But you can see that Carl definitely down below that Kunkka at this point in the game. So a frustrating series of events, and if you find that solo kill, that completely salvages your game. If you don't, it starts to look like this. But if there is one benefit, 23 Savage has such a free game on this Lifestealer.
True. We have not talked about him at all because he's just been kind of bored up here.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
There's some cool shenanigans they can do later with like the Weaver and Fest bombs maybe or something. Once you actually get like Armlet and something else online, if 23 Savage needs to get active.
Or even just the escape pod,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Or really sneaky stuff with Helm.
Oh, I like that
Helm
idea.
and Fest stuff,
Speaking of which, down on the bottom side, Cuckoo, as they get another round of those stacks there, has finished off the Helm of the Dominator. So we'll start to get active potentially on that Magnus soon. And going for the Arcanes afterwards. Monet has been left alone, and he's sitting there pretty high up, and looks like that Maelstrom coming out right about now as well.
Everyone just chilling for a bit right now. What we're waiting for is the big sweeping rotation from Monet, where he's just gonna rotate all across the map towards that Ancients with this Maelstrom. And so the question will be what sort of response will be there, and will T1 know when that's occurring? Right now, their vision doesn't really have the best idea of really anything on the raiding side of the map. They don't see anything whatsoever. So.
But it does look like we're gonna be able to get back into there in just a moment here as. 4-2. I think that we're gonna have to do a quick little. There's a quick little bug that's going on. Don't worry, everybody.
This is
we
my
can
fault.
bounce back and forth between a couple of visions as we will get into this. But as it looks like 11 minutes in, and 23 Savage coming over to try and contest these Ancients here a little bit. As we will go video options. Oh, here it is. Hotkeys, spectator, perfect. And then we reset that one to F1. Look at that. Dota 2 is a great day game. As 23 Savage is going to rage TP out, actually. Tries to go for the spin. Not going to do it.
That was the first time I got to help JJ with a tech issue.
That's amazing. It's true.
That was huge. That was awesome. The other day he made fun of us. We were like, why isn't this working? Did you plug in the laptop? I'm like, all right, whatever. They have different power settings. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll take that. I know how to bind keys. Easy. All right.
This
Trent
is really
1,
big for you.
JJ 0.
This is really big for you,
okay,
isn't
well,
it?
Unless we count the past scores, then it's like Trent
Listen.
1, JJ 90.
Here's the other problem. You don't want to make a bunch of fun because you're going to talk about how many kills I missed the other day when I was obsing.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, God. But anyways, 12 minutes in now, and it looks like it is going to be a little bit of a free take of these, actually. Monet just able to get into it. 23 Savage wasn't able to contest.
I like how they brought the sports over anyway,
Yes.
just in case there's something going on. 'Cause, likewise, they don't actually have the best idea of what's happening on the Dire side, and well, they're just gonna smoke right up here. And I like how they're bringing the Clinks here too. It still has lots of time on the Death Pact, so with the treads here, this is a frightening chance for a kill. That is max level X, so you are quite dead there, Zephyr. Unless you get some gorgeous timing here. No, not gonna find this.
Interesting. I mean, so it's a big rotation to get this kill. The bigger thing is going to be the tower taken.
Just gone.
Which, you know, you can't come in and contest it quickly enough. So mid-tier 1 taken. I feel like that's less painful for T1 than it would be if Aster lost their tier 1 mid.
I don't know. It's an Empower lineup, right?
That's fair.
Jungle
Okay, that's a
stacks
good point.
are pretty important for both Alina and an Empower carry. At least Carl is taking them all right now. Just like jamming through these stacks right now like a good Lina player should. And oh my god, what is that? What is this curious white item that Carl has?
What?
This strange scepter. A Yule's Lina. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had so many Boots of Travel BKB Linas. I forgot this item even existed.
There's been so many.
I didn't even know that this was a combo.
I am really interested in that because, I mean, this sort of means that it's going to be played very differently. You're actually going to have a space-creating hero, most likely. I mean, does that mean she has to get active now, kind of?
I think that they're more so seeing that there could be some activity coming in from Aster.
Okay, got it.
And you're going to be ready for that.
Okay. We'll watch and see if indeed T1 are just comfortable sitting back and farming, or if they're going to try and get a little bit more active on the map. No smokes used yet by them. And White Album going to be able to pick up the haste rune now, trying to queue up the BKB. Another smoke used by Aster.
The problem I do foresee, though, is that it is a particularly bad defensive Yule's game. So, you know, sometimes you get the double value. This is not double value.
I could see that as well. As Aster make the move into 23 Savage. This is such a hard kill.
Blind Torrent, is that the only hope?
I think so. Blind
Oh,
Torrent.
they're going for the blink reveal.
Okay, that's really good, but I think he gets Rage off? No, he didn't manage to find it.
Nice.
Wow.
Beautiful timing.
That was really well done. I mean, so this is the thing. Kunkka trying to find those kills with this hero is very annoying against Lifestealer, Jug, because so much of your damage is magical. If you get that Rage off, it's just done.
That's such a sick blink reveal, too, because you're so used to the Pango looking for that big fight blink reveal with the rolling thunder, but to combo it like that for the Chain Stun into a solo kill, that's so well worth it. And I swear, they have been working on this bottom tower for ages.
Yeah.
I keep seeing Cuckoo pulling back lanes and everything, and they're finally going to get it, but they've lost 2 towers for it.
This has been very well done by Aster. This early game into the start of the mid game has looked fantastic. All of their plays, and yeah, you can see. I thought there might have been a moment right there where they could have caught it and gotten the Rage off, but it doesn't look like it.
No.
Perfect execution from Aster.
Oh, where to go from here? It feels like every one of their missions has just been a total success. But you know, you see that, and it's still only a 1K lead.
Right.
Even they're off a tower.
That's the thing that's interesting is that, you know, I was sort of checking out the smokes that they had on T1. They're finally going to use one now.
Yeah, they have not been smoking.
There hasn't been a single. And now this is, I think, the first one I've seen in a while. 2 left after this. And what is it going to find? I mean...
They're going the wrong side.
Yeah.
They're making some assumptions here about the movements coming in from Aster, I believe. Now they could send in the Helm Creep and maybe do some scouting.
So this is such a different idea, right? I mean, I guess it's because they have these heroes that are a little bit greedier. Carl really needs to be that one that's finding the fight, but they're going to go for this movement
this
now.
This is interesting. So they're just smoke following their Lifestealer while he takes their Ancients.
Very unique. Dodge away there. A little bit of a tumbler's toy away from the cookie action from Carl. But they want to be able to take this mid-tier 1, and Aster don't really want to give it to him. But maybe they just want to keep farming. I don't know.
Yeah, that was not a mistake or a bad move at all. You went in, you took away a ton of resources from your opponents, and then you just safely left while they all camp around the mid tower thinking that you're about to come and fight you, right? This was great. That was a net positive move for T1.
Now, as you see, Monet wants to come in, wants to farm. There's nowhere for him to be. He has to wait for that to respawn
yeah, he's
again.
Like, what's going on here, guys?
Sad face. Yes, indeed. Sometimes worth more than the kill, but it does speak to a different way that they're playing. And now, Aster, maybe feeling like they need to get something done, will step on in, see if they can pressure this. Will they be able to find an opening anywhere? 23 Savage spots him. They go for the jump right away. Cuckoo blinks out of there. Rage, walk away. It's going to be an X now onto Whitemon. This is just the Lion, though, and it doesn't even hit. So a lot of resources expended in T1, able to absorb that pressure and then just back away afterwards. Very well played.
Yeah, and despite not going for the Boots of Travel build, Carl's just fine, right? Just moving around the map, just farming up some neutrals, wasn't needing that engagement, not being punished for not having that global mobility right now, and keeping up the mana regen with the Yules. 'Cause Carl's just been spamming this whole game. Ooh, a Nether Shawl too.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's really good.
Lena player though, you know, even though you would think the spellcasters really want that thing, but Grove Bow too good.
Yeah, it's true. It's really strong. So the thing that to me that's so interesting about that, right, is that you again have like the move that you see from Aster where they smoke up as 4 really early on and like drop everything on a Weaver. And then in comparison, you have T1 that move in, they smoke up, take the resources on the map, and then don't even try and pressure the tower. Like it's very clearly different identities of where they see this game going in the next little bit here, as they're going to get the D ward on that sentry so they don't lose their obs.
And you know XSS is not feeling too great either, because like the first blink reveal, you get the kill on the lifestealer. That's good, but you bought a blink deck, right? You want to keep getting kills. You know, there's no stats from a blink. You're not farming any faster. You want your team to come with you and keep putting on the pressure, utilizing your high mobility they have now. But it's pressure now coming from T1. They're gonna do the same move again, hiding behind 23 Savage.
Jump in, RP catches on the Kunkka, highest net worth hero in the game, but XXS trying to interrupt, not gonna happen. They get the Laguna Blade out, the Earth Splitter coming through, gonna connect. Actually didn't even connect there on a Carl. Great play from Cuckoo as they just jump in and RP'd him.
The blink answer back there from Kuku. Excellent play. Just need a single hero. Completely fine with that. Finally getting an opening here onto this tower, but they're looking for more. He wants the blink skewer play too.
Oh, they've already used the roll. This is crazy that Aster's coming here to try and contest this. Why would you be there? The LSA, but he gets the Yules off, and the stomp not quite going to connect. Doesn't matter. Aster showing up for this fight without the resources to battle. Their Kunkka was dead.
Yeah, they thought they could like force a bad play there and try and bait them in, because like
they
you
did
have
a bad
force.
play.
Yeah, they did. Like you have Force Staff on the Snapfire to help you, and then you have Yules on the Pango. So you kind of feel invincible, but what they did really nicely was they utilized the Weaver to come in for the Vision. So that set up Cuckoo for another great play, and they did not have a sentry down from Aster, so a bit of a mistake there.
Rough stuff. And Torrent a little bit off the mark there. 23 Savage recognizing the danger coming his way and backs out. Now again, it's certainly not the end of the world. Still just a less than 1,000 gold between these two teams. But it does feel a little bit like the last couple of minutes have been going the way of T1, making really solid moves.
Yeah, I suppose the BKB is probably the next big thing that we're looking for our Kunkka. I feel like that would be the way to go here, where like now the fights actually feel like they're going back your way, but I mean, BKB still has its issues, right, in a game like this.
True. I think it's coming out right now, potentially.
I think he just doesn't have anything shift queued. I thought the same thing, but
Careful. They got themselves a bug. So Zephyr gets squished. And that is going to be in towards Roche.
I don't think he's gotten ult off yet.
Yeah. It's been a
Like,
little
there's
bit.
just no chance, right? Like, they have so many stuns available for the chain stun that it's pretty unlikely they're going to drop the combo.
And that is one thing that, you know, Aster does very well, is that they blow up that one hero very quickly. I mean, that's just sort of the strength of Kunkka in general. But it kind of needs to be perfect to be done for 23 Savage.
I do love his build, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, going for this Scotty because he has the Mag on his team, so it really opens up all kinds of possibilities.
It does look good.
With the Sanj, too, like, this is just a carry player just feeling nice. Nice and tanky, right? Very survivable when you also have your free BKB, and already up to 3,400 HP with this. And they do have percent-based damage, which obviously is nice for the ET, but aside from that, this is one tanky boy.
It's a dangerous one. Super spooky.
Guys, I have this new strategy. Let's smoke up behind our Lifestealer.
Uh-oh. Taking a look at the little bit of a movement out from Whitemon with the Lifestealer inside of them, and they're going to run into each other. Smoke on smoke action. Monet leading the way. Oh, T1. Cuckoo's right behind Zephyr, walks forward. They have anything. XXS jumps in, able to catch. Now the rollback the other direction, but they found the back lines. Trying to find Monet. Is it going to be enough? Yes, they get that kill, but they lose Whitemon and Cuckoo afterwards. Trying to turn the RP, catches on it too with the torn afterwards. But 23 Savage, he's mad, but he gets disarmed. Okay, the walk away, Lanham down low, almost dead. They lose both him and Cuckoo. But now the roll through, White Album barely able to finish that TP out. XXS also looking to escape. 23 Savage remains strong.
Oh, nice punish there with the lack of stuns to TP out. That was so sick the way they killed Carl. I actually felt legit bad for that Lina.
And that was sort of what ended up happening, right? Is like, it's 0 damage still.
The classic.
But, you know, they did enough through those other heroes. I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Is that, like, you know, I feel like with Aster, you need every piece of your team to be successful. For T1, you know, you only need a couple, and it's going to work.
Well, to be fair, though, I mean, that's peak Pango, right? You can see the back. Comes in with the blink with the roll, then into the Yules, all with the kisses landing on top, and then an Earth Splitter even just to get the finish onto Carl. 0 contribution in that team fight, and XS still gets back in time to help out with that RP coming through.
It's true.
That was an amazing fight from a Pangolier. Really well played by XS. You actually can't ask for anything more.
Right. And at the end of the day, I mean, they did end up losing the Clinks in the end as well as the ET. But game looking still very even. There hasn't been that, like, big breakaway team fight yet. Probably around Roche is where we're going to be seeing it. But Scotty on Scotty for both of these cores. And we will see what ends up happening as they get their sights set on Roche.
It's going to be time to battle around the Roche pit, right? Neither team has any offensive vision. Both of them just kind of covering their own cliffs near the pit. And so this is where things get a bit spicy. Vision heroes, I mean, we have Invis with like the Clinks and Invis from the Weaver, but obviously at this point in the game, you're assuming there's going to be sentries. So this comes down to who gets the good wards on the pillars. And wow, they're actually just going to scan and run uphill. This is a little crazy to me.
Oh my god, they jump on him right at the start. White Album wants to get away. The Force Staff keeping him alive. XXS doing so much in the midst of this, and again, just blows up Carl. No abilities cast pretty much, and 23 Savage also going to fall. Just like that, Aster gonna blow up both cores and head into the pit. Oh, Cuckoo, they both have buyback. I mean, oh, he's thinking about it. Cuckoo's crazy.
All right.
Cuckoo's out of his mind, and it's gonna go for the skewer a little bit off the mark.
That was worth. Not really an easy punish there, obviously, unless he gets X or something, but that was one bold BKB reveal there from Aster, but worked out splendidly for them, forced some buybacks. They don't get both, so that's good. As T1 were able to at least hold on to one of those, and yeah, 23 Savage, that hurts, but he'll farm it back up.
Absolutely. Well, you know, somebody that could also stand a BKB reveal would be Carl. Has a BKB, didn't use it in that last one. That is, that's a tough one. You're like, they don't have an answer for it at this point. Really need to be able to get some of those abilities off.
I mean, eventually, I guess you might get a Weaver eggs, right? Like, Zephyr could help out, but Lion's gone Blink, so no Force Staff there for an assistance. Like, Force Staff is one way you can try and save for these Pango combos, right? Get him out of that spinning Yules and everything when he's up in the air like that. But they don't have that option available to them right now.
Well, 12-7, and a slight lead being opened up here by Aster, who've been playing really good Dota.
Yeah, they want to go again. XSS draws the line. And has the gem here, too, so that's going to help them cover any visions available to help spot out what Monet's up to, too. They need these sentries.
You can tell Aster.
They're going to see this.
So they spot this out, and now... Oh, wait, but if...
They have to kill it, because there was an off sentry on the Dire, so they know they're there smoked right now.
So T1 revealing what's happening. They know that they're over here, now going to play underneath their own ward. White Album breaks the smoke, jump forward, Hex. Oh, a great stun afterwards. Finger of Death tries to blow it up. No more Pango. Continuing this fight now, White Album throws out the bow to give himself the run buff, but Cuckoo in the area has RP able to catch. So White Album will fall, and T1 win a solid fight.
That was so greedy. I'm not sure why they went for that after. I guess they had more faith in XSS there, but he gets caught out before he goes for the big play, right? Before he goes for those the Rolling Thunder where he's just like calming up and chaining down a single hero. And if they don't have that in an engagement, it's much more difficult. Excellent instant Hex from Whitemon too, because that just made the fight really weird for White Album. Because like they didn't target him during the Hex, so then he could BKB after he wanted, But they knew he was just gonna. Ooh, nice.
They got another one. Skewer out. Whitemon in some trouble though, and will end up falling. But they take down that kill onto the Snapfire. Buys back, trying to finish off this Roche, and it looks like T1.
He just got it with the spirit.
All right, let him. Oh man, the old man still has some tricks. That was pretty cool.
Like, how much damage does that even do? It's like nothing.
Yeah, it was pretty good. You know, he's got the snipe powers.
He hit Roche for 25 damage and stole it. Like, come on.
He's pretty good at Dota. So 13-10, and that Aegis now for 23 Savage is going to make their game a lot more free to play. But question is, where do they want to go? Because it feels like it's consistently been Aster that have been the ones trying to make the aggressive move. And they get punished right there very heavily by going into an area with vision.
It's like they doubted that, no way they'll have a ward on the other pillar too. You
Exactly.
know? Like, we'll just run in here. And it was very costly, not only snatching a gem, but also snatching that Aegis. So all of that vision control now lost for Aster as it's sitting in the hands of Zephyr.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. But I guess my point with that is that it feels like right now T1 are much more happy to just sit back and wait for their item timings, and they don't necessarily even have to make an aggressive move with this Aegis.
No, they really don't. I mean, in the end, Lina, right, quite the carry. Like, you almost have this transition that can happen where 23 Savage won't be like the main damage dealer, but would also be like kind of this like brute force that's in the middle of things. Obviously still doing a lot of damage, you have it in power, but Lina transitions into just more and more and more heavy right-click damage, all firing in from the back. And then you're going to have Zephyr with this Aghanim Scepter later on to try and just keep these heroes up and going in the fights. Especially when we have a lot of burst potential coming out, right? Between like the Kunkka combos and the Pango just trying to finish someone off in a single ultimate. One Weaver Aghanims can just ruin your plans.
Well, they are going to make another smoke move down bottom, and before we get to that time period when Weaver gets Ags and Lina is just an absolute monster, there's still going to be a pretty scary threat for Aster here with this Aegis onto the Lifestealer. And the question is, do they fully commit down to take this bottom tier 1 or tier 2 tower? I guess that they don't really have to. Just trying to deny areas from Aster and their comfort zones.
Yeah, they're just calmly farming their way through. There is a tier 1 top. I feel like they could probably just go for that at some point, but you know, Monet has the same thought and has fully pushed out that as well.
Keeps them away from it. As bugs get thrown, gets a little bit of vision there. Almost caught onto the ET actually.
Yeah, he's doing some gem drops here for the scouting. Zephyr, very sneaky.
Yeah, cuts the wave. And with that, Aster will take back over their own jungle for the moment, but they are going to be playing underneath a ward if they step too far out. But getting what they can out of the map while T1 control the area. Just getting that power from that Aegis. And now maybe going to get some pressure on.
What's really good about these little sweeps back and forth that they're doing on T1 is that they have to stay clumped on Aster because the pickoff is just way too strong. But with the Lion and then a Magnus that has like Force Staff and Blink and Horn Toss, right? It's so easy to get solo picks if you have any sort of vision on it. What I'd like to see will be some deep observers from T1 while they know that they have the gem and there's not one available from Aster. I'd like to see them try and like get something near the base so they can spot when they're actually leaving.
Well, the thing that is maybe a little bit surprising to me too when I was looking at this is I thought we might see like a, I don't know, AC or something coming out from 23 Savage, but opting instead to just go straight into that Satanic afterwards. Still has some pretty good armor, but he's going to be going back for the AC afterwards, but something that you need as the game goes later and later against ET, particularly for the rest of his team.
I think, again, it comes down to this idea of, like, the combo thing, too, where, like, if you survive that first combo, like, having that Satanic, I think it's pretty unlikely that they can actually chain stun him fully.
Right.
So then just, like, Satanic and, you know, if there's no Halberd to stop you, obviously, that could be an issue for the lifesteal, but...
Well, Outpost Gaming, claim that one, take down this tier 2, and start to build up a little bit of that XP lead as T1 claim the entire map. And is he thinking about going high ground right here? He doesn't have that much time left on this Aegis, only 20 seconds.
Yeah, the downside is that Monet's still getting everything during all of this. So that's why the net worth lead hasn't grown that much despite 4 heroes sitting in their base. Monet's just farming everything else on the map.
He's going to back away with the Rage now as the Aegis is about to expire, but got in some pretty good damage onto that tier 3 down there. So not bad at all.
Well, there's nothing more classic than a smoke out from this, because that's exactly what they're going to do. Every single team. So T1's going to know this as well. They might find a high ground and just camp on it, but you're going to see them kill the waves near their base, back up, and then smoke. Because that's how Dota 2 is played. Oh my gosh, guys, look what they're doing. They're backing up and smoking.
How did you know?
It's a shocking thing that literally every team does after Aegis ends.
Well, will they catch anybody, though? Zephyr
Please
there?
don't die to this. Zephyr knows. Like, he's trying to pop smokes.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing right now. He's trying to bait them into going on him.
Counter smoke, looks for it. Borax, the stun onto a bunch of them, but he went in a bit too deep now. 23 Savage backs away. XXS rolling, but the Infest trying to keep him alive. Mag
That's a
not
bad
able
place.
to do it. And then the stun afterwards for control. Tries to get to the low ground, but it won't happen.
Oh, every time.
How?
Of all the plays. Oh, that play.
Good play from XXS.
No.
So they catch him, and BKB won't be enough. There's the Aeon disc afterwards as Carl tries to back away. Do they have any extra vision? Oh, the gem wasn't there, and Dust not
missed.
quite on the mark. So T1 get punished.
That is such a good place to find a fight for a Pango, too. XSS must have just been thrilled, right? Right next to the river like that with the cliff. Just bouncing back and forth. Lifestealer pops out like a little confetti surprise pinata present. Just blow him up, too. No use of the Satanic right there, either.
And the Bobica, the Borax jump in scatter blast with the shard.
Yeah, that is the ultimate sacrifice.
That was amazing. That was very, very well played.
It was so chaotic.
Yeah.
That's not something you see very often. See them all just like split up like that. And there's the reload. Look at that! Like, what?
Whitemon barely able to get out of there before. It would have been a 3-person stun. Really
Look
quick
at
fingers.
XSS, though. That Infest, you're out immediately into the stun. Disarm, so no Satanic. Beautiful.
Perfectly played. And Monet able to play cleanup. Again, if you are allowed to play as this Clinks and just hit away at heroes with the barrage and everything else, it's really good. And now, finding themselves an opening here, they blow up Cuckoo, who again, outside of the base. Not where he needs to be.
Man, Pango is so good this game. Like, only RP to stop you when you're actually doing your rolls and everything. And, you know, I've talked, there is great pickoff on T1, undoubtedly, but it also exists on the side of Aster and most notably from XSS, obviously, because it's just free with roll-up. You will die.
What can you do now? I mean, they're starting to take the damage onto the tier 3 tower themselves. As Aster, the last couple of minutes, have completely blown this up, but there's the jump in.
Nice
they want to find him, keeping him alive for the moment. The boat afterwards for the run buff, and, well, just the runaway.
Force Staff and Cookie. Very sneaky TV from 23 Savage to go onto that tree like that, so they didn't know, but now they're going for the chase down. Cuckoo's coming. He needs the help.
And they're going to be able to find him for the moment. Lenham in trouble and going to fall.
I'd like to see them keep going. Like, I don't want to see them slow down right now. And there's the line drawn right now for 23 Savage. He said, just go. Like, go into their Ancients right now. And we have all our spells up. Oh, it's a giant Roche timer. Almost the full 3 minutes on this one. That is very bad news for T1. If this was a fast Roche, they might be able to like force a buyback out of the ET or something. But instead, there's going to be lots of time for Aster to regroup. XSS?
He's thinking about it, looking for an opening, goes for the roll. If they see this on T1,
What is this scouting ultimate?
they're trying to find an opening. They can go again now.
Dude,
Oh, there's the
Cuckoo.
looking for the jump. Cuckoo's ready. Cuckoo gets in vision. The horn toss pullback onto XXS. It's a big catch, but can they find the kill?
Monet.
They might be able to. There's the Cookie afterwards, trying to run out of there. The BKB, the
disarm.
slowdown. The Torrent, it's able to connect Cuckoo. The Torrent Storm afterwards,
you gotta
doing
be
little
kidding
jumps
me.
off to the side, looking for the catch. The Yules afterwards pulls him all the way back. Lanham, right click, RP, they get the kill. T1 falling across the map as Whitemon and Carl the only ones left, and Whitemon also about to fall. Barely able to walk out of there, blink at the last second. That Spirit almost caught him, but Carl now looking for the chase down. Oh, not quite able to connect with that LSA. But again, just mayhem as what the mid and off lane ends up dying, and everything fell apart. But in the end, it's T1 that come ahead with the gold lead and the XP lead.
Yeah, and it should continue that way too because Alina's still up, so she's going to be the only one farming right now, right? Like ET and Snap obviously can't get that much during this time of like the cores being dead. So this is really going to put Carl like way up. He's going to end like 800 gold ahead of the Clinks by the time he respawns right now.
This has been a very impactful couple of moments here, and we're starting to see what you were talking about, this sort of glass cannon of a hero in Carolina, and just having Cuckoo create chaos, have the Lifestealer run in and make things happen, and just sort of sit back and let good old Carl.
I'm not sure who Zephyr got the save on in that fight either. I heard it because Zephyr was at like 10% HP and he cast it on someone else, and I was like, wow, what a hero.
Right.
I think he might have saved Carl. I think Carl might have been really low.
I think that the other thing too was that we were following basically the chase down of Monet, who basically got to do nothing in that entire last fight.
He almost got out of there too. Like,
Exactly.
It's a good thing Cuckoo had that chase down, and that would have been a complete disaster for T1.
Absolutely. And did it almost all on his own after the Lifestealer got interrupted with the Torrent Storm and everything else.
Yeah. We
Man.
got neutral time coming out here. Stormcrafter and Trickster Cloak. Timeless Relic as well.
Definitely need to get 23 Savage up to that level 25 mark for that extra rage duration. With all the disable that you've got in this lineup from Aster that just happens casually, that rage is at a premium.
Especially Torrent Storm. You know, playing against this spell is so frustrating. Although it is really fun when you steal it as Rubik.
There you go.
That I will say. That was pretty good, but. And speaking of which, the talents, I mean, he's got the 80 Torrent AoE. He doesn't have the Torrent damage because, you know, 16 strength. Like, come on.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat that one. You'll get it later on when you get to, what, 28 or something? Whatever it is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We can go that late, right, guys? I mean, you guys like neutral items, don't you?
I think both of these teams like to go into the later stages if possible, particularly T1. As Cuckoo sitting around with the ninja gear, that is a great pickup for Cuckoo.
Yeah, they still need actually 2 more neutrals to be found for Aster. So coming into this next fight at a disadvantage, neutral tier-wise.
Smoke up again. We've seen this story before, and they're going to run right underneath a ward yet again. Whitemon there.
He's ready with the blink.
Oh, my God.
Knows it's coming.
Are they going to jump
Look at the
on
way
him?
he's facing.
Yeah, they're ready. Spots Lenham right there.
Oh, jeez.
And the jump away. Now they know what's going on. Now the question is, do Aster keep going underneath this ward again? The exact same thing that happened before. Oh my God, they're going to do it. You guys are crazy.
I like how they're moving even further away from the pillar and just leaving Whitemon again.
Yeah.
He's like, you got blink up, right, bud? Yeah, I guess. Why is this my job? Because you have buyback. Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's Roach time, ladies and gentlemen. So this could be the game decider.
Ooh, and a rune spawn bottom DD.
That's terrifying.
That is a good one for Carl to get.
They might just send in 23 Savage in the Magnus and just like force a fight just so they can use this DD. Oh, they got their own ninja gear on the side of Aster.
Much needed.
A solo? Oh, sorry. I heard the smoke noise, but yeah, it's just ninja gear on Cuckoo.
It's too good. Level 20 on Zephyr, too. They've gotten where they need to be. Get a D ward there onto the camp as well. But yeah, that armor reduction that we're seeing with the medallion coming out soon, trying to get towards the solar crest. I mean, this is a lot of value. And still, just 1,000 gold separating these two squads.
Very tense stuff here. Ooh, they're going to use the DD.
Are they actually going in and doing
I mean,
this
look,
right now?
look how fast it's
Oh my
dying.
God.
It's dead. That DD.
It's done.
They didn't expect it. It's just gone.
Wow. Oh, wait, they're going in, though. The sleep
Oh,
is
she
there.
doesn't have
Trying to
the
blow him
Aegis.
up, but the save coming in with the time lapse. Oh, they baited that one out perfectly. Aster, or are you getting into a fight you can't win? Thinking about it, the control is there, but all the spells starting to wear off. They only lose Whitemon. And they're going to use Torrent Storm to secure the retreat.
So something happened there because Carl had an open slot but didn't get either. So I don't know if they actually wanted Shard on the Lifestealer because I kind of feel like the Lena Shard's pretty sick when you have a Magnus.
I mean, he wouldn't have eaten it, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
So what was I guess maybe he wanted the Aegis.
Yeah, probably.
Or well, unless he was panicking because like it was a fight, and so
Yeah.
he just just did it.
They're both just like, whoever gets it, gets it. We just got to get it quickly. But regardless, I mean, 23 Savage is probably still going to be your tower hitter, right? Rage, walk up, start punching it away. That could be the way to do it. But 42 minutes in, and 23 Savage playing very brazenly, just walking through the mid. This guy is crazy.
I know
Where's
you
his
have
team?
Aegis, but
Oh, Zephyr's there. Zephyr's there. They're fine, surely. Roll away.
Cuckoo, please do it. Do it, Cuckoo. Do it.
Oh,
do it.
God, they're thinking. They're wanted to. Jump in. Oh, catches him with the horn toss. And then the RP afterwards. But 23 Savage, does he have the damage they need? LSA afterwards, all the control, blows up Monet. And can they find any more afterwards? It's a trade of one, pushes him up to the high ground. There's Carl. Gonna get chased down, hides off to the side. LSA connects onto one, pulls a bang in afterwards, and then the run through. Dodges away from the Torrent Storms, looking for an escape, but Monet with the buyback right on top. 23 Savage is in deep. They're just ignoring him, trying to kite him away, and slowly but steadily, they're going to be able to find that kill. Whitemon jumps in, blows up Formica. Nicely comboed there, but does he have a way out? No. 23 Savage dies with no buyback. This fight goes from kind of okay to a travesty for T1. There's 3 heroes dead with no buyback. They committed everything for Monet, and then he just comes back into the fight.
This halberd is the greatest halberd I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what is with White Album. He has like some sort of an audio cue in his ear where he just knows when Satanic's happening. Because every single time I hear a Satanic activated, I just see disarmed over their head. And he just got Carl just like he's been getting 23 Savage this entire game.
This is 60 seconds with no life stealer. Things were looking so good for T1. And in the space of one buyback fight, and 23 Savage out pretty far away from the rest of his team, pulling him into a weird situation.
What a Yules.
The Yules interrupts yet again. Cuckoo, the jump forward and skewer away. That was the weirdest animation. The cow jumps over the Ancient. It looks like they will be able to slow this one down for as long as possible, but still 40 seconds without the life stealer.
Yeah, they want to poke and prod it. I mean, they could go for it.
Listen, you either commit or you don't, but this little half measure feels weird to me.
No, there's Glyph. That's the half measure right there.
All right. I guess because there isn't another tier 2 tower taken, this is the only thing they can do.
Yeah, exactly. But there is no post, so they'll run over and grab this. And I can't believe how close the net worth has been this entire game.
Yeah.
We're always just swinging back and forth. And to have a fight start like that for T1 and to lose it, oh my, okay, that is... So the heart palpitations or something. I don't know what's going on.
It's some good old SEA versus China Dota. But 44 minutes in, and we're getting close to that next tier. What are we going to see next? I feel like so much of this game has been about vision, and that last fight just started so weird with 23 Savage felt invincible because he had the Aegis, and then it was like, are you going to go all the way in and have them forced to... I think it was really good by Aster to not fully commit all their spells, because then you just time-lapse and rage, and then it's like you can take that fight and win.
Yeah, he was the vision tool. That was his goal.
Right.
And it worked, didn't it? Like with that RP into that skewer, like how could that have started much better for you? The way that he has the cleave going, he's actually going through both heroes, and they get Monet. The problem was that they couldn't actually like all focus there and then retreat. You know.
That's true.
You know, like just be happy that we got the clinks, but the buyback just turning that fully in Aster's favor. But once again, the lead, it's not really massive here.
No. No, and you know, these buybacks, they're probably going to farm those up now, I would imagine, on T1 before they go for another engagement. Likewise for Aster as well, right? Monet's going to be gone for a little while now. 5-minute window where there's a huge opening for T1 to find a pick-off and a blow-up. We'll have to see how it goes.
Very interesting that Monet wants the Aeon Disc, too. So really respecting the full burst down, using this with no
the
buyback.
Ascetics cap? I guess that's okay.
So, all right, so let's go through this.
Wait,
he has Aeon Disc.
It, though.
He has, okay, that is maybe unnecessary, but that's all right. He has Aeon Disc, he has Ascetics cap, and he also has a Wind Waker on the Pango. Then there's a Force Staff on our Snapfire. You have a Lotus and a Force Staff on Lon M. Mane should not die. He has a BKB on top of that, plus a Scotty. 5,000 HP.
Surely
He can't die, right, guys? 5-hero smoke, surely invincible clinks.
See what happens.
There's no way, right? Can't die.
Listen, you are caster cursing this to the nth degree. Smoke breaks onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
Dude, he's insane.
My goodness.
The
horn toss pulls him away from the rest of the team. All right, where's one? Where did they get him? There's going to be the force afterwards. Now, Torrent Storm afterwards, but the RP catches onto both of them. Tries to bring him down. XXS dead, but buys back Monet. Aeon Disc down. Can they find any more for him? Borax tons of damage in the backlines. Cuckoo kept alive by that Infest, but they're able to control 23 Savage. Time lapse keeps him alive.
Money.
And now the turn, trying to chase. Surely they don't have enough as they cookie him. Everything to save Monet, but it won't happen. No buyback, 2 minutes. Trent, what have you done? You have cursed Monet, and one by one they fall yet again. Dead for so long. 2 minutes. T1 gonna run down the mid lane.
Wow. They got him.
They got him. Oh my god.
That is such an investment into just living.
Yes.
I mean,
He did everything he could. And White Album is now going to get caught, pulled back in.
he's just trying to put up a front here. I'm like, no, we have more defense.
There's going to be
Go
heroes,
away.
surely. But the skewer back, Cuckoo finds him. T1 recognizing what they needed. The only thing that had to happen for them to win this game was take down Monet one more time, and they did it. Can they finish it off, though? Aster desperately trying to hang on, trying to hold out, but in the end, it was not enough. GG is called. T1, they found their man.
That was such a fantastic game for T1. What's really important there is that they identified the only way they lose this game, and they just chilled. Yeah, they were just like, all right, you know, they actually don't have the best high ground, right? We're just going to hang out, right? They have great team fight, sure. We know
Absolutely.
that, right? But we're going to split push a little bit, and we're just going to wait it out, and that's what they did.
We're going to continue on in this one as, again, T1 able to make the win happen. And, I mean, I know you don't want to come back to the screen.
What?
You don't want to show your face because surely you weren't going to cast or curse them. What was it again? Ascetics Cap, Aeon Disc, BKB.
5,000 HP, BKB, and a Scotty.
And then on top of that, Wind Waker,
Wind
Cookie,
Waker, 2 Force Staffs.
and Cookies.
And Cookie.
And still they found him and were able to kill him. That's insane.
Boom.
Well, that's going to do it for game number 1. All you fine folks out there, Dota fans, more action to come. You got more action across all the 4 streams that are happening as well as the main multicast. But we're going to be back in just a bit for game number 2. And welcome back. Just like that, we had a crazy ending to that game number 1.
Swift. That was a
Check your
fast finish.
PayPal a second ago, or no? Okay. We're just gonna leave that there. We'll see what ends up happening. Game number 1, already in the books, but we're into the draft for game number 2. We can't joke about that type of stuff. It's a dangerous game, but we do have
Profitable one though.
Okay, got it. Nice. We've got a Tide Hunter versus a Tiny banned out. And then on the other side, Weaver and Lena. They're like, we don't want to deal with that anymore. These heroes are annoying. And that does leave open the Monkey King.
Yeah, those fights were so chaotic that I feel like every big fight in that game was so widespread. You know, it was actually hard to capture all the little plays that were happening throughout a lot of that, especially from the supports. Like White Mom right at the end there, helping to get that final snag onto to Monet. That was only one of the great plays he made with those fingers too. Like I feel like he was doing an excellent job of targeting down and deciding like who had to go next with the big kill. And then Zephyr as well. The Ags came in pretty late, obviously, because it's a 4 Weaver, but it was very impactful every time that we managed to see it.
It made such a big difference, and I felt like it was the type of situation too where like he was able to be that hero that you were talking about them needing to scout out for the cuckoo, jump in a couple of different times, and I mean, I think that they're going to need to find another vision hero on T1, and I guess that's somewhat what Monkey King can be.
Oh yeah, definitely. If it's position 4 especially, then you're just like all about the vision.
Well, we'll have to see. Io, the other hero that gets picked up, as Bobica had his Monkey King taken away, and now that leads into an Io Shadow Demon. Okay, so double save. Shadow Demon is a hero that I feel like sometimes can look really good,
Yeah.
but is sort of weird, right? I'm not sure what the thought process is there.
Not a particularly common hero versus Monkey King. That's kind of interesting.
I'll bet you there's like some weird thing that goes on where Bobica's like, yo, I hate playing against Shadow Demon. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's that you can't sort of trade hits because you're stacking up the poison on him or something. I don't know.
And you're getting the illusion on it, too. So he'd be, like, punching himself with the... Yeah, I don't know. They don't last that long, though.
No, it's weird. It's definitely weird.
I mean, you could theoretically purge the finished Jingu. That's good. That's more so something versus, like, the core, I feel like, than if this is a position 4 Monkey King, right? Because, like, you can't dispel the counter from the Jingu stacks on yourself, but if the Monkey King garners the Jingu Mastery buff and wants to actually get the health back, you can dispel that.
Right. Yeah, and I think that it's also just the type of thing that, like, you definitely care more about that in the core role, because, I mean, the Jingu is important for the laning stage for the support Monkey King, but I think it's much more important for the like tree dance jump around like you're talking about in Vision in the later stages.
And good choice on that ban too. I think you get rid of the mag because then this could be a very, very good one monkey, right? Like that's a really good hero to really bring this back into like, okay, yeah, we want a core monkey.
See, to me, I just think it's a good ban because there's banning all of T1's lineup from last game.
It's also a solid strategy.
It's like, they beat us. That was annoying. I don't know, though. It didn't feel like a stomp. It felt like a very evenly matched game, but with very different identities behind these teams. And I want to see if they stick with those identities going to game number 2 or if it was lineup specific.
I think it was fairly even, but I also think that T1 actually controlled a lot of the pace of that game because Aster felt forced to make a lot of moves, and a lot of the moves they made were kind of like almost like allowed in a sense from T1. Like they gave up certain parts of the map, allowing Monet to farm up top the whole time while they swept through their jungle numerous times, took their bottom tier 2, took their mid tier 2, pressured their high ground. They sort of just allowed Monet to do his thing, but they never lost their tier 2 top or their tier 2 bottom, I don't think, for T1 last game. So they, I don't know, it felt like they were actually in more control.
I think that is going to be curious to see if they can keep that up, that level of control.
What's really interesting is this Io pairing. They have Io and Shadow Demon, so that screams certain heroes, right? Like Luna, I guess, is the big one.
Yeah.
It comes to mind. She pairs pretty well with both of these, but Luna is, She's
yeah.
Meh.
I think I saw the only Luna that I'd seen was you are playing it the other day.
And then, I mean, all the obvious ones are still there. Like, we obviously have a ton of gyro right now. Hasn't been looking too hot. I believe there's still a game going on, or it might have ended by now, but Alliance was just playing it versus Undying too. There's currently a game of OG versus EG, where they're playing IO Gyro. So it's still there. It's still very popular.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that's something that they decide to go for.
I would ban Y. Would I ban Y?
It looks good.
Oh, they're still going with the Undying game too.
Interesting.
But yeah, I would be banning the anti-IO heroes here, I think. But they haven't really gone for that. They've only banned out the Meg. They're just kind of leaving the rest in the pool. Partially because you don't want to waste a ban on a support if this ends up being the 5 and 4 Monkey King, and then you're just like spending bans on like Disruptor and Wyvern, who tend to be the heroes that counter out your IO.
Yeah, and it makes it much more palatable to go for those eventually. But the Earthshaker taken now, trying to fill the gaps that this draft is naturally going to lack with double save. There's very little lockdown. Earthshaker wants to make that happen.
Are they going to pick Morph into
Yeah.
ET?
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, Morph pairs really well with both IO and Shadow Demon, so it
Right.
might still be worth it.
But that's the thing that's super funky about it, right? Is that ET would definitely have a good time with it. Granted, you still might die as ET. Like, everybody talks about ET being a great answer for Morphling, but you might not be able to survive the burst.
If there's one person who knows Morphling, it's 23 Savage. So
That's true.
they could just be asking him right
Yeah.
now, like, is this worth it for them to take Morphling? Will you play Morphling right now?
Yeah.
And they say,
Well, he can still do it.
well, and they can even just say like, yeah, true. Still go over there. But what I think they might even be saying like let's say they want Morphling. What should we pick right here that just makes it like completely unplayable, but won't really mess up our draft in any other way?
I do think though that now that you've taken this Legion, it's a little bit weird to do like Morphling and then have support Monkey King, because like Legion Monkey lane, it's not terrible, but it just feels a little weird, particularly against a hero like Shadow Demon that could just start spamming out poison. But you got press the attack to take that off. I think Cuckoo's also an amazing Legion player. I think it's one of his best heroes.
And they come back for the Queen of Pain too.
Okay.
So, again, they are first pick this draft, which means that you tend to see Lina or Queen of Pain these days, right? Or maybe
Yeah.
Kunkka, someone who the counter pick isn't going to be that bad and maybe still has a little bit of flexibility in the other roles. And then now you're going to get the double counter pick. So if you've heard us talk about this, this is the most important part of the draft for second pick, because you want to save all your reserve time for now, because what happens now is that your opponent has to pick one hero, you counterpick. They pick another hero, and you counterpick. And this was the big change in one of the most recent patches, and has a huge impact on how valuable second pick is.
And I think the thing about this that makes me feel like I don't want to pick Morphling if I'm Master right now is that you're not getting that counter pick. In fact, you're picking into counter picks because it's sort of telegraphed what you're going to do with this Shaker. So I'm a little bit concerned about that for Aster. I mean, because what is it that really... I mean, I think you pick a lane counter to Quap now, right? Like that for me feels like the way to do it instead. And then the only question is like, is it worth it to go all the way for the morph?
Is that the question?
Oh,
That would be my question.
Oh, interesting. That could be cool.
It's got a lot of benefits, this game, right? There's quite a few passives that you're knocking out, and you're laning versus a queen. Oh yes, finally,
Wow.
the king. Oh, I love casting this hero. Look at the wombo combo we got on here. Do the big ulti from SF. We're gonna have some echo slams too. This IO's gonna be jumping around from everybody. This is the good stuff.
Do you? I mean, I know we're gonna have fun casting, but do you like the hero for their draft?
SF, clear wave, go jungle. It's fine.
Okay, all right.
IDC enemy.
I feel like he's still gonna get bodied though a little bit, right? I mean, I guess you've got the save from the Shadow Demon, which helps a lot. But I'd be a little bit concerned about like dual, maybe ET finds the backline with a stomp or something, or Quab jumps on Shadow Demon and then, Orchids or whatever.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing they're bringing up here with that ban, though, is that, like, why didn't they actually... I guess unless you have a Morphling combo with an Aghanims, it's still not worth picking
ET?
Morph into... No, like picking the Morph into the Shaker.
Right.
Oh, you're saying use that as a combo?
Yeah.
Is that even good?
I think it's pretty cool.
It's kind of cool, I guess, because you get the BKB, right?
Yeah. Get the damage. I think you do.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
feels
you
like
should.
one of those that might have gotten nerfed or something.
I think that works.
You think it does? Okay.
Surely it works. Yeah.
God, every time you use that word, it's just
It's going to bring back bad memories.
for Monet at least. Jeez.
Yeah, Monet's hero, though, the one they're still banning out here. Any gotcha heroes last from carry? Well, we had a discussion last time. With an IO, it could be Alk,
Right.
actually.
For anybody that doesn't know what we were talking about right there, be sure to go check out the clip. I'm sure it's floating around somewhere, but it's quite a great moment in time for our poor old
fine.
Monet. Slark? Drow?
Yeah. Taken out there. And
I guess that's a specific to them thing, because I've only seen T1 play Slark.
well, we've seen a lot of Slark bans, I would say. That's for sure.
Okay.
And it fits well with the IO, right? It's kind of in that category that I placed of like the
10
Ursa
seconds
and
remaining.
maybe like the Ricky in the olden days, I guess. But like more like Ursa now, where
5
it's like
seconds
really
remaining.
aggressive. Broad and have some sort of like a control element to just like hop on top of people and just start wailing away with the help of a tether.
You know what I'd love to see at some point is a Shadow Fiend with a Morph on his team, and then you just like do double raises.
Whoa.
6 stacks.
Goodbye, Roche.
That'd be cool. I like that a lot. We gotta get in a pub, try that later.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm good. Thanks.
You don't want to play with my Morph?
No.
Or you don't want to play with your SF?
Both.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Lion.
Let's go, Whitemon. I really appreciate this last time. And that's, of course, is going to push the Monkey King to the 1. No real mysteries here. But, I mean, how good has Monkey King won this game? It's pretty nice. I really like the Wukong's command versus the IO +1, right? That is a helpful AoE
10
that you can use versus them.
seconds
Plus, you have the Boundless Strike. You already have a multi-hero stunt.
Well,
5
I think that
seconds
there's some
remaining.
interesting questions to be answered now with the Aster draft, because you have a lot of damage with SF, magical and physical. You've got good control, and they're going to go back for the Ursa that you were kind of talking about or alluding to. This looked good from Monet before. IO Ursa is quite strong, and I think it was, who was it they were playing against? It was against OG, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It looked really good. Can they do it again, though?
Status resistance is busted this game. Look how good it is.
Oh, it's super good.
There's so much stuff that he's just gonna like burn off. Like, and if he has it like in the middle of the fight, like Whitemon can't really help that much. You
And
know,
he's
even the
got
duel
saves.
doesn't help that much.
Yeah.
Got saves yet from the Shadow. Yeah, they picked Legion into Shadow Demon, by the way. It's a bit of an issue for a lot of Legion Commander players. Makes you wonder. Oh, I guess they don't really have much choice at this point as to what Carl and Cuckoo are gonna do.
But I think that there are some really good things that can happen at the end of this,
10
right? Like,
seconds remaining.
if Legion goes on one of the supports, maybe Quap can go on the other, or
5
Whitemon can,
seconds
right? Like,
remaining.
they're all... You have these, like, 3 very bursty single-target heroes that feel like they can jump on those saves, potentially. I mean, obviously, it's going to need to come down to the vision that they have, and that's where things get a little bit spicy, because you don't really have a vision hero. I wonder if Cuckoo goes Helm again.
I don't know. Can you fit it in though? Are there requirements that he has in terms of like the blink and everything? I'm fine to see it again because like the way that we've seen some players be really creative with it is very helpful. Obviously, most notably with the Magnuses, but I'm not sure if Legion can afford that.
I mean, the thing that we normally see is like a blade mail instead, right? We've been seeing a lot of blade mail first. So I guess there's the question of like, do you swap out the blade mail for the helm, and does that actually work? And that's what I think if there was a player to do it, it would be Cuckoo, and maybe Zai.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's something that he's going to value or not. It does feel tough to think about throwing that into his item build, but we'll have to see. Game number 2 on the way is T1 looking to build off of the success of that last one and look to carry this over into a 2-0 victory. It would be huge for them in the group stages. Maybe even start them on a path towards an upper bracket berth. Who knows what could happen. But for now, at least, we're going to get into this one.
You want me?
I am a little curious about the Monkey King here too, because there's not a lot of great tools available for this Monkey King in terms of like boosts and buffs. You know, you look at this Ursa, he's gonna have like Shadow Demon to help save him and everything, and an Io constantly tethered. And we're used to seeing these like Monkey Kings when it is actually core, it tends to have maybe the Empower or something helping, maybe some Bloodlust, and 23 Savage is kind of an island in this one.
Yeah, in terms of that like farm acceleration, there's not really that much that helps. Ooh, XXS! Hello, how are you? Friend, we're gonna come give you a hug. Can they chase him down? They don't look, it's a bounty rune chasing you. Right clicks come through, needs another one, but not gonna get it for the kill. Good escape by Aster.
Now can they actually bully them out of here? At the same time, they drop a sentry in there to block the small camp too.
Okay.
30 seconds
Very
to
frustrating
battle.
for a Shadow Fiend of all heroes, right? Someone who desperately relies on those neutrals.
What I was going to mention, though, is before we got into that one, is that I feel like there is, even though there's not that like acceleration in terms of like a bloodlust or something else like that, there is really good heroes for keeping people in the Wukong's command, and then of course the stuff that you get from Zephyr of the minus armor. Like there's sort of like buffs that way that help Monkey King, but it's not like directly farming related. Yeah. Speaking of which, gives him one more punch to White Album on his way back towards blocking out the lane, and this is going to turn into T1 getting 3 bounty runes again.
Yeah, 2 games in a row there. So I mean, led them to victory in game 1. Hey. Clearly, that's what decided it, and nothing else. And I don't see any mix-ups here, right? Our lane's pretty decided. And Cuckoo's Legion Commander, how is this lane gonna go? Feels like they really need to try and just bully line him constantly, right? Just run at him with Zephyr, try and punch him, but then there's the big scary bear there. So Zephyr gonna be needing to utilize as much of the bonus damage as possible.
Keeping that pressure on. You talked about that difference between level 1 Monet, rather level 1 Ursa and the ET. As you start to stack up those levels, it can be a pretty big difference.
I think in our last game too, he showed the Earth Shock really early too, so he had a worse laning stage. But right now he has that little bit more threat going with the Fury Swipes.
So far, so good. Monet. Could be worth sort of keeping our eyes on this one if there is any potential for aggression. But mid lane, White Album, 4-2 versus the 2-2 of Carl, starting with those raises first. Gave him a little bit of a lead, it looks like there, although there was a couple of, look like pretty just solid denies outplaying Carl through those first waves or so.
Bottom lane, they're going for some plays on the Whitemon here. So Borax has done some awesome stuff here with the creep pulls. Very frustrating to play versus. So he pulled it all the way around to the tower, so they reset the lane there. Now he's going back again, but this is a Monkey King.
With an Orb of Venom.
Yeah, oh no!
Oh
he
no!
He didn't wait.
Whitemon! All right, well, Borax just like really out-mind gamed him there.
That is one wrinkly brain.
That was good.
And then goes right after the throw Sentry into camp too as we look mid and White Album's getting real low.
Well, it would have looked sick if Whitemon got it from the low ground. Maybe even would have baited him into like trying to think there was a ward there or something, but not the case. You can see Shadow Fiend very low. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one just in case there's a dive. But in the meantime, this Shadow Demon enabling a lot for the Monkey King. Off to a great start.
Well, Shaker's just like such a poor laner too in a lot of circumstances, but Lion, not the best 5, first off, right?
Okay.
You know, in the laning stage, not super great. And Shadow Demon, just wait till it's level 2. You know, that's when the real problems will come from Borax.
True.
I love this Bastion on XXS too. It allows him to spam a little bit more with the Enchant Totem, and it's always going to be helpful for Borax to get a little bit more mana too.
A really value item for that laning stage, definitely. We can see some pull shenanigans happening. They're also trying to get that one pulled back by the ET to grab the wave, but Borax is going to wrap this one all the way around behind the small camp. And I'm curious if he takes this back between the tier 2 and the tier 3. That you can really take it on a long run around, but instead it's going to be XXS that gets chased on down there, and well, 23 Savage leaves it alone. So pulling the wave in between the tower, or underneath it rather.
Yeah, as long as he gets them all, I think this setup should be relatively. Yeah, it's gonna be a big push because 23 Savage is still holding the wave in front of the tower right now. So.
Are fortified.
White Album trying to keep this wave shoved out and then hopefully go to find the small camp, but it is already blocked as we talked about from that initial movement, and no sentry ward coming out from it as of yet. You can see also that Queen of Pain trying to rush immediately towards that Orchid, wants to get active.
The 4-minute flip has ended since there's no... Look at this rune coverage, though, from T1, right?
Yeah.
This is the Shadow Fiend's game. This is just so depressing. This is when your teammate needs to go die, so they can just, like, come fill your bottle. When the enemy brings 2 supports, and they take both your water runes...
And I think they stole his bounty rune as well. Dude, this guy can't catch a break. He's got COVID. He's, like, getting people running into his lanes. Poor fella.
Well, time for someone to get real aggressive here pretty soon on the side of Aster if you want some help. Don't forget they also blocked out a small camp, which still hasn't been fixed. So they have really ruined this SF's game.
Carl.
And he's still leading on CS.
Carl. Needs to be careful there. Pops up the stick afterwards, tries to run in. Oh, man! 20 HP, the raindrop coming back up again. Borax
That's the HP steal right there, man.
looking for a wraparound. Wants to get him, but...
He has a Radiant Ward down bottom, so
Yeah,
I think
knows.
he knows that he's making this this journey.
So this is just that value coming in from the dagger, the slow, steady heal.
Yeah, there you go, right? That's the difference in this matchup now. That little bit more HP disrupts just for the deny. That is petty. I love it.
Very nicely played.
What is XSS up to? He's actually jungling here on Earthshaker under an OBS too. So White Monster's stealing the XP. Great feeling for a support player.
Absolutely.
Growl's just tipping him. This annoying Shadow Demon just following him around in mid. Whoa, Carl!
He's playing it
Oh,
very
he's got
close.
disrupt.
Does have raindrops back up again now. This might be enough to keep him alive.
Yeah.
Raindrop, blink out.
Jeez, that was a little bit scary though, considering he still had the stacks.
Yeah, it would have been great for him, but not going to be enough. And Cuckoo pulling the wave all between the tier 2 and tier 3 here. So this is the sort of things that end up being lost. You know, you can't really keep that pressure on.
Man, we haven't done this in so long.
I know, it's nuts.
Friend of the show, Kyle, would call it backlaning, I believe.
Chase down, looking for the stomp afterwards, potentially going to connect, and then the haster, and Carl moves back in. Do they decide to go into White Album? They're thinking about both. Borax there, a little bit too scary. And
Some 3v3
they're going
mid.
to deny the rune. Zephyr gets it into place and takes it. Oh man, miss forward, chase out. White Album wants to go for the raise combo, but the disruption to save him. Sonic Wave afterwards, it was almost enough. Can they kill off White Album? Yes, they find the first blood at 6.5 minutes. Now 23 Savage shows up, wants to chase down, fissure out, land him, Livid. Is it gonna be enough? They chase that IO down. 23 Savage, very angry. Drops the big old stick onto Borax's face, but wasn't able to finish off Len M.
So close to getting the double. You know we wanted it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
2 kills to 0 now, and well, with all this having the middle lane, top is still just Cuckoo farming and Monet farming. So similar to what happened last game with 23 Savage, just farming on top of the Lifestealer. Monet is going to do the same thing this game up on that Ursa and just chill through. And Carl clearly having a bit of lag here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
a little bit of
or else
color.
they would have got that other kill. You know.
Definitely, that's what's going on. Yeah, interesting situation that you've also got right there. Monet coming to contest the free farm that Cuckoo's trying to get, pulling this over onto the hard camp. So we'll see if anybody from T1 rotates to try and help out. It's going to be tough to keep Monet off of this creep wave. Cuckoo just going to get ran down. That Orb of Venom
Phase versus
doing
phase.
a lot. And Cuckoo gets the worst end of the deal that time around. XXS in some trouble. Boundless Strike, couple more punches. Whitemont finds the finish.
All right, so this Earthshaker has gone from jungling to going for like the desperate laning sort of stuff because the lane broke down, right? All the supports are playing in the mid lane to try and salvage the SF's game, and that has left poor little Earthshaker on a bit of an island. And this is one of the heroes that really can't afford this to happen because you need that point in the game where you just farm up your Blink Dagger so you can just do stuff on this hero. And that timing is now going to be delayed by like 2 more minutes probably with how poorly his lane's gone.
And the other problem is that you need White Album to sort of catch up in the jungle too, and he has also been struggling. The Hex is there, the sleep. Are they going to try and continue this fight or not? They don't have Sonic Wave for another 20 seconds, but now over on the other side, they get the breakdown. Catching on 23 Savage who shows up. Boundless Strike over there. Lanham trying to heal up this Earthshaker who just came back to life. Dies again. Now Borax in trouble too as T1 keep the chase going. Drop down the Xingqiu spray.
So what I think so good about this is that they have an offlaner that really struggles in these situations in the early game, and they have a support that has the same problem. Because Io just is not a threat right now, right? Io wants to play the whole game with Ursa. Ursa does not need Io right now. So Io was like, okay, well, I guess I'll go help in other places. But balls are just terrible now.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened? That line was so low, and Lanham hit him with every ball. It's level 3, and he didn't even look scared. Lanham just like walked back a little, or Whitemont just walked back a little bit, and then he just came back into the fight.
And I mean, again, you're sort of, I guess, seeing the difference in terms of what you get out of a Legion commander versus this Earthshaker in terms of a laning stage. A little bit stronger from Legion, but then also you have the press the attack. So if people come at you, if like, you know, for instance, the Shadow Fiend rotates over, which is not going to want to do, or the supports rotate over, they can't like go for the cutback. And I think also like, because I'm trying to imagine if XXS had instead been doing the backlaning thing that Cuckoo did, maybe he could have been able to get more out of it, but wasn't the case.
I mean, the problem is you can't do that to Shaker, right?
Right.
You know, it's not the same as Legion. You don't have that sustain. So this is where the hero struggles and does need some help in the lane. So it was really well played by T1 to ensure they pressure that mid, because it's also really hurting the IO, because you know what an IO player wants to do? They want to sit in that dire jungle and do triple stacks.
Yeah.
Because it is dumb easy. I can do it. So, you know they can do it.
But it ain't going to happen.
No.
There's too much pressure on. XXS can't find a place for himself in this game.
There's also sentries all over the place still, in that jungle, by the way. So they're well aware of that being a possibility.
Every rune going the way of Quap right now. And, well...
Dude, they've actually ruined his game. Like, 2 of his camps being blocked out this early.
Oh, and back towards mid again. They find him. Borax just drops Monet. They're going in on him, though. 23 Savage. Too big for his britches. Gets brought down. What are you doing there, buddy?
Oh, XS is so happy. Like, yes, I found a play with Echo before Blink. Actually getting some gold into my hero.
That was so needed. I mean, this game was going off the rails. Again, Monet is like the one that's sort of holding the torch here and actually making things look fairly good, but... everybody else is definitely struggling right now on Aster, and T1 doing a great job of shutting things down as, again, run into the jungle, drop down wards, just be annoying.
Yeah, and XS gets about 2 seconds on this lane down bottom before 23 Savage respawns. And no Wukongs. Allies are also coming in with Monet and Borax. This could turn bad on 23 Savage if he tries to make an aggressive play here. He doesn't actually know that these dire heroes are here. Oh yeah, the poison comes out, so he should know.
Surely.
Yeah, yeah. And now he's seen the Ursa too with a tree cut.
Jumps in, tries to take down those creeps fairly low, and will he bring over anybody else?
And now you don't think of the balls as a great vision tool. They're mostly used like defensively, I guess, but you know, they might catch 23 Savage if he's not careful.
Gotta be careful. Carl looks for the jump in. They have a good angle on this one. Everybody from
Sonic
Aster
Wave.
all grouped together. Can they go the Boundless Strike? On to 3 from 23 Savage. No Borax. They gotta be careful. Finger on Alanum. Support's not gonna be able to get away from this. They drop the SF ulti, but Carl, eyes on the prize, looking for more to take down. And SF just gonna TP out. But what a fight. T1, they're assassins.
That was such nice defense considering they didn't have Wukongs, and they actually didn't have Sonic Wave when that fight started. It was like 10 seconds away, but just confident in Whitemon once again there with the Finger of Death. And have the stack now set up there on the line.
9-1 after a game number 1. You can see
this
here.
Boundless Strike too.
It was sick.
Boom. Almost onto 4.
But
And then he's just back out of there too right away before Monet can punish.
Yeah, just they're playing really well together. I think T1 are looking like a very cohesive group.
Cut down. They got it.
Is, oh,
That's
no.
the right tree.
Oh no, he's on the inside. They can't get to him. The bear couldn't get through the trees.
Well,
and
that's
23 Savage
disappointing.
able to survive through it. Dude,
All right.
what?
Well, he spent his ulti, so at least he got that. That's 2 minutes without that.
Yeah, why did he do that? That was weird.
I think he thought that maybe they could just like cut again in a second.
Oh,
and he
okay,
was
got
gonna
it.
get, like, you know, I mean that should clearly say there are no other allies here. You know,
Right.
Everyone else wasn't coming through. It was only gonna be the Lion.
Still, they get away with one right there on T1. Could have been a lot scarier if you lose 23 Savage there again, but Aster not able to take advantage of that moment.
And Cuckoo right now, they don't have a great hero for farming Ancients at the moment because this Monkey King doesn't have like, you know, he's not no Battle Fury or anything, and doesn't have an Empower. So Cuckoo with the Armlet just cuts right through these. And will get himself into a Blink Dagger. Sure, it's going to be later than the Shaker, which, by the way, well done, XSS, honestly. To even recover this much, I feel like he could be even lower at this point. And you know a smoke's got to be coming.
It has come at the cost, I think, of White Album. Normally, you'd, I
True.
think, see your SF at a higher position, but he's just going Falcon Blade Treads. Like, he knows that he needs to fulfill a different role than most other SFs this game.
You know, they actually dewarded one of the sentry camps, but they put an obs on top of one of the sentries they used to block the top dire camp here, too. So if the Radiant run through, they'll get that. But there's the reveal.
Big dunk onto Carl, finds the kill, and now looking for Zephyr. They get them both. That was huge. And that's the reveal that you need.
That is such a dream scenario.
Oh,
We're a
into
little
Roche?
behind.
What? Right away. What a turnaround. The last couple seconds there.
Orb of Corrosion. We have Shadow Fiend. We're right in. We got 1 level presence. That's fine.
This is amazing. Aster with a huge turnaround. And now going to claim an objective. Can maybe even go to take the tier 1 mid afterwards?
Probably not worth it. Just go jungle.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I'll be happy with that.
Well, an impressive series of events there, and
that
that's
was
what the
insane.
Shaker gives you.
That's actually so crazy they just got that double hit on the dunk. That is like stabilized this game and to what was looking like a potential ramp up and snowball situation where, I mean, when this blink's done on Cuckoo, they're just going to run at you, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be on your side of the river, and if they don't get that Roche before then, it's very unlikely they get that first Roche for the Ursa. And we all know how important first Aegis is for an Ursa, so you can actually play aggressively, especially with an Io, if you want to do some kind of YOLO relocates.
Super needed. Super needed. And yeah, the also catch-up will start to happen for Shadow Fiend as well. You know, that one fight into a Roche sets him up for having the Dragon Lance now and getting a little bit tankier. That series of events and getting the Blink Dagger, it makes up for everything.
All right, Whitemon, get a bounty rune. You guys ready? Here it comes. So he's going to dig it right out. In the
Will
trees.
it happen?
Come on, Whitemon.
Gotta dig.
Well, let me channel him. Hold
Dig.
on. All right, I got to text him. Whitemon, use your shovel.
It's not happening.
Oh, this pains me. We have to stay. You're not allowed to leave, JJ. Stay on. I don't want to see you leave this. There are going to be kills across this map. I want to see this shovel
We're in
used.
a dangerous position. He's gonna taunt, but he's not gonna dig.
This is where we are in professional Dota. Yeah, hey!
Oh,
no
it's a
bounty.
salve. It's
All
okay.
right. All right, we're good.
Well, 9-3.
Taunts and chat wheel lines more important than trusty shovels. Okay, I see.
That, to be fair, Whitemon is like a character, you know? There's a couple
Oh, that is true.
There's so many different streams of him like doing karaoke and singing and stuff like that as Zephyr's going to get chased down. And
He's singing the swan song. He's done.
yeah, he's done so. But a very, very talented player. And
More talented singer.
that's true.
That's insulting to his Dota capabilities. Sorry. More talented Dota player.
No, it's just saying something about his singing. That's what it is. Do you think that they need to make any aggressive moves with this Aegis, or is it just cool chilling and hanging out as they are right now?
Next, I mean, that goes ready. So yeah, I would like to see an echo play. They should echo into relocate, right?
Okay.
Whoop, whoop. Oh, that's vision.
Hello!
This is relocate.
Afterwards, the fissure onto 2XXS finds the opening, but can they finish the job? Monet looks like he's going to be able to, but 23
Oh, he's
Savage
running
still
in.
living through this. White Album gets hit onto 2, but there's the duel afterwards. Finds the kill onto Borax. They blow up the Monkey King. And with that, another one fight for Aster. Things looking
Yep.
pretty solid.
And right back up top into that tower, too. That was such a perfect find, utilizing the vision from the Shadow Demon. Both supports at least, I mean, Shadow Demon's vision obviously even better than the Ios, so really helpful to have versus the Monkey King.
Wow.
You know, that's the thing, we didn't even mention that. Of
What's
course,
that?
that's why they picked Shadow Demon, the Monkey King, the vision on the trees.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
good
that's
versus
another
support
good one.
and core. Oh, I bet the chat was roasting us during that one.
That's fine.
You know,
It's the
but
classic.
Bobica knows, right? He's
Bobica's
used to
aware.
the Monkey King stuff, so probably, like he said, why he hates playing a Shadow Demon.
Well, and I think that the bigger thing to me that's surprising is that T1 decided to transfer that Monkey King into a core role. I mean, this is the thing that we were talking about during the draft with Shadow Demon in the pool and being played, because it's such a great answer. There's just no Jingu that's going to come out now if he gets ultied.
I think it speaks to the tempo they wanted to play at, is they wanted something that can, like, you know, it doesn't have an accelerant in this game because he wants to play aggressive. He's utilizing this vision. He wants to set up good fights for them.
Right. Yeah, I
And
don't know.
there's not a lot of heroes that do that out of the one these days. And Monkey King's probably the best one alongside Tiny, but, you know, obviously they both get banned and picked pretty early.
Ursa BKB after this Diffusal Blade. Monet takes down the Courier. That was the Halberd. I don't know. The way this game is going, it's feeling like Monet's going to carry it. I think T1 need to make a big play.
Well, they have their own Wombo combo set up with a Sleep Stomp. It's on Zephyr.
Chase looking for Cuckoo. Where's the save? He's got it. Press the attack. A little bit of a misfire there on the stun.
That was
Carl
sick.
found the back line. Save from Borax. Support saving each other. Can't save him from that one, though.
All right.
Carl gets the kill. Dual win. Looking for more.
Oh, nice, nice.
Thinking about it. Monet looks for the chase. Another stun off the mark. Whitemon little bit of nerves there, but yeah, the Aegis, only 20 seconds left. Aster will retreat.
So that was all Zephyr, because Zephyr placed the Spirit down, and Lanham had to try and make the spread so that they wouldn't be in the same stomp range, because Monet was committed for the kill. But then, when they got the spread out like that, that's when the Orchid comes in, right? So there's no real like winning situation. I guess Lanham could have went like north instead of off to the west, but a little bit of a mistake there perhaps, but excellent capitalization there from T1. And you know, tower's gone, but they made a play in the mid lane.
Zephyr, one of the 2 players on this team, Indonesian, and the first time we've had an Indonesian player at TI, putting on a good performance here in this game at number 2. But Cuckoo, he is going to drop. He is going to get caught there by that ward placed down up on the high ground. Aster knew where they were going and immediately able to get in a position, take him down. 20-minute mark now.
Yeah, finding a fight in a... at least when he comes back, he will have the talisman done. So he'll have the full halberd for the BKB fight, because they're going to want to try and utilize this Monkey King now that the BKB's down on 23 Savage. But of course, the BKB is still ready there for Monet too, and he's almost into a blink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a big scary bear.
That net worth is going to start to look scary. And again, you've got like these counters that are just answers to the Monkey King. It's starting to feel like the snowball is going, and Aster are exactly where they need to be. The next Roche fight to me feels like it will be one of the other turning points there. Do you think that T1 have what it takes as far as the vision is concerned? Like, they keep on getting caught out of position by that.
Yeah, their vision is struggling this game. Mostly because they just don't have the heroes, right?
Yeah.
And I love what Aster have done here. They did the same thing in one of their previous matches where they do these like really like clustered wards, or where they have another line of wards right across by the Roche pit, right? Because they want to be prepared for that next Roche fight, which could be as soon as a minute away.
They're walking underneath these ones again.
Yeah.
T1 not dewarding.
Well, they actually smoked. They dewarded and then smoked, I think.
Oh yeah, Aster, they're moving in now. They're still underneath this dire ward. 23 Savage and Zephyr under full vision. Jumps away, still got eyes on him. XXS looking for a jump.
It's so early to have that ward. That ward's usually like, you know, after like 25 minutes or something, right?
Yeah. That was a lot of respect given right there. I think if they wait half a second longer by T1, Aster jump, but they didn't want to put themselves in a dangerous position, and obviously with Cuckoo right behind, could have gone for a safe play.
Even Carl is worried about pushing this bottom lane. They really don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah. No eyes on the map, just staying close to each other.
And what's really sneaky is that they're keeping the Earthshaker next to the Io and the Ursa, right? So XSS is lurking behind them. What always happens is that you show Io and Ursa on the lane, the fight starts on the other side of the map, and they relocate in. And so what some teams do is they smoke gank the Io Ursa, because then there won't be any assistance. So XSS is just stalking behind them because he's got his items that he needs. He's delegating the farm over to the other heroes on the team, and he's making sure that that classic smoke play into the Io +1 won't work.
Well, they could go for a play here, trying to find somebody in the mid lane. White Album showing with Lorax behind him. There's somebody always covering the Aster team.
How do they start a fight though? Like
On
Cuckoo doesn't have a
T1,
blink.
yeah.
So is it just Whitemon has to just blink in Hex and you hope that Cuckoo can get there in time?
It feels like what we saw last game, where it's like T1 are much more comfortable absorbing that pressure and not being the first one to make a move.
Oh,
Which, again, dude, this ward down here.
That's a fast Roche.
This ward down here, this is scary. Jumps in, Fissure catches Whitemon. Oh, but the halberd, it came out in time, and then the blink away. Oh, Cuckoo.
That's a BKB down.
Literally saving his support's life right there, and now Monet has to get away. There's the pullback in the relocate, though. It's good. That's what they needed.
That was a duel. They just started that.
Both teams expending a lot here. And with that, it should be another stare down across the area. Do they realize that there's a ward up there? Yeah, Whitemon gets the D ward now. That could have been so much worse for T1.
It did its job, that's for sure, that ward.
Yeah.
Well, now they have recovered. They're in position for a potential Roche fight here. What is the play here for T1? Their initiation struggles still, right? It is, again, just Whitemon. They're going to smoke up. They are a bit split from Aster. Yes, they have relocate, but it's not instant. So if they could get a burst down on one of these heroes, that could still put them in a good fight, even if the
They're
relocate
showing
comes through.
SD.
Oh, that's the hero. White
They can
Album.
get him. Borax trying to get into position to save him, but is it going to be there in time? No. The silence afterwards. They even had the Orchid ready for Borax. Jumps in. Carl there, but the Echo afterwards lands down on it too. And the Fissure. XXS trying to salvage his friend's life, but is it going to be enough? 23 Savage there and ready to beat away. Monet, Lanham, and XXS off to the side.
They don't want to buy back.
T1. They take a good fight. They lost Carl for it. Cuckoo almost died as well.
That was a sick save by 23 Savage. He just threw down the Wukongs and was like, no, leave him.
That would have been so much worse otherwise. But that was Echo down.
Yep, and they try and go towards the pit, but ET there, scouting with the Spirit.
Yeah, can you really go in and take it as T1? I mean, I feel like they don't really Roche that well. So, like, even if they sort of win a fight to some extent and, like, take out one hero and, you know, bait out a lot of things, it feels like there's no objective.
We're just playing Dota here.
Yeah.
Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. Yeah, and they're kind of locked there as Aster, right? Because they feel like they need this Roche.
It feels like the dynamic is definitely shifted a little bit. The jump in that we saw there from T1, where they are trying to make the move on the other side of the map. And now Monet goes in and just hits away at Roche.
Carl has no TP. So they can't fight this. He actually says to run there on Queen.
He just showed on the map. Oh.
He just thought they wouldn't do it.
23 Savage. Right on top of the outside. Aster, no vision there. There's the jump in. They get it. Monet able to get that Aegis. And the Monkey King is just going to get ran down and killed. And now looking for more Cuckoo. Disarm, but there's the Diffusal Blade running in. Blocked off with the Fissure.
Carl.
And T1 loses 2. Carl not there with the rest of the team.
I actually thought it was a good play when Carl did it too, because I thought, you know what? I actually think you can keep them locked down here. He can go farm up, try and get towards that next big item.
Show or what happened? How did they know?
I think they just, it's not so much they knew, it's just they had confidence with the BKB and the relocate save the money could start it. And I think T1 felt like they wouldn't do it with the constant threat of the Spirit and the Vision.
Right.
But Aster just calling their bluff really is all it was.
Yeah. With that, a big win for Aster as they're going to get Aegis, Shard, ready to go, take down this tier 2 tower, try and suffocate out the rest of the map. T1 left searching for answers. And look at how big Monet is. 17,000 net worth.
Yeah, and this Shard is just so frustrating to play against too. Like 8-second cooldown too on that already.
They just have to wait for him for last, but like I think he's gonna do too much damage in the fights to be ignored. Like, this guy is scary.
I'm trying to think, is there an itemization plan that can really help them? It feels like Force Staffs would be kind of nice to try and kite a bit, but you have an ET who wants to maybe go Ags, which seems a little crazy to me for Zephyr. I don't know if this is like the greatest Ags game. But Lion, you know, you want the blink. Maybe White Monk can get a Force Staff to try and help, but it feels like that's not enough when it's an Io Ursa, you know?
True.
Just like you need multiple avenues of save.
Now White Monk gonna lose his courier, but 23 Savage trying to make a play, hoping to get something done. Borax down low. Borax going to fall. But then the BKB and the TP out. They kill you in front of my team.
Yeah, all right. And yeah, he knew he couldn't walk out, so Borax was just dead.
So that will be the slowdown that they're hoping for on T1. Get this game delayed until the later stages. As late as possible. DD gonna spawn bottom. Cuckoo gonna find that one. Right now, only 40 damage stolen by the Legion Commander. And we do still have kind of an awkward spot for them, I feel like, where, you know, the Shard should hopefully be able to, you know, salvage things against the Shaker, but at the same time, like, if Ursa ends up gaining an Abyssal Blade, we just have queued up right now,
it's
like...
next item for sure, like... Because that's the only saves they have, right, is their BKBs. Again, it comes back to this idea of, like, kiting and everything that's just not really there for them, whereas there's so much kiting on Aster. Like, you got Fissures to just, like, block off and break up the fight. You're going to have the relocate saves. You have disruptions. And then even on top of that, you're going to have the ulti from Shadowfiend. So it's really hard for T1 to commit a lot of the time.
They might think about going up top. XXS could be there. This is underneath a ward. 23 Savage and Whitemon underneath that ward. A relocate play would absolutely decimate them. Obviously, don't want to reveal that ward and save it for Monkey King if possible.
Yeah.
But they're chilling, waiting for Whitemon to step out here.
White Album, 5 more seconds for the invis, and there is a sentry on the ground, so if he gets too confident, could also actually be a turnaround kill, right? If he were to walk it, like right now, this could be bad. Oh, but he knows. The creeps are following him, but of course they obviously see him, so.
Well, that reveals that there's a ward up there, and it's better to lose the Lion than the Monkey King.
Yep.
So,
Back to farming.
back to farming. Force staff queued up for the Lion. Legion trying to get back towards the BKB afterwards, it looks like.
Oh my
instead.
god. White Album, though, man. That was the talent now, plus 3 damage per soul. So
Oh,
right now
wow.
he's hitting for 329 damage. It's pretty good.
Oh, Monkey King's thinking about dropping this on him. Monet's in the area, though. And Viz?
There is a sentry down there.
Line him. Oh, Spirit's getting close.
Another Ob Sentry, man. They want this kill so bad.
Yeah, they really, really do. Cuckoo? Ooh!
Good blink out.
Ooh.
Monet was ready to just jump on anything that's moving.
That is terrified. Yeah, we'll retreat away again. But you can see, I mean, you're kind of just chilling out in the jungle and not able to farm that much on this Monkey King. I guess they're going to depend upon some of those other cores to be more of the accelerating farm. And hoping that Carl can get up towards the Shiva's Guard, which it's going to be completed right now.
That's big. That is more kiting potential, which they're definitely lacking.
And mitigating the heal, which is nice.
Yep. Hey, man, it's hard to find answers for T1 this game other than just, like, delay forever.
Yeah.
And I don't know when this gets, like... Of course, if Monkey becomes a crazy beast, like the later talents on Monkey King are just unbelievable.
I don't think he's hit like a creep in the last couple of minutes, though, if we're going to be honest. He's kind of just hanging out. There it is. Look at him go.
You know, he's hitting some creeps. Boundless Strike.
Bounce
Getting some
him between
XP.
Yeah. It's the way to be.
Definitely expecting more wards on the high ground, though. And remember, that was pigged out by the Lion, so hopefully that communication has been very clear towards 20 Savage to not go over there.
You would hope so. Yeah, he's staying pretty far back. Cuckoo, though, going to make the play now with Carl. And, of course, playing with this Lion, very quick blow-up potential. And getting dual damage, that infinite
Oh,
scan.
they know.
Oh, my God, dude. They were so ready. But they get the kill nonetheless. And the dual victory. Stunned for a while. Cuckoo going to fall. So a trade of 1-for-1, but they got the dual victory.
Yeah, those TBs were coming through. I see that ward in the mid lane. I'm not sure if it caught some of that movement or whatever
Right.
from the side of T1, but like XSS was coming through before there was even a blink from Cuckoo.
Yeah.
But hey, he did get some more damage. She's up to 70 now.
Not
pretty good.
insignificant. Infinite scaling.
Infinite
Trent.
scaling. That's what we need. We have Lion, we have Legion. So eventually, maybe Whitemon will just get to the point where he can just one-shot heroes.
There's a possibility.
That's the
you got
only
a finger
hope.
stack from that one. That's the way to be.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. So we're double scaling. Oh, perfect.
Double. Unfortunately, Aster is scaling in the net worth.
Yes.
And pretty soon here, we're going to also have another Roche respawn. And when that happens, if Aster have a free pass into the pit, I don't know if T1 can hold off the tide from pushing up their high ground.
Lonham's also actually becoming a hero on this IO now and getting in towards that mech. Just about has enough gold. And that is a very different hero. IO with and without mech.
Yeah. Can make a huge difference. Still, very slow and steady game. AFK farming going on. Oh, they ping. They knew he's up there. Yeah, 20 Savage.
I feel like he's baiting. I feel like he wants this
I
rotation.
think you're right,
and
yeah.
they're not going to find it.
Yeah, that's true. That
That-
is exactly what that was.
Yeah, and now if they manage to catch White Elm because of this on a ward, this is like the greatest play ever.
That was really, really sick. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get him. There's no smoke up as of yet.
They're hoping he's going to come to this camp. That was the play, right?
Okay, I see. Yeah, but he's not going to. But still.
Yeah, exactly. That's the play.
What a like interesting team. You can like sort of see exactly what their thought process is as they're pinging on the map and doing all that stuff.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have great news for you. It's only 2 minutes until the next Roche.
There it is.
It's better than 3 minutes. Because this is where our game is at right now. And I tell you, though, that XP going up on the Monkey King, it concerns me.
Yeah.
It really does, because I hate those later towns. They are so annoying to play against. That extra ring.
White Album.
Dire's middle tower is under
BKBs.
Dire's middle tower is
Okay. Whitemon could have jumped there. The smoke broke, and as soon as they saw that, this should also signal that there's a ward right here.
Should they pressure this down? I don't even know if that's enough to warrant it, really.
Yeah.
They're going to
Radiant
smoke,
are scattered.
go into that territory, and try and take a little bit of a high ground space,
Interesting.
knowing that no one's there with the scan.
Dire's middle tower
Okay,
is under attack.
Cuckoo revealing himself. Scan comes out. Dire knows that they're here. Gonna back away now, play around their ward. We've seen a lot of this game get played in that position, and right now, Cuckoo farming, they know that this is over here as well.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Hanging out up on the high ground. Carl, ready to jump if they want to go for it, but T1 do have the pressure that's going to be mounted towards mid. You can see, like, Aster is sort of stuck in this corner, and they're keeping this mid lane pressured out. They don't have a way to catch onto the top creep wave that's coming in either, so at
Yeah,
the very
Aster
least-
can just go take this tier 2, I think.
Yeah, that's probably the play. Although,
Oh, Queen's TPing in.
Carl blinks away afterwards.
She doesn't even, like, throw a spell.
Yeah, very aware that things could have gotten south. The rest of T1 ready to push in towards mid. Aster still in front of that tier 2.
I mean, they even just show on the wave, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're fully telling Aster what they're up to.
BKB done. Monet thinking about walking
Of course,
in. They have vision of
can
this.
Cuckoo actually get the BKB? It's coming in on this courier.
Yeah.
Do not let this one die.
The vision right
Dude,
now
I
is very
can't believe
weird.
he's flying it right there.
Dire's
Yeah, that's
middle
kind of
tower
That
crazy.
is so dangerous.
I mean, they see it now. Like, they see them on the tier 2 tower over on the left-hand side of the map. DD. Their Savage picks that one up. Vision game right now is a very weird hodgepodge. You've got, Whitemon taking away this one. This is a good ward to get off.
tower is under
So now, Aster are kind of encapsulated in an area without vision. There's only one ward that they have, and they're not even playing near it. As they walk up a high ground, 23 Savage pops the ulti.
God.
Monet blows them up. But there's the stun now, trying to take down one. Lanham in a little bit of trouble. XXS thinking about going for the jump. Carl finds him, trying to kite Monet to the best of their abilities, but the save away from the Sonic Wave. What a play. Borax able to get there in time, and now Cuckoo in some trouble. White Album is following the fissure block off. Koo in some trouble. Will they kill him? Yes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In spite of the lack of vision, Aster win that fight.
They did so much to try and set themselves into an advantageous team fight from T1. Like, they know they're behind. They know that the tools they have right now just aren't on par with what Aster have got, and both in heroes and in items. Like, the situation they found themselves in without getting a big snowball is a dire one. But Aster just, that's the best case scenario, right? You jump up the high ground like that and just kill the lion.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
Perfect, and just a bit too far forward. Again,
But
this
what was
matchup-
it you said as we started? If you were a Thunder Predator fan,
Yeah.
the only thing you don't want is a 1-1.
It's true. It makes a really big difference. And likewise, this sets up things to be kind of interesting for the upper bracket, hypothetically, as well. Like, for Thunder Predator, these guys going 1-1 really hurts. For each of these teams, I think it's okay. They would love to be 2-0, but it probably means that upper bracket is out of reach for each of them if it finishes the way that it's starting to look like it could. But, you know, group stage, always a mess.
Okay, but what if T1 pull this one back? Then how are we looking?
If they do that, then things are really scary for Aster. Particularly because, again, you have to keep in context, Aster played against, like, Undying on day number 1.
Oh, yeah, true.
And that's a game that you realistically, I mean, it sort of depends on where you're at, but it feels like that was really good luck for Undying to get that pairing this early on when they were playing with 86. But Aster is the type of team that's going to get better with each and every day that moves on. So we'll have to see. Time will tell, but this game, if Aster want to keep their hopes of potentially an upper bracket berth in their mind, then they're going to have to win this one out. And for T1, would really love to be able to close this one, or rather make a comeback happen.
Well, with that Roche, we of course have the Aghanims. There's some on the Ursa now too. So that is a 18-second. So that means for 13 seconds he's not enraged, and then in those 13 seconds he can also be Earthshocked too.
It's so crazy. Well, it is felt like some early game stuff went well for T1, but this Monkey King position 1, I have really not believed in much. Fissure, Echo, what? They catch him, but then the turnaround comes so quickly. Monet, the relocate comes in, they're draining all of his mana. Can they find any kills? There's the duel. Meanwhile, on the other side for the SF, and he ends up falling. So they end up trading 2 for 1 there, trying to kite out this Ursa now. As the Sonic Wave is done, they burn through that Aegis. What was this fight from Aster? Cuckoo trying to chase through. Carl keeping him under control. The Hex is there. They want to bring down Lanham. Zephyr getting pulled in, but there's going to be the Dispel. Can they do anything else afterwards? Carl backs away, still kiting. Silence off to the side. Whitemon gets caught, but Monet, he's completely out of mana. And Lanham can't get him out of here. Dropping down somewhat low. There's the chase down. Carl gets the blink away. Revealing Lanham blinks out yet again. Borax living through this one. There's going to be the pushback.
The blink.
Unbelievable. Cuckoo looking for round 2, trying to chase down Borax, but he's also 4 staff away. They're kiting this bear perfectly. Whitemon played this game about as good as you could, but 23 Savage gives him the tip and then the jump out from everybody else. What a fight.
Yeah. They went for the jumper away because he went Fissure into the Echo from XSS.
Yes.
Trying to force this fight on the tower, but Whitemon was just spaced far enough back. They didn't actually get stunned by the Aftershock, I believe, and that's what started the whole chain stun on the XSS and led to his death.
And the Echo, or the Psychic Headband pushback on the Ursa to keep him alive, like so many solid performances right there and able to control for the fight. Again, you look at this one, the jump out happens.
Yeah, you can see Whitemon gets the Hex right
but
there,
he took the damage from the Echo but didn't
Yeah.
get hit by the Aftershock. Jeez.
Yeah, that is brutal. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Could have obviously went a little bit better, but man, once that Wukong comes out, I'm telling you, it's a problem.
It is.
You know, it is a major problem. And when you get to 25 and it's even bigger, it doesn't matter where your net worth lead is. It feels like you can't fight in it, especially as a support, right? And they're pretty reliant on their supports for these stages we talked about. And the delay from T1, this game was in a much worse state 10 minutes ago. But
Yes.
T1 delayed for a very long time. Good pushes out on the side lane. 23 Savage constantly going from tree to tree, keeping an eye on them, baiting by jumping to that ward and jumping back. And now we have some kiting tools available. It started with the Shivas. We
Yes.
have the Yule Scepter on Zephyr. We have the Force Staff as well on Whitemon, done. And that's like a headbang, he said. Now we can get into a Ghost Scepter maybe, or his own Yule. So like actual tools on every hero to try and frustrate this Ursa.
Well, and then of course, the Ursa eventually thinking about maybe a nullifier or something. You might have to work towards that, at least for the moment. Monet wanting to get the Swift Blink online first. So everything that they possibly can get. But again, it was also around this great ward that's placed up here. They want to make
Yes.
sure. And they, dude, have we seen this before? Yes, indeed. 23 Savage jumps in. Are they going to try and go onto this guy? Where do they jump? Do they have the vision?
No, they have a sentry down too, so they might spot this.
Oh,
Yeah,
Borax.
he just goes in.
Hello, hello. Blink away by Whitemon, and they're going to TP out. Fool me once. Shame on you.
Well, back to base and back to the push out. So, mission successful from T1, and they've gave everyone what they wanted. Another Roche fight,
See-
because that's what we're going to wait for.
Here's the thing. Like, Monet is 11k gold up, but he can't stay on these targets.
Oh, I know this one. I know this one. Teacher, pick me.
Tell
it's
me.
because they nerfed the ever-living everything out of Abyssal.
Yeah.
You know?
Radiant's top tower
This hero was way crazier when that for some reason became a Blink Dagger.
It's pretty crazy how much that has changed things.
Yes.
And-
And you can see it in the fights.
Yeah, it
Like,
makes all the difference.
It's way harder to stick on targets.
And the other thing that ended up, I think, really making a big difference in that last one was the mana drain from Lion. Like, him taking all the mana away from Ursa, it really caused trouble because he couldn't, you know, go for overpower hits. He couldn't go for the Earth Shocks to get the status resistance, like everything.
Maybe he won't be able to Abyssal. That would be pretty crazy. Imagine not Abyssaling because of a mana drain. That would be frustrating. 23 Savage, caught with the disruption.
You have friends nearby, ready to go. but no way to stop that one. Oh, White Album also pops BKB. That was a little bit weird, but sure it will be fine as Aster take a nice pick off onto that Monkey King. This is the part that's sort of weird about this hero, right? Is that you love to have it for the vision, but if you have to rely upon it for the vision, it kind of feels weird and bad.
Was that just like a Glimmer Cape Scout from the Shout Demon?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because that, like, I literally just panned over and he just got disrupted.
Yeah.
He died. Ah, the obs word. Thanks, JJ. Saw him moving towards the Ancients, obviously.
Jump in, Cuckoo. Force Staff keeping him alive. Disarm afterwards. The pressure being mounted up on the high ground now. No Monkey King.
Ooh, Bloodthorn on Carl. That's a significant damage amp.
This is a dangerous position, though, for Aster. You get caught out here, suddenly things could go very quickly
Remember,
south.
White Album doesn't have BKB. He's relying on that cheese right now.
It's a dangerous situation. Carl blinks back afterwards. Yule Scepter lift up. There's a fissure to interrupt. Cuckoo. Close and personal. Stomp afterwards, going to connect onto both of them. They get a lane of racks, but you can see T1 feel comfortable losing that one.
Wow.
And don't want to buy back on the Monkey King.
Yeah, no buyback being used. And our Roche's instant 10-second respawn. That thing is coming back right away. Will they go? Just happen to check?
I mean,
It's so early. Oh,
it is.
You got a Shadow Demon. You're going to check.
Surely.
They're going to be like, oh my, wow, I can't believe it. Guys, it's here. Go, 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 go.
This is big.
Oh,
And
that's so bad for T1.
That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. They're going to smoke up and try and get here, and they're going to get here a couple seconds too late.
All right,
Again,
SFX.
you have a 10-second difference there in terms of when Roche respawns. They're at that one.
Oh, man. All right, what do we got here? Oh, they're passing it over.
Shadow Demon.
Oh, let's go. Excellent. This one's so sick. It's one of the best eggs for supports.
Can T1 do this now? You've got Double Cheese, Shadow Fiend, Io, Aegis on Ursa, and then, of course, that Aghanim's given over, and this is now a really huge lead for Team Aster. 25,000 gold. Now, there are a couple of things there. Obviously, the Shibas. Was there any other thing else that's the regen reduction or healing reduction? I don't think so. It's gotten picked up yet. A Scotty done for the Monkey King. That will make a bit of a difference with these cheeses.
They're on closeout time with this gem purchase for Borax.
Yeah.
They just want to end this. And oh my god, the eggs into the Mask of Madness for Sever. He's trying, doing everything he can to try and salvage this one, and then thinking about the crit stick 2 into the Daedalus.
Is definitely desperation point. Yeah, he's got the Astral Spirit hero attack damage and the 100% cleave.
Well, if they're too clumped.
There's a hope, a dream. Zephyr says, I'll take it in my own hands. Jump in, find one. That's a great one to get. Disarm with the BKB. Whitemon's keeping them isolated on the other side. There's the Sonic Wave. Whitemon in trouble. Pops the cheese early. Carl on top of him. This fight can't go good for Aster.
Oh, he's dead.
Takes him down. They bought back on the Shadow Demon to get into there. Now the control onto Monet. What else they got left? Jump forward. Fissure, is it going to be enough? No. They got him slept. Monet still being kited.
That's a lot of buybacks.
Look at this. They buy back on everybody and the jump away.
Just run.
Monet, he wants more. This guy's crazy.
You've won this fight. Just
They want to try and get out of there. They'll get the kill onto Whitemon.
Fine.
And T1 managed to pull this back. Look at the gold swing.
I got to see this ET damage too. Like 2,700 and Queen of Pain just laying it all out there too. That Earth Splitter just annihilating the Shadow Fiend. Triple buyback. Io, Shadow Demon, and Shadow Fiend.
All cheese used. Everything. Didn't get a spell off on the rest of them. Disarm there. Monet still being kited around. Fissure off the mark. Aster feeling like they want to go right now, but they're looking a little shaky. White Album still in Viz. The break, the chase down. Zephyr gets the lift up. He's throwing out that Astral Spirit. Still living through this. There's the buyback. Cuckoo walks in. Splitter comes out afterwards if they want it. They have the stomp onto 3. Do they have the chase down? They get the Io, but the disruption is there. Do they have enough afterwards? White Album turning. Zephyr right on top of him. Look at this ET. He's beating him down. The Indonesian sensation sweeping the nation. Shaking down another one. XXS wants the kill, but 23 Savage able to walk away. They're dead for 2 minutes. No buyback. Looking for more. They got him again. XXS tries to control, but there's no damage afterwards. T1
hit him,
all
Zephyr.
in on Monet. Take him down. And just like that, the game swings back around as XXS gets caught. Refresher shard still in the backpack. That ain't gonna help you now. They take them all down dead.
A 10x streak, I believe, has just been awarded there from that Ursa. And, well, the build paid off here from Zephyr.
Oh my god, look at it. Look at all the damage coming out from every source.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not just one hero, right? Like, Zephyr has like increased his own damage output very heavily, obviously, with this build, but this is what happens when it goes like, do you guys see that Wukong's command?
Yes.
They delayed this game. That thing is just stupid. You can't fight in it. It feels impossible. There's just these monkeys bashing you, hitting you with their sticks.
And this is what you were talking about, the danger of the levels on 23 Savage, who's been left alone. There is no buyback for the Io, no buyback for the Shadow Fiend. This Monkey King has the Nullifier done, and when you throw that on the Ursa, guess what? All this net worth, 35,000 gold. He's not able to do anything.
All right,
They're
XSS,
taking
though,
this down.
He has double
T1.
dunked. He's trying something here with the Shaker. They've given him the Refresher.
He needs everything. He needs absolutely everything, and a bit more on top of that. But do they have the damage? There's the lift up. Chaos, Carl gets the blink away, but they catch him. The save coming out, Borax, you can't dispel that one, but the Wukong's command is down and he is dead, and just like that, T1 take them all down, eyes on the prize for the tier 4 towers, and they have the press the attack AoE, they catch out Monet, he ends up dying, Cuckoo feeling himself, and T1 gonna take this 2-0 over Aster. Can you believe it?
This is like some military tactic stuff happening here from T1. Like the way that they just form, they drop back, and they collapse in like that using the Wukong's command. Aster got baited, you know?
They did. They got completely baited. And did T1 get a Roche? I feel like Aster got every Roche.
Aster got pretty much everything that game except the win.
Oh, it's painful. It's so painful out there. And what a solid performance from T1.
Yeah, that was incredible. It's crazy. It comes down to one fight like that too, with those bad buybacks in a situation like that around your outpost, and you're TPing back in because you think oh, this is it. We can get this one win, and maybe they don't have buybacks. We can go high ground. Going high ground after that proved to be the fatal flaw there. But I think they saw that it was just getting harder and harder.
I think we got too hyped. We might have even knocked the camera shot off that's marked, but that's perfectly fine.
You're
so
welcome.
excited for this game number 2 and the way that it went. A bunch of TI first-timers come in and put on a hell of a performance. But for now, we're going to go a quick break, and we'll see y'all afterwards. Welcome back, all you fine folks out there. We had a great first series of the day. Still 4 more best of 2s to play. Is that right?
Yes.
We can do math here. And you know what else we can do? We can hop right into the game in just a moment because we do have Quincy Crew facing off against Team Spirit, and the draft has already gone underway. So we're in a weird place with Group B. I personally think this is the much stronger group. I don't know how you feel about it, but it looks good where they're at.
Yeah, sounds about right. Which team has... Wait, which group has more North American teams?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
What do you?
Isn't that
what
how
do
math
you
works?
mean? Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
well, Group A does.
Yeah, so Group A has 2 North American teams, so I guess you must be incorrect, obviously.
That is true.
Yeah, doesn't matter what the standings say, obviously. Yes.
But in Group B, where we are,
Yes.
Quincy Crew currently is tied for last with SG and with Team Spirit.
I find that so surprising with Team Spirit, I have to say, because we have had the one series that we cast of Team Spirit. They absolutely rolled Elephant. Like,
Yes.
it was crazy. I was like, wow, Elephant are terrible. Team Spirit looked really good. But unfortunately, that was more of a case, and even watching it, you could tell that it was more like Elephants weren't doing a whole lot.
And I think that part of that was because they had a really, really bad matchup. Like right after they lost that Vici series, they just felt demoralized and didn't really do all that much the entire time. Now, the flip side to that is that Team Spirit have already faced off against Vici, they faced off against Secret, and they faced off against LGD.
Okay, so very tough teams.
But the bad side is they lost all of them 2-0.
Uh-huh.
But they did beat Elephant 2-0. So this is like a really important match for them. And Team Spirit, they can just write off all those other ones, say, hey, Elephant came in, we owned it. And Team Spirit, they can say, hey, Quincy Crew, let's come out and wreck these dudes. Quincy Crew, on the other hand, they've also had some tough matchups. They went 0-2 against Vici, 0-2 against LGD, and then they went 1-1 against Fnatic and 1-1 against Beast Coast.
Oh, interesting. I feel like those are teams that you would have ranked pretty similarly to coming in. Like
Yes.
Beast Coast, Fnatic, Quincy Crew, I think are sort of around that same level. So
This is where we're going to decide a lot of things, I think. Either team can win this one, but if either one gets a decisive 2-0, there's a decent chance that they're going to be able to battle it out amongst that Beast Coast Fnatic era
yes.
for that last upper bracket spot. That's what it feels like we're playing for here.
Yeah, this is very interesting because Secret, you would think, are probably pretty close to having that last slot as well. But Secret, they still have to play against Vici as well, who've looked pretty strong. And then Secret, they dropped those 2 games to Beast Coast. So even
Yes.
Secret's like 3rd slot,
It's not guaranteed.
No. So
They
really,
went-
we kind of have 2 slots up for grabs still. Really.
Right, exactly. Elephant went 1-1, rather, Elephant went 1-1 against Secret, and then Secret was able to take 1 game off of LGD, which nobody else has been able to do yet. So that's the big win that they have, but of course the 0-2 from Beast Coast sort of cancels that out. By and large, the biggest thing here is that the matchup is just, everything's still to be decided, everything's up in the air, and realistically, anybody can get upper bracket. I think even SG at this point, if they're playing, I mean, that might be a little bit too crazy because they've played some of the worst teams. They haven't played the LGD, for instance, yet, but they have played Secret and Vici. But I think it'd be pretty hard for SG to get upper bracket, but it's not outside of the possibility.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Coming into this one, though, don't tell the other North Americans guys, but I do favor Team Spirit. I don't know if that's an outside. Is that a strange opinion? Because I feel like
No.
Team Spirit are just this like. They're a terrifying unit. And I know that they've lost to their series, but when I watched them versus Elephant, I was like, these are the guys that I saw in the DPC.
Yes.
They're bringing that here right now. And if they can keep that momentum upwards, I could seriously see them just like 2-0ing the rest of their games.
Yeah, and I think that not only are they the type of team that has like, so the way that I think about them is that they have a very high ceiling and a very low floor. It could go either way with them on any given day.
Sounds like Quincy Crew.
Exactly. It's the exact same thing. And that's why I felt like Group B was stronger, because the highest highs that these teams can compete in, like Team Spirit,
Okay, all right.
I could see them getting top 8 very easily at this event.
Right.
Things need to break right for them. Things need to do well, but it could happen. Quincy Crew, I could see top 6 for them. Both of these teams could also go out in the first day of the main stage. And I wouldn't be terribly surprised if it happened. Just because of how back and forth it can be.
It's a volatile format, that's for sure.
Right. I will say that I think that Quincy Crew's ceiling is higher than Spirit's, though.
Oh, interesting. I
But-
don't know if I'd agree with that.
Really?
Spirit have the anime power. They did a run-in at the major.
5 seconds.
Power
You're
of anime.
forgetting.
I'm not an anime fan, so.
Well,
oh,
neither
no,
am I,
just
but I
outed
saw the
myself.
run. I knew what it was.
That's true. That was
You
good.
know, that major was the most education of anime I've ever had in my entire life.
That's that's a fair point. Not even like working in Dota has educated you that much. Just had to have the event itself.
All I see is the profile pictures.
So the other thing that I'll mention here
Team
is
Spirit's
that
turn to
Quincy
ban.
Crew, I think, have been looking worse throughout the event than Spirit have. The matchups that I saw last night with them from Fnatic, very disappointing. There were a couple of matchups in the LGD game where it felt like the draft was good and things were looking solid and they could have won it. It was like a Sand
10
King AA
seconds
opening or
remaining.
something like that, and it didn't happen.
Why are we taking so long with this Tiny ban?
I don't know.
5
Are they going to
seconds
take Tiny?
remaining.
That must be the discussion. Because, he's still in there, and they
Team
have the Wolf.
Spirit's
All right, they're
turn
taking
to
Tiny,
pick.
right? Surely. Team Spirit are taking Tiny here.
Quincy Crew's turn
This is
to
also a
All right,
change-up.
we're
Yeah,
good.
they do take it now.
Okay, just everyone breathe. Okay.
I feel like this was the exact same opening that we saw, though, from a Quincy Crew draft where they did Clockwork, Snapfire, and then I think Tiny. Maybe it was some other hero that was in there as well, but this combo is something that they've done and are opting
10
to give it up
seconds
now,
remaining.
and instead opting for the Lycan Earthshaker.
Yeah, and it
5
has you wondering
seconds remaining.
what's the Lycan combo going to be, right? I mean, the reason why the Tiny clearly comes to mind is that we've seen so many teams doing the Wolf Bite into the Tiny, but what if there's no Tiny?
Then you won't wolf bite him.
No, you got to find someone new. A new buddy.
And I'm not sure what that is because I feel like Yuar's hero pool, it feel like a lot of them got nerfed in the lead up to this.
Yeah?
A lot of the heroes that he was the strongest on. But I'm not
Quincy
sure
Crew's
exactly where
turn to
to go with him now. This is a Quinn hero, though.
The way they play the DPC, at least in my eyes, when I watched them, was I always considered the idea of they just want everyone to be able to do something all the time. They don't like this whole go off and farm the whole time for Yower, right? It's just like you want to be there, be present, be
seconds
engaged in the
remaining.
fight, join for tower pushes, not necessarily farm the
5
quad
seconds
stack of
remaining.
ancients.
Yeah. And that is a lot more what we're seeing now.
And well, and a lot of those heroes did get nerfed. Like the Jug, that was like a staple for them for
Spirit's
quite a long
turn
time.
to pick.
Ooh, I like this, though. I think this is good. This is an LOA, most likely Winter Wyvern, and then this is an MSS Shaker. Does that
Yeah.
how it looks to you as well?
That would be the guess. I mean, there's obviously chances all over the place here.
You do a Yawer Lycan and then
Yeah.
or Shaker
10 seconds
for
remaining.
Leslau.
Quincy
Yeah, theoretically,
Crew's
but
turn to
we'll
bat.
hope not. And, all right, then I'll go too crazy with the pick. I had some thoughts of. Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe last we might get a Necrophos. I don't know if you're into that, but when I see the Ember, the Necrophos always pops up, and depending on what that last hero is, if it's like a tanky hero for Quincy Crew, I could definitely see Necrophos looking really good for Team Spirit.
10
This
seconds
Night Stalker's
remaining.
scary, though. This is a spooky one. It does
5
sort of
seconds
reveal
remaining.
what the laning matchup is going to be right at the start, though. Snapfire Night Stalker, then Clock Tiny as a lane together, and then they're going to have that last counter pick for mid.
And Quincy Crew are going to need to find that. I'm really curious actually about the bans. I'm really happy that Quincy Crew didn't take a position 1 because I
Yeah.
want to know what Team Spirit think are really good with the Wolf Bite
Yeah,
outside of Tiny.
that's a good point.
Because Team Spirit and I, we're on the same page in the drafts. I find when I'm considering heroes, they're banning the same things. So I don't think that's a good thing for them necessarily. You probably don't want to be in my headspace. Not the most solid. That probably means that you're only considering the most obvious options possible.
Well,
but that's
they're good
okay.
options,
Well, obviously.
truly and surely. So bans for Quincy Crew. What do they want to take out? Mids that are going to counter Ember. Do they
That's the
value the Necro as this annoying thing? I mean, I'm sure Quinn knows a ton that sort of are the worst to deal with.
Team Spirit's
There it is.
turn to ban.
I wanted it so bad, guys.
It's not going to happen.
Don't get it. I love how this is just like every Ember player is like Necrophos.
Yeah.
I hate it. It's unplayable.
Yeah.
And yet it's no one in their pubs is just gonna oh yeah, I'll just counter that mid with my Necrophos.
10
No one wants to
seconds
bust out that
remaining.
guy.
True enough. It's annoying.
He's not the funnest hero without coordination. You
5
go up to scythe
seconds
somebody,
remaining.
you don't know what's happening.
Just never happens.
Quincy
It's never
Crew's
enough.
Turn to ban.
Sven would have been interesting. I was thinking about the Lifestealer potentially again. It's weird against the Night Stalker, though. That's the problem. Like, Lifestealer, I think, has been raising a lot, but it feels like if you get jumped on by the NS, you're gonna have to go BKB on it, which you just
10
don't want to have to
seconds
do.
remaining.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Plus, there's already a clockwork too, so like relying on
Yeah.
magic
5
immunity
seconds
also being
remaining.
cast from you is a little bit awkward here.
Team spirits turn to battle.
And a Bat Rider, okay, that one pretty good too. Very similar idea in a lot of ways, but also with a decent lane counter would have given them a little bit more secure initiation here. Can I get a Wolfbite Spectre? Is that a thing?
I was wondering about that. It
Spectre-
doesn't sound good.
It doesn't look
10
that good this
seconds
game either,
remaining.
honestly.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these heroes don't really care. Like, some supports really hate it when the Haunt
5
comes out.
seconds remaining.
Clock and Snapfire, I don't see as being too annoyed, really.
What about an Alk? Is that
Out
crazy?
for Quincy with 1 pick left.
Is that insane?
They could theoretically flex in a few ways that it could be a little annoying, but
I mean, like,
Fancy
is the
Crew's turn
wolf
to
bite
pick.
hero?
yeah. Yeah,
Not
but
the-
I'm just seeing, like, you know, like maybe like a squeeze in an AA or something.
Oh, I see what
there,
you're
you
saying.
know?
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I don't know. The other options there are sort of a little bit strange. Like, maybe
10
a
seconds
PA
remaining.
is that? Ugh. Doesn't sound good, does it?
5 seconds.
I feel like Quincy, you're
remaining.
just going through the same discussion of just like, huh. So we didn't get Tiny. Shocking, I'm
Right.
sure. Obviously, they have some sort of a backup plan here, but
Ooh.
they are taking their
The bear.
time.
Turn to pick.
The troll.
Okay.
Oh, we saw this bandit earlier, actually, in the Lycan game too, and same with the IO as well as you know, a hero that's obviously gaining steam. Now it does suffer from some of the same problems though that the Lifestealer discussion or like the Juggernaut would have had with that silence, because troll
Yeah.
obviously relies a lot on utilizing like the debuff and the
10
dispel,
seconds
just like
remaining.
trying to get away and cause you to miss attacks, and you can't
5
do that
seconds
if you're
remaining.
silenced. So, but he always buys BKB, so it's kind of whatever.
Wyvern still have that night vision talent? I'm trying to remember.
I think so, unless it got removed.
There's an opportunity there to maybe be an answer for the NS potentially. I think I'm just thinking
Pretty
about
sure
the
it's
vision.
still there, right? It's definitely not there.
No,
No
no longer.
No, it is gone. Did they get rid of all of them?
I feel like they
No,
might have.
Spearbreaker still is the one at 10 with 500.
Okay.
All right. But Wyvern's not as cool apparently anymore. Not allowed.
I guess they can make use of the wolf bite stuff.
You may now select your
TB
heroes.
as the last pick.
Ooh, that's the ultimate counter pick to Lycan. Makes you very sad. So what you do in lane, God, I'm gonna sound so smart. All right, I stole this from BSJ, so I'm not actually that smart.
Do it to
But
it.
what you do is you level reflection instead, because then you just keep copying the Lycan and you get the buff
Ooh.
with the HP regen and everything.
All right, that sounds cool.
Yeah. It's like super easy laning, and then you just bully him. You don't even take meta, because, as he said, because meta's really bad now. So we'll see if Yatoro does it.
Well, a lot on the line for both these teams here. Again, we talked about what potentially could happen in the group stage. The biggest thing to keep in mind is that right now these two teams are tied for the bottom of the group. A 1-1 series finish for both of them
10 seconds.
doesn't feel that good.
No, you're still just in the question marks at that point.
Exactly, and then it's probably
remaining.
going to come down to tiebreakers to not be eliminated out of the groups. But likewise, if you lose 0-2, it's real bad. And then, of course, you're sort of battling with SG for not getting knocked out also. But regardless, we'll see what ends up happening. Game number 1 on the way. Eastern Europe versus North America.
I see a game where Team Spirit look like they have 4 very fun heroes for the early game. Like,
Yeah.
they could just get like total chaos mode, run at you, and look at the plays they have, right? They have so many cool combos in between these heroes. Like, there's everyone kind of combos with the cogs in a certain way, right? You have like your toss plays that go with it. You have the cookie plays. You have the Night Stalker who can just like fly over top of them. So even though it's his ally, he doesn't have to worry about it. This is some frightening stuff.
It definitely is. And then on the other side for Quincy Crew, the goals are big team fight ultimates. Wyvern. You know, you've got in this situation, what,
man.
4 melee heroes?
Yeah, that part's nice.
That could be pretty solid.
Honestly, it's kind of like 5, even with Snap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, plays pretty close.
It's true. And then on top of that, you've got the follow-up there with the Earthshaker. If you can make the big Wombo combo happen, could be pretty good there indeed. And then the biggest thing is going to be, can Quinn have a game? You know, on this Ember, he's going to need to get into a BKB to deal with the potential damage coming out at him. But I think that if he can sort of be a little bit more free in this one and run in, be the first person to start acting up and getting some action in, everything will be sort of coming out from that. And then for Spirit, just lock down Quinn, kill Quinn. You get the Callahan, he's done. Can it happen, though? Will it happen?
I would rather have Team Spirit's heroes.
Yeah.
Good luck, have F9. And you type that really fast. 9's pretty far away from you.
Quinn
I'm really impressed.
did some nice little, what is that? Is this elite speak? Or?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. Thank you very much, LOA. What a great voice line. It is going to be a run on out, smoke up from Quincy Crew to start this game. As Lycan just hanging out in the base, going to send his little feral wolves out to scout out the areas.
Oh man, this is such a good. We talked a lot about support 5 Clockwork, but we've also talked a lot about Vision. You know, I heard some of the other casters on their streams also talking about support Vision. It feels like we're all coming to the same conclusion.
Yes.
That it feels like having support to the Vision is really awesome.
Yes.
And Clockwork Position 5 clearly going to offer that to you with the Flare. And you're versus your favorite hero, Earthshaker.
Oh,
Nothing
yeah.
better than countering an Earthshaker when you're playing Clockwork. Okay, maybe ET. It's equally as annoying for that player. But do have the Lycan Wolves. So really sneaky Lycan players will send the Wolves to follow you as Clockwork, even during a team fight. And if they're really able to, they'll just micro it, right? So it blocks your hook shot. Very annoying.
Really solid. Yeah, and that is one thing with the Team Spirit lineup is that, you know, if you're able to interrupt that Clockwork, the follow-up is sort of weird, right? It's not hard lockdown. BKBs are going to be really good this game against Spirit, I think, as long as Clockwork is not like getting completely out of control. And Maposhka, who is running in to try and sneak away the bounty rune right down from Leslau. Gets there, a
he
little
gets
quick on it.
Yeah,
Nicely played.
He didn't even take a spell. He didn't even like force the cogs
No.
purchase or like what purchase or skill up there.
Purchase with levels.
Yeah,
Good stuff, dude.
I'm ready, guys. Don't worry. Series number 2.
There it is, right on top of it. But yeah, it's going to be a run in there and sneak, but that sets up for 2 bounty runes. Oh, they're not going to get him. Wait, maybe Leslau moving in, just trying to get the. This is the most important body block of Leslau's life right now, but they will get the fissure block off.
He tips
MSS,
them
that's
too.
sick. That's good. It's like you thought you were good. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just respect.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. He's a fan. He knows the Clockwork plays.
He took meta on the TB and went for it immediately.
I think it might be a level 1 play.
Okay. Okay.
We'll see how many points it takes from reflection.
Well, as we see the movement over body blocks on the small camp up on the top side of the lane, they won't have access to that pole right away. Maposhka did let the other camp spawn, though, so Quincy will have access to their pole. But you can see the frustration of running into this Clockwork, who does have boots ready, and MSS can have to pull that second wave.
Oh.
It's a lot of damage.
It's okay. It's level 1 though, so the damage is guaranteed, right? Like you know what's gonna happen to you. Oh no! Oh no! Creeps.
Oh my God, that feels so bad.
Problems abound.
Jeez.
I got 1, guys.
I mean, getting 1 is important at least, because then you're going to be able to pull the wave and have it connect at least. But
I mean, 1 is something. Like your Shaker versus Clockwork, you can't ask for much more.
I mean, he could have just not sent the wolves over, right?
Wow.
That was dubious.
I think there were still some issues.
Yeah. Well, regardless, 2 minutes. Small camp will spawn, and they're going to try and come back up there. But not the end of the world, but a frustrating start in that top lane. Toronto Tokyo going up against Quinn mid. So far, 9-4 versus the 10-2.
And Maposhka, what is he doing? He tried to go catch the wave, but he missed it. He was trying to get equally sneaky.
Yeah. Not perfect there from him. Bottom lane has looked pretty okay, it looks like. 7-0, although granted Troll has gotten 15 last hits, the top 1 at the moment. There's going to be a quick little pushback there. As Quinn will pick up the Water Rune, Toronto Tokyo already haven't gotten the other. and
Yeah.
waiting for the creep wave to come in.
Yeah, that's an aspect we didn't even discuss, though, this idea of, like, you know, they ban out these mid heroes, but in the end, because you pick the Ember, they can just send Toronto Tokyo mid on the Tiny, right?
Yeah.
We've obviously seen so much one Tiny lately, but we've also been privy to quite a few, ooh, nice MSS Revenge there on the Courier kill, but we did some mid Tinies, most notably Thompson, I would say, from OG, played in some of our games, and it was really interesting to see how much they would give him quite a bit of net worth early, obviously, but he would fall off like crazy because he wouldn't go for, like, the shard.
Quick run in there. Maposhka able to get the bounty rune, but didn't get in range. And MSS again going to give him the good old laugh track there. Loving the voice lines. But it is a bounty rune picked up from Maposhka again, able to sneak it away from him there. But yeah, things looking good right now for Team Spirit in the laning stage, it feels like. And Quinn, Water Rune, trying to push back on Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, who's coming mid, right? It's 4 minutes. What's going? Are we gonna help Toronto Tokyo? Still got his bounty rune. And it looks like Quinn might be able to get both of them here potentially, but no, he's not gonna go south. Toronto Tokyo will have it secured. So 1 for 1 on the old water runes. Oh, I say
no,
that
Maposhka,
Maposhka,
he
he
came
actually
over.
did come back.
Yeah.
All right, no such luck there for Quinn. Quinn guaranteed runes Callahan.
Not gonna be this time. Collapse. TP's out. Ooh, not happening. LOA gets the kill. That's huge. That's a TP as well.
Yeah, that's the walk of shame. And Mira also still very low. Oh, that was nice.
That was well played by War.
You did get the last though, I think.
Yeah. Almost able to
Oh,
get
it's
him.
denies too. Jeez. Yeah, we're so annoying.
Toronto Tokyo underneath the tower. The rotation over from MSS. They're glyphing the wave, getting the damage in with that Blightstone. Good amount, and able to find themselves another kill. LOA picking that one up, and they're even going to cancel the TP mid.
Yeah, he's got both kills so far. All right, position 5. See how it goes. Just coming in with a guarantee. 3 heroes just running mid. Is this hurting their Lycan? Not that much. I mean, he's still 16 last. It's same as Collapse, and obviously he hasn't died, so that's great. And he's using the Wolves for the pull here too. Oh, yeah, man, that was a very unfortunate nighttime, but it's okay.
Yeah. And they were able to get a couple of those pulls off to the side as well. The creeps getting taken down by that hard camp. So it is a little bit of tough stuff being dealt with by the Lycan.
Maposhka's going for a really deep ward here. And he was not scouted doing this. So this will let them know if there's any ancient stacks going on.
Yeah, not really the heroes to take it with that well, as at least for now. You see Troll not opting to go in for a Battle Fury or anything like that. Just sort of sitting pretty with a bunch of those small little items.
The cool item, the Falcon Blade Maelstrom, perhaps.
Oh yeah.
All the cool carries, you know. That's all they're into right now.
But yeah, we've sort of devolved into, like, you know, 3 lanes and kind of a jungly type thing as Maposhka and MSS keep rotating and making these moves around
He
to
was
the
close
side.
enough, even with the root, to get the regen.
Might be in some trouble though. Toronto Tokyo getting jumped on. Quinn going for the body blocks, finds the kill.
That's so unusual, because usually they'll have the toss, right? You can
Yeah.
like force out a remnant or something, but he doesn't have available right now, level 6, because this is the new age Tiny going for the maximum greed with the farming speed.
So 3-0 start. This is where Quincy crew tend to shine, and I think the biggest problem that they've had.
Getting more kills in their opponent. Yes, we got this one, guys.
Well, but I mean, this is
In the laning stage, yeah.
in the laning stage, and then it all falls apart around mid game.
Yeah.
Like it's so quintessential Quincy crew, which is a hell of a phrase.
Yeah, you are not wrong, though. It's become a bit of an unfortunate pattern, it would
Right.
seem. And, you know, they've said in interviews, right, I always hear Cap talk about this, about the idea of they had to up their laning game
Yeah.
just because of being in the same region as EG, and that's something that they're just all so good at. So to compete with them, you know, and you know, they coach each other as well, helping out on the lanes. Like, Quinn's giving the tips to like, Lelis and stuff for, like, that 1v1 style plays that you can do.
MSS, because of all this time they spent in the jungle, is just level 2. And, I mean, LOA with a couple of kills has definitely started to turn into a little bit more of the 4 here on this Winter Wyvern, which you don't hate having a good amount of farm and levels on LOA at all.
Yeah, true. I mean, MSS tends to play a 4 Wyvern sometimes, right? So they know it has some strength.
True.
But yeah, he cannot really find a way to contribute very
Yatiro?
easily. This is good though. He's
Back
making
up
it.
time.
Oh, he actually blocked him off.
And there's the Ember come in as well. Does have level 7 on Itaro, but the chase down, the turn, the kill.
Damn, that was sick actually. I mean, this is a classic, right? Earthshaker contributing with just 2 levels, right?
Yeah.
We used to see this all the time with the position 5 shaker. You get like maybe Tranquils and Soul Ring. You just kind of ran around and all your plays had to be Fisher based. That's what you get right there. And Quinn, the fact that he's there ready to make that play is so nice for them because he's stealing their farm, right? They have stacks in this jungle on Spirit that Quinn is coming and taking. He's going to find another one, and he's all protected by this Observer Ward that's already been here for more than half its duration.
And Maposhka going to get ran at there. Do they have a way to break it? No. So that will be an ulti used for nothing really gained. He only went back to the tier 2 tower. That's awesome.
Well, they have tower pressure, though.
Yeah, it's good. It is a good amount of damage, definitely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Quinn now going to TP back home, but has the remnant afterwards.
Now, this is the worst part about giving a Wyvern levels, is that...
Ward!
Has been killed.
Just caught Toronto Tokyo able to find him. That ward that you talked about.
Yeah, that's true. The deep one.
It catches him off guard. This is the thing. This is the Quincy crew problem sometimes, is that, you know what they want to do, pressure in around the rest of the map, and then Team Spirit's like, okay, well, we're going to pick this tiny and then place down wards where we know that troll's going to be later and try and catch him off guard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ping's coming out here that signaling that it is just Clockwork still up here, but what do they want to do now with MSS and LOA? They've done a great job of following around Quinn, trying to get some kills. But it is an Ember, so he can't really pressure the tower,
Radiant
you know?
are scanning.
Meanwhile, bottom, that was a really good tower push to get done with a Night Stalker lane, right? Has a Vanguard first versus Lycan. I love this.
Mira tries to back away. Toronto Tokyo there. Avatoss afterwards. Collapse. Going to try and focus down this Wyvern, who sticks around enough time to get the deny on the ward, actually. And the Cold Embrace into the eventual death, and even going to get the Courier killed. Feels bad. Do they leave it for the illusion? Nope, they leave it for Toronto Tokyo. There it is.
Yeah, he could use the boost up a little bit, right? Get into that Shadow Blade. Top rune.
Nope, it's down bottom.
Man, that's brutal. At least it's not another, action rune, as we say, right? Already had the haste for the kill on Yawar.
True.
Not gonna find another one.
4-2, 1,000 gold lead for Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And
attack.
the big thing that you can sort of see is that there's not a huge difference between the net worth of all of the cores. About 600 gold separating them all, but it's a Maelstrom done now. And Leslau pops the ulti to run in at Mira. They want to go after the Snapfire. Fissure not going to quite connect on the mark, but they did have that stomp. And then afterwards, after they push away the Snapfire, try to pressure this tower. They're doing everything they can to try and shorten this game down.
Yeah, they have the curse, right? You can't just run into this. They also know there's no Dark Ascension available right now, so I love the way the Quincy crew are moving across this map. They made some mistakes and some solid punishes from Team Spirit, but overall, it feels like they don't really have a great answer to this swarm that they're just presenting them with.
So a smoke up with 4, but where do they go now? And Yawar, again, potentially a target if they recognize that he's in this area. And Maposhka's kind of going for a bit of a wraparound.
They have an obs, though. They do see him
Yeah.
running there.
Okay. But that smoke that they did right after taking the mid-tier 1 kind of translated into nothing.
Well, it does give some hesitancy because they don't know where the wards are, so
okay.
they can smoke like that and go back to different parts of their jungle, and you're forced to just stay clumped as Team Spirit. So essentially, it's like an economic loss.
Popping the winner's curse now. The rest of Team Spirit in the area. Cookie tries to do it. Silence afterwards. Nothing really to write home about. All of Team Spirit is here. Look at all 5 heroes grouped together.
And look what Quinn's doing.
He's
right?
just trying to buy some space, hook shot afterwards, but is he going to be in some trouble? The Cogs doesn't get the pushback, and MSS there with the Fissure to block this off. So 5 heroes from Spirit stuck together in the middle of the map while they have the troll off farming.
You can't fall for that. Like, if Quinn's there, he knows he can't die, right? At this point, like, yeah, sure, maybe you could try and get a chain zone. The levels aren't there yet. They didn't have Dark Ascension back up yet, so you're not going to get that nighttime for the silence to actually get a decent duration. Even then, it's still level 1, so it's only 1 extra second. Very unlikely you can bring him down. And you just wasted a lot of spells, and Quinn is just sitting in the exact same spot he was when that all started.
Well, Spirit, again, maybe not necessarily looking for action, but at least being somewhat responsive to the moves. That ward placed down within vision of Quincy crew as well. And again, Quinn trying to go in and make some chaos happen after taking that tier 1 tower. And this is basically what he's done all year. The big differential that I feel like we've seen, and the thing that's been the folly of Quincy crew, has been what happens after this point. And Team Spirit, likewise, they have a really strong timing coming up. You know, once Yutaro starts to come online, but this is a good way to make it start. Quinn goes on to Mira, trying to find a finish. Won't be able to do it, but does force the TP out.
All right, good TP. He is still farming a bit jungle, but that's all right. Didn't feed his support at the very least. Unfortunately, there's still no punish here onto Quinn.
Yeah.
And he's just going to walk away and draws the line from MSS saying, yo, connect to us up here. We kind of want to go in their Ancients. Ah, this could be a problem, though. The Shadow Blade's done. Toronto, Tokyo. This is a big reveal for them. Not going to be any sentries down. They won't be ready, and he's going to find Quinn.
But will they be able to turn this around?
gotta
The
be
rest
dead.
of them are here. Got to be careful. MSS off to the side. They jump over to the side. The Fissure is there. Control, but not enough. Cold
no.
Embrace at the last
Done.
second, but they will finish him. Collapse came in with that Void, and that was just what they needed. There was no save with the Winter's Curse, but they do still have it available. LOA tries to back. Leslau Wolves will kill the Maposhka Clockwork on the other side, but that Shadow Blade timing, so clutch.
Oh, they needed that kill so bad. It looked like he might have gone out there for
Radiant's middle tower
just
is
a
under
second,
attack.
but came in with the Void right after from Collapse and was able to cut
Dire's
right
top
through
tower
that
is
Cold
under
Embrace.
attack.
As you can see on the replay there. And he waited so long too, right, to make sure they had the chain stun going. Pretty sure he had the Cold
Radiant's
Embrace
middle
there because I
tower
think the
has
battery
fallen.
cell was still going. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if Quinn could have found a way out if he, you know, gambled and went for the lack of Cold Embrace.
Yeah, there was maybe a chance with the Fissure and everything else, but it was
Yeah.
unlikely. But as soon as they go in with one round, Quinn ready to make another action happen. Toronto Tokyo still there in Viz, but it won't be an attempted kill on this Ember Spirit yet. Yawer does have, at least this point, the Maelstrom finished along with the Falcon Blade. And, I mean, this is, again, sort of the game plan that you see from them consistently, which is he farms up while the rest of the team is out around making space.
Dire are scanning.
Well, they're going to scan and correctly identify the Quincy crew are in their jungle. So Team Spirit just going to relax back a little bit here, but I'm sure that Toronto Tokyo's eager to go back in for another Shadow Blade play.
He's been looking so good throughout this tournament. Would look to see. I mean, I guess this is the thing that's kind of interesting, right? Is that it's always felt like the last couple of minutes, Spirit are just comfortable kind of sitting back and reacting to action and then just, you know, getting kills when it comes to them.
Oh, look at this, though. Maposhka sitting under a ward.
Okay.
It's going to see Quinn coming in, so he needs the Shadow Blade Tiny over here fast, and they can go for another kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this would be nice if they can catch him. Quinn back behind.
It all
the
depends
tier
if he
two.
has Flame Guard up.
Yeah. Looks for it. Flame Guard is up now. Slowly whittling him away. And hello. Alright, time to send the Remnant back and then hide away.
Yeah, it's just so tough. Like, the matchup's fine in mid. Obviously, Toronto can just, like, farm up, but he didn't really slow down Quinn. And then there's always this frustration of the Flame Guard. And, of course, it's been buffed, too, but, you know, with the talents. And, oh. He doesn't have it up, though.
Wait a minute. I mean, he has to know they're still here.
I mean, he saw him. He got him
Yeah.
with the Blight zone,
Back
too.
towards
so.
the other side. Mira gets picked off. So a quick combo there from Leslau with his big old creep.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, Quinn
is under
reminiscent
attack.
there of 23 Savage with the baits. Right? Just, like, trying to keep them busy down bottom, and then they end up losing one of their own. Side of Team Spirit.
MSS still hanging out in that jungle. LOA drops down the sentry, and that's going to reveal there's a lot of vision over here. Does not have another sentry afterwards to go for the D ward, though. And going to try and deny it now as LOA's bringing out one. Almost was able to get the deny.
The thing about Clockwork,
Oh, he
look,
drops
and he
another.
draws him behind him on the way
Wow.
out, too.
MSS spots Collapse, TP boots in onto the creep. And they block him off. Echo Slam comes out. They have the silence afterwards, though. And Collapse just runs away. Looks like he's going to be fine there. Not even needing to pop the Dark Ascension or anything.
They're probably hoping to pop that and then go Roche, right? Like, they have the Helm of the Overlord ready. This Roche will drop very quickly if they go in there with Troll.
Yeah.
I would think that's the next goal for Quincy Cruz. So getting into that space and getting down even more vision. They already have one really good ward covering the high ground up there. It's in that spot that very rarely gets de-warded too. Sure, it has less vision, but you know, you can see they have that sentry on the high ground. Look how close it is to hitting. Right up from that pillar. That's actually ridiculous. It's like just above it.
Well, this is exactly what you want. At least as far as being able to fight around that pit area. As far as Spirit are concerned, it feels like they're fairly comfy just sitting back and getting TB more and more farmed.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't talked much about them, actually. 0, 1, and 2. Moving towards the Scotty after the Mantis' stats are... oh, Maposhka. He's actually gone for the cogs. Still has a hook shot here. He wants to try and get the finish. He's doing it. This is worth. I approve.
Oh, my God.
250, and he gave it to the TB.
That was really good.
Give might be a strong term. I think he stole it, but that's all right.
It's perfectly fine.
No, I just used my ultimate for it. Whatever. That's the sport life.
Super value. Well, regardless, though, that does... I mean, you know, Leslaw's going to have to go find himself another creep, which will be respawning in just a moment there. Quinn, can they even jump on him? I mean, this is the thing, again. You just have such a free game. Might need to get towards a BKB soon-ish. After the Aghanim Scepter, it feels like, for this Ember. But at the same time, like, there is some BKB piercing disables, so we'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, I don't know. The Blink Dagger being there on Toronto Tokyo is kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
Because now it feels even more likely, obviously, that you're just going to get blown up and you don't have your Flame Guard up.
And he's going towards a BKB on Toronto Tokyo as well. So they're pinging this out now, saying we want to go to Roche. Collapse and Toronto Tokyo showing on the tier 2 bottom. If they can make this trade-off happen.
They're going to flare it again in a second, but I think it'll be too late.
I mean, they have to know that this is happening. There's no other reason why nobody's showing up bottom.
Yeah, and there's the flare. So.
TP's coming in. They're going to lose the tower and not secure the Roche. And this is as a Scotty's completed.
This is such a greedy ward.
Can they do it?
Oh, they saw him.
They should realize now that that means that there's a ward on that high ground.
Yeah. As long as it's communicated, it looks like it was. And yeah, here it comes. See ya.
Moves on in, takes that one down. The other ward that was in the Radiant jungle still
Look at them, though.
secured.
They're going to smoke at them. Or are they going to go right into the pit? Or are they going to fight them? What's the choice here, guys?
Thinking about breaking the smoke. There's a DD there on the low ground, but they can't go. They don't feel confident with it, with the Winter Wyvern right behind him. Counter smoke now. Moves on in. They spot him. There's the jump. Save afterwards. Leslau keeping him alive and fine. Find any more afterwards. Collapse going immediately onto LOA. Nowhere left to go. Does have buyback and he used it immediately. Hook shot in afterwards. Can they catch him? Jump in from Quinn. Trying to save his buddy. MSS gets the echo off. What a play. And the Fissure going to be a little bit off the mark there for Collapse. But they come back into the fight, take down the 2 supports. And Quincy Crew ready to go for Roche.
That is not what you expect when you hookshot the Earthshaker. You're like, he won't just echo, it's just me. But there were a few friends around there to help him out there too, so. Into the Roche, easy Aegis here. And man, they must be getting close to that Aghanims. Yeah, he really is.
This is going to be interesting. It feels like this game has just been all Quincy Crew kind of running around and making action happen, but I'm worried for them for when Team Spirit start to really come online with this Terrorblade, because Yotaro is a lot of farm. This guy's big.
They have a pretty big gap between their next big items, though, on the side of Team Spirit, whereas it's a little bit smaller on Quincy. Quincy want to get this Aghanims finished on the Lycan as well as the Ember. And then they'll probably have Basher done a Troll at the same time. That is their big fighting power. They want to go with this Aegis around then and just take everything. They want to sweep through top, take the tier 2 top lane, grab the tier 2 middle, and then take the outpost for themselves, establish vision, and then just control that part of the map.
We'll see if they're able to secure all those objectives and if Team Spirit can sort of throw any wrenches in the plans along the way. It does look like they're going to keep this pressure on bottom. They can take over the outpost. Quincy Crew, in the meantime, they actually have Yawar completely alone up top, and maybe they thought that nobody was going to come towards mid. Team Spirit not anticipating this movement. With Yawar showing up their top, they were just like, okay, well, we can just go back towards mid, and they find a kill.
You can make sort of unusual plays sometimes versus Night Stalker as long as you're diligent about timing his ulti.
Yeah.
Because like, he just does not want to fight, and they just got a Roche right when nighttime was ending. So this is like a worst case scenario when you're playing Night Stalker, right? It's something that you think about a lot when you're playing the Night Stalker, and if your opponents actually like kind of put that into their psyche as well, and they're always considering that fact when they make their big objective moves, it can actually just ruin your whole game. Because like, he feels worthless until his ulti's back, and it was still 40 seconds away there mid.
An impressive showing. And now, with, again, very few kills in this game, Quincy Crew going to try and make another move. It's still a very small net worth lead, but it's where that net worth is, and as you're talking about, hitting those particular timings for Quincy Crew that are about to all come up at once.
Yeah, they are just, I think they're all done, right? Well, except the Basher's not out there yet, so that's the one we're missing. But to Ags on Ember, Ags on Lycan, it's fight time.
Walks in,
He
finds
just
Maposhka.
goes.
Hello, hello.
I got my buddy. Gives me an aura. It's nice.
Yeah, the Helm of the Overlord is really nice.
That's crazy that he still only has 2,000 HP, even with the granted aura.
Yeah, I know.
Troll is not that tanky.
No, he is squishy, squishy, squishy. And there isn't really save either. That's one thing to be a little bit concerned about. Like, the Cold Embrace is good, but like if you've got, you know, Avatos going on or
Yeah.
Snapfire ulti, you can definitely still die.
Their save is Blink, Echo, and Curse.
Yes.
That is the real save.
So
Yadaro just chilling down here, like, yeah, I don't have a whole lot to do but cut waves, so I will jungle, quite literally, jungle to lane. And Quinn not having any of it.
He
trying
pings
to keep
him.
these creeps alive.
was that a ping? Okay, no,
That-
that was a Terrorblade ping. He's like, I'm leaving this place.
Well, I don't know. They sent the wolf in, so
Yeah, that's true.
Bottom tower is under attack.
now up top Maposhka making plays, stealing bounty runes. Maposhka has been pretty frustrating this game. Will die in the same spot. It's familiar territory.
Whoa! The hook shot goes through. That
Magic.
was very interesting. And MSS come in to secure the kill.
Yep, definitely secured. Top tower, yeah, gets there in time, no problem.
So it's going to be a slow, steady constriction going on by Quincy Crew.
Well, MSS has Blink Fisher here, and there's a hasted troll running in, so anyone they spot could be in trouble. MSS stayed pretty far
Collapse
behind,
on the
though.
wolf. Oh, that was good. The wolf had him in the sights, and Collapse chased down.
They got Mira, too.
Looking for a quick kill. Can they get him? Leslau right on top. Snapfire. Going to fall most likely. They take down another one.
Yeah, he scared them out with the wolf there, too, and so there was just a Blink Fisher from MSS to catch, but, you know, they do sweep in behind and grab the tower and collapse, so nicely done. But they're pressuring your high ground, and they have a wave of creeps here. They have the dragon there, too, and they're going to knock on the door and see if anybody's home.
Time to take it down. What do they have?
TV doesn't have a TP scroll,
Okay, that's not good for them.
but it won't be punished. It's all right. A little early to start YOLOing into some racks when you only have 30 seconds left on the Aegis.
Blink Dagger just now completed for the Night Stalker, ready to go in this fight, along with the BKB for the Terrorblade. And will they go for a play now on Team Spirit? I mean, again, they had just used the Dark Ascension, so won't have it for this fight, but still, it just turned nighttime.
The halberd's huge, though. That's the real timing here, right? If you can get that on the troll.
Aegis 10 seconds away. LOA nearby. Team Spirit looking for an opening. Who do they find? Who they jump on? Leslau, the one to start. Collapse, hook shot in afterwards. MSS there with the fissure for the save. Yawar tries to turn now, seeing if he can go onto Maposhka. Yatoro over to the side, but again, this is not really doing what they needed to. The troll in wolf form is going to turn and beat down one. BKB afterwards, but there's the halberd. Cookie, Maposhka, dead. That's the BKB usage for only one kill. Can they find any more afterwards, though? Mira now turned upon. Ward finds it with a big bash, big hit, and now going to find that Winter's Curse onto Toronto Tokyo, trying to run away, but the jump forward kills off LOA. Quinn runs into there, finds the root for a moment onto that Night Stalker. Buyback from Mira. Toro can't really find a target, but no! He gets tossed back in! Pops the ulti, disarmed in the midst of it! Oh, this could be terrible for him, but finds a bash now onto the TB, but dead is the troll. And now, using the Sunder afterwards, when eventually they came into fight well. Team Spirit kited it perfectly. And Toronto Tokyo, really impressive.
He actually still has BKB up, too.
Yeah.
So he's fishing for something else to go on those kills. I know that fight was going to go so poorly for Team Spirit because the way it started, they utilize the clockwork. One of the best things you can do as support is get the hookshot and try and separate the fight. So you can isolate one hero and try and burst them. And that's what they did to the Lycan, but it was only the Night Stalker and the clockwork. They didn't have quite enough damage. Leslau escapes. Then the troll sweeps through, of course, because he's turned into a wolf, and that's what he does. He just kind of runs around the map and kills whoever he wants. How is TB supposed to keep up with you if you don't commit to the fight, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, they kind of came back in because it looked like they were winning the fight, and then Toronto Tokyo had the stuns, and I feel like it was very surprising. Like, I feel like they thought they could just kite around that whole fight and that Yatoro wasn't going to do anything.
And that is not what happened.
That is definitely not what happened.
The wolf bite ran out.
The wolf bite ran out, and Toronto Tokyo ran in.
Well, with that, 13-7, but a fight that could have gone a lot better for Quincy Crew, but losing that troll, now you're starting to see the separation exist. About 4,000 gold between the troll and the TB. And if Toronto Tokyo can continue to put Yatoro into good positions for the fight, if they can get a clockwork to keep somebody locked down, he will carry for them. But that's a big if. Will we see it? Fissure, jump in. Hoof stomp afterwards. Full control. Toronto, Tokyo, BKB tries to run away. The dust, will it be enough? Continuing to beat him down. Pochka, Cookie up to the high ground. He gets up there, trying to find his way out. Quinn, toss, back away, still living. Blink out. They didn't know where he went.
Oh my God.
Zicked when you should have zagged. Sometimes he still blinks away. They didn't have the vision. Toronto Tokyo, what a god.
That was amazing. That toss to the illusion from the
Yes.
TV. Like, how?
Oh, man. And Quinn's still up there. He doesn't know where to look.
Yeah.
He's out of remnants. Oh, man. That is a heck of a one fight to take. But again, it is still BKB charges being used by Team Spirit. And as those get lower, things start to feel a little bit worse for them.
Yeah, but as this game gets later, I don't know. I feel like things start looking better and better for Team Spirit. More ways to enable Yatoro as we keep going. And once again, it's Collapse just sticking on LOA. This shard has really paid off, though, for MSS. I feel like constantly I'm seeing the usefulness of it come out across that Fissure and just chain stunning people. And once again there, it's going to help prevent Collapse from the chasing.
Very necessary. And again, there are avenues to take here for Quincy Crew as far as like finding good fights, but the thing that I'm noticing is they really have not been able to clean up objectives after the fact.
One thing that's making that such a big issue is that Yatoro is, like, the actual team fights are pretty rough for a TB this game, but his main game plan of just sending out the images and catching waves, like, he's so good at that.
Yeah.
This is one of the best TB performances I've seen in a while in that regard, because every time I look on the map, like, there'll be a Radiant Wave somewhere far ahead, and he's catching the one in behind.
You know, it feels like when we were doing our prep for this and watching all the pub games, almost every time I tuned into a Yatoro game, he was playing Terrorblade. He really likes this hero a lot.
All right, it definitely shows here. Oh, there's the Wolf coming through. Very important for Quincy Crew for the rest of this game is that scouting from the Wolves. So.
Smoke up, heading in. Do they have sentries down? They have one. LOA in the area. They're going to take away some vision, but they have to... I mean, did they not check Roche?
No, they know they're in there. The Wolves have been going in.
No, but the Wolf didn't actually walk all the way in.
I think the first one did.
They killing it before it does. But jump in. LOA has to back away. Fissure keeping him alive for the moment. Hook shot blocked by the creeps, but the avalanche toss. That's a good one. Wara chasing, but getting completely kited, and Quinn trying to do what he can. Jumps out of there. Another round of the remnants thrown away, but needs to back out. Nira trying to find the finish. Not quite going to be able to get it, but the rest of his team is dying. And Leslau has to back away. So too does what. But look at this. The haste rune and Collapse chasing. If they can keep up with this Wolf and the toss forward finds him. Oh, can they slow him down enough? Another round of the Avatoss. The rest of Spirit, they're collapsing in on them as Quinn wants to keep his carry alive, but the stun comes out at the last second. And again, the troll is thrown to his death. Team Spirit playing these fights absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, they really are. They break the plan from Quincy Crew, and then it's just a rundown after. You know, they're just chasing with everyone, and you have so many good mobility tools here. And you know, that was one thing that was really shining in some of the earlier fights for Quincy Crew was I felt like they weren't as concerned about like the cogs and stuff, and like they were happy to break up the fight to try and dodge Yatoro. But now it just feels like Yatoro he's finding the fight that he wants. Someone's always near him. He's hitting them. In this case, he drove off Quinn. Sure, they didn't get the kill, but Quinn couldn't really contribute very much, and they just easily back here for the Roche.
Again, like another fight, they have to get value out of this Winter's Curse. It feels like they have to get value out of the Troll. He hasn't been able to stay on a target in a while. Like, that combination of like Winter's Curse into MSS control and then just letting Troll go to town. That feels like it's their pathway to winning, but they haven't gotten a fight like that.
Yeah, you'd think it would work pretty well in this game too, right? Because there's not really that many saves on the side of Spirit. They have some counter initiation plays that can come through for sure, but if that actually occurs, you know, there's not much that stops it in the midst of it.
And Team Spirit, I mean, this again is a match that they really want to win to be able to potentially put themselves in position to start taking like upper bracket slot. Like it legitimately could happen based upon the results that they've had so far.
Yep.
They've played against those top teams. This is one of those middle round matchups that if you can get a win here, you actually are starting to battle it out for top seeds.
LOA in a very dangerous spot here. Could easily become a free pick. Has to back towards his teammates. Now Leslau, they're very spread on Quincy Crew. They do not want to get initiated on.
He gets the ulti off though. If you lose LOA here, I think you're okay with that one. Well, maybe not. Are they really trying to fight this? Clockwork onto MSS, but Quinn trying to salvage him. Mira gets the pushback onto both. Dead again. Quinn, Remnants, chases forward, needs to get out. So they, whoa, man, that was
so
close.
Just more kills for Team Spirit. It feels like the past while it's just all been shifting in Team Spirit's favor. Right now, 6K lead.
This is the classic Quincy Crew every time.
They call me the cursing caster. I see how it is.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I don't think this one. Oh, maybe with a cookie, actually. Oh my god, is Quinn gonna die this? Oh my god, the stun, the shard! Wow. That was perfect.
That's tilting.
That is crazy.
He chased him so far. Hey, this is an Ember with Remnant and Refresher.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you don't want to burn the Refresher just to escape, but
it's better than dying.
Well, in this case, it probably was.
9,000 gold lead now for Team Spirit, and we talked about the danger, the fear, what was coming their way. There's a Yatoro Terrorblade getting ready to go high ground. 27,000 in net worth on this big bad TB. Beating away at those tier 3 towers, ready for it to happen.
And Mira just waiting behind with the blink stun. Toronto Tokyo's here too. Everyone's just lurking.
I mean, they can't do anything until Quinn's back up for sure. And in the meantime, they're going to try and get these wolves past, do what they can. Aegis still online for another 2 minutes. Team Spirit looking good in this game number 1, trying to take this first set of racks.
I mean, they could think about poking at another one here. I wouldn't consider it too ridiculous, but for now, go grab the outpost. It's available on the bottom, so Quincy Crew, well, you guys know what's about to happen.
They have MKB done.
Do you know what's coming?
What's that?
This is that thing that happened last game where they're going to push out their waves.
Oh, okay.
Right? Yeah. They'll do a little bit more. They'll kill them for a little bit, and then they're going to smoke out as the Aegis is ending, right? It's that play.
I mean, there's still a minute and a half left on the Aegis, though. So
Yeah, but you can go when there's like 20 seconds.
okay, all right, I'm with you. I feel like we just haven't felt the sort of presence of the troll at all in this game. We're definitely struggling. Maybe this MKB is going to be what he needs to sort of let loose a little bit, but it's been tough. At this point, you know, has gone into the fight, has a 7-second BKB still. But 13-13, the bigger numbers are the net worth lead. And the tower taken, objectives taken. It's fallen off a cliff for Quincy, and Team Spirit not looking back.
No, Team Spirit just taking the entire map. Quincy Crew don't know what's going on. All they know is that Clockwork is somewhere in the bottom right-hand side because he's been sending out these flares. But they now see Claps go through mid. That's a good sign. They know the Night Stalker's not there. This could be an opportunity for them to go for a fight. But again, it comes back to this idea of like, where's the TB? Where's the Aegis sitting? Right. And TB is right there with those heroes. Again, Claps showing top. Now you have the Tiny showing mid on this ward.
This would be the moment to go, potentially. Ooh, overwhelming blink for Collapse. He's been so good this game. Quinn.
He's going to blow up this Wyvern so fast now.
Jumps in, wants to find a target. Mira off to the side, though. Quinn not able to find him.
Does he have the... No, he doesn't have the shard yet.
Team Spirit doing a really good job of this.
Quinn needs to find some crazy amount of damage. There's so much pressure on him in these team fights because, you know, the Hour can only do as much as his teammates will allow him to on the Troll. Radiant Scan disconnect. They know some dire heroes are moving through. And it is just Toronto Tokyo, but he is invis. And
look at this vision, though. Quinn, have a good ward down. Scouting him right at the start, looking for the jump in. Avatos catch. Leslau gets the ulti off, tries to give the wolf bite over to the troll afterwards. Leslau tries to run away. Quinn focus is there, jumps through, stunned now, onto LOA, will fall, has buyback, might need to use it. UR takes down one, Mira in trouble. UR pops that ulti, now trying to find this finish. Can they do it? The bash is down. Is it going to be enough damage though? Turn for the hit. The bashes come out in time. The silence is there, and they find the kill. Great Sunder right at the end. Gitoro will not be denied. The Winter's Curse eventually comes out, but they're still living through it. Quinn hoping to find an opening. Will it be there? Collapse down low. Collapse going to fall. But it came at a cost. Again, Yawar dies. We did start to see some more of the damage coming out from that Terrorblade, but man, they just can't deal with them.
It cost them 2 buybacks as well in the sports fight. Really, you got to be kind of happy with that as Quinn's crew, because this game was getting really, really rough. And at least he found something. Quinn was showing some flashes of what could be to come as well. If he keeps increasing this damage, where they are having a very hard time controlling him. But that fight started like so ugly for Quincy when they're all just like swarming on this Snapfire. Like, look what they're spending just to try and kill her. And then TB just like 3-shot some of your allies. Like LO8 just gone, right? And they come back in, and it's kind of the same thing you are. That Scotty is just destroying this Lycan.
It's true. Like,
he's having such a hard time like being the troll. Sorry, this troll Lycan hybrid. Troll can't be troll with Scotty.
And MSS wasn't able to get in range in time. He needs a BKB, I feel like, on this Earthshaker. Like, he got caught right before he was able to get the echo off by the collapsed silence. Just such a clutch play by that Night Stalker. So, something to watch for. These fights really feel like the center point is just going to be on that Terrorblade, if they can blow him up or not.
Well, Team Spirit don't want to let off the pressure. They have some wards in here. They see what you are up to.
18,000 gold lead. And Terrorblade, Bloodthorn done now. He is looking to carry his team to a victory here. And well on the way. Shiva's Guard, looking like that's the queue up for the Ember.
Just more of this AoE damage, these zips around the team fights.
Absolutely.
And Roche will potentially be back in 10 seconds, so that'll be what Team Spirit angles for. And until then, they are just hanging out, grouping together, leaving lots of vision in the Radiant jungle in case they make their way back there. They don't know where Quincy is necessarily. They haven't seen anything in a while on their map, but they're assuming they're up on the high ground. Now Quinn comes down, you know, grabs a couple waves mid. They can probably safely assume they're up in the Ancients, which indeed they are. And now they're going to go for a smoke. The Roche timing pretty late, over 2 minutes here, so...
Quinn, gotta be careful. The smoke is coming.
They know that they're all just lurking somewhere here. I'm really surprised Clap's just running on this high ground.
Jump right at the start. BKB is there for Quinn, though. They forced that one out. Can they go for any more? Doesn't look like it. I mean, and this would be amazing, right? If they could go for, like, if Roche spawned right now, for instance, for Team Spirit.
Right, yeah.
Granted, you do have a refresher on this Ember who can go immediately back for the BKB around 2 if they need to. But you'd love to be able to save that for the middle of the fight. Slough, Quinn, everybody running in for round 2 of this now. With Dark Ascension done, they could find a nice fight here.
They might be assuming Roche is being done right now because the Wolves are being killed before they get to the pit.
Ah, I see. Remnant goes out. Quinn scouts, realizes, nope, not happening. He's super close to 25, too.
Could be something. Try and get more of these Remnants out in the team fights.
Dire are scanning.
And of course, that shard is what gives you the crazy opportunity, right? If you if you get any kills on your team, you get the replenish.
Oh, yeah.
That's what really lets you go nuts.
In the meantime,
Lycan Wolf under Op Sentry combo. So
Smoke.
they have an idea. They know they're
in.
coming from
Oh,
over there.
this vision, though. Yeah, this vision could be devastating. They find Toronto Tokyo right at the start. Can they blow up this tiny? Control is there. BKB afterwards, trying to bring him down. Yutoro off to the side. Mortimer's Kisses coming down afterwards. Hook shot coming through. He's saving this for so long. And now the jump in. Cogs pushback. LOA dead. No buyback. You are trying to do what he can. They jump forward. Find the Terrorblade. The batches. Is it going to be enough, though? The Satanic doing a lot of work. MSS trying to move into position. But Collapse keeping him out. The Echo comes, but it's a second too late. They don't have what they need. Quinn runs through, tries to do the damage, but there isn't enough. MSS was just a second too late in taking it down, and now Quinn will fall. A triple kill for Yatoro, and Collapse doing a great job of keeping the rest of the carries and players off of his carry.
Yeah, that was insane. That Halberd is completely fight winning.
Takes it down, round 2. Wait, silence? Ooh, careful. Ava toss, Quinn in some trouble, another toss, another one. They take him down dead, no buyback. And with that, Team Spirit gonna set their sights onto the Tier 4 towers. GG called. Team Spirit, that was beautiful.
That Bloodthorn too right at the end, that was an emphatic victory there from Team Spirit. And, you know, you said Quincy Crew looking good at the start, but hard to finish that game, and well, finish Team Spirit did.
They looked good. This team looked very solid.
Good.
I think that, you know, if you're thinking about this team, you have to think in terms of potential, really, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like at any given point they could beat almost anybody here, and they haven't played, like, they obviously lost against, I think, Vici and LGD so far. But this is a team that could be top of this group very quickly, and they're bottom of the group after day 1, I think. So who
Team
knows?
Spirit are too good for that. There's no way. Like,
Yeah.
they're just too good. They're not gonna be bottom of the group.
No, I'm saying that. Yeah. I get what
That's
you
what I'm saying. Like, that's, you know,
Yeah.
I had faith.
Okay.
There's no way they're staying down there.
Okay.
This is only the first step. They'll be uppers.
Yeah, he
It's
says
coming.
this now, right? He was telling me that they're going to get knocked out in groups earlier.
Yeah, that was me.
All right. Well, we're going to go into game number 2 in just a few, but stay tuned, everybody. More action to come as Quincy Crew try and pull it back, but Team Spirit wanting to knock it out of the park 2-0. See what happens right after this. just like that, we're back. Game number 2 coming at you fast, Trent, fast.
Yes, very speedy.
Jazz hands.
Excellent. Game 2. It's here. Draft already ready.
Perfect.
Boom. There you go. We got a few heroes picked up nice and
10
early. A little bit of
seconds
quick draft
remaining.
here, not wasting much reserve time from our 2 teams. And Team Spirit are gifted the
5
gift
seconds remaining.
of an IO first overall.
Interesting. And Quincy Crew now going to go back for an LOA Classic in the Elder Titan and then picking up the mag. You know, I'm trying to... Oh, no. You know what else they did?
What did they do?
When in doubt, ban it out. It's the Veno.
That is, yes, well done. when Quincy Crew get desperate, they just pick Veno.
Yes. And that is banned now. I don't know what they're going to do. This is devastating.
That gives you Io
Team
Ursa.
Spirits
right?
turn to ban.
You know, no Veno. Lets you play Night Stalker too.
That's true.
All right, excellent.
I feel like this Night Stalker hero is going to start getting banned out more and more often. I just think it's really good, underrated, and like presents like how much are we talking about the
10
vision and how
seconds
important that
remaining.
is, and the fact that that's just taken away from you from so many things. It makes it
seconds
really
remaining.
tough.
Yeah, but where's the Tidehunter at? That's my question. I think this is gonna be another tideless game by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean it was banned last
I
time.
thought the hero was looking pretty good.
I think so too. I think that the fact that it was banned game number 1, I am maybe a little surprised that it didn't get taken,
Quincy
but I like the
Crew's
mag
turn
more
to
than it.
ban.
Oh, it's a good ban.
Team Spirit don't want to hand that over. I mean, we have the reverse order of picks here, right? So it's going to be Quincy Crew now with the double counter pick here at the end of the draft, and starting out pretty strong with the ET and the Magnus. Some flexibility with the
10
Magnus. Could be a
seconds
1.
remaining.
Could theoretically be a mid. Most likely, it's going to be a 3, of
5
course.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, curious what the
Team
plan is for the old
Spirits
Quincy
turn
Crew.
to
I definitely
ban.
don't want to see the 4 tree. That's all I know. Maybe the 4 Wyvern for MSS could be good. I know the MSS kind of struggled, or the Wyvern definitely struggled last game for LOA. I think there's no debating that.
No.
That was a rough-looking Wyvern game. But the Wyvern is still a very key tool versus the IO +1, and when you can actually get some additional farm by
10
playing a position
seconds
4, it can be very impactful.
I like that idea. I
5
think this is
seconds
going to be an
remaining.
LOAT for sure. And then the big question to me is, because I don't think that there's any way that Quinn plays this. I personally don't think there's any way that Yower plays it either on the mag. So I could see a world, though, where they put MSS on it. And particularly if they did that, then we might
Quincy
see
Crew's
also
turn
like
to
some more of
ban.
that delay out the game, try and see what happens that route type of scenario.
We're going through the list of the heroes that Night Stalker is worst versus.
Okay.
We have
cool.
Naga and TB. Naga statistically is by far the worst one. It's
10 seconds remaining.
7.33% disadvantage in all your pubs. So
Did you get that
5
right off the top of your head?
seconds
That's
remaining.
amazing.
no, I did
Oh,
not.
Okay, all right.
I was going out there because I was like, I wonder what else they're going to ban. So why does Night Stalker hate playing against Naga? What do you think? Vision from the illusions, annoying.
Right.
Being netted in the middle of a team fight, annoying.
Right.
Right? You're presenting yourself into the middle of the engagement. And plus, you really hate when a fight gets broken up and
Yes.
just like ended because like you're committed when you ult the Night Stalker, right? And like you have this song that just takes it away. Plus, she split pushes and can be hard to keep up with. So I can see why. Plus,
Team
it's a hero that
Spirits
Quincy Crew has
turn
used
to
in the past.
ban.
And I think that the thing about this lineup from Team Spirit already is that they don't have great wave push. And it's not like
Yeah.
you need to find that from somewhere else now, because Night Stalker doesn't want to do it. IO definitely doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, they're getting rid of those big illusion heroes.
10
Now the problem is, of
seconds
course, that, like
remaining.
even if you get rid of these illusion heroes, there's still going to be an empower hero. So I'm not sure if this is
5
really the best
seconds
path to
remaining.
go for Team Spirit. Because now it feels like
Yeah.
the empower hero is still going to be pretty strong.
That's true. I wouldn't mind seeing like Quincy Crew run something like a since they have the first pick out of this next one, run back for like the life stealer again. But if they did that, you would probably
Quincy
need to take
Crew's
some
turn
other
to
type of
ban.
like vehicle to get there. The Medusa is also strong. Realistically, they're just banning out Yower heroes that he feels comfortable on.
Give me a ranged, damaging 4 hero for MSS, like a Willow or something, and then get the 2 picks from Spirit, and then go Faceless Void. That's
10
what I like
seconds
here.
remaining.
Some position, even if it's like a 4 Lina or something, take the Lina away from them so they don't get one of those good
5
mid heroes that can't be
seconds
banned out.
remaining.
Playing MSS Lina with the Magnus, classic combo, go Faceless Void, some like second season DPC stuff. I feel like Quincy Crew got to find their path again. You know, they gotta they don't have to be too concerned about the current meta. Just play their heroes.
Yeah, they have to work out something. Like whatever it is, they definitely are not feeling like the team that we sort of expected them to be. And Team Spirit, on the other hand, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, we're their good luck charm, apparently, because we've cast all their wins.
Every game that they've won, we've been on it.
Yeah, and
And I'm like, God, this seems amazing. There it is.
what
There's the
did I
Willow.
say?
The Willow.
It's coming.
They can hear you.
This is the good stuff, guys. Willow into Faceless Void. Game's gonna be good. Willow or Lina? Willow's fine. Sorry, I kind of like the Lina more, but that's all right. Lina had the double value. But Willow also has the added benefit of being versus the IO +1, so
You know
maybe
why
get
they
the
picked
terrorize
Willow, right?
multiple, because they
5
could also go
seconds
Morphling after.
That's right.
It's pretty good.
It at least presents the problem to Team Spirit where they're going to have to think about taking it. And also, it sort of dissuades the idea of a gyrocopter being taken right now, because then you could run more Flast for Quincy Crew on that 8th position.
Yep. Yeah, it's not actually that incredible to spotted a position 4 ranged hero, is it, guys? Oh, nuts. Thought I had something there.
No, it's good.
Who would have thought? Team
about?
Spirit.
Little goober.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
We need the double pick in a row here. So this is probably the hardest part of the draft for a first pick, right?
Yeah.
This determines the most. You probably want that good mid that's not countered too easily, like the Lina, the Queen of Pain, the Kunkka, something along those lines. And then your other support. So first, our other support, it will be the Lion. Pretty good versus Mag.
Yeah,
Right,
really
you
good.
know, comes in if you can get the catch off in time. Very good. Has a stun that's ground targeted, so if the Willow is in the Shadow Realm, you can still stop her from just TPing out and being a real nuisance. It's a classic play by them.
10 seconds remaining.
I think, is this a Maposhka Lion? I feel like I
5
remember
seconds
Mira being the one
remaining.
playing the IO, but I can't remember for sure.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Mira was playing it last time when we had it with the
The Ursa?
yeah, with the Ursa. Yeah.
Well, another round of picks here. Are they just going to go 1-by-1 counter?
Yeah, that's true. Because theoretically, if they want the Ursa, they do probably have to pick it here. If they're open to more and very, quite variable carries, they can wait. But yeah, they'll just grab the Ursa. Now, is Faceless Void still good? Or is it just unnecessary? That's a real question. I mean, it's got some combos, right? There's no doubt about that.
It's kind of annoying against
10
the IO, though.
seconds remaining.
That is a bit of a problem.
It's also kind of annoying versus
5 seconds
the Night Stalker
remaining.
too, right?
Yeah,
You
that's a
get
good
some problems
point.
with that as well. So
I don't know what
it's
to
definitely
take.
not free.
I feel like they're going to take like a Wraith King or something on Quincy Crew. I wouldn't mind that.
Well, the classic is Illusion Heroes, but of course they prepared for that in the thoughts of like, oh, we're
Right.
probably going to take Ursa, so we should ban out some of those more annoying ones. And then PL is just like, ugh. I don't know how good. I mean, PL is statistically the worst matchup for Ursa, according to our pubs.
Okay.
Which makes sense, right? He's single target focus, has a hard time cutting through.
Yeah.
Doesn't really like Maelstrom builds, really. Like, probably will do it versus PL, but, every other carry basically wants Falcon Blade Maelstrom. Ursa's like, I still like Diffusal,
That's true.
So opt in for that.
Yeah,
Galwar definitely likes PL.
yeah,
I can
could
picture
see
many
that.
a game.
Team Spirits
Or we
turn
just
to
morph,
battle.
like you mentioned before.
The
Or...
Wraith King, yeah.
Okay, so this is a nice middle ground because it offers you a control element, which is good. Still benefits a lot from the Empower, but it makes your laning stage easier, right? You can go for actual kills with your support, be it the Willow or the ET. Probably going to be the ET.
Well, and the reason
10
that I really like it
seconds
here too
remaining.
is that it feels like it is a nice, like, if Night Stalker
5
jumps on me, I
seconds
don't mind.
remaining.
Like
Yeah.
if I get silenced, whatever, I'm just chilling. Now there
Quincy
are two other
Crew's
heroes that
turn
he's
to
not gonna
battle.
like until you can get to that shard, and that's gonna be the Lion and the Ursa with the Diffusal Blade.
Ooh, Team Spirit are going for a puck here, guys.
Oh,
I can feel it.
okay.
Although you wouldn't really want to pick a... well, I don't know. It kind of goes both ways. But I think that looks pretty good, doesn't it? Downside, they would have pretty weak tower damage.
10 seconds
But I do feel
remaining.
like a puck doesn't get stunned here by Quincy Crew,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
Like they don't really have any way to catch you.
I don't think so. The Dark Willow, like, brambles can maybe catch you off guard or something like that, but yeah.
We'll see. If they ban DK next, then we know they're going puck, right?
Spirits turn
Yeah.
to
That's pretty much
battle.
where we're at. And
Although I might let him take DK.
Who, Quincy?
Yeah. Even if you do take the puck, because I feel like the
DK into your Night Stalker Ursa, you're kind of like, yeah, all right. Yeah.
right. Well, and,
We'll
and
eat 'em.
The other thing too is that it's like just player wise, I feel like the way that Quinn plays,
10 seconds
I would
remaining.
like him to play on like a less of flashy hero if I'm playing against him,
5 seconds
like a DK.
remaining.
I mean, if the Lena is still in too, that could look all right as well, right? I mean, maybe considering a Viper, perhaps. Sorry, a Queen of Pain with the Viper ban. Viper also obviously just really good versus Ursa too.
I feel like Void Spirit here would be a good ban out, or rather pick
10 seconds
for Quincy Crew.
remaining.
But I think that puck, it's interesting, right? Like there's that puck Void Spirit
5
matchup with the
seconds
Remnants
remaining.
and, you know, being able to blink away and phase shift and fun stuff.
Yeah, you want to like leave in certain heroes just in case they do go for the puck.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about what did we watch Quinn practicing before this? Tons of Tinker.
Yes.
Doesn't look like a Tinker game. I don't see any good
No.
Tinker combos really, right? They don't have anything to like TP onto. I mean, you'd have the Helm Creep probably from the Mag. That'd be kind of cheeky, but not an amazing Tinker game between the dispels that are available there for the Ursa.
I think it was a good idea to ban out the Toronto Tokyo
Team
Storm. That thing is a
Spirit's turn
menace.
to pick.
No, they instantly respond to the Viper ban with the Queen ban. That's the logical conclusion, which makes you think they are probably just going Lena. I don't know. I would really like the catch of the puck. But if they feel like they need more damage, and they have these frontliners of the Night Stalker and the Ursa, and they want to like relieve some of this
10
pressure, because like
seconds
Monet, we
remaining.
just saw for Aster, all the pressure of the damage was kind of onto him,
5
right?
seconds
With the right
remaining.
click. Whereas before, when we had a successful IO Ursa, we had a Lena that ended up like taking a lot. Oh no, sorry, that was the
Quincy
Lifesteal
Crew's
lineup, but
turn
Right.
that secondary damage
Admiral
amount was really good.
Kunkka.
But we grab another one of these controlling heroes. It's not the puck, it's the Kunkka instead. Very similar concept, a little bit tankier, and you're doubling up with that tank ability from the Kunkka's rum. Sorry, the Coco's rum.
There it is.
Yeah,
That's the right
sorry,
one.
My bad. Let me get the correct branding on
10
that.
seconds
With the
remaining.
IO, right? So lots of sustain and health helpfulness here.
5 seconds remaining.
This is already, I mean, the heroes that are like big counters to Kunkka are kind of weird and clunky in this. The Bat Rider's one of them, though.
That's a good one.
That's a real good one. I like that pick a lot.
That is not a hero that you'd like doing relocate save versus. I don't know why, but it feels kind of ugly. Like they're getting last. I mean, it's still good. I mean, you have at least some option, right? But it feels like, then you just get like chased down with the rest of their team, and not quite as good. All right, solid Bat Rider play here.
Game number 2. A lot on the line for Quincy again. Sitting bottom of the group. I mean, I want to do a quick little look again through the groups and see what exactly is going on as far as like the rest of the games, because this is when it really starts to matter, right? Because right now it's between SG, Quincy, and Team Spirit that are all close to the bottom. I mean, Fnatic is in there too, but
10
it's a bit of a
seconds
weird situation. Sort of looking at what
5
else is
seconds
happening.
remaining.
SG did lose their first game against Elephant. Spoilers, LGD beat Vici, and Beast Coast took a game off of Fnatic, but still a lot more Dota still to be played. But like if SG can maybe sneak a game away from Elephant or something like that, and Quincy Crew lose 0-2, that would then put Quincy Crew most likely to get knocked out in groups, which is crazy. Like so, this game is like a must-win. Like I think you really need to get this one if you want obviously any hope of being able to contend for upper bracket, which feels pretty tough at this point. But then more so than that is like the fear of getting knocked out in groups.
Oh, that's not good for the NA fans, because I told you, Team Spirit, they're going to 2-0 the rest of the way through this group.
That's true. You did say that.
That's what's coming. They're on fire. They look so good.
Yeah. Impressive. They have looked very, very good. And I mean, again, some of that is them being able to consistently get this like Io Ursa combo, which people are, I think, very much underrating. But people keep giving it to them.
Well, I know the last time I checked, Io was one of the more picked heroes. It was like top 5, but its win rate was in the 30s.
Right.
So it is a situation of like the top teams with their IO are being respected, and then maybe the other teams not so much, so they grab the IO because it's there, and then the game doesn't go so well.
Yeah.
But Team Spirit, they're here to win some IO games.
All right, quick update. Elephant 2-0 SG. So, if Quincy win this, that puts SG in a really bad position. If Team Spirit win this, it's still Quincy Crew and SG battling out for the bottom of the group. And then on the other end of things, Fnatic having lost that one game to Beast Coast, if Beast Coast can win another one, and Spirit can win this one, then it's those two battling it out, potentially with Secret for that final spot in the upper bracket. So like we said, a lot of things happening. Be sure to keep tuned into the main multicast stream, because they're going to be some of the people that are able to keep up with like what the state of the groups are and all that fun stuff. But of course, you should also just stay tuned here because we got the best match in the world
Yeah, but so does the
coming up.
mainstream. They have us
Shh,
right now
don't
too.
tell them.
I'm
Don't
telling
tell
them anyway.
Don't tell the people.
Here, now you guys, you don't have to be here. You don't have to listen to Lyrical. You guys can actually go right now. Who's up there?
Why
Anyone
would
smart
you
on
do
that
this?
panel?
God. Oh no.
Oh,
They're all
no,
getting
never
out of
mind,
there.
never mind. Jenkins is there. You guys better stay.
Perfect. Nailed it.
That's
That's not Jenkins. That's Insania.
Oh, sorry. That's yes. Insania is there.
Yes.
My bad. They just look so similar. It's confusing.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who this Jenkins person is you're talking about. Collapse being a Night Stalker
30
on the
seconds
high
to
ground looking for wards.
Amazing.
This is high level. This is TI
This is-
gameplay right here.
He is actually cosplaying as a ward, so they
Yes.
can't come to his high ground and ruin their ward vision and then deward it.
That's amazing.
So all you do is just stand here.
That's so good.
Or what you do is you also just stand there in case,
Oh,
you
he's
know,
ruining it now.
if they taunt at you or something, then you know that they see you,
And you
right?
can tip him.
Yeah.
Yatoro gonna give some punches there to Leslau. Does he go for a skewer
God,
play?
what a clump up top here.
Yeah, that was a lot. Team Spirit take 2. But looking for a return
Oh.
kill. Collapse.
Mira's got it.
Oh,
He's
the
dead, though.
chase. First blood drawn by LOA. Able to take that, and they need it because they lost some runes.
Yeah, he threw the stun in there to get the bounty rune for collapse. So, not worth. I think we can decide these days to give up the first blood. Maybe it kind of depends on who the hero is, but that's
Right.
an ET with 329, and he actually didn't have brown boots yet. And so now ET with that can just bring out actually a stick as well. So
Interesting.
LA gonna be very annoying and tanky as he tries to put some more pressure onto Mira.
Trading heads. I mean, this is the classic. Back when he was tagged up, some of y'all might know him as SVG, but has been a staple hero of his consistently, whether he's coaching teams or whether he's playing on them. This is his hero.
Yes. Lover of Astral is actually what it stands for.
Oh,
Okay, that's not true. It's a secret. He won't tell anybody.
nobody knows.
You know,
Jack knows, but he wouldn't tell me.
he said that if he wins TI, he'll tell me.
Really?
No.
Oh. Freaking liar. What the heck's wrong with you?
I feel like maybe he'll just tell everyone at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's the real reward, guys, not the Aegis. Finding out a little secret. All right, well, mid lane, it's 8-2 for
Oh,
Kunkka
Mira.
and 3-0 for Quinn. Oh,
Oh, it's gone.
Has been
Got him.
killed.
yeah, dance on him.
Oh,
meanwhile,
but a return.
well, while you were killing the courier, they almost killed me. That's when your offlaner's not that happy with you.
Collapse is very upset. He's just gonna stalk away. Not even in the night though. Leslau taking a good chunk of damage. This is something that I feel like he's got to be very wary of. A lot of stacks of those right clicks up. Has another jump in a second. Yotaro not backing down from this. And Leslau goes for the skewer. Oh, no, didn't get it. Able to find that kill.
It's not looking good. They are out of that lane, and they have a salve ready there on Yataro too, I believe. Oh, did they already pop it? Yeah, okay.
Dire's
good.
top tower is
Well,
under
right now,
attack.
like you talked about, 13-2 on the Kunkka compared to the 9-3, but Collapse taking a good chunk of damage here. So both offlaners struggling.
Saved.
But Mira, oh, what a player! Just gets into position there and breaking up that kill attempt. It would have been enough.
Yeah, has the salve there as well to get Collapse back up to somewhere where he can actually go in for some last hits and manages to get 2 more thanks to him. So, yeah, very well done. Now, the levels are being gained here by Quinn, so he's at the 2-0 and 1 build, and that is going to be a concern for Toronto Tokyo, right? You always wonder, is the bat just going to go for the suicide play, where if you build up too many stacks, yeah, he's going to keep an eye on your charges, and he might just run you down under the tower.
Still hanging on to a point right now, Quinn thinking about that flame break. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Is LOA going to drag that creep wave over to get the
bottom.
pull?
Leslau, a skewer onto the IO.
Much needed, but is he going to end up falling because of it?
Look at that.
No, he's backing out. They're going to be fine. Couple
Running,
more punches from MSS.
Going through the brambles, too,
Yeah.
right? Knowing that he can't chase them.
But yeah, good play here as Quinn is going to try and
This
eat
is
up.
dangerous. Yeah, they have full vision. It is a Kunkka. You never know when he can come for a torrent, but he's going to grab your small camp and go for your bounty rune.
Chase, not going to be able to get any Tidebringer hits, but does get that bounty refill now.
Really well timed there from Quinn. He's grabbing that before the 4-minute mark, right? Now he comes back towards that top rune. He's probably going to get that water rune too. And that's just more spam at you as Kunkka.
Well, 1 to 2. And Torrent not going to be quite on the mark there, but nonetheless, it is going to secure the range creep, which is the main goal regardless.
Yeah.
So nothing really separating these two
Oh,
spots.
is he? Nah, he's not going to go for it. Now, I say that as in, you know, Quinn's obviously getting all the runes and everything that he needs, but he does need these runes. Kunkka's not as concerned, right?
Collapse. Moving over to secure the last hits. LOA's going to head over there again, but stops, and Team Spirit will be able to run out afterwards. Just a random skeleton hanging out there for no reason. Perfect. Toronto Tokyo picks up the water rune, heads back, and is fine and dandy. But so far, Kunkka doing quite well. 33-3 versus the 21-8. And obviously winning those first couple of waves stopped that suicide play that you were talking about from the Batrider.
Yeah. And now he'll just be concerned about the level 6, right? Now, of course, you have to always think about that with Kunkka, too, as he does have the boat now. We have a Lion on the team. We have an Io. So Io probably not going to show up, but Lion very happy to make a rotation to attempt to get a Kunkka a kill.
Will they go for it again? Leslau pulls this creep wave off to the side with MSS. Toronto Tokyo just retreating back to farm up in the jungle a little bit there, clearing through some camps, while Leslau holding this creep wave in front of his tower. So only 3 kills in the early goings of this, but with nighttime coming around, maybe there's an opportunity for Collapse here to just sort of stay more survivable in the lane while Lion moves around and does stuff.
Yeah, but he's under a ward right now, so they know he's not coming mid, so Quinn can continue playing aggressive. Instead of trying to play off the Night Stalker's lane, they're trying to go in there and help him, but he only has a single point in Hunter of the Night right now.
Good for a balk off, but couldn't get there in time. LOA
goes for the second point. That doubles your attack speed bonus.
Nice.
But what I like to see is the support actually rotating out of the Night Stalker's lane, you know, and trying to help the mid lane instead. Because I feel like the Bat was at least like somewhat vulnerable with the boat, but because of that great ward from LOA, it covers that support rotation that people love to do when the Night Stalker's lane is there. And now they're almost thinking about like bringing the mid up top, but they don't. Now the bounty rune's still there. LOA comes and takes it.
Yes.
Feels like they're missing all the marks out of this.
Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo able to get over there, and when you get that illusion rune, they're
look at
starting
LOA
to build
too.
up the stacks on him. And now the lasso afterwards. Maposhka trying to keep him alive. MSS doing what they can. The slow, steady beatdown. Will it be enough? Oh, they're chasing. They're looking for it, and they get him. Quinn gets up to the high ground. Atoro chasing behind to the tier 1 tower. In the meantime, MSS a little bit too far out there, but they do manage to get a little bit of separation with that stomp. Maposhka going to go for the tether away. Not going to happen.
No time.
Quincy crew making the moves. Finally pulling things back together a bit for themselves.
Yeah, I needed a couple more seconds there. And man, that was just an all-around awful minute for Team Spirit. Up top, Collapse is being bullied under his tower and in between the tier 1 and tier 2 by LOA. He's just walking at him as Elder Titan. He can't even last it, despite it being nighttime right now versus the support, because they have the same level. And then you get run down on the river, you lose your mid. They desperately need this next smoke with the boat to go well for them. That's still going to be 40 seconds away right now.
7 minutes in, and yeah, the last couple have gone very well for Quincy crew. And now Toronto Tokyo trying to clear through these stacks. This would be a big get for them to be able to get through all of those, and it looks like it's going to happen now. So level 7, getting up towards that level 8 when you actually have access to the higher levels in X will be helpful.
Chip best as well for a Kunkka. That feels great. 4 HP regen right now. It can help him jungle.
Yep. Love to see it.
And will be another Diffusal Ursa here with their IO, so no augmenting the build, no audibles called here. And once again, same as our last Night Stalker game, well actually, I'm not sure about last game, but the Echo Saber build, we've seen this quite a bit from our Night Stalker players.
Trying to turn a little bit more into that like sort of carry-ish type thing.
All right, boat is up and Invis Rune. This has got to be their play, right?
Has 3 points now. Gets the second one into X. Boat afterwards. MSS trying to play interrupt. But there's nothing afterwards.
No. Yeah, I mean, the Cursed Crown's there, so you know you're not going to be able to time that follow-up.
Toro moves in, tries to take the hard camp. And will be able to claim that and comes back afterwards with the pig pull. And Gonna go back to the lane. Although, can they catch him? No, not gonna happen.
It actually feels like the nerf to the stacking meta has promoted aggression, right?
Yeah.
People are more likely to move in and steal your jungle camp in that minute mark than stack their own camp and
Right.
farm that up. They'd rather remove a net worth of a neutral camp away from you and add it to themselves than just play it safe.
Which seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Mira, trying to chase Yor here. Toronto Tokyo not showing up, but like to be honest, if they get level 6 on Lion, that's a pretty easy blow up, and maybe even able to catch the Wraith King before ulti.
And they also relocate in just a second too. Once
Yeah.
they finish this small camp, even that'll be enough XP. So they can look for a play, and might not be the best time to be pressuring the mid lane right now.
Vision down, there with the stomp, chase forward, Mira in trouble, going to fall.
Man, just seconds away from the boat too.
Yeah.
You know? If they miss that bramble, so he doesn't walk into it, he gets a 2-hero stun, relocate comes through, boat's there as well. It feels like Quincy Crew are playing it a little bit risky right now, but they're all paying off. And now they're inside your triangle and farming up some of your camps. There's actually a weakened Ancient stack there too, but they're not going to get that dangerous. Bat obviously nerfed pretty heavily in terms of farming the Ancients, so more important just go back to the creep wave mid.
And again, it's like these things seem to be going well, but it does always come down to the question of, are Quincy Crew going to be able to execute when the time comes and they're actually sort of making these mid-game fight happens? The decisions are all good, but relocate coming in now. LOA trying to protect his carry.
Ooh, this is a tough
Collapse,
turn.
keeping his target off onto the side. LOA wants to move in with the stomp, taking some aggro, but the pullback. Quinn wants to find one kill. There's the push away. Io dead. And if they can find Yatoro as well, the chase down, looking for it. Hexed, oh, the pig pull, but then the pullback coming through. Mira trying to get him away from there. War wakes him back up. The RP follow-up from Leslau, and eventually the skewer, the chase down Quincy Crew, are going to end them all.
Team Spirit are getting caught trying to make turning plays instead of just like smoking up and like trying to use their own vision and set up their own aggressive play. Typically, defensive turns do go better for you, right? But that was an awkward situation where Collapse was forced to pop the ulti so he didn't get stuck running into the Earth Splitter from LOA, right? And so he's like, oh guys, we have to fight. Like I popped my ulti.
That was a really interesting thing as well. Like tipping up Yor afterwards feels like they're maybe some type of a call, like they want to go on me here, let me try and bait this out or something. And
Yeah.
Quincy were aware. Oh, can they get him again? Chase down. That's going to be one fear. The Terrorize coming out dead, and Yatoro caught up on the high ground. Good stun from Mira afterwards, but the lasso is there. Onto Toronto Tokyo. The buyback comes from the IO, and with that, Quincy Crew going to retreat, but are they in too deep? There's the catch onto Leslau. Boat's going to connect. Yawor walks into all of them. A bold move indeed, and the rest of Quincy Crew just stuck wondering, how do we get out of here now? Their Wraith King is in deep, and they can't really walk away. The Save Your Buddy syndrome. Can they escape from this? No. Collapse finds the kill. And Quincy Crew, they got too greedy.
Yeah, they really did. And he got that kill just in time to get the stack onto Lion as well.
Oh, and they find him again. LOA going to be caught out of position. Quincy Crew just sort of bleeding kills one by one. And what turned out from a supposed to be a solid performance is now looking pretty rough for Quincy Crew.
And even that whole time when they had this lead on kills, back when it was like, 8 kills up for the side of Quincy Crew, the net worth lead was never actually that much in their favor.
No, it wasn't.
It's mostly been this Ursa who's just farming up a storm, and now add on to that 412 gold from kill bounties, and he's well ahead of the closest Quincy Crew hero.
Well, this is looking, again, like a moment that we've seen before. But we'll see if it ends up changing anything soon, because there's going to be a Magnus picked up. A nice Ancient stack going to be cleared through there. The Empower paired together with the Wraith King Armlet. Nice little timing.
Yeah, and grabs that stack too, just in
Yep.
case. It's nice. Yeah, it's reduced, but whatever, it's still gold.
Something to watch for here. What is the pace that Team Spirit want to go at? Right now, a smoke into the Roche pit. I don't think Quincy Crew were expecting this.
And even if you are, it's so hard to contest when you don't have like some sort of a global vision hero, right?
Yeah. Do they drop anything into the pit? I mean, if you do, you're sort of you're committing to it heavily with the Bramble or what have you. But Roche gonna go down, and Team Spirit happy to claim this one. That's big.
Yep, dance their way back there, and there is still a Quincy Crew ward. Again, just outside of a sentry range there. They're getting pretty lucky with that one in the series, but yeah, maybe it's scouting the Ancients, but that's not where Team Spirit are. They are very much in view, pushing your top tier 1 tower, and Quincy Crew going for the trade. They have the skeletons, so they have a little bit extra oomph on their tower push. Should help them get the trade for free.
That one is the freebie, and now the rest of Quincy Crew going to spread out bottom, still getting some pressure on it. But a TP up top by Quinn. Does have those boots of travel done and queuing up the BKB next. Can he go there?
Is going really deep right
Leslau tries to pull him back in. Oh, couldn't get the RP. Good cancel, though.
Do they see this IO? Yeah, they spotted this IO at some point.
Maposhka's done.
Yeah.
Get over here.
Doesn't even want to have to use the lasso.
Wait, RP! Off to the side, but the X is the answer. They pull him back over to the side there. Maposhka will end up falling, but Leslau also dies, and LOA too.
Yeah, they had 2 heroes just chase that IO the whole way down. So this is what happens. You don't use the lasso because you think this is a free kill. But because you didn't do that, then Team Spirit just chased down and punished the rest of your allies who were like hanging on this high ground. Team Spirit, again, great vision if they plan a ward on that high ground there from the IO, right? Like on the way out into his death.
Team Spirit are solid. They're playing so well right now.
And that mid tower, Collapse can just run in and take this.
Boop.
Easy. Oh, the silence. Yeah, nice try.
Can they get him, though? Round 2 of this one. Mira. Oh, and the X. Quinn! What have you done?
No, they're not going to commit. There's a terrorize, so
that's fair.
They know it's not worth it. They don't want to waste.
But, like, look at this. Look at how freely Yotaro can play. It's like all this chaos that's being created. Team Spirit just sort of know where they can play safely and taking full advantage of it. Quinn. Going back for those couple creeps. Illusion Rune, the wrap away. Toronto, Tokyo also in the area. They're covering each other very well on Spirit.
I feel like Quincy Crew are just struggling in both these games to really have much of an impact from Yawor. I mean, he's been involved in this one. He's got 4 assists and everything, but I don't know. I feel like the games I remember from them, he's there. He's present. He's active. But maybe Dota's moved away from that a little bit. But he's going to be here for this one at least.
Terrorize on the backside. Toronto, Tokyo, BKB reveal. I mean, so that's the thing, right? Is that at least they get the BKB charge out of that one, but it feels like there's no punish, right?
Yeah.
Quincy Crew haven't been able to, like, deal significant damage when Team Spirit overextend. And Team Spirit, they're just free to do whatever they want.
I mean, the carries that are really popping off right now and then I see winning games that they shouldn't be winning are Spectre and then Io and Ursa, right? And what's the combination there? It's that global presence where your carry can actually be farming and be with you.
Yes.
So, like, maybe that's something that, sure, their heroes might be a little bit more nerfed, but that's style. They got to find the heroes that can give them that again. And I feel like that might be an answer for Quincy Crew.
Meantime, if you're Spirit, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, the current strategy, though, that the pressure's off Yawor. Like, that's not really his job with the way they're set up. They need to get more from Quinn. And I'm saying that he's 3-0-4. He's having a good game, but, like, it feels like these lassos need to be grabbing someone every time that it's available.
True. Game is looking very good for Spirit and very hard for Quincy Crew. Drums done for the Elder Titan, as again, Taro keeps that pressure onto that tier 2 tower.
It's a standoff here in the mid lane. Wow. Everyone fighting over these creep waves. The heroes on each side.
Bottom is still being pushed in by those skeletons a little bit, so they're getting some counter pressure, but it's not super significant. And teams, are they really just going to get away with the free tier 2 tower?
Yeah, this is theirs. They'll go right to the outpost after. They're scanning too. They can't believe it.
Yeah.
Like, seriously? No one's here?
Okay, whatever. We'll take it. I'm going to die to a tower here in a second.
This is like, where are they?
With the Aegis Den in 40 seconds, it makes a little bit of sense. Are we going to see a Quincy Crew smokeout potential?
Yo, Yotaro, go hit high ground.
Do it.
Just go hit it once.
See what happens. They're not showing up now.
He'll dance his way back in celebration to his team, taking the outpost at 18 minutes. And Quincy Crew still nowhere to be found. They do spot a Wraith King in the mid lane now. But other than that, they're not really sure. I mean, obviously, you would assume they know they're in the bottom half. Oh, they get a spot on the Quinn, though.
That might reveal some of those movements.
Radiant's middle
Quincy
tower
Crew
is under attack.
sort of meandering around the Team Spirit mid-tier 1 tower. I mean, I guess that with Leslau on this mag, you can maybe make a play happen without Quinn, but it feels like you really need him in these fights if you want to actually like make something happen. But they're just trading off resources right now.
They're just smoking. We talk a lot about Io and the Bane, right?
Yeah.
This classic combo where you just run around the map smoked and you chain stun someone into a relocate. Lion can do that pretty well too, and so can Kunkka, because Kunkka just X's, and then
Yes.
he can like run away and hide for a second even while you wait for the relocate, right? Like Kunkka, it's not a massive commitment there. It's 50 mana on a 12-second cooldown.
Toronto Tokyo looking for an X-play. Can't get
They're
it though.
fully blind here. They have no idea where they are. They haven't seen them in ages on the map. So, I mean, that's one benefit to Quincy Crew is that, you know, at least right now, a lineup that is very much looking to pick you off and kill you does not know where you're playing.
The plus side of it, at least, is that Team Spirit do have these wards over in the area where Quincy Crew might be.
Yeah.
So they can maybe do some process. Oh, and there it
They
is.
see Quinn.
This is big. Although, Taro onto him. Flame break pushback. Not going to happen. Quinn, ring around the rosy. Not going to be there. Team Spirit find another pickoff. They're just looking fabulous, and they found LOA too.
LOA.
Down to the side, in trouble, and this Elder Titan likely to fall. Relocate in, why not?
Yeah, you saw him drop that sentry too, like, oh, I'm warded, right? When
Yeah.
the X came out, but it was just a simple high ground pillar ward.
Yeah,
Nothing shocking.
this game looking very simple right now for Team Spirit.
Oh, no shockwave skewer there from Leslau. Couldn't finish. Hard to get that kill even after, I'm sure, but could have at least forced out the BKB. Oh, jeez. And you saw, you know, Quinn almost got away there. But
Right.
now with a basher, no chance of getting away.
No, he would just end up dying, blowing up super quickly if he's not careful. You know, I'm sort of thinking about the way that this game could end up going, and it just feels like they haven't been able to get anything out of most of these heroes on the side of Quincy Crew. I mean, last game, y'all were sort of in the middle of the pack as far as damage dealt throughout the course of the game, but this time, I mean, it's just by virtue of Wraith King. He can't really get involved in the fights without the rest of his team being there to set him up for it. Needs to get the big pull-in from Leslau with the RP or what have you. But so far, Team Spirit getting to the AC for this Kunkka.
Yeah, they're just chilling. They're waiting for the next Roche.
Out.
They know it'll be another pretty fast one for them. Now, at this point, though, the Roche fight could actually get a bit tough, right? We got heroes on Quincy. We got Dark Will. We got Magnus. We got Elder Titan. And we got Batrider. That is 4 very good Roche fighting heroes. Now, mind you, Nightstalker and Kunkka, they're no slouches either. I confess.
They're
but
really good.
At least they have items now to fight it. You know, it shouldn't be as free for Team Spirit. And the timing, pretty fast. About a minute until Roche will be up.
So that 3K gold lead collapse. Those skeletons, were they smoked?
Radiant
So
Quite so.
much. We've had this discussion a couple times, but this is another one of these Magnus first games. Oh, they're scanned right now.
Looking
They
for
already
it.
have a weak initiation, and now Team Spirit know where they are. This is a problem.
Leslau, RP into Skewer, tries to blow him up. Will it be enough though? Can they bring him down? Utaro finds Leslau. Pulls
The
back to
relocate
the
save.
side. It's gonna happen. Now they run back in for round 2 of this one. Dude, the Skewer's not enough. They do get the BKB out onto Quinn, and now the fear afterwards going to connect on a couple. But
Oh,
a
the
second round of relocate from Aposhka. Is it going to be there? Do they have enough damage? Quinn dropping down low, gets pushed back. A good Brambles. Yawar still not able to stay on target on a fight, and he's just trying to chase down one, but he's in the absolute wrong position. Gonna get kited, gonna get chased down, gonna get killed once, likely a second time. Just absolute devastation around the map as all of Quincy Crew fall down. The X marks the spot, comes out at the end. He wasn't gonna TP out of there regardless. Just devastating play, and Team Spirit taking no prisoners.
Oh, that setup was so sick. Like, they scan, they spot exactly where they're sitting. Quincy Crew feel like maybe they have a chance because they're smoked up, but in reality, Spirit have the complete idea of what they're doing. They bait out Collapse, and he was just waiting with a relocate save.
Yeah, the entire time, and got a second relocate save with the same relocate.
On the timer at the end. It was like a manta for the Kunkka. He just kind of vanished for a second in confusion, and then that helped him just get off that BKB. When there was a chance that maybe he could go down during the terrorize. And now a coverage silence here from Collapse, stopping a Blink Skewer overplay.
That would have been amazing for them if they could have gotten it, but stomp afterwards. BKB out again. Yatoro shows up, turns now on to Quinn. It's falling apart so
Bash.
quickly
No bash.
for Quincy Crew, but maybe an opportunity, a chance. Can they do it? Toronto Tokyo, he's got boat ready. They have BKB. They buy back on the IO. Gonna try and come back into this and salvage it, and they will. Just when you thought Quincy Crew might have been able to pull it back again, they slipped the rug out from underneath for a round 2 and a 6,000 gold lead. Team Spirit, this is a team to watch out for. They are looking good.
Yeah, and they just need a little bit of time to get their feet under them, and now they're feeling it at TI. Yatoro being kept alive there with the help from the IO buyback will get him closer to that Aghanim Scepter, now just a couple hundred gold away, in fact. So just more and more problems for Quincy Crew if they want to try and bring down this Ursa. How are you going to change some of this guy, right? Like, they got serious issues. Do they have any sort of a silence coming? Like, I can't imagine something that stops this Ursa from just doing whatever he wants now.
Roche going to be claimed. Quinn looks again, pushes him outside of it, but collapsed right on top of that Bat Rider. Can they bring him down first? Is there a possibility here? MSS throws it out, but the BKB is there for the turnaround. Jumping into the pit, trying to salvage this, but it won't happen. It is Team Spirit claiming the Aegis, walking away, free as a bird.
I wonder what the mood is like for Quincy right now.
I know. It can't
You know?
be good.
Dropping some games, bottom of the group, in a game like this where you kind of felt like you were winning in the laning stage, and now it feels like you just can't make moves.
They're used to that, though.
Now look at this, the initial bait from Collapse there with the relocate
Yes.
save. So nice, just comes zooming right back into.
This is one of those, I mean, this is just so sick. And then they get him again on the second round of this one here. Doesn't even go that far, but RP, Laslau, okay, they blow up Collapse. Maybe an opportunity there. Disarm afterwards onto the Ursa. Now we're dropping fairly low, though. Maposhka gets the tether away. Oh, what a play. But the stomp afterwards turns around. A good stun.
no
The Torrent afterwards. Surely. All right, he does eventually go down. So that's the Night Stalker dead. Mira finds the one kill there.
That does not work.
Onto the Wraith King. In the meantime, now Toro still sitting with the edges. Oh my god, he's going back in. Dude, this guy's crazy. But with Toronto Tokyo, it might be good enough. The pushback, stomp afterwards. Oh, bash! First hit. Oh, from the Ursa. I feel like it's this like Aghanim Scepter is such a good pickup from him.
Yeah, especially this game. Like,
Yes.
You know, sometimes when there's silences, there can be an issue, but there's really nothing here. Okay, how many teams does Collapse have a voice line for? Like, honestly, he's gone through them all at this point. I mean, he's got E-Boys. Like,
Nobody is E-Boys.
and he's, well, solo going to take the tower here for Yatoro, so 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Feels pretty confident in just being out here, even if the entirety of the dire lineup's now alive.
I think that
Oh,
this.
here we go.
Let's
When
see
in
it.
doubt, smoke.
Let's see if they can make it happen.
Or just run out together as 5, apparently, because they're probably out of smoke. Oh, they got 3 smokes on LOA. All right. This is just a group up
They got to push the
warding
waves
mission.
first, yeah.
Is under attack.
I mean, the avenues for coming back into this feel very few and far between right now. I mean, this Ursa is just completely out of control. And yeah, there's like this sort of, you know, slight lead they have of the supports of the Radiant, but it doesn't feel like they have the damage. They need so much longer, and I don't know if it gets better as time goes on. Like, as BKBs start to go lower, you're thinking about like a Kunk Aghanim's online.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. Sanj and Yasha now done for the Kunkka after the AC with the BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, man. 28 minutes in. Top levels on Toronto Tokyo. They're still hanging out around the other side of the map because Quincy Crew, the only thing they can do at this point is try and delay for the later stages.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Well, we've seen in the previous match, obviously, of Aster in T1. It was a similar situation. Actually, it was It was really close. It was a big lead at about this point in the game.
That's
and
true.
What T1 did was they delayed long enough that they were actually able to purchase a lot of kiting items. I mean a lot. We got like 3 more Force Staffs. There was a Yule's. We wound up with a Shiva's Guard as well. And just everything you can imagine trying to slow down and end what this Ursa's trying to do. Because with the nerfs to Abyssal Blade, Ursa is a little weaker now, right?
Yes.
You're back down to just like the one jump, even with the help of an IO. So perhaps Quincy Crew are thinking they could maybe get to that point because the sustained damage outside of the Ursa is relatively low. It's a Kunkka and a Night Stalker.
That's true. That's a good point. Good terrorize there to secure the TP out for Yawar. I feel like, you know, you're going to need to get that Force Staff on LOA. Like, the drums are just not doing it enough right now. But look, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, look at how good this Night Stalker is.
Yeah.
I mean, this hero is insane for the vision you're able to get. Oh, Yawar turned upon. Stun comes out afterwards. The stomp going to be off the mark. Collapse still scouting this all out. They see everything that Quincy Crew is doing, playing with map hacks on. But Quincy Crew also have a ward in the area. They're going to take that one away. And forced back inside their base yet again.
I just like the comfort you get from the Ags on the Ursa. You
Yeah.
know? He can just enrage like whenever he feels like, you know. There's not really a big concern to it.
No, he's absolutely perfectly.
It just gets enough gold as the Aegis ends to finish the Satanic.
Yeah,
And that is efficiency right there.
planned it out.
Yep.
30-minute mark.
Jeez.
And this one just completely in control of Team Spirit.
So he has the shard for when he jumps, right?
Yeah.
He has an IO to help
Yeah.
him out. He has an Aghanims, so in case, you know, whenever he's like unlocked or whatever, he can just pop it out. And now he's a Satanic for another Dispel.
So you're telling me that surely there's no way he dies?
Yes. Well, you see that?
Yeah.
That was nice.
Trying to take down that. Oh, wait. He canceled the TP for the Bat Rider. Quinn can't get there. So has to take the long walk back over with the rest of his team. And Ursa just fully in control of this game. The buyback status, there's only one buyback in the game, and that's on the Elder Titan. As we're still 2 minutes away from Roche being capable of respawning.
Everybody's really purchasing out their items. Trying
Yeah.
to get to that next step, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Quincy Crew doesn't really appear to be wanting to try and make any moves. Like, even though Roche is down and, you know, the Aegis was expiring, normally we see that smoke up type of play that happens. Not really feeling the,
Yeah, they're just trying to get like one more item on Yawar. And ideally that's the Blink. That makes sense, right? They need somebody to start a fight on someone other than Ursa. Because Ursa's just jumping in and forcing the fight to be centered around him. And there's the jump in.
Oh, man, that one's devastating. Godlike Yatoro.
That Yules.
It does, it's just nothing.
Oh, it's so weak versus him.
And, I mean, there you go. Another pick-off on Leslau. I mean, granted, for the Magnus, you're pretty much where you want to be in terms of, like, the core items. Granted, does not have the shard yet. That's the big deficit.
They're even scared to deward that.
Right.
Like, they see that OBS, and they're just like, yeah, but how close are the rest of them?
Yeah.
Thinking goes, all right, they show Ursa bottom. All right, he'll go for it now.
But yeah, it's just the game is, this is what Night Stalker does to you. Like, there's just nothing you can do. We'll run away now, and as it's, well, there you
what
go,
a
the
hex.
big jump, finger of death out. Quinn is dead. Dude, Team Spirit are just styling all over Quincy Crew. They don't even look like they're in the same league as them.
He's so desperate to make a play right now on this Bat Rider, but you know, he saw his opportunity, pops Firefly, and he just gets hexed. You know, he had to BKB like right away, and that's such a hard commitment though.
Right, exactly. Like, Night Dark Ascension and then
Oh my,
immediately
it's like
going
a
into
6
it.
second Roche. Up right away.
Oh, God.
Very good news for Team Spirit. Will they scout it out in time? And dun-dun-dun.
They might just. We'll see.
Oh, Mira didn't go. So they're busy. They see dire heroes. They want to fight.
Blink.
Yatoro? Where was he going?
This is there on the skewer pullback. I'm not sure if it was the enrage or just a little bit of a flub, but regardless, Team Spirit sensing blood in the water, ready to go after him. Or just keep farming, because guess what? The lead keeps growing.
Yeah, they're running away. Take their ancients.
Looking for it. Maybe towards the mid. They're not going to go for it. I mean, Team Spirit, they know that this is how you throw the game. Try and go high ground before the Aegis is there, and they're going to go check it out now.
All right, so we have... Oh, it's not the Ags, though. Boo.
Refresher.
Yeah. I wanted some Torrent Storm going on here.
That'd be pretty cool. But
Dire's bottom tower
I think
is
that
under
at this point, like, I don't even know what the perfect fight looks like for Quincy Crew. Like, you kind of have to kill Maposhka at the start, but he almost never presents himself as a target.
Well, I mean, you got Mira, too, right?
Yeah, that's true.
These hexes have been so clutch.
Lion does feel really good right now. Smoke. Still sitting there, though, as it wears off. And they did manage to get a ward down up on this high ground, which is so often proven to be pretty effective around these Roche fights. They see that it's up, but don't see anybody else. MKB done for the Ursa. Oh my god, this guy's crazy. What? Okay.
This is pressure on Spirit now to take it, right? They use the Night Stalker ulti.
That's true. And the back away, Quincy Crew gonna hold this ward. Quinn, Invis, rather just smoked up. Who do they find? Toro looking for an opening. Has to be careful there. Jump forward, BKB reaction. Nicely played. But the Enrage already used, and now the chase down, waiting for that status resistance to go away. Do they find an opening? BKB done from Quinn. They throw forward onto Toronto Tokyo. Able to pull him back. Terrorize comes out afterwards. Good fear, but the finger of death from downtown Quinn done. Toronto Tokyo hit him with the crit. The big old combo comes out afterwards. RP! Is it going to be enough, though? Do they have enough? Toronto Tokyo wakes back up with the Enrage. They turn back around to fight, and there's more than enough damage here if they can bring him down in time. Long duration stun for the Ursa. Throws him up, but he can't get him all the way to the high ground. Collapse. The one left alive as they've already taken down Yatoro. Somehow they've found a way to make this work on Quincy Crew as Collapse also goes down.
And now they're right in the pit.
Dude, easy for Leslau. That was what they needed.
I mean, there's so much pressure on this game that he's essentially had to just try over and over and over again to try and make the big play in these team fights. They finally get it. They doubled up the damage of Team Spirit in that last fight. Just showing the sustain that's there between the rum buff and the IO, right?
Yes.
That you have to actually cut through and why these fights are so difficult. But that percent-based damage really helping out for the ET there on the Earth Splitter. And most of it, though, of course, just Yalwar just clicking away there. It's this DD Rune half duration left as they clear out Roche. And they have 3 cores that struggle to go high ground on Team Spirit, and that's why you need an Aegis. So now without an Aegis, going high ground is hard, and the game gets delayed a little bit, but I still think they're in a pretty good spot.
Okay, let's watch back through this again. The fight, very strange here. Quinn ends up obviously being brought back down, but when he goes for that buyback, that was
right
huge.
There on the stairs, right? The bad spot to be leads right into that that RP as well.
Right, and LOA almost able to get that stomp off afterwards.
And
but
it felt like the Empower's finally doing something here, right?
Yes.
Like he's actually cleaving through multiple heroes because Lesau was able to get that big RP off, and then the skewer way back, which unfortunately Claps tried to go for a save play and ends up kind of getting himself killed too.
True. But it's still, a big win for Quincy Crew. A tough hill to climb, but with the Aegis and Cheese, there's, starting to get towards this later stage, the kiting items that we've been talking about.
Yeah, that is definitely an issue.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still waiting for something for LOA, and well, maybe he caught some of that game from Zephyr.
Oh.
We might be going back there. Perhaps another Aghanims into Mask of Madness. It exceeded my expectations, I'll say that.
It did really well.
Yeah, he got a ton of damage in the last 2 fights that really secured the game for T1 and turned that one around.
For anybody that doesn't know what we were talking about, Aster versus T1, that was Zephyr.
It was basically
this
game. It was the same thing.
Except that, T1 ended up winning that one off the back of just really solid play. And we'll see if Quincy Crew can do the same here again.
we haven't talked about neutrals very much this game, but another round of them out there. And the flicker. Have we
Ooh.
seen a flicker?
I don't think so.
I don't think we
Or it
have.
hasn't been super impactful if we have.
Oh, it's flicker. It's always impactful.
Yeah,
Don't
but it's not as
tell
good
lies here,
anymore.
Under attack.
Ooh, wait a
Don't-
minute.
Don't you speak these lies.
Mira down bottom. They're looking. Quinn's coming.
Nice scan.
They find him? Oh my god, he got out. Are you kidding me? Oh man. Oh, Spirit. They messed up and goofed when they got RP'd all together up there on that high ground, but they're still playing this quite well.
Oh, they're waiting. Oh no. Wait, no, they're still there. That was JJ messing with me. Is Quinn dead?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh.
Could have been though.
He's too efficient, you know? It's like, those creeps will burn down. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'll take care of him.
Saved his life.
They're playing under a lot of vision right now. Spirit still have a bunch of wards in their jungle. And Leslau goes invis. Goes up north. Not sure if they knew about that one, but the chase down, LOA, but they got control. On to Collapse. Looking for the bring down. Do they have enough to kill off this Night Stalker? Slow, steady burn for the finish and the kill. Yatoro turns, wants to find that kill onto Yuar. Okay, able to do it. They're dealing with the rest of them, but they don't have Leslau. They don't have LOA. Now we're the second round of this one. Gets the cheese off, turning to fight Toronto Tokyo. Still very large, and look at the bear! He does so much damage. Ultra kill for
Give it to
Toronto Tokyo as they run them down one by one by one.
All right, hand it over.
And looking for the rampage one last time again, because why not?
Boo.
Taro is the carry, but looks like that.
Yeah,
They
he
take down
tips him.
three.
You took my rampage. Come on.
Unbelievable.
Oh, well, true teammate there. Still, just happy they got the kills. He's a very positive guy there on the Kunkka from Toronto, Tokyo. So,
It looks like if any of these fights just don't go perfectly for Quincy Crew, they just completely fall apart.
well, that was even a pretty good start because LOA tanked a bunch of damage, then got off the ulti. Yeah, still died to a torrent from Toronto, Tokyo, but held bring down Collapse. Like that's a pretty good trade with how frustrating Collapse has been.
And look at this, with no Quinn left for 70 seconds, Quincy Crew forced to try and defend without that Bat Rider. But Team Spirit force out the buyback from the Wraith King and immediately going to go to try and clear out the rest of these Tier 3 towers. And I mean, how do you defend against this?
A lot of skewers and horn tosses.
That's what it feels like it's got to be. Oh, is it a bait, though? Is it a bait? I mean, Taro had Ags that entire time. If he needs to, he can just pop it. So the rotation down towards bottom. One last Tier 3 tower going to be claimed now. And Team Spirit looking to continue to cement their way forward in this one. Pull back a long way, but not all the way. And get a little bit of help from the fountain. Okay, okay. They take down one and keep their Tier 3 alive.
All right, that was a bit greedy from Toronto Tokyo. They're feeling it. They're smoking out.
Leslau's pissed. Get this man an opening.
He's got Blink, Horn Toss, and Skewer.
Can he find it, though? Doesn't look like it. And what is the problem? What is the impediment to Quincy Crew making a play? Again, the lack of vision.
It hurts. I will say, you can kind of see why they were allowed to get Wraith King in this game. I feel like the hero has really struggled.
It's true.
I like the aspect of having the stun and trying to combo with someone in lane and trying to win your lane based off of that, but the matchup versus the Ursa just has not looked favorable at all. Several times it's turned into a 1v1. It reminds me of last game with the Troll versus the TB, where they just have a carry that is just not going to beat the other carry. And they keep finding the situation where it's just carry and carry.
Wards in the area scouting this. Smoke immediately under it. I think they might have seen it. A little bit of a pause. I don't even know what's happening right here in this. We got a close-up. He's just taking his soul.
Definitely not missile.
This is an interesting effect that I've never seen before. As Mag is going to reconnect and hopefully get back into this one. What hero even is that?
But it's Bat being Abyssal.
Oh, okay, got it. Look at the little Abyssal Blade on him. You can see the animation for it. That's cool.
Yay! Nice cheers.
Go is the call as we get ready to go back into this game, and gonna give the tip as well back and forth as the stun comes out and the Yule Scepter goes off. And now, maybe an opportunity. Toro. Oh my god! Dude, what? How does that happen?
It was like the same tick.
That was crazy.
I didn't even see the lasso.
I just heard it. I knew it was there.
They don't even risk it either and bring him back in.
No.
They'll just send him a post and say,
No
yeah, you
reason.
can tether out or something. I'm sure you'll be fine.
But we did see the ET finish the Aghanim Scepter while that was happening.
Okay.
Can he do it? LOA, the man, the myth, the legend. He doesn't have the cleave talent yet,
No.
but he does have the Astral Spirit hero damage. And no buybacks on Team Spirit with the exception of Mira.
Well, at this point, there are options for Team Spirit. You know, they can just wait till Roche if they want. They can just keep running at the lanes closest to Quincy's base and hope that someone gets caught trying to push it out. Right now, they are smoked up and kind of heading that direction, following some skeletons. Seeing where they came from, perhaps. So they want to just follow this wave here. So this will be the play. Not a lot of time with this smoke left here. Yadaro going to consider going high ground, maybe? Then Obs gets placed down. No, let's just grab this wave.
He's fine.
Yeah, they're chilling. 20 seconds till next Roche. And we'll find out how much longer this game will continue. And, you know, look at that net worth chart, all right? It is a 24K lead, but... oh, sorry, I
Sell
meant the
it to
net worth
me.
table. My bad, JJ. The net worth table, if you look at that, you know, they're not that far behind. You know.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's 2 green heroes and then 2 red heroes. That's
okay.
Oh, shoot.
No, not anymore.
They ruined it for me there.
That's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, so the combined net worth of the 2 biggest cores in the Radiant is equal to over 3 cores from the Dire.
Yes, that's true. That's not looking so great.
Seems
But
like a
here's the
problem.
thing. If you could just eliminate one hero,
Yes.
that would be a lot better for Quincy Crew.
Well, that's just facts.
It's not lies.
That's a pretty long Roche, though.
I'll tell you, man. If there's a way Quincy Crew can do this, it might start right here with this smoke. There's a chance.
No pressure, Leslau, but you're the only hope.
Toro breaks the smoke. Dude, they just see everything. They see absolutely everything. Jumps forward, finds the Abyssal Blade, but the stun.
I mean, he's fearless. What can they do?
Doesn't care all that much. Jump forward, collapse, silence onto everybody, catches LOA. The stun on the other side. Toronto, Tokyo blowing up MSS. Do they have anything left in the tank? They blew up one, Mira dead, but so too is MSS. Collapse, pulled back in, gonna get stunned, gonna get beaten down to
tether.
death, but Maposhka is there yet again to get him out of dodge, and the control, the stuns, LOA, no, maybe gonna be able to turn this back onto Mira, Collapse, focusing down Leslau on the other side, still Yawor living through this. We'll get bashed though, and dead for 2 minutes, and with that, the dream might finally be over as they run them down back into the base. Team Spirit just looking too good in this game number 2. And though they may have
the
been bottom
cleave.
of the... I mean, he's dead.
Ah!
He's mega dead. Though they might have been bottom of the group in day number 1, Team Spirit looking towards a very strong finish as GG is called. And Quincy Crew, they're going to have to go for some soul searching.
Yeah, 2 O's all coming up here for Team Spirit. I can feel it. They're feeling it. They're looking good. And this is a team that the region expected after seeing their performances throughout the year.
Absolutely. I think, you know, that they didn't get a ton of opportunities to show up on like main events, but they're taking this opportunity right now. They're sort of they've consistently looked to me like they have that potential to like break it up to the very tippity top, cream of the crop. Everything all good, it don't stop. You know what I'm
Nice.
talking about, right?
Their region here representing TI is so exciting, though. Like VP
Yeah.
and Team Spirit, very similar lineups in terms of like kind of like, well, I guess the spirit of what it is, right? It's mostly younger
really just did
guns
that?
coming in here. Yeah, I did, and they're a bunch of young spirited pros. See, because Virtus Pro. See, we can work with both of them here. Either way,
And with that,
Team Spirit. looking very good. Expecting more victories out of them. I think they're on the uppity. Quincy Crew, they got to stop this bleeding. They got
really
they got to get this even keel.
Legitimately,
Oh,
they
they're
could
out of
go
groups.
out in groups.
Yes, it is very possible at this point.
Which would be an insane thing to happen here, particularly considering what's going on with Undying. The fact that they're looking like top of the group. That being said, that does
Boom.
sort of say some things maybe about the differences in the two groups, but we'll save that for another day. For now, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have some other handsome folks come on in and take over for us.
not
See you
us.
then.
Welcome back. This is now our stream. We own this stream for the next 6 hours, where we are going to be going through 2 IG games.
True.
First, we're going to be starting off with IG versus Aster. And I don't remember what our other IG game is. And then we've got something in the middle that I don't remember either.
I believe it's IG Fnatic at the end,
Oh, okay.
which is hype, and then we're watching
Yeah.
Spirit play. It's Spirit Fnatic, which is huge,
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
And-
really big for
yeah.
potentially who gets last.
and then IG Alliance. So that's pretty sick.
that's-
2 tournament favorites going head to head. I'm really looking forward to that one. But we're gonna start off, I think, with the battle seen often during the Chinese DPC, where Aster obviously performing quite well as they didn't win a single series at either of the majors they qualified for, but yet here they are with White Album playing.
Yes, and that has made a huge difference for
yes.
them, as would be expected, since they didn't really have the best replacement. I mean, shout out to that guy. If you guys haven't seen it, apparently the words from him were that he just feels like shit.
Yep.
He feels awful. His breathing's not great, but he watched day one and he saw, okay, my team needs me. And
Yeah.
he is here for them, and they have looked much better. They've already surprised, I think, some teams. They took down OG, right?
Yep. And he's got to do it. He's got to do it for the team. And I got to say, I got so much respect. If you're at home and you're not vaccinated yet, by the way, please get vaccinated. Trust me, COVID is quite unpleasant. And everybody,
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine how, even symptomatic, I heard he's still got a pretty high fever. He's capable of
10
playing Dota at the
seconds
level that he
remaining.
was, because he legitimately changed the entire look of this team.
Yep.
They were just done for. They were playing with 86, right? And they were going to get 86 out of the tournament if they continued with him. With White Album, it actually looks like they've got a shot. They should, at the very least, advance. Although I believe they're helped out by the team currently at the bottom of their group.
Yeah. Who is?
I want to say it's Thunder Predator, but I was saying that and I was like, oh crap, I don't know if I'm right.
Yeah, it's
10
fine.
seconds
We're
remaining.
hopping groups all the
It
time.
is Thunder
so.
Predator. Perfect. See, look, I've got this information.
Just believe in yourself, Kyle.
I really need to, because my rule, Cap, is to always speak with confidence.
Yeah,
okay?
you've lost your confidence lately.
Yeah, but I keep
You've been
be-
trying to actually speak truthfully,
Yeah.
and it's causing you to hesitate
Yeah.
because you're so used to bullshitting all
Exactly.
the time.
But I've been right. I've been right about everything. I've been right about the way Veil works. I've been right about the way...
But what if you just didn't bullshit in the first place? The only reason you're hesitating is you gave us so much crap before that now you're like, oh, wait a minute. Am I feeding bad information to people again?
Look.
No.
I'm trying to keep you on your toes. You know, something my dad always said. He thought it was the primal duty of a parent, a good parent, to lie to their children. Because if you aren't, here's the thing. Hear me out.
Yeah.
If you don't experience dishonesty from a young age, you'll start to just believe everything that you're told. You
Oh,
need to have that
yes.
natural skepticism.
That
because
sounds like some sociopathic nonsense. I need to teach my children that the world is full of lies and dishonesty so they can do the same.
Okay, he meant more about stuff like, you know, like
5
harmless
seconds
things. Like
Santa
the-
Claus.
Yeah, the sky is.
Yeah.
I don't think, you know. Look, guys, Santa Claus is a lie. We all know this, but I think it's one of those
Spoilers.
things. You ever watch Jurassic Park? You know how they had to let that little baby raptor hatch? Okay,
Uh-huh,
same with
yeah.
birds. You can't help them hatch because they need to get the strength to break the shell
Okay.
so that they can grow.
So Santa
and
Claus is a
prosper.
soft shell for them to realize the truth about the world and how it's not full of butterflies and rainbows all
Exactly.
the time. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, I can get that.
Yeah.
I mean, I also don't get it because I was never under the implication that Santa Claus was real. My parents never actually forced that lie upon me. What does that make me as a person, Kyle? What went wrong with me because I didn't have that shell? Now, I was in one of those scientific, you know, like where they cut the shell half open, you can see the chick grow.
Well,
I
it's
was in
it's
one
a
of
li-
those.
It's a little different though because they didn't
Okay.
help you necessarily. It
Uh-huh.
was more that they didn't like let it
Invictus
leave you
Gaming's
completely alone.
turn
They were
to
providing
ban.
moral support from the outside.
Okay.
Funny enough, though, Santa Claus was responsible for what I still consider the greatest Christmas present I ever received, which was a Nintendo 64 Christmas Day,
Team
I believe
Astor's turn to
1999.
ban. Templar
Still
Assassin.
one of the most memorable days. We got Super Smash Brothers. We got the original Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, hype
Whoa,
stuff.
whoa, 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 whoa!
What?
Nintendo 64 was not the original Mario Kart, sir.
When was that? Sorry, I
That
wasn't
would be
alive.
the Super
10
Nintendos.
seconds remaining.
Of course.
The SNES. Thank you.
Okay, well, there you go. We're learning
5
something new.
seconds
Yes,
remaining.
that's the console I started on. That's
Yeah.
how you know there's a little bit, a small, very small age gap, but it was just enough to make the difference between consoles, between us.
And speaking of making a difference, let's get into the draft. 4 picks each
Yeah.
for both sides.
Invictus Gaming's
Weaver
turn to
seems to be
ban.
either banned or first picked every single game. I think by far
Team
the most
Astor's
contested hero
turn
thus
to
far
ban.
at TI. Tiny, Monkey King also up on that list. IG, I think going pretty safe and standard. You don't see Ruik first overall very often, but I think I like it when you're responding to a Weaver. It's like plenty of amazing steals. Both Bugs and
10
Scoochie are
seconds
incredible.
remaining.
And you also grab Alina. We just saw Spirit dominate with a Night
5
Stalker offlane in
seconds
2 games.
remaining.
Expect that to be the role here for Aster as well. But IG with the TA, kind of a dead hero after the Psyblade spill change. Nerfs to the Ancients. But
Mm.
you're playing into what's likely Alina mid, so I think you can get away with it.
Invictus Gaming's turn
And I
to
got a
ban.
very, very helpful, senor.
I was just looking over the draft a little bit. I was actually thinking about
Santa Claus?
no, I wasn't thinking about Santa Claus at all. I was thinking of
Team
something else
Astor's
that is
turn
red.
to pick.
Rudolph's
LFY and
nose.
LGD. I was thinking about old back TI7. The memories were
Ah.
kind of flooding back to me. Remember, there was LGD and LFY had to match up against each other
Yeah.
in the lower bracket to determine who was going to be fourth and who would keep moving on. And the junior team, quote unquote, junior team,
Invictus Gaming.
actually managed to take down
Oh, yeah.
the adult boys.
Indeed. And Monet was on that LFY
And Monet
squad.
was on that squad, and that is something that I feel like I want to remind people.
Yeah.
Or maybe you haven't actually watched Dota for that long. You haven't watched back all the way to TI7. But Monet
10 seconds
was
remaining.
like this hot property after that,
5
right?
seconds
He was
remaining.
like, this guy is incredibly good. He's a great carry. And he placed third at his first TI. I believe that was his first TI that he managed to attend. I think he was only playing professionally for maybe a
Yeah.
year, maybe 2 at most at that point in time. And unfortunately, he cooled off real quick.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't really see him at TI since. But now he's back again on Team Aster, where they have been super good in the DPC. They have dominated the other Chinese teams, but every single time they go to LAN, not been great for them.
Which is surprising, considering Lan M.
I
is the
know.
captain.
Knew you were gonna make that joke. I knew it was coming.
It's like alley-oop, baby. Give me that. Give me some. I like it.
He holds his hand out for a high five, like that's a good thing. Like that, like I wanted that joke on my broadcast. I thought about making it. I was like, no, that's too cheesy.
Talking about cheese, man.
You may now select
I
your
miss my
heroes.
cousin Josh makes a legendary grilled cheese. If you're listening,
I thought you were gonna
four different- oh
I
my
thought you were
God.
transition that into a pick, and I was like,
4
is
different
there a-
kinds of cheese. It's both fried and baked to finish. Some crispy breadcrumbs thrown in there. A little bit of oh my God, it's really just fantastic. And I'm lactose intolerant, so that is saying something. Ursa last pick, always an interesting matchup against a troll because obviously you can pop your ulti to dispel the whirling axes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Troll pops ulti and kind of eats you for breakfast. So I think this matchup really goes both ways. And I am always a little concerned when I see TA Ursa together. You look at this IG lineup and
10
it's just like, whoa,
seconds
that's a
remaining.
lot of single target. And I see Lan M with this excellent set
5 seconds
looking like,
remaining.
was it Treebeard?
Treebeard.
Treebeard,
Lord
like,
of the Rings. I knew it was going to be a
guiding-
Lord of the Rings
Oh my-
reference. I know you too well at this point in time. I could honestly, if I could pull off a Kyle voice, I could just be the whole cast.
And of course, we can't forget the most valuable member of our triumvirate. We will have JJ observing, so make sure you guys at him if he misses any kills. I do expect to take a couple of T-tours throughout this game, but do keep in mind it is not our fault.
Yes. Not our fault anymore. It was our fault yesterday, or my fault. But I think I did all right. The complaint was, it doesn't look around. The observer really doesn't look around at heroes' items and stuff enough. And I'm like, because I'm trying to lead the conversation and just keep fights on the screen that I can barely have time to look through items. All right.
Well, yeah, the crowd was really unhappy with the observing, but
yeah, they weren't unhappy because they were cheering constantly. It was like it was like this constant drone going on all the time. They never stopped. I was telling Suns fan about it was like, you gotta lean into the cheering experience. Like, we had to go off at just weird times. I was like, that's not what our experience was. Our experience was it was going off constantly. There was no break to it whatsoever. And I remember, do you remember the pause that we had?
Yeah.
And then there was silence for a moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my god.
This is what Dota used to be.
It's like when you have tinnitus and all of a sudden it goes away for a bit and you're just like, oh, this is what inner peace feels like.
Yeah.
All right, early smoke up. Not a smoke. You know, it used to be smokes early. It was like, oh, they're going to go 5-man and see if they can get first blood or something. Nowadays, it's like, we're smoking in order to get on offensive ward on the enemy side of the mid lane. And that's it. That's the whole point. Though this is kind of interesting. IG is moving up to the... They're both moving over to their jungles. They place their ward and then just...
Yeah.
Skirp.
I like it.
Most of the thing, I feel like we've been just seeing 5-man standoffs where everyone sits on the mid lane, looking at each other from across the river, where both of them have wards and both of them act like they don't have wards.
I don't know whose mouse this is. This is a terrible mouse. I'm sorry. I'm like trying to use this to look around the map and just like follow these teams. I will say, I gotta favor Aster as this game moves into more of a team fight type of setup, but I think IG would have the edge in skirmishes. I just look at these lineups though, I will say, we just watched OG, Owen and Fogg, of course, they're like a full game, a series ahead of us, so they're already headed home. Shout out to you guys, should not have swapped, but you saw OG, like all of this damage assist, right? There was this crazy cool draft with like a Wisp, an ET, an Invoker, a 5 Legion Commander, and then your Luna. So they just rock up, win a game 20 minutes. My concern with IG is that you have this cute steroid of like Ogre buff, but you have so much single target damage that if Aster just, disengage, throw out some mischance, a nice root, if you can just negate damage and burst during the BKBs, I'm not sure how you're going to lose a fight. But this mid matchup, typically very TA favored, but it is one of the higher skill matchups. You can see why. Like White Album, you just hit TA in the face. Don't even go for last hit. He has too much damage.
I like how you say it's a really high skill matchup, and then you describe like you just right click them all the time. That sounds pretty simple.
We got to dodge side blades. That's the thing. TA last hits while side blading you. So if you can juke them, it's quite nice. The problem is Lena's very low HP, low armor, so very annoying to play against. He's doing a good job though, but as you can see, just losing the CS war.
And that is a really important part of IG's lineup, right? Because they have both Ursa and Templar Assassin. I feel like both those heroes really they should win their lanes most of the time. And we're probably expecting that here as well, right? TA versus Lina. We've got an Ursa versus a Night Stalker, which Night Stalker does have good armor, but obviously not a great offensive threat until it's actually nighttime. That's why it's in his name. And then what's their off lane? Rubik Mars. Yeah, that's just gonna be okay. I think Train Protector Weaver could probably fight that pretty well.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, not Weaver, Troll.
Yeah, a big difference. I think fours nowadays, one of the things, it's not even necessarily their kit, it's like what items do they buy? So as an example, Rubik, you're one of the Aether Lens buyers. Aether Lens may be a Veil, I think in a game or two, but I think the Ogre will do it in this game. Similar to like the Skywrath, we'll see every once in a while. Whereas Weaver, that's your Vessel Solar Crest buyer. I think that that's going to be a lot more high value, especially considering how all-in IG's lineup is on physical damage. Their 3 cores are all physical, and I think that's going to be a little concerning for them if they can't get a decisive edge in the laning phase.
doing really well so far. 14-2, JT 11-3, thanks to the pull that they did. Brought it back between the two towers. Just a really smart idea whenever you're dealing with Treant Protector, right? Like, level 1 Treant Protector is just such an annoying force in the lane. If you can just somehow change the laning phase in some way so you don't have to deal with him, pulling back between the tier 1 and tier 2 is a great way of being able to deal with that.
Yeah.
Treant Protector wants to be able to play around his trees.
What's interesting is we saw a lot, almost every tree I've seen goes 2 points Leech Seed early on for the lane.
Yep.
But Lanham's actually got armor already. I expect him to put another point in at level 3. I think that might be to help out White Album mid. Because that plus armor and a little bit of regen is so nice, and all of a sudden you're actually able to just go toe-to-toe and trade with the TA.
Yeah, and that would also make sense because Leech Seed it's all right, level 1, but it really feels good when you have it level 2.
Yeah.
When you're level 3. So if you have to go Living Armor, you know, I don't even see a point in giving Leech Seed. Maybe not for at all.
Yeah.
I think at this point in time. Maybe you just go 404.
Yeah, I totally agree, because if you look at it, a lot of spells function like this, where, you know, Leech Seed, level 1, it's 16 damage, 8% slow, but that second point doubles the damage with extra slow. So that's why you almost always see it at 2 points, as it then, of course, is less effective in terms of the...
Going on a Fly. Weaver, real good hero against Ursa, usually in a carry matchup style. Here's a 4 position. It almost gets the kill. Fly just is able to limp away, just a little bit left in the tank. So even though it's not nighttime, White Album, nicely done, but Kaka's already here. He actually does manage to deny the rune, puts White Album in an awkward spot, and Emo is faster than him. White Album playing a little game of Ring Around the Rosie here, but eventually White Album may be caught by the Living Armor. It is gonna be enough to keep him alive.
That is so sick, because it keeps him in plus armor.
Yeah.
You know, you get hit with the meld, that's -5. Tree armor level 2 is 6 armor. So the meld is ineffective, then you're under tower. So you see, like, the meld strike hits, and he's just, like, walking away from him, because he realizes there's no way he'll have threat. But they die.
He's gonna get zapped. Or even just telekinesis back into Emo. Living Armor did what it could for a long time. Honestly, White Album should have died already.
Yes.
But finally, the first blood is claimed.
That was a really nice job just to continue the pressure from Kaka. White Album, where was his courier that whole time? Because he just does not. Okay, no, he had no talisman in base. He just didn't get the salve earlier. Maybe he survives there. Unfortunately, though, no teleports, so we'll have to wait 10 seconds before he can come back. Nighttime strikes.
Fly is not dead yet, but he needs to get the bug off him in order to XXS. Still has the vision, and he can run him down underneath the tower. JT battling up against Monet. He's so low, but Spear is only a second away. Fortunately, Kaka is able to turn that and still get the trade-off of cores in the top lane.
This is very scary, though. We saw this in the previous series. Night Stalker is terrifying, especially at nighttime when he thrives. And Ursa, in theory, you match up nicely against melee heroes, but you can see even maybe just because of how strong this Weaver is in synergy, you know, NS is 32-10. And now nighttime, I don't know if you can even stay here as an Ursa. And my big issue with the hero, you know, what do you do to recover?
Yep.
Like, you just farm so slowly if you're forced to go woods.
Yep, and there you can't even go triangle because that's going to be held by the Templar Assassin most of the time. So, yeah, it was very important for them to be able to win this lane, but as you said, I think the Weaver is really what makes a big difference. I mean, it's classically been a counter to Ursa for a really long time, right? It's just we haven't seen Weaver occasionally will pop up as 4 position, but I probably haven't seen that matchup of 4 Weaver versus 1 Ursa very often.
Yeah, I just watched them miss a lot of archers in the bottom lane, though, which I tilted just a little bit because I think...
I'm surprised! You don't expect the Treant Protector gank like this, but he snuck down the side trees, cut off the retreat there from Fly, so he's going to have to run forward. Emo with the haste rune does manage to get the kill mid. Fly is no way out. He's just going to get run down. So, trade-offs. Mid lane dies for Aster. So this lane continued to go very, very well for Emo, but our Ursa is suffering big time.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is fine, though, for IG. Lina has a real tough time recovering in this kind of game against the heavy pressure that TA can output. That was a bit of a miscue by Lanham. He preemptively armored on his Night Stalker. If he throws it mid for the Lina, White Album lives, and you'd still get the kill, you know. XXS took almost no pressure because there was just no response. There was 3-on-2 chasing her down in Ursa.
Bugs are just too strong, man.
Yeah, they're very
Too
good.
strong.
Very good. A lot of buffs received. I think that you can now toggle.
Dude, they are
Gemini.
not letting White Album back into this game. FlyFi's like, fine, you guys want to ruin my game? I'm going to go mid and help kill this Lina. Borax is going to show up, throws out the bugs, doesn't actually get one onto Kaka, which makes a big difference. Borax won't be able to get that kill, and Borax may actually die if he's not careful. The trap is going to hit him, and it's going to tick him out.
Top.
Ooh, top lane. Backing away, JT. Forcing Monet to just bang on the shield for a while. That is something about this pick of the Troll is they picked it into the Mars.
Yeah, but like, where's the team, Cap? They're like losing their carry. They're losing mid tower. It's nighttime. I mean, they get the bottom tier 1, but you know, this is something we've seen teams that aren't going upper bracket do at times where they get over. Kind of hyper-focused on the single objective. We even saw that in that first game, OG versus EG, which I think probably everybody watched, where EG just like kept making these moves onto tops and hiding off in the trees in his safe lane, where they then lost their mid hero, their tower, and like Sumail's just free farming everywhere. And I think in this spot, if you're Monet, you got to get the hell out of top, right? As soon as Mars is 6, you're exposed. Same goes with White Album mid. Like, they're just going to keep playing into you. Now you've lost your mid tower. This is very unfortunate. As you said, there's really, Ursa was in a pretty rough spot. And both him and TA want Ancients. And now suddenly you've opened up the map, and you can even think about taking enemy triangle. But really, great job from Kaka so far. Tons of great movements. Even had time to get stacks up. What is that, a quad on the hard camp? No, just a triple. Ancients doubled.
Very, very smart laning ideas, right? Like, they do that pull. We talked about how it deals with Train Protector. Then from there, it's like you don't want to even be in that lane. It's a Troll plus Train Protector lane. That's got to be one of the tougher lanes to be able to pressure in the slightest. So as a Rubik, who mostly offers offensive pressure, like, you just go somewhere else. And he just camps White Album. Makes his game horrific.
And I gotta say also, I'm a big fan of teams. I think it was OG who might have really felt like game planned this, but they always are taking stacks, for neutral items. And I think that's a really key thing. Anytime I see a team that just gets all 5 neutrals by like 8 or 9 minutes, it just feels so good, right? You think about what a Keen Optic does for your support. Like, these items are real value. That's a Void Stone, right? Better than with some extra cast range. That's 1,000 gold you just picked up for free.
Ollie gonna get run over by the Dragon Slave. XXS is gonna be double slowed here, but he's gonna pop the nighttime just to make sure he can run over the trees. White Album doesn't have that same kind of luxury. IG continuing to hold off Aster as they're trying to find successful fights during this first nighttime, but it's just not working.
Check out my man JT. That is a sick build. I am a huge fan. This item just seems to be the new MO for all offlaners, and he's just so strong now. Like, no wonder Monet's having difficulties up top. That Helm of Iron Will really is just 2 value, right? You get the bonus 6 armor in addition to like a Ring of Health's worth of regen.
My one problem with it is that we already talked about how they have Ursa and Templar Assassin and such. Like, do you really need this Mars to scale physical damage? Like, aren't you missing initiation?
Perhaps, but I think it's a reason why they dominated the lane so hard. And it's the same when we saw it on the LC, where I think if you go straight for the initiation tool, you're basically crippling your own game. Whereas Armlet is enough to ensure that you're going to be relevant in terms of your damage output.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of investing in the future.
Okay.
And they're roaching it 11 minutes in. My word.
They've already got it. Now they've caught Monet just outside of the pit, but he gets to the high ground, and IG certainly don't want to chase into that choke point. Kaka, nice steal. Rubik against Weaver always feels good. Great, even.
Yeah, I think Insania was saying this on the couch the other day. He really loves playing Rubik when there's some spell he can steal to farm with, and Skuchi is up there. It's one of the best. Because
It's
it also
mobility and it's retreat. It's a way to be able to farm. Like, you Fade Bolt Shukuchi through the wave, it's probably dead, or at least close to it.
And
You said Ice Path, the best ability. You said it's better even than Fisher. Shukuchi? Where's it rate on the list of Rubik steals? And we're talking about like regular abilities, guys. Don't be like, oh, but Ravage or Black Hole or something. You know, we're talking about like
think
the
it's-
normal abilities you're gonna get every time.
it's probably top 5, maybe
Top
top 3.
five?
Yeah.
I actually think I find it's number 1. I actually like Shukuchi the most.
Yeah. It depends. I think Sakuchi is probably the one that feels. It's almost, it's never bad. I think
It's the
sometimes-
Pentagon. It
Yeah.
has stats in every single part of the Pentagon. Meanwhile, like Ice Path Fisher are like extremely
Exactly.
good in a very pointed aspect.
Yeah, I think Rain of Fire is another one that's very, very strong.
Okay.
The Underlord Q. And
Yes.
then
Yeah.
what else feels really good?
Firestorm is what that's
Firestorm,
called.
yeah.
Yeah. You said Ring of Fire. There was Johnny Cash.
Yeah,
in my
dude,
head.
that's how I came up. Underrated artist, man. The Zoomers
Yeah, it's
don't know
true.
about Johnny.
True. Nobody's heard of Johnny Cash. Little known artist. I heard he once did a gig in a prison. Can you
Yeah.
imagine? He
Made an album.
instead of doing it on a big concert.
Yeah.
Shame. These small indie artists, man, when are they going to finally get their time? 9 to 5, 3,000 net worth lead at 13 minutes in. We're going to have Maelstrom soon for Monet.
Gotta say, impressive. IG, they're showing why they're on top of the group, right? Where
Yeah.
you look at the draft and you think, man, I don't know if they're going to be able to get far enough ahead with this, but they end up taking towers and a Roche by 11 minutes. And now they've suddenly just put themselves in a spot to pincer the map a bit. Somehow Fly has a game. He's 3-2 with the defusal already.
I was talking to Rezo earlier, and I feel like this is kind of I'm formulating sort of a list in my head. The tier list for this group stage right now is like, for me, there's a tier that is just the top 3, right? OG, IG, LGD. And then below that, the second tier, Vici Gaming, right? You've got your Vici Gamings. You've got, who else? Evil Geniuses, Team Secret, maybe Beast Coast is in there even because they've been doing pretty good. Maybe Undying's in there. Like teams that you're going to expect, probably they're going to make a nice battle for top 8. And then there's,
What's
everybody
crazy,
else.
like OG, I think they're like 8-4, something like that. But they're still like undisputed top tier, right? And I
they
think
just look so good.
yeah, like because LGD and IG, like they don't just look dominant. They're dumpstering people, right? They don't lose games.
Yeah.
Whereas OG, they might bleed here and there, but it's just that you see that their ceiling is so much higher
Yeah.
than a lot of the Western squads.
It's the eye test, right?
Yeah.
It's not all about stats. Sometimes, like just because it's about how you win and how you lose.
And man, that first match against EG, that was a lot of fun. Oh, let's see. And this is where what you want from IG, right? They're controlling the enemy ancients, and that's enough, right? So they can camp here is just near the whole squad. They grab an extra bounty rune, utilizing the Aegis just to secure more of an edge. Hang on though, Aster, hello.
Running into Ollie. Invictus Gaming. Gonna be happy with that. Like, okay, you just found a whole bunch of heroes. And the rest of IG is happy to be able to farm at their leisure.
So they've just done such a good job. So this new Lina build, it's very similar. Like you see how people are playing Quap, right? It's kind of a same kind of hero in the sense that primarily XP based damage. You want to control runes, and Quap gets Orchid. Lina, you get this BKB, and suddenly you're dominant in the mid game. You can make things happen. They've slowed White Album down considerably, and I think that's really set them up for success because you don't just need BKB necessarily. It's going to come out. You're already going to have one on the Ursa, on the TA. And then suddenly it's about controlling your armor. And you just simply won't have enough. Lanham is going to have to effectively just babysit his Lina in every team fight if he wants any hope of surviving.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame there for Aster. If they pop Darkness, they would see the Ursa stuck in the trees, but now it's going to be too late as they're going to be the ones initiated on. Nice jump from JT and Emo, instantly blowing up the Night Stalker. The biggest threat is gone. Now they can take their time. They're going to kite around Monet. Nice use of the Yules. Good overgrowth, though. They still have some time for Monet to pump out some damage before he finally dies. That's going to be the Spear Rebuke combo from JT that finishes him off. Borax on the run.
Man,
Emo tries to find him, doesn't get it.
Emo has had, this is his third haste streak.
Combined the camp, the just like constant camping of mid lane by Kaka has led into constant rune control for a Templar Assassin.
Yep.
And you can't give a TA this many power runes.
No, definitely not. I love the build too. He had gone the 2-point side blade for farming early, then maxed meld, has the blink deso, even took the attack speed talent. He's just so strong. Obviously going to have bloodlust continuously applied as well, but you know, Aster, the problem is like where's the damage? Also, where's White Album? He was way back in base, had TP'd home, so this is a 4-on-5. You simply just don't have damage because you needed your Lina to be the one snowballing, and he has been shut down.
And now I'm looking at like XXS, like okay, maybe he can pick up some of the slack, but he just died. He's got okay net worth, but just compared to IG, it's not even close. They really need to. I feel like Aster has to just chill out and wait for the BKB timings. I don't think it's what you want to do, but I think it's what you have to do here. As XXS is going to be slowed down. Diffusal Blade inhibit there. Arena goes out and does manage to get the spear onto the troll. They're going to all-in him before he's allowed to get off his ultimate. Turn on to Borax, who pops his time lapse to get out. Good catch, Yule's on to Lanham, so he doesn't disappear into the trees either. An extra kill.
Wait a second.
Yeah. Oh, DD for TA.
It takes 8 attacks to kill the bugs?
Yeah.
Do heroes count as 2 attacks?
I think so.
Okay, that's not in the tooltip. I was going to say, I was like, there's no way.
Yeah,
that
because
that's
creeps
the
hit
case.
it as well, and they only do 1 hit.
Heroes deal double. Okay, I was going to say, because I was thinking to myself, like, man, I'm looking through Weaver's abilities. Like, why does everyone pick Weaver all the time? And then I thought for a second that if it was really 8 attacks, 1, how have I not noticed that? And 2, yeah no wonder. That's crazy. But still 4, of course. Now with the Vessel, he's actually rushing Aghanims on Borax. I think that's risky because the burst from IG is just so high, but it makes sense. You want to just save from that Spear Arena that JT has landed so successfully thus far.
Yeah, he has been rock solid this game.
I feel like he's always rock solid on the Mars. Played this all through the DPC season.
I got a stat for that. 83 games of Mars in his lifetime, 51 this season.
Jeez.
Yeah. Man's been playing a lot of Mars. The other hero he's played a lot of is Centaur. Not really in the meta too much right now. That's just a kind of a meh hero.
I think they might have picked it in one game, and that was the only one they lost.
Yeah.
It's just dead hero, unfortunately. Feels like the uptime is just too low. Like, your Stampede's on cooldown, and you just feel worthless, whereas all these other, what feel like better ultimates, have more uptime.
White Album, is that going to be enough? It is. He's got his BKB now as well. On the topic of JT, the stats also show that he's very successful at Mars, Centaur, Tidehunter. His other heroes being picked up, right? Nice pick off for Monet.
Yeah.
This last season, the other heroes he's played, Timber, Doom, Axe, those are like his 3rd, 4th, and 5th most played. All negative win rate. Below sub 50% win rate.
Yeah, maybe
like,
we just
his
keep him on
Mars
Mars.
is just so much better than and Tidehunter. His Mars and Tidehunter are just so much better. He's just really good at those initiators. Actually, can we kill him? Yeah, Fly. He doesn't have Enrage.
Wow. That was
Wow, that was a big kill for White Album. He actually gets a dominating kill streak. 856 gold for that solo
God.
kill. That, I mean, White Album, he is not having a good game, but I honestly don't feel like it's too much of a fault of his own.
Yeah, he could have avoided a death here and there, but he just got ran at. I
Yeah.
mean, the trouble with Weaver Treant supports is, yeah, they can help maybe from afar, but there was no one coming mid. You know, you'd love any kind of stun just to find yourself a kill. That was such an enormous play. The cojones to go for that, and that does pay off. You need to take risks. A lot of players don't realize that when you're behind like this, it's not the time to be more conservative. You actually have to be even more offensive. Because think about how much golden XP he just got for that play. Even if it was like 30%, it's still probably worth it. Because let's say there's someone behind him, you end up dying. What are you worth at this point when you're already so far behind in net worth in comparison to the enemy mid?
Yeah.
But yeah, JT's been on point though. Every arena spear seems to have landed a kill. Kaka closing in on the Aghanims, Somos BKB on all 3 cores of IG. Or no, sorry, Hurricane Pike first from Emo. Huh. Has the Grove Bow too, so optimum TA annoyance online.
So what's the hey man? If Kaka steals time lapse, I guess that would be super sick. A little
That would be
hard,
sick.
but sometimes you can pull it off. Weaver shouldn't ever give that up because you could just time lapse instantly Shikuchi. So
It's hard though if you do it to an ally, because you Sakuchi in, time lapse them.
oh yeah. But he doesn't have it yet.
True.
But it is coming. I found it interesting that these 4 Weavers have been so successful, but a lot of them haven't been going the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
This time we are, but the last iteration that Weaver 4 was really big in the meta, everyone was just going Ags.
Yeah.
Nowadays, because it's more about the Swarm, people are going more like Solar Crest and stuff like that.
I think part of it is that the hero doesn't need boots, and
Yes.
the hero also has no need for any sort of mana regen. So you can just buy high value items immediately.
Hurricane Bike trying to get him out of this area, but he is going to fall. That's life number 1. XSS is going to pop the BKB. They're going to sit on top of the Templar Assassin, trying to stop him getting off the refraction with the silence, and Monet just beat him down. JT, okay, that was cute. Throws the spear to catch Lanham before he BKB TPs out to try and, I guess, help out Kaka here.
And that is why I was a little concerned about Emo's Hurricane Pike, Cap,
Yeah.
because BKB is a very strong item. And the enemy cores all have one, Cap.
Yeah,
So they're going to
yeah.
use theirs and run at you. And what is TA most susceptible to? Well, it's getting ran at. He's silenced as he respawns, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. There's no force staffs on the squad just yet. So he's just dead. And yeah, you've got a ton of damage on IG, but you need your TA right-clicking to be effective, and that is not possible when you spawn inside of your own Doom.
Can we agree it is a good item for the TA versus Troll matchup?
For sure.
It's just BKB is like essential.
Yeah, he looks like he might just skip it entirely. He has Daedalus queued up, but I mean, this is kind of the play style from Emo, right? Like, he's not
Yeah.
exactly a concern. When I think,
He likes high-risk moves.
indeed,
But, you know, that's maybe what has gotten him from the junior squad of IG Vitality, to now on the main squad, and won a major with that same kind of
yeah,
over
think
the
of
top
it.
playstyle.
He question marked DG in Game 3, down 2. That's a nice show of confidence. That's what
He's built different.
he's built different. Now that's LGD, but IG also seemingly stiffer stuff used in the construction of both this roster and other
Radiant's
gameplay so
bottom
far this
tower
group stage.
is under
It's been a lot of fun. I feel like it's just tough to keep up at times. I think this
Yeah.
is still the first time we've seen Aster play.
Yeah. It's
Dire's top tower
when Caster's doing
are fortified.
TI group stage, it is
Radiant's bottom tower
it is a mess. Because you work most of the day, and then you go home, and you're just like, okay, I watched one set of games,
Yeah.
and now there's 3 other set of games that I have missed out on. And you're just trying to catch up with everything that's happening.
And
Fun time as a viewer, though. I love being a viewer for TI
Yeah.
group stage. It's just like there's always a cool, fun game happening. Overgrowth from the trees catches the Templar Assassin. Are they going to be able to punish Emo for a second time? Force Staff's trying to get him away here. Monet locking onto JT instead of Emo. That is not what they wanted. They're only going to get Ollie for this. IG, I think they got to count their lucky stars that they managed to get away with that.
Yeah, and shout out to Ollie for buying a force staff, because
Yeah,
otherwise Emo's just dead again to the patented everybody use your BKB and run at the TA. Love that maneuver. And yeah, he's just skipping it entirely. I don't necessarily blame him though, because in theory, if he tries to go toe-to-toe with a troll who's popped ult, he just gets eaten alive. Oh! He switched it up. He is listening,
Okay.
Cap. He is listening.
Fly. They know all these BKBs are on cooldown, so they're like, okay, this is time to fight. And I feel like Aster probably should have known this was coming. When you blow all your BKBs like this and you just kind of like don't get anything, it's a high alert status. You know, hide behind your tier 2s.
Especially because the only vision they have is currently watching a creep wave top. That should be a pretty big sign. IG, we're still on your side of the map. If we, You know, if you check Dire Vision, like they really just don't see a damn thing. Like we are obviously blessed because we have no fog, but this is the game that Aster are playing. So yes, to your point, I do agree with you, but end of the day, like they just don't see anything, and no BKBs mean you're just not capable of taking fight. Also, no troll.
I thought you were making the point for me. The fact that top lane was pushing in so heavily should have been a heavy indicator.
Yes.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Aster should have known.
Yeah, probably. But it's
But-
hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
That's all I mean. Because
Yeah.
if you have like another ward somewhere, like there's more to go off of. If it's just one wave, you know, you don't want to play too scared.
Sure, sure.
But it is just kind of rough. I also forgot, you know, you're playing against a tree, and IG were able to take that mid tower at 8 minutes going back. And that does
Yeah.
kind of surprise me that there wasn't more emphasis on helping White Album here, just because of the structure and the importance, right?
I think some of that is the choice of their supports, right? Weaver is not, he's a lane dominating support. Train Protector doesn't rotate at all. That hero is terrible at rotating into the mid lane. You do nothing. It feels terrible if your mid lane loses and you're a Train Protector. All you can do is give them living armor, which he tried. God
Yeah.
bless him, he tried.
That is the same with the Night Stalker too, right? In theory, he could have run over, maybe got involved, gone for a gank, but NS early against Ursa and TA, you can't really like run in against these heroes. They'll just hit you back. It was a
Yeah.
little different back when Crippling Fear provided mischance as well, but now just that it's a silence, you sort of have to be strong. You need this BKB. Found nice positioning. They want the Rubik.
They can sneak in and get a fast kill onto Kaka. That would be really nice, and they should be able to get it here. Yule Scepter, but when he comes back down, it's straight into an LSA for him. And this will open up a potential Roshan play for them. It's not up for another 20 seconds, so Aster is going to keep looking for a pickoff here. Slow down Ollie. Ollie, is he going to turn around and accept his fate? Nope, he's going to be saved by Emo perhaps. Going to keep going. They're going to jump back in. JT tries. Monet instantly pops the BKB. Starts laying in the damage. Does manage to get a couple of bashes there. JT, he's just getting crushed by Monet. And now Monet, with the rest of his ultimate, is turned onto the Ursa. He's getting a little bit low, though. The Rampage is no longer there. Monet is going to die here. And Borax, oh, they have the vision for him, so he's just dead. No more darkness. No more flight for XXS. He's going to get run down here. The buyback of Ollie. Fortunately, the silence preventing too much, but the slows. He's going to run into one TA trap, potentially a second. Now, works his way around it. They drop some wards here just to be able to spot him. XXS still on the run. They have a trap that's going to be able to spot him potentially. He skirts his way around it. Smart.
That was sick though. So he has Enchanted Quiver on Emo. So he was making a play. He had moved into the pit and trapped on the high ground because he could have actually attacked with the bonus range on that single
nice.
attack that would have killed the Night Stalker. So it didn't work, but I really love that idea that he was thinking like that. And that he doesn't do that without that neutral item.
I have to wonder if Roshan was somehow like magically spawned right as the 20-second timer ran out. Like, would Aster have just gone, okay, we got Kaka, let's try and do Rosh and force them to us? Because ultimately, like, chasing after Ollie ends up resulting in just this terrible team fight for them.
It's the classic debate here, right? Because you're forced to dive a tier 2. You're going to see XXS finish him off, but then he buys back, what, 1,
Oh, he got time
2
lapse there. Okay.
seconds later. So all of a sudden, you've spent your spells, and you've put yourselves in a bad position for a hero that then just shows up and casts his spells anyway.
Yeah. And Monet might have been, like, it looks like they really thought this time lapse was going to be the trump card of the situation. But they had to blow it so early because XXS took so much damage underneath the tier 2 with the Emo banging him on him. They're going to try and do something about this Roshan, but it's already been grabbed. They're going to pop Darkness now, but you're fighting into an Aegis. Not sure if this is the best idea. IG will retreat together. And now they know the Darkness is going to be gone.
I wonder who you give the Aghanims to. I'd give it to the Mars, maybe. Is he going to take it on
Double
TA?
Spear.
No, that's the Shard for the Bulwark. Where you make the army.
Oh, yeah. No, wait, was it Aghanim's time already? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that was
I didn't-
number 3.
That's right. We had a Roshan
Like-
at, like, what was it?
Yeah,
11 minutes.
They give it to Ursa. So he can pop and rage to get out of stuns now, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
And lowered cooldown. One of my favorite Aghanims, to be fair. The Mars one is a bit of a meme.
Yeah, that one's only good if you're playing Atomic War.
Yeah, Rubik, of course, another candidate, but he bought one himself. Kaka very much alive. Fly, very impressive. He is like 370 C6 CS on the TA, only 230 on the Ursa. Okay, top net worth. Okay, well he has the negatives. I take everything I said back. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot.
That net worth boost is a little bit deceptive and weird. But yeah, I mean, he had a rough lane and he has recovered quite nicely.
The first Roche is really why this draft is working though. IG's pace is accelerated. You know, it's 32 minutes. They have the third Aegis.
Yeah.
That is. You know, sometimes you don't even see the second Roche respawn at this time.
Yeah.
And they're just walking high ground. Why not? You are ready to go.
Living armor can only do so much here. How are they going to be able to stop this while it's daytime? The hard part is, even if when darkness comes back up, it's still like IG will simply just retreat back and then go again while it's still daytime. Tier 3 is going to go down. IG will accept that victory and start backing it up.
And this is something we've seen from many of the Chinese teams here, even vaunted PSG LGD. Patience. Not many with the patience of Team Elephant. Hashtag Book of the Dead. But still, I like it. Regroup.
What do you think that is about?
Maybe just a little bit of nerves.
Well, I will say, like, you know, you always harp on, like, sitting gold doesn't actually do anything for you. So sometimes net worth advantages can be deceptive. I always find that usually pushes that occur on the tier 3 are usually you get some sort of pickoff or an okay team fight. It's like, okay, that's enough to get the tier 3. And you can back up, control the map, but it's also a good time for you to spend your gold, right?
Yeah,
you just got the tier 3 bounty. Maybe you got a hero kill. You can back up, get the bounty runes, farm the ancient camps. Like, it's a good time to just get your next upgrade before you try and go for what is essentially going to be Aster's last hold.
It's a really good point because you'll often see the losing team that's got to defend base saving buyback like White Album is here.
Yep.
Because you're holding Aegis on Emo, he has 300 gold. He just bought a Daedalus. So he's effectively maxed out for this push, and then you can go look to fight. So you're already a full item ahead, but you don't even... So it's really more like 2 because the enemy heroes are saving gold, to your point. And I really like
spend out all your gold. Yeah. Now, even better, like sometimes they're just opportunities that arise. They've got a double damage now on TA. So your damage went from Chrysalis, no DD, to Daedalus and having a DD. And Emo is going to rip apart these buildings, and Aster are going to have to scramble very quickly to try and find that right kind of initiation. Jumping forward, Emo's going to go first. A lot of trouble. He's dead. Those shots are too much for him. And this troll, fortunately, the time lapse is there. He's going to be bailed out. They do manage to take away that first life of the Templar Assassin. Fly, the BKB not really doing much here, but with the damage coming out from Emo. Fortunately, the overgrowth really well timed. This BKB is wasted from Emo, but they still have the damage to be able to bring down the troll, but Emo's very low. They need to be able to finish him off. The time lapse actually going out. Hold up. He gets away.
Double buyback, Cap. They're holding because of a double buyback. To be fair, excellent play, really nice time lapse from Borax, but still just if they finish off Emo, they probably feel damn good about the fight, but because they don't, it's just so rough. And shout out once again JT, like I just think his Mars is too good. Like the arena placement's excellent just as a form of damage mitigation. His cores can always know, hey, I'll just run right into this. Suddenly White Album's damage disappears. It feels really tough to be playing Lina in this game.
Yeah.
But shout out Emo, right? He just legit forced Landham's buyback with a Blink Hurricane Pike. Double damage.
Got this nice ward on the high ground. No, they don't. Fly holding on to the gem. Realizes it's there. Aster still going to go for the smoke. They still had the information that IG was here. They know it's a 5 versus 4. Like, you got to take certain risks here.
I love it.
Engaging from the side, they want to be able to find Kaka. It would have been a really good kill for them, but unfortunately the spell's missed. While Fly jumped onto XXS, and he's going to back himself away. They can kite Fly. He's pretty far forward here. Meanwhile, they're going to try and go for Kaka, but White Album didn't quite have enough damage before the Shukuchi went off. Now White Album up to the high ground. Fortunately, one of those shots missed, and it was just enough, but XXS, those stacks were still on him from previously, so he just got blown up in 3 shots from Fly. XXS is now down, and Aster, that was indeed kind of their last big YOLO play. Doesn't work for them. Maybe they'll try something with just 3, but IG should be closing out the game now.
This is just really nice to watch. Like Fly just spending gold, as we discussed. Have the Abyssal. They're just going to keep diving. This is a level 25 TA. 8 refraction instances. Good luck, have fun.
Poor White Album. He gets time-lapsed, but he's still in the arena. So he gets back to full health, but there's nowhere to run.
Yeah, this was a really nice game. I think that if you're Aster, you probably just got caught off guard by the pace a little bit. As discussed, you have a Treant. You need to be keeping your mid tower alive. You certainly can't lose both safe lane. You can't lose safe lane and mid tower by like 9 minutes. It just makes the game way too easy. Suddenly you're playing up against a lot superior map control. Lanham, I thought, had the right idea, but maybe just was it the I don't really even know. Things just kind of got out of hand. It just IG, right? They're winning for a reason.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I think IG are going to reconsider this support duo.
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to have these like kind of funky supports that are definitely not traditional. They're not normally the meta. Train Protector is on and off. Weaver, very rare that it's a 4 position, and seems to be one of those metas. But you got to consider the downside. The reason why they're not typical, no traditional stuns, right?
Yep.
You got Overgrowth from the Train Protector, which is this nice BKB lockdown, but he can't actually move around like a normal support. Weaver, no stuns from there, so that's a big downside between those two. If you get both of them, there's no rotations in the mid. Kaka abused that beautifully.
Definitely, and I think future games maybe just get rid of JT's Mars as well. I was looking
Yeah.
at this Dota, like this
Take
guy,
it for yourself.
Seriously.
XXS has the most wins of any player on Mars.
There you go.
Take it
Like,
away from them. Grab it yourself.
It just feels like it activates everything IG like to do. They can pick whatever cores they want now because they have hard catch, they have team fight. It's like, okay. And JT prefers to be the one making those plays. There really isn't much left in the offlane pool that does that for you.
Right.
Heroes that do, let's say like a Slardar, is a completely different concept and much harder. Slardar with a bad lane is just terrible. Mars is just like, well, I have a blink. Good luck.
Well, this is a different Aster for multiple reasons, but an Aster that is not dominating the Chinese scene still. Here at TI, IG has proven to be the stronger team. Same goes with LGD. They look like monsters as well. So we'll see what happens, though, going into Game 2. See if Aster can come up with a better opportunity. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody. Hey, guys. Kyle was just telling me right before we went live that I was too loud in his ears. Welcome back, everybody. It's IG versus Team Aster.
Queen of pain.
Oh my god.
You good?
I'm supposed to be the fun one, Cap. You're supposed to be the serious professional, okay, that gives our cast credibility. Where are we gonna be?
Oh, man. Your reaction was great. Yeah, it's nice being on that side of the reaction. I had one of those moments that went viral, and I was the one who was the voice was way too loud in my ear, and I was not a happy person.
No, it's very
It was like 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, I'm gonna get
Been working 20 days straight.
yeah, tinnitus comes for me tonight, that's for sure. But
Listen, all right, never mind. Actually,
no.
I can't talk
You
about
go first, Cap. You go. What's up?
No, I actually can't talk about that. IG versus Aster, game 2. Monkey King Quap is the pickup for Aster, and Phoenix Tiny for IG. Quap, not doing so hot.
Never does.
Never
really
does?
It never seems to be a winning hero at TIs, even though. Well, okay,
Even though it's your best hero, Kyle.
one of.
Samael was regaling me about how good Kyle Quap was.
Yeah. I beat him, the only person to beat him in lane at TI5. But why are we bringing that up, Cap? That's not necessary, even if Sumail did just literally say it last night.
If only Quap was good at TI, Kyle. Who knows?
Indeed.
What could have changed?
Well,
Or if only you didn't go Aghanim's.
Yes, game 1 upper
Octarine,
bracket. Yes,
or
I could have
whatever
just
it
bought an Orca. We would have won the game. But thanks for reminding me again. Again, shout out to Sumail if you're listening. I really enjoyed.
I actually got.
Remembering
So,
that.
Samael sets this up, and he's like, "Oh, Kyle Quap, TI5," and it sounds like he's really hyping him up. You know, he's like, "I hadn't lost a single lane in all of TI. I run into Kyle. He dumpsters me. He wins the first 4 lanes of creeps, and I'm so mad." And then Kyle goes on to build. What was it? Aghanim's Octarine?
Yeah,
Is
Aghanim's
Octarine even an item back
It was.
then? Oh,
It was
wow.
new.
He proceeds to build Aghanim's Octarine, which apparently he did that in a scrim against you.
Uh-huh.
And you were like, "Oh, this is a good build." And
Yeah.
Samael's on the other side laughing it up, he's going this stupid meme build when he could have just got an Orchid. Even when Kyle looks great, he still gets clowned on.
Good times. Good times. Always fun hanging out with my boy, millionaire Sumail. Speaking of millionaires,
Hey, don't worry, Kyle. You're a successful thousandaire.
10 seconds remaining.
Living the talent life.
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
a long day, Cap. You make me start off sad. This is what you're gonna do to me. Hey,
It's making me very happy.
Let's talk about the finer things about Co-op Dota, okay?
Okay.
So,
Why? Okay, actually, can I ask, why isn't it a good TI hero? Do you have any theories on that?
there's a lot of volatility based in the performance that's kind of out of your control. You are very squishy, and I think if you compare, say, a Void Spirit or a Storm to a Quap, they also have, I feel like, higher ceilings. Like, they're naturally going to get to a point where they can just straight up, like, win games. For a Quap to do that, basically they have to play perfectly, right? A Storm can end a game with 4 items and 9 deaths and still be the most important hero on the team. A Quap with 9 deaths is never going to be the most important hero on the team. You don't ever have that control, right? Your disables are slows and pushbacks, and yeah, you're nice in lane, but you don't ever get to a point where where items alone will allow you to carry, which is how Quap has to carry because you have no real control of your own.
It sounds kind of like old Lena.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, where like Lena used to be like she was like this dominant mid, but you know she would just die once or twice and her game was kind of over. Nowadays, like Lena is at like a legitimate semi carry who farms so quickly. She gets a bunch of items. She can carry the game. I'm looking at that as a direct comparison. I like Lena versus Quap. Like Quap, I can see what you're saying. You have to play perfectly, and you have to be so far ahead of the enemy to actually keep
compare
winning.
it to Alina, right? You can buy first item BKB. You have an insane steroid for attack speed. You have a stun, and you can just buy a BKB, and you're an incredible hero.
Quap goes versus BKB, and you're just like, all right,
Now what?
you don't do any damage then.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
So that's part of it. However, I will say this is throwback to, I guess, the original LGD back when maybe was still playing for it. They were huge fans of this Quap Tidehunter duo core, and they
10
love to do
seconds
it with
remaining.
hard carries like Spectre, just more global, more team fight, because
5
Quap
seconds
is able to
remaining.
create chaos. Another old team that did it going all the way back to TI5, that Virtus Pro lineup, they would do Quap with Darkseer, and they would also then play it with some like map eater, the Broodmother, maybe a Darkseer, a PL. But I distinctly remember Quap PL Darkseer because you just kind of shove all the lanes. Quap can play everywhere and is also then not responsible for the win condition. You're kind of like, same rung as Darkseer. So Quap really needs these heroes that scale better because you, as stated, can't really be responsible to win a game by yourself.
Is that the responsibility of the mid
Astor's turn to
in
ban.
this meta anyway? I feel like we're seeing a lot of successful mids just being run around creating chaos and just like lit the carry, lit the off lane. Like the side lanes are so powerful now.
Yeah.
You don't want to be having your mid be the win condition all the time.
And that is actually, something else that Sumel had said was that TI is always a carry tournament, which I had never heard before, but it does make a lot of sense. He feels like you can't win TI without a carry
remaining.
who is incredible. And I don't think that has anything to do with him being a carry
5
now,
seconds
but
remaining.
more that,
in this context, he was talking about how good Fear was.
Astor's
yeah.
turn
And
He
also,
was saying Fear was a very good carry at TI, and that's like you always need a great carry to
yeah,
win TI.
a game like the carry on the TI winning team is always like top 3, like because you're winning the game. Your item decisions, your BKB usage, your farming patterns, but like especially in this meta, I would agree. Like you are the guy who has to be the one that hits the building to win the game.
Yeah.
Mid is a lot more about tempo
10
control right now.
seconds remaining.
You see heroes, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Quap, etc.
Astor's
Yeah, sure, you're gonna have high
turn.
impact, but you're pretty much just playing with the balance of the game, and both squads are really just trying to get their carry ahead so that that guy can win it for them. Either way, we'll see. IG, Tusk, probably a support. Could be
Invictus
the
Gaming's
off lane that
turn
we've seen a couple of times. Aster with a life stealer. This is one of the conceptual counters to Tiny. Percent-based HP damage against high HP, high armor hero. Not bad. Also a good egg hitter.
Where do you think these supports are going?
10 seconds remaining.
Because normally it's Monkey 4, but then Shadow Shaman 5. We haven't seen a ton of
5
Shadow
seconds
Shaman
remaining.
this tournament. I haven't seen a whole lot of Shadow Shaman last year. I think it's been 2 years, or last year. It was being run all the time. Big 4 position. It was constantly being played. So
Maybe it just feels like cast range changes, nerf the hero a little bit. A lot of times you prefer a Lion, and at the same time, Lion is also kind of off meta a bit. Maybe too many micro heroes, Lycan or Furion, one of my favorite heroes. It'll be JT too. This is cute. So Furion is a hero, you see it picked in a pub and you just want to leave the game because you're going to lose. But in professional matches, always around TI, I gush about this. This is a TI hero, okay? If Admiral Bulldog can win a TI playing this hero, pretty much anybody can. And end of the day, you're going to be able to lane very effectively. What does Lifestealer hate is like these creep heroes. He wants to play against some strength guy, and he can hit him over and over. Furion's going to buy a Blightstone, smack him. Kaka with the Tusk is going to increase the physical damage. It's really tough for Lifestealer to deal with. And at the same time, you're going to be able to play with Emo. It's just really nice. When they already had the team fight, they had the scaling capability, they just needed some way of taking map control. And Borax, you get trees summoned under you. You're just dead. You get stunned underneath. And Lan M, Shadow Shaman, why is it off meta? Well, HOD heroes, Beastmaster, Lycan, or Furion, you just don't do anything to. You just die to creeps.
I really like Furion Tusk for another reason, which is those treants are really good at being able to block any hero when you Ice Shard them. It's so annoying trying to get around treants anyway, but then if you get Ice Sharded as well, forget about it. Also, have you seen the Tusk Shard? Just on a side note. Have you seen that thing? The super long
Oh, yeah.
It's hilarious.
It is quite funny. I've heard Suns fan, no, it's Purge, talking about the kick as well. It's now more, you can messy it, so it's not just a kick him that way. It's kick him any which way you want, which does make sense.
Yeah. Actually makes it a lot more versatile.
It's so interesting watching JJ observe when he's sitting right next to you and just like, what does he find interesting? I'm looking, how do I get into his mind? And he zooms in on the little warthog turning into a tree. Wow.
Piggy!
Such interest, JJ. Very amazed.
We would be remiss not to talk about the fact that we've got the Monkey King god himself. The original OG support Monkey King player, Borax.
That's true. He did bring it into the meta originally. When was that? TI 7? No, TI 8. I don't remember.
I mean, I remember the event in China that was leading up to that TI. I think it was like halfway through the year. It was like a DAC or something
DAC
like
or
that.
Super Major.
And they won. I think they won that event, right? With Borax Monkey King.
The battle begins.
Is it the one against Manetsky?
Not sure. Maybe they were in the grand finals and didn't make it all the way. First blood for Invictus Gaming. Got to be careful of that tag team.
Yep, such a strong I mean, that probably one of the best level 1 heroes in Dota, to be quite honest.
Yep.
I really want to be paying attention in the mid lane. So Emo, the one benefit of Void Spirit against Quap is, of course, much like an Ember, you can juke the dagger with the timely dissimulate. So expect to see him do that.
Hard to do, though. If you're going to be that close to White Album, which is what Emo's currently trying to do. White Album not backing down because he's like, all right, you've got Shadow Strike. You're taking more and more damage. Feels like he can win that one-on-one.
You're okay with that as Emo, though? Because he just doesn't want to get denied. So now he'll have level 2 immediately. So we'll have Dissimulate. There it is already. And he went fast bottle. So one more CS and he gets bottle, which is the key against Quap. The weakness of the hero is that you don't shove lanes. You're trying to spam Q, out-harass, out-trade, control the lane. All you want to do as the Void Spirit is shove it in, grab runes, spam regen, maybe grab farm an easy camp here or there. So Emo with a good knowledge of how to play the matchup. To be expected. I mean, they're top of their group. He's their mid player.
Yeah, I heard he's pretty good at mid. Land him. Another round of Fire Spirits would bring him low, but not enough to kill, especially since he's already eaten a Tango.
Yeah, and then you get onto the tier 2 tower and you're just unkillable.
Yeah.
So much armor and HP.
And he's going to try and zone Ollie back to make sure he doesn't get any experience for these creeps dying, and certainly no attempts at denies. It's our bottom lane matchup. We've got the Monkey King Lifestealer. So they opted for this rather than the Shadow Shaman being in this lane. I feel like either support is not happy here, but Monkey King's probably a little bit better at it. This is definitely a lane that should lose, though, for
Yes.
Aster. 100%.
And it's interesting because they kind of know what's up, right? They have the armor ring on both heroes to counteract the JT Blightstone. You just need armor, like
Yeah.
desperately. Did Kaka start Orb of Venom as well? No, he went Windlace. Took a little while to get there, JJ. Come on, you gotta sharpen up. Jesus, what's going on here? Borax gonna chase. It's a tough lane though. JT, I love the build where you just go 4-stat Blightstone. It's so silly, but it makes you so strong. The hero has incredible base stats. Poor Monet. This is not going to be pleasant. Mid's going quite well though for White Album thus far. He's been doing quite well. Another hero, or player rather, they 2-0'd OG, and Sumel did state as well that White Album was very impressive. And keep in mind, he is playing with a disadvantage.
XXS doing really well in the CS right now. 14-2 for CS. And a bit of that is just the fact that Phoenix isn't necessarily the best at being able to zone out these super tanky heroes. Borax does get a nice little heal here, but he's still kind of stuck in some way. He has to just commit. Maybe this next round of lifesteal can keep him alive until the shards blocks him in. Borax can maybe hit a tree in for a little bit of health, but oh no,
what?
JT, that was not the sprout you were hoping for.
No, that was not. And that gives, like, he got so much time to Monet in the lane as well, who's just shoving it in. Got every CS for 2 full waves thanks to that. Ah, the patented TP back to, I love it. I feel like we saw that from, if you remember Hector last TI.
Hector was like the TP efficiency plays, man.
Yeah.
That was a big meme.
At first it was carries going from, like, ancients to the tier 1 5 seconds away. Now it's mid players just like going for runes.
Well, I mean, like, now you're giving TPs for free
Yeah.
if you die, so,
That's a good point.
more expendable than they've ever been.
Good juke from Emo.
Not even sure why you throw that Shadow Strike.
Hey, you trade mana. It's somewhat equal, right?
Okay. Well, he may not have wanted to trade mana now that he couldn't get a refill on his bottle. He's going to be forced to be able to blink away. Borax is going to be stuck here. A lot of them coming in from the other side. It'd be sick if White Album had mana and had level 6, but as it is, those 2 supports will walk away for free.
I'm actually surprised Emo went for the Monkey King there, because one of the downsides of the Shadow Shaman, especially level 2, he has like no HP. He would have died if they'd saved Remnant for him. And 3-point Shadow, that is very bold from our Quap. I am not the biggest fan of this because you're now all in on the lane, and your ability to shove lanes and keep up and farm is hampered. But if you look at the CS, he is doing quite well, so perhaps there is some credence to this style.
Do you think anything has to do with the change in Shadow Strike? Can you pull that up, JJ?
Now that it gives you the heal, it's...
Like, is that important for you to be able to have extra sustain in
Yes.
team fights?
Not team fights, but in the lane, right? Because you're going to tank every single Resonant Pulse.
Sure.
So it makes sense.
If you land it, though.
Correct. And it's also just the fact that you don't... Like, if you don't win the lane, if you can't sit mid for another 4 or 5 minutes, it's really, you're going to start to suffer. Because you don't have that ability to shove lane or go farm easy camp or really anything other than just sit here in this lane and do exactly what he is doing. Emo, did he juke that? No, he didn't. He's in trouble. It was level 6 on White Album.
Yeah, he got clipped. He's trying to bottle up for the mana. Oh, 15 mana short.
That's unfortunate. That would have been a really nice kill.
Yeah, it would have. 6-minute power rune. Let's see if he gets lucky. It is bottom. Arcane rune too, man. Pretty sure that's just going to be taken up by Kaka. Surely White Album's going to force him to grab it. And Kaka, I don't think you're going to be able to keep this here long enough for the Void Spirit to come back. Is he really going to be able to get there? White Album just didn't even try. Fly is dead, maybe? I don't know. He's pretty tanky. In fact, the Tidehunter is going to take a decent amount of damage. He had a raindrop, though. That's actually what spares him death.
And I like that you see how the pro meta is just... I don't see carries buy regen for themselves ever. It's always just the support spamming it.
Yeah.
So easy to stay efficient on heroes like Tiny. Because of it, Lana should probably die.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I was happy about the Tango change. Now I'm just waiting for a healing salve change where it does less if you give it to somebody else.
I think that's a little excessive. But I do understand. It is frustrating. I know playing up against these carries sometimes, like, if you kill them, it's huge. If you don't, they just come back full health, full mana, because they've mangoed salves and clarity.
Yeah. XXS, he's a big boy, but they do have, like, infinite time, as he is very blocked in.
And they do have to give it to Ollie, though. Prefer that.
Oh, that's a nice kill. JT gonna die to the rotation coming around from Lanham. So both the offlaners getting picked off here. 4-1 to the favor of IG, though the net worth is very even.
Yeah, this is, I would say, benefiting Aster so far. It's really nice that the Quap can just sit here, right? We talked about it, but White Album, his build and the style of play he's going for requires him to be sitting mid. And this kind of forces Emo to stick here as well, even though he'd be capable of rotating. Hang on. JT's
They're going to turn
got
around.
ult.
They managed to hit the Aether Remnant and blow him
Whoa.
up nice and fast because JT just came back alive and he was ready to go. Borax in some trouble. Pop
Oh
by
my
the
God.
Dissimilate as well.
That was a lot of damage. How much did that ultimate just do?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, it can do upwards of, I think, 400, 500 damage on some of the ladder bounces. I don't know.
Okay, that's on every enemy hero, but still, that was like a 400 damage ultimate, and that's one of my favorite uses. Like that's why Furion I think is just so good. We'll probably see this as support at some point in this tournament too, just because it's an incredible laner. You get towers, they force the deny, but it is 8.5 minutes, and again, IG with a mid-tier 1 taken before 9 minutes. This is such a huge advantage because we just talked about it. White Album, he has to play mid. He has 2 points in Scream,
Yep.
and he just lost his tower.
Yeah, you were just talking about the fact that they wanted to be able to just let him get farm in the mid lane.
Yep.
Now, not happening.
Quap, you always want that extended laning phase, and he's just not going to get it. And all of a sudden, bottom lane, you got to be careful. Monet is going to take some heavy harass, and he's probably thinking about just TPing out of here at this point because, you know, any rotation, Emo comes down, all of a sudden you're probably just dead under tower, and then Furion's hitting your yet another tier 1.
Yeah, I see a lot of these Lifestealer players. They really like to keep it going. If they still have their infest, you know, they're like, I've still got plan B, you know? Autumn, he doesn't have a plan B here. He's going to be surrounded, hit by the tag team. Borax is going to jump down on him, though, and JD maybe trading away his life for a simple support pickoff, and that is not a good trade.
That was not ideal. I think, again, if Emo's here, I love these moves. But if you're not bringing your Void Spirit, oh, nice snowball away.
Ice Shards to get vision. Drops a ward. So if anybody was clicking on his inventory, they'll now know that there's a ward there. But if not, it was a sneaky little play.
Yeah, I just realized, you know, we see that Borax, he will be buying boots, but this new 4-position meta, right? Is it just not buying boots?
Yeah, Weaver and Monkey King, those two have been picked a lot as 4s and don't have to pick up these boots.
If you do buy boots, like we saw Sox on ET, it's like phase boots Aghanims because the boots are so useful because you have 700 damage. So if you don't have 700 damage auto attacks, then just don't buy boots. That seems to be the patch figured right there.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Lanham
under
level
attack.
6 though.
Neither one of these carries seems to want to give up their safe lane tower. Both of them are very durable cores, so they can take the risk of holding here, but it looks like finally Fly's like, fine, you got me. Shadow Shaman ward's too tough to deal with, and now this means XXS is relieved of this lane. If he wants to, you can finish up the Hood of Defiance and sit in front of mid. Well, I guess mid's already dead, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the big reasons why that play was so good is that Tide is so good at being able to hold that mid tower.
He's got a Midas queued up, Cap, on the Void Spirit.
Really?
This is like, I don't think there's any beef between these teams, but you know the storylines trying to. Aster is not really liked too much by the community, and I think
by the Chinese community specifically, what you're talking about.
And they came in, I think, as the squad with the lowest expectations of the 5.
Yeah.
And I think maybe this Emo, like, just flexing a little bit. I don't think we've seen any other Void Spirits buying Midas.
We haven't seen, it's not necessarily a Midas patch either. So it's not like we're seeing Midases anywhere else a whole lot. So now that he's died,
Punished for his insolence.
but he's already bought the glove, right? So he
going
is
back.
kind of committed.
He could buy Treads.
Yeah. But I bet he won't.
It is.
Emo doesn't seem like the kind of guy to me to be like, you're right, I was wrong.
No.
The seeds
I
of
feel like he's just going to keep doing what he wants to
Radiant's
do.
bottom tower
It does
is
make
under
sense. It's
attack.
another concept, you know, and I remember in like Tinker games, it's always like, hey, might as well buy Midas. Like Naga Siren, Tinker, and Furion. They all elongate games, so it does give Midas more value.
We're going to watch XXS die here. Or not. Man, they really just ran out of damage, huh? JT, they certainly got enough damage for the Nature's Prophet kill.
It's a very weird weird game played by IG so far, but I think Borax has done a great job. It's unsaid. You don't even see him on the map, but he's been top. He's frozen this lane for a couple of minutes now. He's just farming. So yeah, like you kill the enemy tower, but instead of trying to push it aggressively, he's just free farming, getting a bunch of levels. He farmed an entire medallion alone by himself as his squad found kills, but it also denies a whole wave of farm and XP to the Tiny.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Like, how many times have you seen a team try and push the off-lane tower like this in the first 15 minutes of the game? Right? Like, normally that's something that, like, oh, if I win my lane really hard, I can go for it. But some combination of them having Shadow Shaman and, I guess, the success of the top lane, that they were able to take that side lane tower. They're still holding on to their safe lane tower. Monet doesn't seem to want to let this one go.
Yeah. And that's crazy. You consider the mid tower died, I think, 8:30. It's all 14 minutes. And IG, they really haven't gotten anything else done since then. If you check out like the last hits, I mean, you know, Fly has 150. So the man is enormous. He has Echo Shadowblade already. That's actually nuts. But they're not really getting stuff done. Well, they are top. That was the Orchid reveal on JT. That's a freebie.
Borax finally pushed that lane in. He was like, okay, it's time.
Should have never left his tower.
Immediately gets caught.
See smoke? Oh, that's an invis on the Tusk.
Invis Tusk, Invis Tiny.
Just realized they don't really have much for this egg. I mean, you can rage and hit it, but much like an Ursa, you don't really feel good if you're raged and just hitting, trying to kill an egg.
He's gonna get caught. Is it worth? Is that courier worth your life?
Maybe. It does force the rotation, but it does lose the ward. So now it's definitely not worth.
No. $350 gold exchange, but in return you got a courier.
The one benefit, though, I mean, it's again, I think IG. Hang on. Okay. Nothing doing. Maybe just a mid tower here. But for better or worse, they're recognizing, I think, the critical components of beating Team Aster, which is shutting down White Album. This is 2 games in a row. He just loses his tower. He gets ran at. His runes controlled. And he didn't even necessarily play poorly. He's 2-1, right? But this is the trouble with Quap when you go this lane-dominating build. Like, he just doesn't farm too well. And Emo with his Midas Rush is going to find himself significantly ahead given another 10 minutes or so.
Well, the Shadow Shaman 5 position is giving them a lot of map control on Aster. They've taken all the tier 1 outer towers now. They just find to pick off on Ollie, who somehow managed to rack himself up a killing streak, so that is a bonus of gold and experience. You never want that when you're the 5 position. You somehow snipe 3 kills and you're like, uh-oh, I've got a killing streak. You know you're going to die. You know you're going to feed it away. Monet with the Orchid. They're going to surprise him from the side. JT pops out of the trees, silences him. Monet still dead, even though he lasts through the Orchid.
Oh, yeah. My favorite combo, Invisible Hero plus Orchid Furion. There's nothing Monet can do. He's farming in his own safe lane. He had a ward and some heroes above him, but out of nowhere, he's suddenly fully dead. I have no save for him either, other than some hard counter initiation, and that is enormous. This is a Tiny that just got a kill on the enemy carry. He's already 2,000 gold ahead. When he has BKB, there's no control left for him on the side of Aster.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems like Aster, they're getting out of towers and stuff, but it definitely doesn't feel like they're exerting a whole lot of actual control over this game.
It's the Quap factor, my man. It's just a snowballing hero, and in a game like this, you know, he's farming very slowly, but now he has the Orchid. Okay, cool. But you got to find kills with it now. You're going to find yourself in trouble. Emo's got to be cautious. You should see them. Nope, too late.
Does manage to get the Orchid onto him. And that is going to be enough.
Nice job. They needed that one. White Album makes himself a hit. Into the Roche pit. Wards dropped. Another benefit. Really good job, really, from Lanham. Just as the Shadow Shaman, it feels like where he's been has created opportunities for his team. Both towers and now the Roche should be taken for free.
See, I feel like the actual play is to just make a bunch of references to Beatles songs.
Yesterday, you were giving that a shot, weren't you? Down on Abbey Road?
8 to 9, 18 minutes in. IG still holding slight net worth lead. They just seem to kind of be content letting Aster take some of these objectives because IG is kind of out farming them. And as you said, once they do get this tiny to a certain point, Aster is going to struggle to be able to deal with them. Though at the same time, do you think Aster is okay with the carry-to-carry matchup?
I would assume, I mean, Lifestealer has traditionally been a counter to Tiny. Like, it's definitely something you're comfortable with. The trouble is that Lifestealer just farms so much slower. So when you find yourself behind like this, it's a little concerning because it means that Tiny, you know, he has a full BKB on Courier, and he's going to have an AC at a point that, you know, Lifestealer is probably still working on the finished Satanic. So we'll see how it goes.
You know what's funny
Poor
about that
JT.
play? He had Treants that he ran out and spotted him. Oh, White Album. He almost got caught by the Tiny. The Ravage is going to be able to catch. Lonham is going to be able to walk away. Nope, he actually dies Emo and managed to run him over and actually gets the Quap as well. The roll through with the Snowball. It's on to XXS. They killed the squishy heroes. They don't want to deal with the tankier ones, though. It's time to back up as Monet is on his way. They're going to turn and go for Borax, but again, XXS and Borax are tankier, and Monet has the damage. They're going to be able to spot Fly here. Slow him down, get out the Wukong's command, keep him underneath these statues. Monet starts going to work, and a BKB is going to be forced out. Now they're going to turn back in, grab Borax, and try and blow him up with some magic damage. That is going to be enough from Fly. XXS is going to be next. Yule Scepter. Block him in with the trees. They've got a shard if it's needed, but don't think they have to do that.
I mean,
IG kited that really well.
Emo had an Arcane Rune and an Essence Ring
Yeah.
and the finished Yules. I like that he went back for it before the Aghanims just to ensure that he isn't threatened by Orchid again. Like, what? It's an Arcane Rune Void Spirit. Like, what are you supposed to do? Fly, yeah, he's in trouble. If he wasn't literally a BKB ahead in net worth, he's going to go for Shard next. He'll have it quite soon. Like, this is just the dream game for the Tiny. I mean, there's a reason we don't see this hero very often. It's getting banned. It wasn't an IG kind of just abusing the fact that they have quite possibly the best carry in Dota right now.
Yeah. And I feel like the matchup is probably better when it's like Tiny mid lane
Yeah.
and safe lane Lifestealer. You probably feel better about that core-to-core matchup, but right now this Lifestealer, because the Tiny is such a high level and has so much farm, he hardly does any physical damage to him because he's got all that bonus armor from the passive. Grow.
And poor White Elf. I mean, the man has to buy a Quelling Blade because his Orchid doesn't help him if the NP just teleports from nowhere and gets the Orchid off first with the Sprout. So just a very rough game when the enemy 3 position +1 just finds a kill on you anytime they wish.
They're going to do it again. Borax is going to be caught by the combination. Oh, never mind. He got off the BKB before the Boundless Strike. He's going to go for the TP out now. The physical damage is not quite fast enough. They do manage to catch the Phoenix, though. Chain disables. Bring him down. Now looking at Fly.
It's a DD Tiny. Be cautious. Be very careful.
He goes too far forward and gets silenced as JT is ready to come back.
Like,
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is
that was
under
very
attack.
spooky for a moment. Yeah, but, I mean, JT, he's had a rough game, but this is the thing about the NP that I like so much. His kills have been huge impact, right? A couple on White Album and one on the Lifestealer. And look at his net worth, right? Like, he is just Orchid BKB. He beat the Quap. In fact, he's not just, he's 3,000 gold. He's that full BKB ahead.
Yeah.
This feels so good. And now you've got this nice deep ward placed. Your Tiny is enormous.
Probably also a big reason why Aster, despite taking outer towers, didn't actually have... They weren't able to play on IG side of the map a lot.
Also,
Which it gives Fly the time to keep farming.
I want to just tag Purge in because you see this Tusk. He's got the point booster. Kaka certainly going for that rush Aghanims.
Nice.
Is it vector targeted when you kick? That's cool.
Interesting.
I
See how that
really want to
goes.
see like some actual alley oops because you kick someone and then the Mars spear like interjects it. You know, like it's like what's the thing called when you're like shooting the discs that get thrown into the air?
Oh, shooting. No, I know what you're talking about. Where they go pull.
Yes, exactly. I think it's skeet shooting.
Yes, skeet shooting. You're right.
Yeah. Just as like an extra bonus challenge.
Mm.
Right now,
I thought you were gonna say because they're gonna have Tusk Walrus kick and toss.
that's true. But what are you gonna hit him with? That's the thing.
You're gonna kick him to Tiny, and Tiny is gonna toss him over to Void Spirit, who's gonna have an Aether Remnant to pull him in a little bit deeper.
I like it. Also, like emo. I mean, this is just so cool from IG because they're just out farming mostly because all three heroes are huge. They've got a Furion, a Midas, and a Tiny, and they're waiting for this next big item timing, which is going to be the Aghanims on emo. He's 300 gold away, and they're going to go blink on Tiny. But you notice how like they're not really slowing down, but they just got that little bit more conservative. Emo also closing in on level 18, so they're just ensuring that there's no way that they could lose this lead while still. Really nice. They've actually done this in both games. Controlling the runes. That's another arcane rune for Emo. So he's going to be level 18, Aghanim's arcane rune, and they're going to just go crush through a fight. Like, that is such an insane power spike.
JJ, is that Rod of Atos being built as second item for Borax? It's not Double Crown. Yeah,
It
he
is?
is. Okay. Not sure how I feel about that. Ollie flying off the map here. JT. Barely outside of vision.
That was bold. Oh, and he has the shard, too. Man, they're just going to be shoving waves all game. Poor Aster, like, they're chasing around the map, but you notice, like, all the time, both of the side lanes are pushing into their tier 2.
Yep. And with those super treants, it's going to fall pretty quickly. And they don't really have the heroes to be able to play solo. Like, Lifestealer sometimes can do that, but because of the Orchid, very difficult for him to be able to play in a side lane solo. So this is just going to be a constant problem. Unless Borax... I mean, Borax is doing the best. He's trying to deal with it as best as possible. But
It's just so hard. And now, as we discussed, right, the power spike is ready, and here we go as they collapse on top lane. They're going to ward, and they just want to fight. They are so strong. Even if you get a great initiation on Aster, some huge Ravage, expect Kaka to be just chilling, waiting in the wings to blink Snowball save.
yeah.
Because the cool thing is the support duo, right? If you just save the Phoenix for a second,
IG patiently waited it out. Now they can Roshan in 30 seconds.
I love hard save heroes with immediate escapes. So Phoenix, you just pop out, boom, egg. Doesn't matter the HP. Void Spirit with Dissimulate, same deal. And 3 BKB course. So that save, no matter how much damage the hero's taken, is almost always going to be high value.
Roshan is now up. They should know about it.
Radiant's
They're
middle
paying
tower
attention.
is under attack.
Okay, maybe they weren't paying attention, but they'll know now.
His bottom tower is under attack.
And IG certainly not going to get this for free, because Aster have been looking. They won 5-man fights, and they're going to get one here, but without the Tidehunter Ravage, that is not going to feel too good. A nice Sonic Wave, that does a decent amount of damage, and Kaka does get torn apart by Monet, but already in pretty deep. JT was kind of disrupting the back line here. Monet, he's got no invest. Borax jumped to him, but Monet wasn't ready for it. He doesn't actually get the escape there, and Borax dies in his attempt in vain to save his carry.
I don't even need Roche now, just onto the base.
Yeah. Couple buybacks, and Aster are hoping that IG will call it quits, and they will, but they're just going to go do Roshan now. So best of both worlds.
It's just so much damage, Cap. Like, you still don't have BKB on White Album, and it goes back to the big concerns with Quap. If you're not snowballing, like, what are you? What are you doing? Yeah, he gets the big Sonic Wave off, but he got zoned from the fight by JT, who, by the way, has 3 levels on him.
Yikes. Still going to have a full-out Silver Edge, so they're going to have... They managed to blow up the Tidehunter in that last team fight, in part because Avalanche is so effective against that hero, but they won't even need Avalanche next time if they get a Silver Edge. See, there it is. They silenced him. They just threw all of these stuns. And just imagine if he was somehow able to get off Ravage in that situation, like maybe that fight looks okay.
Does it though? That's the it feels like the supports from Aster just are kind of wet noodles. And IG, you could see all Kaka has to do is press egg. Or sorry, Ollie has to do is press egg.
Yeah. And Tusk has been pretty effective. Think we'll see more Tusk?
I'm a big fan of the hero. It's another TI hero, right? Same with Earthshaker. My theory on that is that you have to be like heroes that benefit from superior positioning, not just, you know, damage from spells, are always like more TI heroes because they increase in value with the skill cap.
Okay, sure.
If you get the snowball save, you won the fight. If not, it's like, why would we pick Tusk?
Yeah.
Same goes with Ice Shards. Like it's a map control positional stun. You actually need skill. Whereas if you were to play, I don't know, what's like the fabled, like most easy hero? Like Bane, Crystal Maiden. It's just like, hey, I got that guy. He will be stunned. Excellent.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, but it's just really nice job from IG taking map control. If there's anything to learn, I'd say maybe there's some squads watching, as IG certainly one of the top 3 teams so far at this tournament. The emphasis on taking that mid tower, right? 2 games in a row.
Yep.
Shutting down White Album. I think that they just had a great read on what Aster would want to do to gain an edge.
Do you think that is something that is specific to Aster? Or is this a general philosophy that IG's taking?
I think it is a general philosophy, but definitely something they game planned against Aster. And it also felt like 2 games in a row where White Album was just kind of left on an island, right?
Yep, yep.
He's just not getting help from his supports.
Not at all.
IG, though, they did emphasize having these self-sufficient side lanes. I think that's important, you know? Tiny's going to be just fine. JT, he died a few times, sure, but the difference is that Aster's going to lose their mids map control. I don't know if JT really minded that he fed a couple times in the lane.
And the same thing happened with game 1, right? They set him up so that Kaka can rotate out. And it makes sense. I mean, Kaka's an old school player, right? He harkens back to the days where 4 positions were primarily roamers.
And the rune control's been excellent as well. Like, all these power runes. Oh!
Kick him back! Monet did manage to get out the rage and is quickly going to infest because he knows he's in pretty deep. Kaka is actually going to die here. Once again, the Tusk is the only hero of IG. Oh my goodness! That is some utter devastation that Fly is bringing down on the heads of Aster. Monet back into it from this high ground, thinking that maybe they could fight back, but Fly still has an Aegis, so.
He's looking for a toss back.
Yeah.
Dude, that was sick. Like, IG are just having fun with it, it feels. Kaga just kind of goes for it, sets up with the cross, and Ollie just eggs. Like, they look for a second like, oh, we can kill that egg. And there's a DD Tiny just AoE cleaving the whole team. Good lord.
The seeds of fortune.
It's never a good sign when you look at the map, you click around on your teammates, 32 minutes in, you go to your Quap, and he has still a Quelling Blade in his inventory. Yeah, exactly.
He needs to be able to cut trees against Furion.
I know he does. It's just very unfortunate. And IG, they're just getting luxury items at this point. You had the Spell Lamp talent taken by
we already had the Aghanim Scepter on Tusk. Like, that is luxury on luxury right there.
JT with Blink Silver Edge. And Fly's like, I don't even need an AC. Somebody else get that for me. I want Moonshard.
Yeah.
I want MKB, please. Where's the Daedalus?
It's funny because AC is like so clearly
Yeah.
the better item? Question mark. Like in Tiny versus Lifestealer, but Lifestealer is just such a non-threat to him that he doesn't actually have to itemize that way.
And they've done a nice job just kind of maintaining their discipline. You can argue, sure, they could just try to go win, but they're playing into Tidehunter. It wouldn't be impossible to see a scenario where they would get wiped making a blunder of some kind. So just chill, grow the gold lead. Like, they're not playing passively. They're taking total map control and out farming. It's really Aster who are choosing to stay inside their base.
I'm looking at Group B right now. Quincy Crew and SG are both 2-8.
Wow, that's our match tomorrow. Our first one to open the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it could quite possibly be to determine who goes home in last place, which is nuts. Not just because you don't get a shot to play in the bracket stage, but I think it's 100 grand for dead last and 600 for last. It's
Massive difference.
It's basically a $500,000 series. They're playing a major. That's the Quincy. If you really contextualize it, it is a major finals, more than a major finals. Just Quincy versus SG tomorrow.
Yeah, in a 2-game series.
Yep.
We also are going to have a potential elimination match coming up after this, right?
Spirit versus Fnatic. Yeah, that's actually the same exact stakes. Both teams tied, I believe, for elimination at the moment.
Yeah, and that is the exciting stuff. Guys, like lower bracket, upper bracket, whatever. Digital Chaos, they start off lower bracket, went all the way through. Team Liquid, they've done it before. Okay, just because you're lower bracket doesn't mean you're not going to do well. All right? But elimination, that's the hot stuff. So definitely, I know we're just kind of waiting for IG at this point in time to find the opening to end the game. You will want to stick around for the next series. They getting brave? Aster? Can we get out? Oh, kicking him away. Why didn't he kick him in? Oh, this is a dangerous area to be. You know they're going to have the high ground warded. Monet kicked. Oh, he tried to cliff him. That would have been sick if he had pulled that off. That would have been so good. Oh, he broke the tree. Borax, goodbye, Bulbaca. Monkey King God, no longer. Monet actually kind of trapped there for a second by the tree. Tried to get the kick in, couldn't quite reach those stubby little legs of his walrus. Couldn't get there.
Yeah, wow. The next match, by the way, Spirit Fnatic, it's actually potentially upper bracket implications. They're likely not eliminated, either one of those teams, because Spirit had this huge 2-0 earlier today.
Oh, did they really? Who'd they beat?
Quincy. Yeah, they 2-0'd Quincy.
Oh, okay. That's big. Very nice.
IG, like, what do you think they're, like, messing with him a little bit at this point? Like,
huh?
Are they, because we saw yesterday Elephant against Secret, Elephant just, like, refusing to end the game.
Yeah.
So is this just, like, I imagine them laughing as they play this game.
Kick him! Now his rage, like, what are you going to do with that rage? You're so far away from your team. You got to book it to get the infest off. But jump in. He's silenced. No! Emo keeps him down. No way out. JT is still alive somehow, and that's probably going to be the end of the game. Unless Aster really thinks he can fight without their carry, which they don't. They don't think that's possible at all. GG is called.
I feel like it was just Kaka saying, guys, I have Aghanims, okay? We gotta do this. We gotta do this for Purge. I've waited so long for this to be useful.
I like how Aster pretty much just... I mean, they're the ones who caused the end of the game there. It wasn't IG, like, forcing high ground push or anything like that. Aster just kind of, like, willingly walked up there.
I mean,
multiple times.
They kind of got to feel the inevitable, right? They're just thinking to themselves, like, they just fight us. Like, just let us out of our base, because they were just watching life to their farm, and they fall into Kaka's trap. He's like, finally, somebody's come here. I think he wasn't even aiming for the kill necessarily. He really just wanted to put him on the cliff.
Yeah. It was so good. If he could have gotten that long range kick onto the cliff, it would have been perfect. But didn't quite get to see that Twitch clip.
Important note, though, IG literally just casually dispatched Aster. Like,
Yes.
that was
very
not
casual.
those games like weren't close.
Yeah.
IG just kind of did everything that they wanted. They just looked clearly like the better team, and
I think they were outdrafted both games, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
better drafts.
like
Better IG's looking fierce.
IG they have a better understanding of Dota right now than 90% of these teams. And we're going to have to wait until playoffs to see whether or not that continues. So that is going to be it for this series. We do have the next series, though, that is going to be an interesting one. You said it was, what, Fnatic versus Spirit, right? And that may not have implications for elimination, but it is still two teams that are very even against each other. And we'll see what actually happens. Southeast Asia versus Eastern Europe. Good times. We'll be back after a break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another series here at the TI-10 group stage.
This coffee's a little bitter. I think some of Alliance's tears from their fans were. So I shouldn't have said that. I regretted everything I was about to do before I did it, but then I still did it.
It also doesn't make any sense because I know that their tears would be sweet to you.
No, that's not true at all. I'm a big fan. They were one of my favorites coming into the tournament, and I'm actually kind of shocked to see.
Yes. We all know how your favorites tend to go. At this point, I just assume that you made a deal with a witch or something.
Yes.
Great powers of cursing.
What's the difference? Is a witch a warlock? Or is a warlock a witch?
A warlock is a male witch.
Okay. That makes sense.
5 seconds
These two teams,
remaining.
I think, both storied.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Yeah, both coming through qualifiers after shaky performances internationally. We've talked about some of the Fnatic lore, of course. Jabs stepping up as the captain. He will be drafting as well in the game you see before you today, already with quite possibly the favorite Wisp opener of the tournament for many teams, which is the Wisp and Storm.
Well, you say shaky performances, but let's not forget my man Death. That man didn't have a shaky performance on international stage. He had a great performance, the Singapore Major with OB Neon.
That's true.
Got them all the way up to 5th, 6th. Which, so surprising that they placed that highly and weren't actually able to get into TI, but sadly fell just a little bit short on points.
They didn't kick him, did they?
No, that was a stand-in situation.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right, I remember. I feel, Pon Lo, he stood in for that event as well. I think at some point we'll see him. He was with Quincy, though. That's a player that I think we'll see. But, yeah, I think Death, my friends out in Malaysia, old Maneski manager, Zach, said that Death was like, he's got it. And he was hoping he would find himself on a good team. This was way back at TI8 or TI9, so not surprised. Death's also, I think, the player I got the most work in pubs in my lead up to TI. I played with him, I think, 6 or 7 times. Probably the best Lycan, I think. I also did run into their coach and director at the bar yesterday.
I like how most stories with you start that way.
Well, look, I think to do your job, you got to network, right? And we are literally in a bubble. So where are we going to see anyone?
I believe me, I appreciate, as somebody who usually just goes straight to the room and doesn't talk to anybody, I appreciate the fact that you make an effort to talk to people. And as a result, we get interesting tidbits and stories from inside the scene. Yeah, I can't tell you guys that. I don't talk to anybody.
Yeah, and hey, I was talking to him, and I hope if anyone from the organization is listening, we're good friends, so this isn't a leak. And I understand the pain. I've been there before. I think that's part of why people open up to me sometimes after bad days.
Oh, if you were TI winner, Kyle, then people wouldn't be willing to talk to you about their miseries and their woes.
But I can actually empathize.
They're like, oh, that's loser Kyle.
Yeah. He understands me on a visceral level. Anyway, he came up to me, he grasped me by the shoulder, and he said, Kyle, how do you pick Lycan and Tiny and not ever use Lycan and Tiny? Not one time, Kyle.
That's pretty good.
Oh, because they had that game in the bag. Who were they playing up against last night? It was our last series, I believe. We're going to have to check, man. And my mind is blanking, but they opened with it.
Yeah.
They opened with it. Was it Quincy?
10 seconds remaining.
No.
Disruptor.
It might have been.
Hang on. Let me just look it up real quick. Stall for a moment.
That's fine. But yes, Death is a very good Lycan, in part because his micro is very good. It's why Brewmaster is his best hero.
Yeah.
By far his best hero. In fact, his most played as well. 50 games of Brewmaster in his lifetime of professional Dota 2.
That was right. It was Quincy.
Yeah.
So they should have won that game. They had this incredible timing And apparently there's just a miscommunication. So their Lycan has an Aghanims, and their Tiny's running in. He ends up dying, and they throw the game.
Okay.
Now you recall. But point being, Fnatic, they've got potential, okay? And, if they had some of the fierceness, well, rather, they want to borrow some of the fierceness from their fan base. Because if there's anything I feel like they've struggled with so far at this tournament, it's just execution, right? Quincy Crew, same struggles. You got the lead. You've got the draft. You have the power spike. Use it. Understand it. You saw IG kind of take a break. Foot off the gas for a little bit when they were trying to, close out the game. Fnatic, I think their drafting has been on point. They have 4 ties, Cap. They're 0, 4, and 2.
Yeah, the most impressive was we started off day 1 being able to see them take down Vici Gaming.
Yep.
But I was like, okay, that's great. They took down Elephant in that same day, 1-1, 1-1. Like, okay, like Fnatic, pretty decent. But since then, losing to SG was
That's
like
huge.
a really, really big fall for them. And it still puts them in the danger. Both of these teams are still in the danger of elimination just because there are some series left, right?
Yeah.
Quincy Crew and SG may be tied for bottom at 2-8, but everybody has 3 more series to go still.
Yeah, it's just a shame, that if they are not 0-2'd by SG, they're sitting at 6 and 6, right? Then suddenly you're in a tie for upper bracket. Now, Fnatic, like as you said, they're not really in tons of danger in terms of elimination. They'd really like a W here, though. But they are
At least
looking
one
at lower
W
bracket.
will probably put them out of elimination.
Yeah.
But they need that at least one W here against Team Spirit because then they have a matchup against Team Secret. So, I'm expecting Spirit to be the weaker opponent between the two.
And also just a quick little shout out to IG as the first team guaranteed in the upper bracket here at TI 10. 11-1. What a performance. They are going to go up against tomorrow OG and Alliance. So that will be a lot of fun. Oh, just kidding. We actually get them next. IG Alliance is what we're going to close the day off with.
Yes, we do. We
And
get another IG game. We get to admire the mastery of them. Alliance had an unfortunate fall from grace today. There's a clip on Reddit right now that is not the best look for Alliance. But they are doing okay for themselves, and most notably, they have both Aster and Thunder Predator in their group, so most likely Thunder Predator. Unless they manage to do some crazy turnaround. They've lost every single series. T1 and Aster are their last opponents, and they would have to win both of those games. At best, no, they would have to win both of those games. They have to go 4-0.
Yeah. It's such a shame. Man. A lot of people out there with high aspirations and expectations for Thunder Predator. They had that great run at the Singapore Major, but, this is... I would be a little sad, I think, if Thunder Predator and SG Esports were the teams eliminated from groups.
We're just doing a bit of a catch-up because, again, as casters, we don't get to see what else is happening around the world. We only have like a little 5-minute break to go to the bathroom and stuff. So we got the end of the draft here. Fnatic drafting a Timbersaw. Great Timbersaw game. Tiny, Tidehunter, Elder Titan.
Shadow Shaman.
Elder Titan's a little weird just because he does decrease your magic resistance, and it makes whatever magic damage you do have. Like, you have the potential to blow up Timbersaw 100-0 off of magic, but the armor doesn't do anything to him because he only has bonus armor.
I really like it still, though, more because of the offensive threat. That's a strength hero that has no, save for himself.
Yes.
And Stomp is pretty easy to juke as a Timber, but you just destroy him. And the problem that ET typically faces is heroes that can get on top of him and make him afraid. You know, you hate playing against something like, say, a Slark as an example, or an Ember Spirit that are just on top of you and killing you. It's also one of Death's best heroes. You have a Wisp behind it. I love the combo of Disruptor and Timbersaw, hero that dives in, provides a ton of vision and durability, and then you always have that glimpse to find
Team Spirit, I feel like they're really searching right now. They're going to go for the Troll last pick. They're going to have this mid-Tiny, which makes sense. You don't think you want to carry Tiny against the Timbersaw. And Troll's also one of the better carries to lane against Timbersaw because, 1, he's ranged. 2, he could always go the early Javelin build.
And I'm a big fan of the set of Yatoro. Everyone's rocking that terrible blue mohawk on their troll. It's
What? It looks cool.
Awful. It's awful. This.
Wait, you have a problem
the
with
Spartan
mohawks?
helmet, huh?
You have a problem with mohawks?
I just don't think they look very good, Cap, especially when dyed blue.
Should have dyed my mohawk blue. I did dye my
know
mohawk
what?
blue for Frankfurt Major.
You know why that might be? Like, and this is nothing against the players. Like, I don't actually have any like personal beef, but I
10
just like
seconds
don't like
remaining.
EG. I think it's because there's a history
5
there.
seconds
They beat us so many
remaining.
times. Like, I look at them, I'm like, they all literally are my evil empire. So
Yeah.
I'm happy they embraced that because they were always like Vader, and I was poor Luke. But I never got to see the 6th movie.
Yeah.
They replaced me. I got through the opening part, right? Beat him in a qualifier finally.
Yeah, no. You got through Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
You got your hand cut off.
Yeah.
You got to see your best friend put in carbonite. You know, like that was the bottom. That was that's where Mark Hamill's like, no, I'm done. I'm done with this series. I don't want to do this anymore. That would be Kyle's Star Wars right there.
Yeah, and I go on to voice the Joker.
You're voicing this broadcast right now,
Indeed, and
and you are a bit of a wild card.
I'm looking forward
Sometimes
to
a bit of an evil force.
yes. No,
There's a
definitely
lot
not.
of similarities.
I
there.
am a force for good. Now, this is big. I think Team Spirit specifically, after the results of today, where they 2-0'd Quincy Crew, right? If they can get another 2-0 here, they're riding momentum, they would push themselves to 6-6. So they're playing for a little more here. Fnatic, you're just trying to ensure there's no shot of you ending up in a tiebreaker for last place. Nobody wants to be eliminated without a shot in the BO1s, where we don't even want to go there.
Yeah.
Fnatic, they are probably the team that I think has had the most potential out of the bottom half of most brackets. Like, they've just struggled, but they're taking games off of literally everyone. Those 2 matches they dropped to SG, like, I don't know, they just have both games went 60 minutes. It was really back and forth. Team Spirit, I think, definitely has looked stronger. However, I think anything can happen, and I would say I probably favor Fnatic's draft a little bit.
Why do you favor Fnatic's draft? Just because the Timbersaw last pick?
I think so, yeah. I think the Timber just works here. I look at the Spirit lineup, and I just don't see any answers to it. You last picked the Troll, but that's really not a Timber counter either. And I also consider Death like the standout core player for this team. I just think that it's kind of...
Didn't he briefly trial in Complexity? Was that
He did, yeah.
was that still with you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I wish. He would have been one of the most talented core players that ever got a chance to bring onto my team. But alas, we didn't start spending the big bucks until they'd already kicked this
Until they kicked their captain.
The
Yes.
battle
Shame.
begins.
Shame. Team Spirit are going to have a little bit of battle here. The boundary is going to be given away. Elder Titan's just trying to exert his notorious strength of being able to punch heroes early on. Maybe he can cut off DJ. Not sure where DJ's headed to, honestly. It is going to be a 4-position disruptor. They actually do catch him. He tried to make a shortcut. That was a bad idea, and that's going to be first blood. Why did he do that?
DJ, no.
Why was he cutting over here in the first place?
Yeah, it's bold. I think just maybe a little overeager, but it does work out in a way because Death is getting lane control. So it's kind of value, to be quite honest. Death gets an Archer deny, so I think that's like worth, what, half the experience of a hero kill at level 1?
Yeah.
And more importantly, level 1 Timber quite weak, especially against this ET, who's just going to keep smacking you in the mouth. So it's very helpful to get an early level 2.
Yeah, the closer you are to your tower, like you can get the tower aura, but it also means there's less space for Elder Titan to be able to run you down when he does have the spirit damage. And they almost kill Miposhka down to 40 health.
He should have regen on the way. Indeed, he does. Windlace and a salve and root.
Oh man, he's gonna have fast tranquil boots thanks to that first blood. That always feels good. Boots first, get first blood. Okay. Free tranks. Top lane, Tidehunter Shadow Shaman versus Ursa plus Io.
Oh, and this is so the Raven is the first Ursa I've seen put a point in Earthshock before level 4. I saw Arteezy go 0-2-3, which I took a little bit of issue with, but I didn't really recognize until talking to BSJ how important that overpower mana change was, where it's so cheap nowadays.
Ah, yeah.
Like 30 mana for 3 attacks. Yeah, that's not bad. But this is a lot more difficult than it appears, simply because Shadow Shaman, look at that, 79 damage. Wisp, 51. Ursa, 48. You just don't really have the ability to contest this lane, especially because you've got a Tide anchor smashing, so it's actually reducing the limited damage of Ursa as is, and it's only 8 per stack, or rather 10 per stack. I forgot it was buffed slightly, but either way, you just don't have the damage to contest this lane too well on Team Spirit. Ursa really not the greatest laner like you would, like I feel like it was always historically.
Sure. Why, okay. Never mind. You already talked about the overpower change. I just remember 404. The last go around where Ursa was a big deal. DJ does get run down, but Miposhka, a couple of tower shots, not actually going to be enough. Even that last hit is static. Storm, Thunderstrike rather.
Where's he going? Is he going to suicide?
Suicide and pick up Tranquils after picking up the bounty rune?
Maybe. Oh, that would if he killed the courier. If he looks to his right to go
No,
die to
there's
the 2-2.
no way. There's no way he finds that.
Oh, this
Oh
is sick
my
from DJ.
god, no way,
What a
DJ!
beast.
That is so
Oh.
smart!
That's 5 head right there. That is...
His brain is so huge!
It's huge. Look at him.
It's conducting electricity, it's so powerful.
Did you know that the human brain outputs about 0.0087 watts of energy per second? It sounds like a lot, but it would take you almost 300 hours to fully charge your phone if it was hooked up to just your brain's electricity output. How cool is that?
So what you're saying is the premise of the Matrix is totally wrong.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of, yeah. But I think that they were using thermal energy too, though.
Which makes it even dumber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hey.
Let's
still
use
a
all
great
this
play.
energy to construct this giant, elaborate simulation for a little bit of heat.
Did you know that there is a... So there's 2 fan theories that I stan 100%. The first is that Jar Jar Binks...
Binks is
What-
actually sick.
How did
Yes.
you know that?
I know you very well,
Oh my
Kyle.
god! Yes, Jar Jar Binks
Because I'm actually sick.
was the Sith Lord, was the
Uh-huh.
actual Sith Lord, and that George Lucas, basically, because of the negative reaction to the character, like kind of just didn't do it, right? He was like, okay, you know what? That'll ruin the trilogy, whatever. But it makes total sense if you look back through the prequels, and it would have legitimately, I think, made them just perhaps even better than the originals. I think that we have new appreciation for the prequels after how terrible episodes 7, 8, and 9 were. Sorry. Pick, redo them. Damn it, Disney. Anyway.
And that entire rant was just number 1, where bottom lane, they're going to be able to get the kill on Yutoro, looks like, trying to run him down. Last bit of damage coming out from DJ to get that Miposhka. Punching, blocking, keeping Death underneath the tower, but unfortunately he's got that reactive armor. He's got a Fairy Fire still. He was baiting Miposhka in. Miposhka realizes he was not going to get the job done. So he doesn't blunder into a second death in this lane, but yes, this Timbersaw lane is getting difficult.
The second cap is that at the conclusion of the trilogy, they were still in the Matrix. That's why Neo could control, quote-unquote, real reality. You can't do that, Cap.
Yeah. And is that what we're going to find out when the fourth one comes out?
Probably. Let's see, anything crazy going down. So I think this mid matchup was somewhat expected to go this route, where it's basically just 2 players trading farm. This could be a kill, however. This is a level 6 Tiny, though he's a lot of armor. Do you want to do this?
Toronto Tokyo still has a Fairy Fire, but they're going to be able to glimpse him back. But Chuen, who's
What?
seeing the TPN coming out from Mira, was a little bit skittish. He was
okay.
very afraid of getting caught by a disable and nuked down.
Man, I feel so once again though DJ plays that perfectly. Saving Glimpse, if Chuen saves his nuke, you can time that pretty easily where he could have queued as like the glimpse was coming back,
Yep.
so the damage proc hits Tiny, and then it's likely going to be the kill. But he was afraid of getting gripped and perhaps going down. But I think he can play that a bit better. But shout out to DJ. He has been on point so far, not just in this series, but in this tournament. I think the Fnatic support duo has really just put in work. At times, really, like yesterday, they were let down by their course. No, like not the flame, but like they have Lycan Tiny, they hit a timing, but they fed away the advantage. It was just really hard to watch, but the support duo has been on point.
Okay, this is the build we were talking about. Rush Javelin
I like
for
this.
the Troll. This is what it was originally seen from Miracle, probably like, this was like a year ago or something. Rush a Javelin against a Timbersaw, and because Javelin, the proc, is magic damage, it actually gives you a reason to hit the Timbersaw and an actual threat. But it only takes you so far, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, it was cool when Miracle first did it, and he ended up getting a kill as a result, but a lot of times, now that we know what the build is, we see Timbersaws just play a little bit more conservatively and that the lane's still fine.
I mean, you still have such a high HP regen and armor that, you know, he has 25 HPS right now. Like, as long as you don't make a huge blunder, you're going to probably be just fine. Yeah, up top we got to chase, but I chase you, I chase back. It's the Ursa Tide. 1-1. Collapse has been owning, by the way. His Night Stalker performance earlier today was nuts.
Yeah, he's been very sick, and not just on Mars. Which, you know, I think that... Who would you hold as the standout player from Team Spirit? Because you were talking about Death earlier for Fnatic. What about Team Spirit? Mira's dead. Slowly but surely, Thunderstrike's got to work to him. The kinetic fields didn't actually keep Collapse inside there.
Telling you, DJ, notice how he's everywhere. Stuff's going down. For Spirit, I mean, we watched them all year, and I gotta say, I don't know. I feel like I almost want to say Yatoro just because I think a lot of the games they lost were due to some blunders from him. Toronto, Tokyo also maybe hurts him a bit because his hero pool is a little bit limited.
I think the Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse have the same problem where they'll look super good on their heroes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're just an inconsistent team, right? I think their ceiling, we've talked about it, is really high. It's just that sometimes, you know, they find themselves losing games that they really shouldn't be, or out of their comfort zone and then playing inferior versions of themselves.
Yeah, which is perfectly acceptable considering how young they are as a team and as players. Just means if they're already here at TI, you know, see how far they can actually go. I think that at least several of these players have a very bright future, if not the entire team.
Yeah. They just got to stick together, right? Take a page out of the VP book. I think, especially in, I'd say, the more volatile regions, you notice how a lot of the rosters here are just the ones that have stuck together. In fact, Fnatic, one of the few that's made significant changes this year, and yet still finds themselves at TI.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Who else has made big changes? OG, but that's, I'm not even, like, you know, those just kind of changes for retirement and such, you know. Who else?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's got to be other qualifier teams for sure, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, actually there really aren't that many. Like if you go down the list, you know, OG, DS, sure, EG, no, Undying, VP, Alliance. They all kind of like kept things the same. Maybe,
Do you think that is a change in team philosophy, or do you think it's because of the DPC?
I think it's a bit of both. I forgot, you know who, SE, T1. They brought in Savage, like in spring. So I think that was like the other big one, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Fnatic. Funny, huh?
There's a lot of shuffling in SEA, I think. I think people probably caught off guard by, you know, Obi Neon's success.
Radiant are scanning.
Blink Dagger soon for Toronto, Tokyo. So he is about to come online. He has a double damage in his pocket. They're going to go for the kill onto Death. They're going to all in him because Mira is behind the Timbersaw. He's saying, I've got the disables, but here comes the relocate. Can they actually bail him out? The Timbersaw's dead. No. Mira going to be probably traded out here. DJ hoping to get those last couple of hits in. The Thunder Strike should be able to do it to relocate back out of here. Maybe Maybe they're going to leave Raven behind. They don't. Chuen, he says, okay, you guys left me, so I got to just run now with the rest of my mana. And that, unfortunately, means DJ is going to be caught. Toronto Tokyo doesn't need his Blink Dagger, it seems, for his first successful rotation.
Poor DJ, man. Like, that's a scenario where I think Jabs probably regrets not dropping off his Ursa. Yeah, Collapse could have TP'd, but you just run away. And they end up losing a streak on their Disruptor to the enemy mid.
Yeah, 368 gold, quite a bit. Still, in Toronto Tokyo, maybe top net worth. Everybody else from Fnatic falls in line, second, third, fourth. So they're still happy with the way their laning phase has gone, I believe. But that first move from Team Spirit, nicely played.
Yeah, they're going to smoke up. They've got wards ready. They've got a Blink Tiny. So it's time to get things done, and they may have Red Fnatic here, who also had a solo smoke on DJ. They want to make a play top on the Tide, but this is the dream scenario for Spirit. Bait their Watermelon and then collapse, literally, on top of collapse.
DJ looking for the Static Storm opportunity. Got to be able to get the glimpse. Static Storm, but here comes the rest of the team. And Fnatic, they do realize it pretty quickly, but not able to get away. Raven, the important carry, is going to get caught here. And Jabs, they see the relocate. They're like, okay.
Not yet, not yet.
He relocated out. He's got to be around here somewhere. And they're going to see it now.
Here comes DJ, looking to give the tether.
But it just means DJ's going to be caught as well. Really smart from Team Spirit. Very good stuff.
No.
Yeah.
Zero splitter. What a spell.
Big rotation from Team Spirit. 1 kill turns to 2, turns to 3. Collapse tries to get in front of the Timbersaw in the mid lane. That is the thing, right? They're making all these. They first make a move into the Timbersaw when he's overextended, and then they make a move far away from him.
That's a really good point. That's kind of how you want to play against him too, right? But really just
yeah, you either overwhelm him with like 5 heroes or you go nowhere near him.
Yep. So you slow him down ever so slightly. Chuen is getting a lot of space, but just a really nice read from Team Spirit. You really, like, that is like next level thinking, right? You don't play, it's like what DJ did earlier on. You make a move based on what you expect your opponent to do. Oftentimes, just kind of making moves, you can get caught by a squad that's wary, so. That's a really nice job. They use the wards, they grab the tower, a good deep ward placed inside of the 2 sentries, so it should go undetected by Fnatic. I really like this ward. This is one of my favorite spots to use.
Yule Scepter soon for the Timber.
Don't know if I'm a huge fan of that, to be honest, Cap.
Well, you just wanted, what'd you want to see?
Just want scaling. Like, even just an earlier Sanj Kaya, perhaps. Bloodstone, you know? I think Death is really going to have to carry this game. Like, he's the one with the best matchups, right? I think raw survivability would be the way to go. There's nothing he's really able to dispel or purge for himself.
Jumping in on a Raven, they're going to go for an immediate relocate out. It's fast, honestly. Jabs reacted about as fast as you could ask him to, but part of the problem being it's level 1. Yep. So 3.5 seconds is a bit too long. They're going to come back in. Oh, they do manage to set up a bit of a trap here. Catch a Maposhka. Not able to kill him right away. They do have the Earth Splitter that's going to go out with the Ravage. Static Storm as well. All in on the Timbersaw, but he got off the Hood of Defiance, and that's going to change everything. Troll comes in, pops the ultimate, locking down the Timbersaw, and finally they do bring him down. Jabs, regretting bringing himself over here, is going to die as well. 2 for 2. Where's my team fight recap? There it is. Thank you.
If that Void Stone is just a Sanj, he lives 100%. Yep. And saved a bunch of gold as well. Again, DJ, like, he's so close to making this insane play. You're going to watch the Static Storm come off. Like, he jukes the stun and then turns right back around. Here it comes, but oh, just that quarter second late. But, like, the man did everything he could. He had to juke the stun, otherwise he gets tossed and probably dies to Tiny. He's just a slight step behind. And as stated, Death goes down. 2K gold lead now for Team Spirit.
Lotus Orb would have been nice as well, right?
Yeah.
Really good against Shadow Shaman. I could see, like, they're alive on him. Like, Yeah, I can just see how there's just a lot of items out there that would be good for you.
I-
Like Yules is good against Troll always. Right?
I also wouldn't have minded a mech because the Wisp is going Holy Locket. And I think...
That's an interesting concept.
yeah. I think you always want that quick, so if it's not your Wisp, somebody else should. Top lane. Oh, nice catch.
You're going to be able to grab the Troll here while he's still silenced. Nice setup there for Chuen, making good use of the relocates.
Oh.
A buyback from the Shadow Shaman, but without their Troll, are they going to be able to stop this Roshan?
They've got great vision as well. They see everything right now on the side of Fnatic.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, yeah. Nice high ground ward here. Team Spirit got some okay vision themselves, but the problem is they may know Roshan is going on right now. They're not sure how to contest it. Fnatic also seems like they don't want to just let Team Spirit potentially defend, but there's no Ravage for 25 seconds. And they've waited, they've stalled long enough that now the Troll is going to be coming back. They are going to be able to catch Mira, though. Chuen makes sure of it by using all of his mana for that jump.
Yep, they knew he's the guy with used buyback, so you just gun for him. And I love that style, right? Death is going to just go. Living ward. You killed our ward, I'm going to go find vision for us. Storm can jump, the Disruptor can glimpse, and it makes it a lot easier for Fnatic to find those pickoffs. They don't really have the team fight advantage, but they certainly can skirmish and find initiations easier.
Yeah, and it's smart. It just kind of like forces some heroes here. They get a pick off, then they just back off saying, okay, we can't take on the 5-on-5 with the Ravage coming up soon and the Troll being alive, so Raven just teleports to the other side of the map and goes farms.
And I love to see this, immediately into stacks. Get those neutral items.
Oh yeah, just turned 17 minutes, so.
Yep. Essence Ring on the Storm, that's ideal, especially in a game with Wisp. You're playing for this sustained long fights. Again, why I would have preferred the mech on the Timber. He's going to go Halberd, though, after Yules. Not bad. It's really nice to have the disarm for both Troll and Tiny. Evasion always great as well.
Yeah, he's really trying to answer the Troll as much as possible.
That might be another reason, of course. Yule's not affected by Stazzers, but Yule's up the Troll as he battle trances.
Yeah.
One of the hard counters, in a way. Team Spirit, they smoke up. DJ.
They're going to run right into DJ here. DJ.
Oh no, DJ.
He's going to need a fast static storm or something.
Nice
They do
Orchid.
actually have the Orchid on the Tiny to prevent any sort of toss back. That was a good response by Fnatic, covering each other well.
I am a little concerned, though. I really feel like DJ is being asked to do too much in this game. Like, he's positioned just a little too aggressively in all of these fights. And I think Team Spirit are going to recognize that pretty soon and start gunning for him.
Yeah, that's... For position Disruptor and his other support is an IO, and his offlaner is Timbersaw. Like, no disables between these heroes, so I can see what you mean. It's definitely a lot he has to do.
Nice. Looks like an attempted smoke break there from Chuen. He'll grab a bunch of information. You can see this game is a bit tense, right? Like, both of these teams, I think, oftentimes find themselves losing to themselves. Neither wants to make any sort of critical error.
Dota Plus has a 70-30 to the favor of Team Spirit. Would you agree with that?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think so, just based on the way farm is split up at the moment. Spirit also with a pretty significant team fight advantage, but I think you made the right point. Like, the support duo for Fnatic is just very difficult to play in this kind of game, whereas Team Spirit, like Elder Titan, this is the great equalizer. You do so much damage, and you represent like an incredible edge in terms of the DPS output, and that. There's nothing DJ can do about that.
Just dead, so's his tower, and now Team Spirit can look at Roshan for themselves. And honestly, the support duo, there's such a massive difference in these heroes. Like, Team Spirit's heroes are better scaling as well in a lot of situations, right? They offer you so much team fight, so many disables,
Yep.
so much percentage-based damage.
Disruptor is a hero that is really nice when you're ahead. When you fall behind, it's just really rough. Your ult is completely countered by BKB. So at a point, what do you do to actually stop a troll? Meanwhile, Hex is obviously a mechanic that's always going to be strong. They also have, of course, a Ravage for their teamfight edge. And notably, a troll now with an Aegis, and also Elder Titan is OP. I'm just throwing it. Elder Titan is not fair. Fogged was right, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Fogged was right. Tiny goes in, you throw out Spirit with maxed out Natural Order. No magic resist. Then you Veil, which means that the Tiny combo does pure plus damage.
That's not fair.
No, it's not.
Oh, and it's not
See?
looking
See
good
that?
for Jabs.
That Spirit plus the Veil. You saw that?
I did see that.
Told you.
Showing the audience that exact thing.
Yeah. It's the combo. That's why ET is so good. You see, can be 4, can be 5, can be 3, can be 2. Great with a Tiny. Great with a puck. Try anything. Just test your luck.
Static Storm needed to be used to cover up the Storm Spirit, but DJ didn't actually get it off fast enough. So he still got hit by Avalanche and the nuke from Mira. Now DJ is going to die as well. 14-12, Team Spirit beginning to exert their power. As they move around the map on Fnatic's side, they've got the Aegis after all, they've got the better team fight. And all Fnatic really have is the ability to split push with this IO. They don't even feel super safe at doing that. They don't stick around bottom lane for long.
It's just a product of like the difference in how these mid playmakers activate, right? Tiny, combo dead. Storm, you can Orchid, you need a little bit of time, and then suddenly there was a Hex. There's a stun. Got rid of Ravage. And it's just a much taller task. Top tower next for Team Spirit. They want to get that outpost ASAP. Love Dragon Scale Tidehunter, both for the armor and of course you're applying it on Anchor Smash. It's a really cool mechanic.
Feels like we're not getting anything out of our Timbersaw anymore.
Nope. It's the one death bottom is huge because it slows him down, right? Kill him the one time and then just get away from him. Tower was denied his face, but I think that second death, like when you're strongest hero on map, you have that gold lead and you die that second time, suddenly your progression is so hampered that you don't have that win the game threat anymore.
Yeah. You can no longer play fearlessly in
Yeah.
the enemy's face because
Exactly.
you are not strong enough to stay alive through the burst. You don't get that extra 200 HP in which you live and the regen kicks in.
Yeah.
You're able to Timber Chain out. That's no longer the case. Now you're just getting 100 to 0'd, which may happen to him here with a beautiful combination. Toss back into the Hex, uses himself to be able to dodge the Stomp. Mira's going to die to Chuen, but they do get the Timber Saw. At the same time, the Static Storm on a Collapse was really nice. Collapse is still alive, and Chuen is forced away from that potential kill. Raven having a hard time dealing with Yutoro. Nice Earth Splitter, going to be able to catch Jam, slowing him down with a Glimmer Cave. Whoa, what? He tossed Yutoro in, the madman. BKB turn around, kills the Timber Saw. That's a dieback there. Potential another one on Jabs. Dude, Yutoro might have told him to toss him in.
You're gonna have to toss me. I can't believe that actually worked. That would not be recommended. If you watched the last TI, Arteezy and Sumail did try a similar maneuver that went incredibly poorly. Well done, Team Spirit. They are playing with some bravado. And poor Death just diebacked, and that's the end of the Timber Saw. He came so far, he looked so strong, and wow.
Now his game is over.
Look at that. He really meant to do that. And you just pop BKB ulti and just hope for the best. All right.
Sick stuff. Well, Team Spirit, they've got a huge lead now, 7,000 net worth, but it's more than that. They control the map, so just naturally this net worth is going to go in the favor of Spirits. They're probably just going to wait for next Roshan before they attempt anything extreme like going high ground.
I will say also regarding the troll in these matchups, it's actually really nice against Storm because you just can't actually attack if the axes come off pre-BKB. You know, you just miss everything. And same kind of goes for Ursa, where, yeah, you could enrage and just keep hitting the troll, but it's a pretty beefy hero, and at a point he just pops ult and goes to Trage in the face. So,
yeah,
in general, just a harder carry, right? But Spirit have just played a better game.
Did the Ursa that we watched earlier win? It did. Yeah. It won. It didn't have a great time, but it did win. That put it back to 50% win rate. I feel like, Kyle, we're about to watch it drop below 50% win rate again, though.
Indeed. I haven't been super impressed by the hero, to be quite honest. It's just like, I think about what a time, like, you know what it is that Ursa is incredibly one-dimensional, right?
Yeah.
You think about the build, it is what you see in front of you. It's Diffusal, Blink, Mask, BKB in some order. And you're incredibly single target. You don't really provide too much utility or ways to help your allies stay alive. You're just full offense, a charging Grizzly Bear. Then you look at a lot of the other carries in the meta, like say a Tiny, Troll, Spectre. Oh no, not again. Nice toss back.
Does get the silence every single time. This is kind of the trade-off. They toss into Timbersaw. Mira is immediately targeted by Twent, but this time he doesn't even get the kill on the Shadow Shaman, thanks to Glimmer Cape. Going for more. Almost. Sentry a little bit late, and then outside of the range. Doesn't matter, though. Team Spirit can still take this lane of Barracks. I thought they were going to wait for Roshan, but it seems like they saw an opportunity to get a big kill on Timbersaw, and that opened up a full lane for them.
And I gotta say, I take issue with Fnatic's warding in this final period of the game. Look at where those wards are. Like, what game are we playing here? You know, like all of their vision is concentrated on the enemy side of the map. And I understand, like, the idea is that you're gonna just split, but if you look at Team Spirit, like, they're at a point with a Troll, with a Rasta, like, they can try to end game on you. And there has to come a time when you're looking to ward defensively, because the alternative is that, like, what are we gonna do? You know, go play Storm on enemy Ancients? Like, they're not gonna beat their Ancients. They're gonna be taking yours. They're gonna be standing where they are here. This is where you need the control. Now you're playing blind.
Satanic Troll. Oh boy. God. This is their two supports are so poor. A Holy Locket and a Glimmer Cape between the two of them.
So stand by. If you're going to pick Wisp, I think Mech has to be picked up by him or an ally within the first 20 minutes of the game, without a doubt. I don't want to really flame the Fnatic supports though. Like, I do think they've done, like, pretty much everything they could. Product of the draft, perhaps, where, you know, you lose a couple heroes here and there. It feels like Team Spirit, they just, like, it's just tiny things, right? A couple of tossbacks, some insane combos, and those pickoffs led to objectives.
They're gonna smoke. Fnatic, at least they're trying to make something happen here.
They're running right into the vision of Spirit.
But, well, they're running towards their own vision right now, their own deep vision that they have here in the triangle. But what the sad part is that their Timbersaw is being left alone again, and they've shown they have the magic damage to be able to kill him, but jump into the two supports, that's really nice. Fnatic this time around, the bait is successful. Death is still alive, and Raven managed to kill two, but they have to get out. With these kind of buybacks, they've got to just leave. Accept the fact that there was a huge win. If just all of their cores get out, it's a win. And in fact, they managed to get only...
Oh no.
Oh,
DJ. No. DJ stuck around just a little bit too long.
Yeah. Wonder how long he was sitting there.
That was a great fight from Fnatic, though, to find those supports. Like, that's what they've been trying to do this whole game. They finally get that opportunity, but in vintage TI Dota, they have immediate buybacks. So you've spent a lot of mana and spells, and then suddenly you're still not an advantage in the fight. Roshan, though, not for a minute and a half, so that's quite nice.
Yeah, Fnatic, if anything, they're not going to get punished whatsoever for the fact that they end up eventually being forced away from that team fight around the Roshan area. Well, Roshan doesn't end up spawning very quickly, and now their supports are back. If they win the next fight and they manage to kill some supports, that's diebacks going around. They may actually be able to take Roshan for themselves.
Hey, we can see you in the Roche pit. We see you doing it.
Not a bad idea, Collapse. But I don't think you could just summon Roshan like that. It's still going to be a bit.
But you could perhaps summon Fnatic if
You
they
might.
think that you're doing it. 30 seconds. So yeah, I mean, this is the part of the game. Second Roche. you're going to have to fight for it. If Troll takes Aegis, he walks high ground. That's the end of the game. Fnatic, do they have a smoke? No, they are out. It's most unfortunate. They will need to do the walk-in. And look at Toronto Tokyo with the Invis rune. Has a sentry, knows they don't have vision of him at the moment. He should see DJ.
Gotta be careful going for the D ward, but DJ just gets a little bit too close. The problem is they kind of knew that a ward was potentially there, but somebody has to go and actually right-click it.
That's more like it.
It is a very, very hard game for DJ.
Very hard game for all of Fnatic. Now that Yatoro's going to be able to get the Aegis. And the Shard. Which, he's going to take the Shard. You know that one, Kyle?
Yep.
Rampage.
I saw the Suns fan clip.
Oh, was there one?
Yes. I don't know if it's actually. I mean, it's not bad, right? It's just for him more damage for free. So why not? Only other candidate, I guess, was ET, which is not ideal.
Yeah, because Tiny already bought his. So
maybe you could have given it to the Tidehunter just so he could go tank and push for you a little faster.
yeah, Shadow Shaman's not bad either.
I actually would have liked it on Tide. Now that I think about it, I forgot that they increased the damage.
Yeah, now it does
And lowered cooldown.
90 damage, reduces cooldown by 1. You can hit buildings with it, so. Aghanim's Gush, a good way to be able to cut a creep wave without anybody being there. Collapse just launches some water over to the other side of the map. And they're not just going to barrel down high ground. Team Spirit. Okay.
Oh, this
Can
is
they
very
do anything
dangerous.
about this? Jabs. Relocate out. He's playing it so safe hiding in the tree area like this.
And you can see the kind of game that Fnatic have found themselves in. This is quite difficult.
Or game of hide and seek. Where they just try and sneak in some farm around the map. And Team Spirit are hunting them.
Through the Glimmer Cape. Still dies.
Gets a kill onto DJ while the rest of Team Spirit are able to push out bottom. They're going to try and catch Toronto Tokyo, but he's a little bit too fast. Plus he's got BKB, plus he's got a haste rune. And that's why he's going to go in. Doesn't actually get off the BKB fast enough, so he does get pulled and therefore will not be able to kill Jabs. With his full BKB and a haste rune, though, should be able to get out. No problem in Team Spirit. They may just barrel up the high ground here and drop the wards immediately because they know Fnatic is not in a position to respond right away.
Yeah, this is Troll Dota right here. One of the best building slayers in Dota 2, and Toronto Tokyo is closing fast, so this will be a 5-on-5.
They got to get to the back line. They got to get to these supports. They know where Mira is. Smart play. Start off with him. That's going to be a dieback there. Now they turn towards the Troll. Do they actually have the damage to be able to do so?
Whoa!
They pull him in. Static Storm. Oh, they're going to be able to just jump into Toronto Tokyo. Manage to get the Disruptor just like that. Yatoro, who'd already popped his Rampage there, still has his Battle Trance ready to go and still has the Aegis, so he can just keep going. Ravage is just going to be used. Some of the heroes were able to run themselves away. They're going to turn and go for the Troll. That's going to be life number 1. Death is very low. The Tiny, one hit is all it takes to be able to finish this guy off. The toss does do it. Buyback coming out there as well, though. Team Spirit are killing Fnatic heroes one by one, but not getting any dieback, so Fnatic can hold this potentially. They're going to go for Jabs, take away that big helping hand to Raven. Raven still is unable to man fight Yatoro. Now gets locked down, gets run over. Chwen's trying to do what damage he can as he zips on through everybody on the side of Team Spirit, but the monsters that are Team Spirit just seem to be putting up with such a beating and putting it back double as Raven again locked down. Toronto Tokyo keeps on finding these supports. Beyond godlike for him. Are they finally going to let Spirit go? They're going to try one more time. A glimpse back. no battle trance, no BKB, a sliver of hope to be able to bring down this troll, but they just can't
my
do
God.
it. He's too damn big. He is rampaging all over them, and that is exactly what Toronto Tokyo is going to get to knock out Fnatic for game number 1.
Wow. Oh, man. Bloody hell. Nobody died, Cap. They killed Fnatic.
They
like
killed
12
Fnatic,
times.
yeah, 10 times.
Gracious. That's the ET factor. Toronto Tokyo ending in style. 0 deaths. Just straight up dumpstered the whole game.
Yeah.
Tiny. Tiny. I don't know. It doesn't seem so small after a performance like that. What do you go? 14-0 and 13? That's not bad. It's all right.
Toronto Tokyo, he can play more than just spirits.
Yeah, not bad
got
for
a
a
tiny.
rookie. First time TI. Okay.
Yeah, Team Spirit, not looking half bad. I feel like we've heard around from some of the other casters, they all kind of agree. Team Spirit's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not expecting them. To get eliminated. I think it's a question of how high their ceiling is, especially at their first TI. Can they actually place top 8, or are they going to be knocked out in the first round of playoffs?
And this is big. So they're now looking at probably like they're going to make it out of groups with this
Yes.
win. But if they can keep the momentum going, there is a shot we could see them in upper bracket. Fnatic likely going to be a lower bracket squad, but they would really like to get a win to ensure that that's where they stay. You don't want to be playing any tiebreakers for elimination.
Yeah. Again, otherwise they're going to have to do that against Team Secret. But that is it for game number 1. We're going to take a short break and go to game 2. Welcome back, everybody. We've got Fnatic versus Team Spirit Game 2 because
Second.
Game 1 was Team Spirit. I don't know. They look pretty good. They just rolled over
totally.
everything.
Yeah, and a will like
Fanatics
as
turn
well.
to ban.
And off to a great start with quite possibly one of the best openings that exists in Dota 2 right now. Notably because Team Spirit, much like OG, they'll play this tiny as a 1, they'll play it as a 2, or as a 1. Either way,
10 seconds.
they're going to have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Elder Titan with that Veil Rush. I'm so vindicated that
5
people are buying
seconds
Veil
remaining.
all games because I was thinking to myself, playing Dota, spamming matches, that there's no way 18% spell damage isn't broken. And I was right, as I often am. The question is, will Fnatic be right as they switch up their draft, stealing the
Fnatic
Tidehunter
turn
away
to
from
ban.
Team Spirit to combo it up with one of the favorite 4 positions so far in this tournament? Snapfire, Cap. How do you feel about Grandmas? Do you call yours often enough? I certainly don't. I should. If you're watching, Grandma, I'm sorry.
I went and saw my grandma recently, actually. How do I feel about this grandma?
5 seconds remaining.
Not amazing. I feel like Snapfire was on the losing end of like one of the first 2 days of groups. Maybe it's done a bit better since. The damage that she's able to output is impressive, and the utility that Cookie gives you is really nice. But it's just not the same as like what ET gives you, which is like a broken mechanic, you know? So I'm okay with it depending on what the offlaner is. Tidehunter's just okay, right? If you were doing like Slardar, I'd be like, okay, now like you got 6/6 energy.
Yeah, the ET, part of it is I think the ultimate's underrated just in terms of the raw damage output. It's a little faster to deal the damage, and I just see it absolutely shredding people. It's like 40-50% max HP or something nuts, but on 0 resistance. And then the laning phase, we saw in the last game, poor DJ just walks uphill and tries to run back downhill, but it's too late.
Yeah, I think Elder Titan creates a problem.
Yeah,
You must address that problem, right?
I totally agree.
Tidehunter Snapfire is still good though because they got the double minus armor, little shredder plus gush. It is potent, and it is something that is specifically good against tiny carry, which is why I'm going to assume Team Spirit picked it into it that they're going mid right away. I feel like they've already decided this is a mid laner.
But it's really a cool combo though because they just play it with the ET. The Spirit, of course, removes magic resist. You've got to be
10
near the actual
seconds
body
remaining.
of ET to get your physical armor removed. But you saw him from like 1,000
5
units away.
seconds
Just
remaining.
Spirit, Veil, tiny combo, boom, billion damage, especially
Yeah.
post Echo Saber. And I think Toronto Tokyo really thrives when he's able to play that playmaking style of a mid hero.
Second round of bans here. Void, Night Stalker. What does this tell you, Kyle?
Fanatics
Insania would
turn
know.
to ban.
No, he wouldn't. He just makes stuff up. I taught him well. It's likely, those are just 2 heroes that kill Tidehunter, right? Protecting their pick most of all. I think that after watching Team Spirit play the earlier series today, it's just getting rid of Collapse hero pool as well. His NS was sick. They take out Sand King as well to further limit the available options for him. I think it's likely we'll just see him go back to his bread and butter. Ares, the spear
10
carrier,
seconds remaining.
god of both war and the offlane.
5 seconds
right,
remaining.
Mars.
Team Spirit.
Do you know the Greek name for the god of Mars? Because I believe Ares is Roman.
I'm sorry, what? Weren't you just talking about Ares and Mars?
Yeah.
Yeah, aren't they? One's Roman, one's Greek.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's
Mars is Roman. Ares is Greek.
5 seconds remaining.
Are you sure? Is it really that's what it is?
Yes. It's as simple as that.
Huh. Yeah, you're right. Wow, I'm dumb.
I was like, why are you asking me that question when you were just talking about Ares?
Yeah, I guess I knew both and just didn't even realize that. I really, again, the lack of confidence is killing right now.
It's like, is he wanting me to put out a third name somewhere out here? Yes, the God of War. Expected to be seen. Shadow Demon as
Love
a
it.
pickup. That is an interesting one. Why do you love it?
Nasty, because it purges tree armor.
Okay.
So good. It also isn't removed by Kraken Shell.
Okay.
And it also removes Cookie.
10 seconds.
Because Cookie
remaining.
functions like Force Staff. So you just get dispelled, and I
5
don't believe you
seconds
actually
remaining.
get cookied.
Really?
I'm not sure on that one.
I was about to say,
I'm not
that
sure
one
on
felt
that
like
one.
a reach. That one feels like a reach to me, Kyle. Hey, there's the Team Spirit Mars, which we were expecting all along. If that is the case, you probably just instantly slam the ground, though. Whenever Cookie is like,
Yeah.
Cookie movement is canceled, you do
10
instantly just hit
seconds remaining.
an AoE stun.
No.
But that would be interesting.
5 seconds.
Can't say I've ever
remaining.
seen that interaction. I'm going to assume it doesn't work that way until proven otherwise.
Is Cookie dispellable?
Can you dispel cookies?
I wish I would be in a significantly better shape right now. Is there a way to
Somebody dispel me, please.
Templar
I'm under the status effect of having eaten too many cookies.
Speaking of cookies, if anybody's watching the stream, could you please bring me a snack? Thank you. Help!
You think some of the talent down the stairs in the green room?
No,
are
they
just
all
like,
left.
yeah. Every single time
10
we come on,
seconds
apparently
remaining.
they turn us off. So
Yeah. Well,
what
it's
great
just-
friends we have.
Five
Working the late
seconds
shift is
remaining.
rough because at the end of the day, when we're getting ready, there's all these people in the
Fanatics
green
turn
room with
to
smiles, laughter, spreading cheer, doing our jobs. Then we're done and we're just isolated, alone
Yeah,
in the cold bus.
everyone's just exhausted.
Yes.
Nobody wants to talk to each other.
Yeah, but let's talk.
Or maybe that's just me and Kyle.
10 seconds.
Yeah, we don't hang out that
remaining.
much, but I think it's the product of just working together all the time, right?
5
It's like, what do we?
seconds
We got
remaining.
to talk for so long. You already know the references I'm going to make, and like what I think about obscure movies. Like, what more would you gain?
Team spirits turn to battle.
Hey.
What do you mean? We just hung out last night for like 4 hours.
That's true. Was it 4 hours? It was good schnitzel.
It was good schnitzel. That's actually
hits
how
different at
that's how I
midnight.
got coaxed
10
out of my
seconds
room.
remaining.
Is that I was very hungry.
Yeah. That
5
is the
seconds
secret
remaining.
to Cap. If you feed him, he becomes putty. But
This looks like a pretty good Templar Assassin pick to me
Yeah, I was
because
thinking
they
the
already
same.
know most likely it is mid lane. If they somehow switch it over to carry, then they already have that answer in lane, right?
Yep.
We already talked about Snap Tidehunter. And I'm looking at these heroes, and I don't see like fast instances of damage besides Avalanche.
yep.
Like I feel like Refraction's going to be up a long time.
Spirits turn
Yeah,
to pick.
I would agree. I think that's why they're going to bring out any kind of illusion manta hero. Probably
Phantom
PL.
Lancer, Naga Siren,
Yeah, one or the other. Probably going to be
TB's
A-OK.
band.
And the Bat Rider band is excellent because otherwise you just go bat mid and you look at this Fnatic lineup and you're very afraid.
Is there any other
10
mids that
seconds
could
remaining.
fit in that are like hard? So could you
Razor.
like Viper mid, Razor
5
mid?
seconds
Okay.
remaining. Fanatics turn to pick.
All right.
Telling you, man, I'm feeling myself.
Yeah, you are. You're feeling yourself.
I-
Why Razor mid over Viper mid? Out of curiosity.
More likely Link. I also think that when you're playing against Trient, you need to have a earlier
10
BKB hero.
seconds remaining.
Okay.
I think Viper's nerfs also hurt the
5
hero quite a
seconds
bit, and I
remaining.
think Razor also just functions better. Like, you want this fast hero with BKB. You don't want a backline. Like, I'm Viper. I'm gonna Q you real good. They needed something to play like Toronto Tokyo did in the previous game,
Yep.
where the spirit allows you this influence to get deep into the fight. And in general, I just think it's a better hero right now. It's also more Toronto Tokyo style. He's not a Viper player. He's not a Viper player at all.
Oh, side lane TA, and now it's a Quap. So this Razor feels a little awkward, but what if they put safe lane Razor now, and they put mid Tiny? No.
No,
Okay.
the Razor actually is still somewhat favored, I think, against Quap. You just have to hit your Qs, pretty much.
Okay.
Similar to the matchup we saw last series, the trouble with Quap is, of course, that if you go for the lane against Razor and put a lot of points in Q, you can't shove lane. Razor can. And it's going to come down to rune control most of the time. But I do like the pick. They really have limited control for the Quap. And they're with my favorite core to play with in the offlane, the Tidehunter. So Quap obviously can't take Ancients. Tide TA can, so that's one box checked.
Yep.
You also have Treant, another great hero to play with Quap because you need that little bit of survivability so that you can focus on damage output. And in really nice lockdown, right? Low damage hero. This puts Quap in a position to thrive, and you're really going to have to. Chuen, if you want to win this game, you've got to have less than, I would say 1.5 over under.
Oh, I was going to say 3. Surely you can have a second death in there, right?
2.5. We'll see. I think they can lose this game with 2 deaths on
Why
their Quap.
did you just say less than 3?
Because that would be
What's
love.
with the 0.5?
Because that's how over-unders work, Cap.
I guess.
I guess sometimes, no. Okay, so if I were to say the over-under is 3, then I would say like a 3-death Quap could go either way. It's a push.
Okay.
But if
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
more,
sure.
they're going to lose, and if it's less, they're going to win.
Okay.
If I say, firm line in
Okay,
the
so
sand,
over under 2 then.
2.5.
No. I'm just saying like 2 is probably a push, right? I mean, you wanted to put over under 1.5.
Yeah.
So we're saying 2 is a push.
Are you moving
where,
the line?
Yeah. Well, you already moved it. You went from 1.5 to 2.5. I'm saying let's just meet in the middle here and say 2. And he can have 2 deaths, but it means his impact is going to be relatively neutral, and someone else is going to have to, carry the game out for him. Like, Raven's going to have a better performance, a more outstanding performance to be able to push this over the line to be a W.
Sure. I like it.
That's our analysis, everybody. Welcome to the game of Team Spirit versus Fnatic. Game 2. Team Spirit looked quite good in Game 1. Felt like they were just the better team overall. But drafting-wise, did Fnatic do a better job this time, Kyle?
I think so, yeah.
Even though they drafted Quap.
I think that the versatility, I am sure that this carry TA was the right move based on the Razor pick. So the fact that they were able to flex that is a really good sign. I also think, Raven, I'm sure, can play this hero. So what is he up against? Yeah, it's a nice matchup against the Mars as well and the SD because you can get all those poison stacks and then just pop Refraction.
Yeah.
And Tiny, as you discussed, should not have the freest time in that safe lane.
Toro. He's going to get caught out here. If he gets hit by one slow, he's going to get hit by the other one. Oh, no, he's just going to walk right back into them. That is unfortunate. They don't even have to level anything. Look at Chuen. He's just like, you're dead anyway. No need to level Shadow Strike, but I'm presuming, I don't know. Maybe Razor, you just go, do you get Shadow Strike at all? Do you just go 0-2-4? Max out Scream of Pain, right? Push out the lane into Razor?
I actually would like that, yeah. Razor, I think the new Razor, you don't really ever, you just can't beat him in lane. I think you just play for your own game because the one weakness of Razor is that you really don't farm as efficiently. You can shove lane, don't get me wrong, but you don't just turn mana into damage the same way that a Quap would because Scream is such a lower cooldown. Your Q, it's only 10 seconds, I guess. I take that back. It's a 3-second difference, but still, 30% more spells.
DJ's going to pop out, and they're going to go for the kill into Maposhka again. The minus armor duo combined with a slight slow, and the heavy damage of DJ is just enough. Maposhka, I think, could have gotten out there. But he turns around and does die. A second kill now for Fnatic, as DJ said, okay, all according to plan, job is done. I'll see you later. It does mean he's going to be late to block the hard camp, so that is something that he's going to have to try and contend with. It's going to be a little annoying seeing as some of his trees already been cut.
I think you're okay with that, though. TA is so easily able to shove waves once you get a point in side blades. Really nice move, though. I love this decision to get aggressive top and then TP back down. That extra kill just gives you that edge that you need, and lane control is now confirmed up top, which is excellent. This is a much better Fnatic position already, just 1.5 minutes into the game.
This Tiny really doesn't like being this far forward in lane. Every single time Maposhka leaves to go do a pull, he pretty much just can't be there. He's going to go for the deny now. Open up the easy camp for the 2-minute spawn. That'll be nice at least.
And you can see Chuen, he actually did go for 2 points in his Shadow Strike. I'm not the biggest fan of this camp. I just really feel like Quaps seem so much stronger when they're able to shove lanes. I also think that that's kind of the way you want to beat Razor more often than not. Like you can already see, like he's got creeps on him, Razor does not, so very casually able to grab wave and then shove it in, and off to a pretty nice lead in the laning phase. And let's see, top, pretty standard.
Yep.
Whoa, what? How?
Looks like he just got disrupted into Spear, perhaps.
And sorry for the T-Tours, we have swapped out JJ for the less accomplished Capitalist Observing. Trying to multitask, that'll be a kill on DJ. That's the Elder Titan factor. Doesn't even matter if your lane got off to a rough start, you are still an Elder Titan.
You just, in your head, swap them. The captain swap, therefore their name swap. That was Jabs who died.
Whoa. Okay, yeah, whoops. Long day. Oh, good.
Hopping on over. Blep, blep. Look at how much minus armor that is. It just doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Like, he may not ever die, but he's just always going to be
dude.
forced to be constantly munching on regen.
How often
Yeah?
do you see the band of Elven skin picked up instead of the strength component of
yeah.
the treads? That's just for the armor.
It's smart. Smart, but, you know, doesn't feel good either way.
Gold is a great
Let's see, bottom. I mean, lanes are doing all right though. I mean, bottom is going to be. This is a collapse Mars, so you can expect him to do quite well. But Raven does eventually win this lane through attrition. Oh, nice job by Chuen. He swipes the rune from under the nose of Toronto Tokyo, so we will be able to grab both.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo is trying to do some extra efficient play where he goes for the late bounty pickup, stacks the hard camp, and then grabs the water rune. But Chuen denying that water rune may give him an advantage here. 3-1-1 is the build for him. I'll give, you know, like, we're basically speaking theoretical because, you know, I highly doubt you've played a whole lot of Quap since Shadow Strike changed, right?
That
it's
is
a relatively recent one, so.
Yeah, and he just won the lane. Holy crap, yeah. Forced
Yeah.
the TP. It really was the play, though, to your point, like the greed, going for the runes. That you can't do that because Quap just turns more mana into damage. So suddenly it's like a fountained Quap who comes back and starts owning you. That's so much XP lost mid. That is game-breaking. Really well done by Chuen. Just dominating this lane now. CS doesn't matter because of how much XP the Razor just missed middle.
Poking at you, Toro, time and time again. Maposhka with 2 levels of the Spirit has been trying to do damage back to them, but they can always fight back. They were to focus Maposhka down, he'd have to just run away. As you could see, he kind of gets chunked by a single anchor smash. Top of the CS board, though, man, collapse. Giving Team Spirit Mars. You always got to think twice about that.
Hey, giving death the Tidehunter, though, man, up top. Like, the kills certainly helping out. 31-13 against Tiny. But this is to be expected. You see Yatoro hitting level 5. He needs level 6. Plus 12 armor is pretty nuts. Before that, he is incredibly weak, but he'll be able to sustain a lot more efficiently afterwards. Surprised that he didn't pull out a stick really early on as well. I know Tiny sometimes skip it, but I think against Tide, you just have to be buying one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, Sapphire also spams Little Shredder. Like,
Yeah.
she's going to use that once a wave on you, 100%. So, the Battle of the Cheers. Don't forget to get your cheering in, guys. It's definitely a lot better than it used to be.
By the way, Cookie is dispellable.
Oh, really?
Strong dispels only. which Shadow Demon ultimate is not.
You really got us there, Kyle. Disruption into Spear. One of the downsides of playing Train Protector against Mars is that sitting in the trees isn't much of a bonus against him. Fortunately, Mira makes a nice read that he has to TP out and will not die. And so twin rotation for him. That doesn't really net anything, but at least he's able to get back to lane quickly.
Got a lot of stacks made in the jungle right now for Spirit, but tough for poor Toronto Tokyo, who is just not having fun middle.
Hit him with the cookie. 100 HP is what he's left with. I'm surprised that Toronto Tokyo is going to return back to mid. I feel like maybe you want to switch up the lane somehow. Give this Tiny somewhere else to be, or at least help him by like going top. Like Razor's always been good against Tide in that regard, right?
No, I totally agree. I think it would have been nice, but at the same time, Yatoro just maybe not having the levels. And that is perhaps the one weakness of Team Spirit, right? When you see Toronto Tokyo playing a hero, you know it's going mid. Yatoro's is going safe lane. I have like never, I think have we ever seen them switch? We watched them in both DBC seasons.
No.
And this is just a great job by Twen. He's just owning this lane. Rune control. This is the
How many
third
times
time.
though right now do people swap their players from mid to top? They'll swap the hero. And how many times have we seen?
That's a good point. It's very rare nowadays.
Yeah.
It's more about like where is the hero going, and then it's confirmed in the draft.
Yeah.
But that's a really good point.
Baposhka gets found as
there's
Fnatic are going to be able to find some juicy stacks here. Oh no, Team Spirit not protecting that very well. I can't help but feeling like the large part of this is this Razor just getting dumpstered in the mid lane. He's going to lose his mid tower soon. He's not having an impact around the map.
Not just that, there's no, like, it's Mira on Shadow Demon. I don't know what the hero's supposed to do, right? He can't come help out. And this is huge. Death is farming the entire Spirit stack. And Chwen is still just like killing mid tower. Oh, until
they manage to get a disruption stomp. The blink. Disruption illusions woke him up. Oh
no!
That should have been a spear. That should have been a spear kill, though. Yeah, that should have been a spear kill.
Collapse actually cancels his TP as well.
Maposhka is going to be caught here, blown up pretty quickly. His death is going to show up. Toronto Tokyo knows this tower is dead. They can't fight anymore, but won't be able to get the deny either. Yeah, honestly, Fnatic just seems way ahead in the game at this point in time, and I have to wonder if maybe this is just comfort level for Toronto Tokyo playing this Razor.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a nice pick in the game, but a really nice adaptation from Fnatic. Like, this is the trouble. That last pick Razor, like, that's for the lane, right? You're picking it because you expect the TA, and then it's just a total curveball. Raven's still comfortable, but in a favorable matchup. And then that last pick, this is when Quap feels really good. I keep seeing it get, like, third picked. That's not when it's nice. You want it last, and I questioned the build, but the rune control at 4 minutes really, I think, legitimized the 3-1-1 build, because all of a sudden you forced Toronto Tokyo back to base, and once you do that once as a Quap, you're dominating. And he's gotten the next 3 runes, so 6, 8, and 10-minute runes all bottled by Twen, and that's the dream for any Quap. All top 3 of the net worth now in control, Fnatic.
And this always feels really good when you got a Train Protector in your team, because you know you're always going to have a big tower advantage at this point. Like, they're going to trade safe lane towers here for sure, but mid tower is going to be held by Fnatic for a long time, unless they lose some massive team fight.
Yeah, and that's just so nice. And you look at the Spirit lineup, the other issue is that you don't have any real method of catching the Quap. You saw how complicated it would be to set up a kill, right? You disrupt into stomp into a teleporting Mars. That was their setup.
Yeah.
They don't really have tools because this is a carry Tiny, remember. This is not going to be some blink rush. It's going to be a right-click jungler. And a Yule's rush on Toronto Tokyo. I am very concerned for Spirit. I think Fnatic are just in such a great position in this game. And unlike some of the more complex lineups they've utilized, it's a very just nice and smooth way to play from here on out. TA farm jungle, Quap farm lane, Tidehunter defend towers, run at people, waddle, maybe look to use a Ravage sometime soon.
I always like. I always feel like TA gives you a bit of simplicity in the game plan, just because you can Roshan so early as an objective. I think that makes the game a lot easier. Mira protects himself with a disruption, but only does so much. As Chuen comes in, finish off the kill. Death is challenging any covers here, and he's going to be able to hit a nice Ravage, setting up DJ to help him finish off Maposhka. Toronto Tokyo is here, though, with the arena. Oh, the cookie on out. They're going to be able to keep him alive. A spear hits DJ. Toronto Tokyo looks to be able to focus him down. At least they get that. Chuen, okay, does manage to hit him with that Sonic Wave. Finish off the Razor. Death is going to fall as Utoro comes in, but he's going to get kited around a little bit. He'll toss up in the air, goes for the spear as well. On it jabs. They should be able to finish him up, but he gets a cookie off last second. Allows Raven and Chuen to just run over these heroes. Ultimately, it was a one fight for Fnatic as their cores were the ones that stayed alive.
I love that. You see DJ, his dying breath, he doesn't armor himself. He armors his Quap. So that Chuen is then way strong enough to just stand there, right-click, go toe-to-toe with the remaining Spirit heroes. Excellent dive. Jab's just pressing his buttons, starts spitting great globs of fire, ends up killing Mira. A little assist from Chuen to get the last hit. And yeah, just well played. Great Ravage setup. I like this from Fnatic, bloodthirsty, and this is what I mean when I say that this lineup is just a lot easier for them to understand, right? When you're going Lycan Tiny, look, it's not complicated, but it's very technical. You have to hit the timing, take the right fight, based on positional advantage and vision setup, and it's just a lot easier to run at enemies and utilize superior spellcasting.
Yeah.
Stun them, kill them.
Blink Dagger next for the Treant Protector, so he can get a little bit more involved with the Blink Dragonlance build from Raven, which is pretty active build for a carry Templar Assassin especially. It's going to go back for the Deso. But the build has been worth it, right? Them being able to win that top fight really helps Fnatic stay in control of this game. Nice ward pickup there for Jabs, knowing that Team Spirit really want to be able to get some defensive vision around here somewhere, and it would have set up for the smoke play that Team Spirit is currently trying to operate on. They're going to wrap all the way around, see if they can collect some heroes here. They're going to go through the lane. Oh, a smoke double TP out. Surely they're going to find Tidehunter at least. Yep. It's a dangerous combination, Mars Razor, because you can't go anywhere, and that just means you're going to get drained by the static link, and Eye of Storm is going to poke you
tanky.
down.
Oh my god. That was a lot, though. I mean, that's just the Max Kraken Shell tree armor. You can see this is a very difficult Tidehunter to take down, and just realize, because it's that carry Tiny, this Team Spirit lineup is almost purely physical damage. They don't have that easy combination to utilize with Maposhka's ET Spirit.
That's true. But it does mean if Maposhka can be in there to take away some of their base armor, then this Razor could very rapidly get people into deep negatives, especially if he actually gets into some late game. That is another thing that I want to talk about, the difference between Razor and Viper, is that Razor actually scales really well into the late game with this build that people have been going, most notably Eternal Envy, the Aghanim's Refresher. Now that, and it actually was made better last patch, because now it does the armor reduction before damage, so it's just that extra little bit of efficient damage for you.
Can they do this?
Really nice against Templar Assassin too. Duels into the spear back. Nicely done by Collapse, but they didn't actually get it. They still have the Purge on him, and they hit him with the Poison too. I think he's going to take out here. Turns around Sonic Wave last second because he knows he's getting burned. 411 gold for Mira.
That is a huge kill.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye, Maposhka.
You see how hard it is for them to execute. They had to blow everything. Literally everything. They did miss the Earth Splitter, unfortunately. It would have been easy to kill.
That it does seem to be the story for Team Spirit constantly, right? Because they had to blow everything to kill the Tidehunter earlier. They just have to like outnumber Fnatic for any of these pickoffs.
Yeah.
Is that going to change at any point in time? Is Team Spirit going to start feeling what's like a better timing for them?
Oh, if you can get a BKB on Toronto Tokyo and get
Yeah.
the drain on TA, things get a little simpler. But I would like to see Fnatic get a bit more active. You know,
Yeah.
they're at the phase of the game they should be playing for kills and then around Roche, and they're just a bit too reluctant to accelerate, in my view.
I would agree with that, depending on what happens right now. Because they're about to get the Deso. Like, now I think you must start winning this game hard. Because I don't think you want to go late game against Razor Tiny as carry Templar Assassin with a mid-quad, right? Like, this is definitely Fnatic need to be able to close out the game. Otherwise, Team Spirit starts getting, like, they'll just naturally start countering you.
They've got to think that step ahead, right? They just walked into the Roche pit and we're like, wait, Spirit are coming for this. Like, of course they are. They know what we know. They know you want Roche.
Yeah.
You should have been making this play but 30 seconds ago, and now Spirit are very aware and waiting in the wings.
Yep. Wards spotted both. Jabs. You're crazy for that one, Jabs. Just walks down to the low ground. Team Spirit going to re-smoke, trying to reclaim this area. They're going to go for the same ward situation. Actually, just a sentry, and Toronto Tokyo is going to deal with it. So now Fnatic not going to feel as comfortable as they did before in approaching the Roshan pit without that high ground vision, giving them the heads up. They're going to be able to find the opening onto Chuen. The spear does land. They get a combo onto him with the avalanche, but again, he's able to blink away, but again, he's got the purge on him, so he's going to die here. They managed to get the rupture off. Good disruption from Mira, but Overgrowth into the shot. A stomp comes in from Aposhka. The supports are saving Team Spirit's team fight right now. DJ ticks out from the poison and a tree to kill the tree, 10-9 as Team Spirit. That was barely put together correctly, but they do manage a small win and keep everybody alive.
Yeah, the big thing there was that Chuen did live about 80 HP. Otherwise,
really?
that is very, very grim.
That's just a tread swap right there, right?
Pretty much. Now they lose Jabs, leaving one more kill. Fnatic, man, the thing is, like, they're hitting these timings. It's the same as we saw in the series they played yesterday. They're in control of the game, but they don't go to win the game.
Kyle,
Spirit are the ones making the plays.
I'm going to play a game with you. What do you think the win probability was 5 minutes ago, and what do you think it is now?
It's Dota Plus or to me?
Just you, and then we'll look at Dota Plus together.
It was like 70 or 80. I would say 70% Fnatic, and now it's probably even.
Yeah, I was going to say more like 65 for Fnatic, and I think it might actually almost favor Team Spirit now.
Damn.
Was it 5 minutes ago we said?
No, you said it was like 7 minutes, I think.
No, I said 5 minutes
No,
ago.
try a few more minutes back.
63%.
No, a couple more. I was
and
thinking the
just barely over 50%. I'm actually amazing. I almost called that to the percent. Even production's improved.
You know how to think like a pub. that's
Which
for
one
sure,
do you
Cat.
think is the analyst between us, out of curiosity?
Oh my goodness. It's always nice to be with such a talented and humble individual. How many awards have you been nominated for, though, Cap?
The same as you.
Oh, interesting. Are you nominated this year, though?
No,
I did not think so. That's right. The only award-nominated member of this cast is speaking to you right now, and I'm trying to reach you. Team Fnatic, please. You are falling victim to one of the
Great
classic
blunders.
Dota diseases.
Okay.
No. BSJ, also a long-time sufferer. It's called next item syndrome. It's when you
Oh,
get caught up in the
no.
idea that you need more gold, more farm in order to make things happen. But no, you didn't. You need to get into Roche. You need to use Ravage. You got the blink ready. If it's
Yeah,
not now, when is it?
You could literally see it. Raven's like, that fight went a little weird, and they're like, okay, we're not actually stronger than them outright. I need BKB.
Yes, but is your BKB more important than Razor's? Is your BKB more important than the Mars, than the Tiny? Because they've all got him queued up, but Toronto Tokyo is going to have his momentarily. Oh, nice sentry, nice sentry.
Oh, this is a good bait out. The cookie lead off into the stun onto Yutoro. He's dead.
Beautiful.
He is very dead. Collapse actually still going. Finds DJ. Don't think you want to be here any longer. Shots raining in. Kiss is going to be able to catch some heroes. They're going to be able to get the Ravage to keep him in place. Again, Mira with the save, but this time around, nowhere out. No way out. They're in a dead-end scenario. Team Spirit thought they could take this, but one pickoff leads to two, and fortunately there's a haste rune on Toronto Tokyo. Maybe that's why they were still a little bit anxious to force an engagement. Still though, Fnatic, hey,
there we
no
go.
more next item syndrome. They forced a fight,
That
or
was-
rather baited a fight.
They set up, right? That
Yeah.
time, they were thinking with portals. They're ready. They recognize, look, Spirit, they're going to come defend here. Because we have the Blink TA, it's going to be tough for them to make any kind of move on him. We'll do a Trap Sentry combination and just pounce. They do exactly that. Incredibly well done. And now, theoretically, they can go Roche, but Elder Titan, another reason this hero is too damn strong. It's lanes, it's damage amplification, and it's incredible Roche control. And Miposhka is playing his heart out. Miro was a bit late. If he's there to save you, Toro, maybe that goes a bit differently, but heads up play by Jabs. He cookied the creep so the TA could still attack from an optimal distance, but they did land the guaranteed stun, and then starts flaming in. Kind of a big counter to the Mars Arena, but you can see also, if Spirit acquire BKBs, this game will get harder for Fnatic.
One's already acquired. Toronto Tokyo has his. Collapse is actually decently close, honestly. The farthest away is Utoro, but you know he's going to farm quickly with this Silver Edge that he's able to boost himself around the map.
Also wanted to quick shout out to PSG LGD, who are the first team from this group to secure upper bracket, much like their brothers IG. They are 11-1 in this TI-10 group stage.
Very sick. Both of them are 11-1 right now, right?
Yep.
Very cool. IG dropped a game to... What did they drop a game to?
I
think both of them drop a game to like
Undying.
one of the middle tier teams.
Yeah, IG dropped a game to Undying, and LGD dropped a game to Team Secret.
Okay. So maybe not middle tier, but upper middle, right?
Yeah.
Both Undying and Team Secret look like they're both probably going to get into the upper bracket.
It'll be tight, I think, for both of them, but
Yeah.
remains to be seen. Some big matches coming up.
Mira gets two-shot by Raven, and the cookie catches Miposhka as well. Again, Fnatic finding the right opening
Yes.
to a team fight. If they can kill the supports first, it's fantastic.
Yes, and because they got the supports, Roche is now an objective. And thankfully, like, they got what they needed, right? They had BKB on both cores, Blink Halberd on Tide, and now finally, 25 minutes almost into the game, the first Roche falls. This is huge. And now Fnatic look to see them start to take some serious map control. Team Spirit not out of it, but I'm sure that the last few minutes have impacted their win probability, so much so that I'm sure Fnatic is closer to about 68% in terms of their potential to win the game. Oh, so close. 66.
66.
Yatoro is going to be the one that's going to have to make some moves if they want to take this. He'll have BKB soon, but he needs the shard as well. What are you looking at me like that for?
Twen's got one death.
He does? He's played a phenomenal game. If they end up with this dub, then I think that you can put almost all of it on the mid lane, where just a straight up 1v1 outclass by Chuen. Glad he's playing middle, right? He was off lane for a time until the CEO, Moon, was replaced. Board meeting. His shares were repossessed, and Chuen moved to mid. Death picked up, brought in off lane. Then, of course, that glorious reverse sweep to find themselves here. TI-10.
Raven's ready to go. He's got a Chrysalis in his backpack. That's how many items he's got right now. And the Aegis in play. He's going to demolish down some buildings. Tier 1, Tier 2. He's a proverbial wrecking ball.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Back for the Hurricane Pike, which makes sense against Razor. That is like It's his one-to-one counter, so he just needs to be able to. It's funny how like Fnatic wants to be able to find Team Spirit's backline,
Yeah.
and Spirit actually want the cores to crash into each other.
Pretty much. Nice
Oh, tried for the spear backwards. He is going to be saved by the disruption, so that kind of poke doesn't really have much of a downside when you have a save behind it.
Yeah.
So you could just kind of keep trying that every single time Fnatic comes forward.
Yeah, Mir and Miposhka played great, but at this point, I don't know how. It's tough to recover, right? Because Razor versus TA, that's a lane winner. But at this phase, you know, no Halberd, you're just so squishy. Raven's so strong.
Really going to try for death here, and they actually will be able to break him. That was nice. They kind of spear him over to Yatoro. Yatoro quickly breaks the Tidehunter and preventing him from getting off a Kraken Shell Cleanse. No Ravage there. He did use BKB though, so they still have to be careful with fights.
But you take that, right? That was the Aegis timing. There's still 2 minutes left, but it's a really big opportunity now to acquire some new map control. They're getting their tier 3 items.
Fnatic's got to be careful with this whole deal. Still trying to hit the tier 3s. Team Spirit.
They weren't even there. They're just shoving lanes.
Yeah, I know. It's wild how like aggressive they are on the other side of the map. Oh, they got the scan there, but they did not have the detection ready to go. Maybe Chuen could still find him. Man, if he ran through that trap, they would have seen him over there. The Razor link is going on for a while. Looks like Jabs ran headlong into the Razor. Razor doesn't have BKB yet. Disruption's going to go down, but he's still not going to have it when he comes back up, and a Sonic Wave is going to blow him apart. Earth Splitter, Jabs walks into it and finally walks out of it. Cookie to stop the TP. Miposhka. Team Spirit, that was a very interesting idea, them so aggressively pushing out the lanes, but they didn't find any kills for it.
I love the idea, but just a bit over-eager there, right? No BKB on Razor. Otherwise, he just gets out for sure. And Fnatic certainly feeling themselves now. They're all in now on this idea that the Tiny is just going to be way too strong. He does have the Shard and the Silver Edge, so theoretically, take down Tide, free Ravage, or maybe even solo kill the Quap. Is that even a thing? It's tough with the plate mail. I like the decision to go Shivas here.
Yeah, very nice. And Fnatic up to 68% win probability with this 5,000 net worth lead that they've got right now. Jabs, Dust. He is going to turn around and kill him, and then BKB teleport out. I'm dead.
Oh, love it. An excellent chat wheel user. I like Jab's stream.
Yeah. What do you like about it?
It's just chill vibes, you know? I like a lot of the players that just kind of have a good time, play high-level Dota.
Yeah.
Zai, another classic.
Double damage.
30 minutes in. Fourth neutral item found for Team Spirit. Now, this is where we kind of test how strong is Tiny, right? One of the best carries in the patch in this tournament, but will it be enough? That AC timing is going to be enormous if they can grab one. Controlling the armor becomes critical, both because you're against TA, but also, of course, because there's an ET on his team. If you think about Templar Assassin, yeah, Refraction's a problem, but the hero has no non-base armor, so ET gets up in front of you, you go to 0. AC, you're now at -5, and suddenly Tiny's hitting you for like 500 a smack.
Ah, got him.
You can run. You should run.
Well, that's going to be no Heaven's Halberd for a bit.
Will they make a play off that? Yes, they will. I like it. You held the curry. You know that there's an item gone. Roshan not up for a while. What are you going to try to do here, Fnatic? They're just sweeping across. Looks like one of those do something smokes.
Do you like these kind of smokes?
Situational. I would have probably saved this one just because the objective of Roshan is coming up soon. I think if anything, you could have just ran here yourself, grabbed the outpost.
Yeah, because you already know, like, Team Spirit's playing a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah.
So a smoke through the middle of the map is unlikely to net anything important.
Yeah, and you also had just revealed yourselves, right? So when suddenly everyone goes missing, there's an idea that, yeah, they're probably on the way. Plus, you're going to be more passive because you've just lost the item that you wanted on your Razor, so.
Man, double Heaven's Halberd when they get Toronto Tokyos. They have the AC in probably 2 minutes.
And that's the big timing, because double Halberd's nice against TA. Probably the hardest counter, especially because they just saw Raven with Daedalus. So no MKB coming, and the misses will stack up. But more importantly, if you get disarmed before BKB, well, that whole BKB is just done for. It's still unused, by the way. He has a whole Daedalus since picking up the BKB with Spirit. Nice smoke. Oh, jabs.
It
Careful,
breaks
jabs.
Toronto Tokyo. They know something's around these cliff areas. They're going to be able to find jabs first. Actually, the Cookie does manage to catch the Mars. He doesn't get anything off. He gets ravaged. BKB actually goes down. He's trying to defend himself. The arena goes out last second. That's all he can do. The damage stolen away from Raven. Raven is not going to be able to hit too hard here as Toronto Tokyo has drained him of everything he's got. And he's pulling through those refraction charges as well, but he needs a little bit more help, and his plasma field is just enough to be able to get the tip and get the kill. Triple, in fact, for Toronto Tokyo.
Jabs, why? Why are you there? Waiting in the Roche pit, and Team Spirit, they've got methods of checking for just that. Oh, and poor Raven, like, this is the problem. We talked about this. Your BKB is nice, but Razor's BKB is better, and his whole job is just to run at you and get the link off.
Yeah.
If you full link TA, that's it for the team fight.
And that's going to be it for the AC. So now I feel like Team Spirit, this round of items has pushed them over the edge, I think, right?
It's,
Especially if they were to get Roshan knotted up for another minute and a half.
that's a blessing for Fnatic. They will not have to worry about fighting into an Aegis Tiny, but it's still concerning. You know, this is the thing about Queen of Pain as well. Like, Chuen played a phenomenal game, but he can't win the game by himself. It's not the way the hero works. Now you're in a bit of a pickle because Tiny is killing everybody, and you have to somehow stop him from linking your TA. Oh, goodness.
They knew the Mars was bottom, so they tried to make a move over here, and it may still be good for them. The Overgrowth wastes a decent amount of the BKB timing from Yutoro.
Yes.
Death couldn't play forward, though, because he almost got blasted by the Tiny.
Cap, when he gets Solar Crested, he has 53 armor.
That's a lot.
Yes, and do you know how much TA has when he's in melee range of Elder Titan?
0?
That is correct. And that is a big concern right now because
That's not a lot.
Elder Titan, Shadow Demon late game, also with that BKB piercing purge. Suna, Aghanims, goodness gracious, that'll give the break mechanic as well. So suddenly Tide Hunter and TA have no Psyblades, no Kraken Shell, and no hope if they get ran at. But of course, Fnatic not of it. I know it's a 2K gold lead, guys, but they're behind now. And Team Spirit, the Sharks are circling.
See if win probability agrees by 1%.
Don't smoke up the high ground with no vision.
Oh, they're going to go in with some Shiva's vision. Immediately try and go for the Razor, but the Razor got off the BKB. At the same time, they've already broken the static link. So that is actually a bit of a win for Fnatic if they hadn't used Ravage.
Ah, it was BKB. Try not Tokyo with the quick fingers.
Yeah.
They are just lucky Miro was a little, not slow to react, but hesitant. Because if he just blink purges the TA there, I think he might just straight up die. Or at the very least stay linked. And then you look to push for the fight as Team Spirit. But it's all about the link.
Can we agree that Chuen, he did what he was supposed to do this game? He still has one death.
Yeah.
He gets a second death or a third death, okay, that's not fair because for 35 minutes, you kept it at one death. That was your job.
100%. Got another. Oh, they have no Ravage. Fnatic, you have no Ravage, please. Guys,
Yeah, and I think Team Spirit is going to see this opportunity to be okay. BKB, and look at collapse. He just kind of charges at them. The rest of Spirit weren't actually ready to follow that too much.
Spirit if Spirit's just got a killer instinct for that fight, I think they just win it. Like, I know Def has BKB there, but there's no Ravage. I mean, how is that gonna play out?
Yeah. Scythe or Refresher? Which would you have preferred as the next item for Razor? Because he is going to go Scythe.
It was a pretty nice Refresher game, but I think Scythe is just fine. You need something for the Quap, right? And they're lacking that guaranteed control, which is really nice against heroes like TA Quap. Kind of functions the same way when TA has Refraction. You don't have too much to break it, so you don't want to be in a scenario we can just... If you have to open with Disruption, you can just blink away, or BKB, then it's kind of tough to find any sort of picks. Does he have it finished? Yeah, he does. And level 25 is fast approaching for a couple of heroes. Just got it on Yatoro. 2 toss charges, very nice. Next item for the TA appears to be the Aghanims. There's now 19 stacks of poison on the Roche. I've never seen that many. 20.
They have to get in there soon, otherwise the Shadow Poison combined with Tiny's damage is going to be able to pop Roshan. It caps at 19, apparently. Oh no, he's at 22. The number is just wrong. They're going to back themselves away. The poison wasn't enough to be able to finish off Roshan. Team Spirit, they need to get back in there, or else they're just giving up away this free Roshan. They're going to try and get the initiation on the Quap. They do catch him here, but the Ravage enters up some things. It doesn't matter. Chuen is still dead, and now with the broken Tidehunter, the Watermelon's going to fall as well. I guess they gave up the Roshan, but in exchange, they got a really nice fight for themselves. Toronto Tokyo tossed over on top of Raven, so he's going to be able to get that link going. It may not matter if you have the extra life if you got no damage, but Toronto Tokyo is going to be left behind because a beautiful Sonic Wave from Chuen changes how this fight is going to go. Buybacks from Fnatic will allow them to pull through.
What a halberd. Why are we buying back, though? Guys, the fight is over. Are they just going to look to continue and find kills? Wild stuff. Wild fight. Okay, Chuen bought back, Jabs bought back, and then the support duo for Team Spirit did as well. Now, remember, the Quap did not get anything from that Roshan, so you've got to be cautious now. If you die, you're in big trouble. It looks like you just got hexed into Speared. Nice BKB there from Collapse to finish. And a little untimely from Fnatic. Like, you'd won the fight, right? And now you're... Well, you'd gotten the Roche. You got what you came for, and you're trying to, like, pick this fight to just dissuade Team Spirit from chasing. Insane damage output coming through, but what a root and then a huge Quap ulti. But man, DJ really saving that fight with the post BKB AoE root. 5 seconds of control.
Lotus Orb for him recently. Lincoln's going to be next for Chuen, which I almost feel like it's that's the deal with the Scythe, but it would be really nice if he could put it on Raven sometimes too, right? Because Raven, his entire game in fights is preventing a strong static link.
And Trent, he is still now at the 2 death mark, right? This was the critical number, and you can kind of feel how Quap games work, right? Because it does seem if he gets a 3rd, especially after his buyback, they probably do just lose.
Double silences.
Wow. No buyback.
Wowzers. No buyback indeed. A dieback for Maposhka.
Raven has a lot of gold saved. That advantage on your left side of the screen is not really there, because Yatoro has nearly bought out. He's going to finish Satanic the moment he can. Raven, 6K in the bank account and a BKB in the backpack. Here we go. 4 on 5. Power play active for 40 more seconds. Team Spirit looking to defend high ground. Fnatic. How will they execute?
Man, it's just so annoying for Raven this game. The fact that he has to deal with a Razor, like Mars is very good against you as well because of Bulwark in these later scenarios. Double halberds, static link, Bulwark, a Tiny that has a whole bunch of extra armor.
So Raven just bought out fully the Aghanim's Blessing, so he'll just eat it immediately. Quite nice, so map control should get a lot easier for them to utilize and control. He is level 25 as well, which is very big in this game. Yes, Spirit have late game, but they don't have too many methods of dealing with refraction. He just got 8 more of them. And it's a critical ability, of course, because it is not dispellable by the Shadow Demon even after the Aghanims is completed, which I believe no, the buyback prevents it. Mira's actually a lot poorer than I thought he was. I thought he was close. Yatoro did finish Satanic. Let's see, nothing else new.
Again, this win for Fnatic is very crucial. When they get this win, they very likely put themselves out of any tie-breaking elimination games.
Yep.
If they really do well and win this one and then go on to 2-0 Secret, then I think there's still a possibility of upper bracket for them.
It is still a dream, that is for sure.
Unseen energies.
But more than anything, I think you need this for confidence. Like, they've shown flashes of brilliance, and oftentimes they find themselves their own enemy. And in this game, they've had control of it a couple of times. Now they're firmly in the driver's seat. But how do you approach it? How do you finish this game? Aegis is still up on Raven for another 20 seconds. It looks like it's just going to be given up. Nothing doing. As they camp high ground, they're going to smoke, but God, Aegis is fading.
They're going to take the smoke as the Aegis fades. Maybe this is just a timing to catch Spirit, because like very often it's the other team that smokes up. It is, and they're going to smoke right into him. Raven immediately going to be sniped by the Ravage, catching onto 3. Chuen immediately goes for Moposhko, who's going to be bailed out by Mira. Really nice save there. They get an overgrowth onto Toronto Tokyo. They disengage from the Static Link. They actually get the Shard Stone coming out from the Snapfire. Toronto Tokyo is low enough, and the Templar Assassin might just be able to kill him here as he comes back down for the Yules, and he will. Yatoro does manage it with a big crit, 1100 damage. Finishes off the Tidehunter. 2 dead on the side of Fnatic. They got the big kill on the Razor, but they still lost more heroes, so they have to back away. If they get out cleanly, not a bad engagement for them. Very smart smoke.
Yes, I love that. That's the second time now Fnatic have made a really nice predictive play. Trouble is the team fight didn't go as well as I think it could have. That link on TA lasted a lot longer than expected. And I believe that is, no, it is not talented, but it just doesn't matter. Just so much damage lost, you can't really continue the fight. And Yatoro plus Maposhka, this combination is absurd. You can't kill Yatoro, and he can kill all of you. It's gonna be very
Shout out to Mira, by the way. I think he actually blinked backwards or something, because they were just all running in. Smoke breaks, and Mira reacted the fastest out of anybody. The young gun of Team Spirit doing a great job. Meanwhile, Fnatic, that fight, they would have crushed it. I think if the one thing I've noticed missing, DJ, if he gets a Lotus Orb on the TA, like they bounce back sides, don't worry, have to worry about Static Link. That's the thing. Static Link is really hard countered by Lotus Orb.
Yes. And that's the key ability, right, for this Razor.
Yeah.
So not even for the plus damage, but more just taking away from TA. Because if you look at the build Raven went, a lot of this is utility. His only real damage item is Daedalus. So, you know, Pike, Blink, it's not like this is some like Daedalus MKB or Rapier TA. He doesn't have a ton of independent damage. Very reliant on refraction. Let's see, Roshan could be up soon. Let's see any 25s upcoming. You did see the one on Quap. He chose to go for the built-in Lincolns. You know, I don't see this very often, but it's actually Toronto Tokyo going for the Eye of the Storm target and the interval. So he talented for the Refresher ultimate.
Yeah, I think that is the play nowadays. I think you have to go for this, and if you get Refresher Ags, it's so good. Toronto Tokyo is going to show himself here. The Trickster's cloak running out. He's going to have to pop the BKB. Overgrowth holds him in. The rest of the Team Spirit is trying to get to him. Collapse, scrambling over. Might be able to get an arena save, but the Templar Assassin still inside, and the shots rain true. They bring down the Razor, and going to be able to collect Mira as well. Toronto Tokyo trying for this one. Tosses Collapse up in the air. Not what he intended, and Death is still alive. Yatoro turns on a jabs now, but Raven's going to come back into play here sometime soon, but so is Toronto Tokyo. With his buyback, he's ensuring that Team Spirit will not totally lose this fight. That was the big scary part. It wasn't good for Team Spirit. Is Fnatic very happy with that free pickup.
That was sick. This is the Fnatic. They smell blood. Really nice movement there. Raven just popping out of nowhere. Great Ravage from Collapse, and they forced the buyback.
Twins build, man. He's really trying to help Raven carry this game.
Scotty's actually really nice just because you can potentially limit the Satanic heal for the Tiny, but you can help kite him. And Tiny kills everything he touches. This helps you continue to outrange him. A little bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, they're trying to make use of this Aghanim Scepter from the TA, but they didn't get the kill they wanted, and they may get caught for it. Toss charges. That is enough. Chuen dies.
Did he not blink max distance? Like, that felt like a really short blink. And he's almost certainly going to have to buy back. This is that long respawn from earlier. The third death, the critical third death. Oh, Chuen, you played so well.
Look at Raven, look at Raven. Yatoro, he's making this read. He's going to be able to catch him. Avalanche, they've got the Aghanim's Purge, but Templar Assassin.
What?
How did he get that little bit of distance? That wasn't a force.
What in the... Can we run that back? What the hell happened there?
Yeah, it wasn't Hurricane Pike. Did Yatoro accidentally toss him over?
Dire are scanning.
I don't know. We're going to get a replay. One moment. Let me figure out when the hell that happened. Hang on, though. We might not have time. They're going to just push.
Either way, it's a hard kill to get because he's got Aghanim Scepter,
Yes.
right? He just BKBs and channels that.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a counter to the SD, right? Because you have no ability to interrupt if he's BKB. You can slow him, but there's no... Yeah, break isn't going to do anything about it. Ooh, Mira.
DJ almost caught by Mira.
Roshan, 14 seconds. Oh, what fortuitous timing. Yeah, if we have time for it, just run it real quick. I want to see how the hell that happened. Okay, they're going to go for him. Raven. Does he get the Hurricane Pike off or something?
No, that was on cooldown.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, he blinked. He blinked away.
Oh, he must have gotten Refraction up before the Avalanche toss came in, and so he was able to... That wasn't a very big blink, but it was enough. Blink slightly. BKB. Teleport out. Fnatic. They're going to interrupt Team Spirit. Trying to go. Oh, the Ravage going out, but it only catches Moposhka. The BKBs were fast enough from Team Spirit, and Raven's getting kited. Raven's getting kited. He needs to be able to teleport himself away to safety, but that means his team is no longer having their carry in this fight. DJ caught inside the arena. Scythe. Bounce back on the toss is the flying little piggy. They're going to be able to catch jabs here. The Templar Assassin can come back soon. And Chuen does manage to kill Mira. Buyback immediately coming out for Team Spirit. Everybody is all in on this Roshan fight. Bottom lane is being pushed in right now by Raven. He's already gotten the melee racks. Team Spirit, if they want to be able to take this Roshan, they have to do it quickly. They're going to get it. Overwhelming blink, slowing down some of these heroes as they try and get close to the Roshan pit. They collect all the goodies. They get the spear onto the Tidehunter. He's on the cliff area. He's stuck. Oh no, do they have any force staff to be able to get him down? They're just going to leave him, apparently. They're going to leave him because they have to deal with the second lane of Barracks, which Yule Scepter, but again, Raven, no BKB, but he's got the movement to be able to get out.
Yeah, it's almost impossible now to really deal with him because you just can't remove Refractory. He's going to get the blink away. Mira, unfortunately, diebacks there, so you won't be able to push your edge too much. Team Spirit, they lose the racks, but I think they'll take it for the Aegis. They got Refresher, though, not Aghanims, which I think they may have preferred. Then you just hand it over to your Razor, right? But
yeah,
he'll now have the double Refresher possibility. Nice job by Raven, I think. Heads up. He gets out and then just decides, you know what? Fighting for Roche might just lose us the game. Instead, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to get this Rax. They did not need to buy back on the Quap. That is huge. And now you're in a position as Fnatic, 5-on-4. You could perhaps go look to get something done. Refresher on Tide. This is enormous.
Yeah.
This is game-winning if you can get off the big Ravage. And he's almost level 25, and I bet you he gets the Ravage stun duration. And then that is just straight-up game-winning. 3.8 seconds stun on Ravage times 2. Yeah, you're winning a fight in that time.
Trying to go for the initiation, trying to go for the pick-off onto jabs, but Yatoro going by himself like this was not well advised. The overgrowth Makes him
No
look
buyback.
a fool for that
No
one.
buyback.
90 seconds on the clock for him,
Oh my
and
God.
Fnatic are gonna go for it. I think they're just gonna try and end the game here.
How many? Oh yeah, they double right. GG. How many times has Yotaro done that in DPC? At least twice. I
Yeah.
distinctly remember Season 1, Yotaro, you could have taken down VP.
You could have.
You farmed a rapier on Medusa. It took 15 minutes. And you died without buyback, much like you've done here today in front of us. Fnatic, they will accept that gift. 10K the gold lead, but it is far more important that they are 5-on-4. Will they push, though? Will they recognize that there is no buyback? Already ults popped by Toronto Tokyo, just trying to instill some fear in the enemy. But Fnatic, you've got a huge window. Go for the win.
Oh ho ho ho! Jumping in immediately Hurricane Pike, so he actually cancels the static link right away. Doesn't even get a point of damage, dealing 0 attack damage. That's how fast that move was from Raven. Sick play by him.
Fnatic, you gotta make this move. Such a huge window.
Oh, the tower died, so he didn't get the spear. Now
One
he gets out the
Ravage.
BKB.
No
Ravage
mana, no
1,
mana for it.
Ravage 2, perhaps going to be able to go up, but it's too late. The BKB is going down. Toronto Tokyo going to be able to turn around, and the Eye of the Storm damage is laying in. They try and get the cookie to get DJ out. Toronto Tokyo, a second round of the arena. They're going to be able to get the spear this time, and a second round of the Eye of the Storm. Twin barely gets himself away, but the scythe follows up. Now the Templar Assassin's dead. Team Spirit, they hold things out without Yotaro. And if they could do that much, sky's the limit. Jab's now going to be dead,
Oh
and
my.
that's it.
Oh my. Death. You gotta do the math, my friend. 325 mana on Ravage. 300 mana on Refresher. 915 total mana cap. You need to either use your Soul Ring, certainly not Gush after Ravaging to prevent the follow-up. He was 20 mana short. They get the BKBs off, and Raven just straight up
Seriously.
dies. They had the Refresher.
That second Ravage was so sad. They all popped their BKBs.
Oh my god, DJ was a second away from having root up. They take this fight, but they didn't take it. Raven got speared into base. You gotta play for the win, Cap, and they're playing scared outside of the base. They lose the fight 5-1.
Oh, Team Spirit is not playing scared right now.
No.
They're going for it. Yotaro might have gone for it a little bit too much before, but now it's just the right amount. The Ravage comes in, but it does not delay. It does not stall. It will not end this nightmare for Fnatic. They had this game, but now they're going to lose it to Team Spirit. Die back for the Templar Assassin, gone for 2 minutes. Chuen trying desperately to lead them astray, lead them on a walk outside of the objectives, but Team Spirit ignores it all. They'll go for the throne. GG is called. Team Spirit will get the second win in this series. Fnatic, still on the cusp, still in the possible situation of a tiebreaker for elimination, depending on what happens with those lower teams. Unfortunate.
I've been there. If you're still listening, pow, man, this first beer's on me, my man. Oh, boy. Oh, it hurts me. It hurts me, Cap, like deep.
Yeah.
I've been there many times. I understand. Oh, God, Team Spirit. Oh, that is, I want to say a great win, but it does feel a little bit more like a Fnatic loss.
Yeah.
5-on-4, the huge timing, double Ravage, level 25 talent, and he's hitting the button.
And it's not working. Why is it
There's
working?
no batteries.
Why is it working?
Where are the batteries? Oh no!
Get some out of the remote. And then by the time he gets it, it's too late.
Oh God!
BKBs have been popped. They win a fight 4 versus 5 against a double Ravage.
That's 2 wins Fnatic should have that we've casted that are now losses. This could be a team that's over 500 instead. What are they now, like 4-10?
Yeah. It goes to show that they're not that they are deserving of going to the playoffs. There's no way this team should be in a possible elimination. Again, it's still like it would have to come down to some sort of tiebreaker, but like this is a team that could have been fighting for upper bracket for sure.
Yeah, and I mean that's TI, right? This is where dreams come to die. And
The pressure gets to you, right?
it definitely feels a young team.
Yeah.
Snuck past TNC to make it here. They're going to need to regroup. Have a little powwow, deep breaths. You're going to be likely advancing. You need a BO1 and then the miracle run, right? It worked for DC, TI6. It worked for Liquid, TI7. Deep breaths. Forget about this one. But credit to Team Spirit. They made plays. Yatoro, you better be, you better be getting this round when you guys go post game. Like what? Oh my God!
You just really wanted a Snapfire kill, man. What do you want from him? You can say one thing about Team Spirit is that they were not playing scared.
No, maybe
They
they
did
need a
not
little
play
more
scared.
fear. Okay, look, the haunted asylum. Okay, on October 31st at 3 a.m. Yeah, don't go in there. That's where you can be a little scared. Okay, but let's rock it. We got one more. We're the late line.
We got another one going on. We got another series coming up. It's going to be another IG game. This time it's going to be against Alliance, I believe, right?
It is.
So China versus Europe is going to be a fun matchup. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. If you are watching this stream, it's because you're just a good fan of Dota. There is no implications to this next match. IG has already secured upper bracket. Alliance already secured lower bracket, but not elimination. Thunder Predator took that honor.
Much like my opinions, this series truly is all made up, and the points don't matter. Shout out Thunder Predator, securing Alliance fans peace of mind, as they have been firmly eliminated from this group and from this tournament on just day 3 of group stage. I do hope they can walk away with at least one dub, though. Nobody wants to go the full MUFC.
Yes, that would be the last time that a team went without without any wins.
Yeah, what was that, TI3?
TI3. Gods and I were talking about this before, and I said it was definitely in a Benaroya Hall. And he seems to think that TI2 was too early. MUFC, it was a different Southeast Asian team for TI2. So we're pretty sure it's TI3. So that would be 7 years, 8 years at this point.
It was indeed MUFC. They went 0-14 and then lost to Team Liquid.
Oh, that's right. You still got into the tournament back then because there were only 16 teams.
It was a wild.
What was it TI4? When did we add 18? When did we start eliminating in group stage? TI4 we had that weird
just
bubble
last
bracket
year.
and stuff.
I think it was just because wild card we didn't do it.
Oh, that's right. It was wild card.
So I believe TI8 we still had wild card. Let me check. Nope, TI8 was the first time.
Okay.
Did we have it at TI7?
When you click on TI8.
Alliance's turn to pick.
TI7 was also
scroll up. I'll teach you a trick here. Scroll up. Previous tournament
Ah,
chronology. Shout out to Liquipedia for your wonderful work.
Yeah, TI6 we had a wild card. That was the last time.
Okay.
Oh yeah, of course. Look, how could I forget?
Oh no.
Oh, what an honor. The
Complexity wild card.
We were eliminated in the final wild card.
10 seconds
What
remaining.
a cool thing. Wow.
How much money did you win for that?
5 seconds remaining.
How much money do you think we won, Cap? We're not even listed. We're not even listed as a participant in the tournament.
Yeah. You went there and you attended
Invictus
TI.
Gaming's turn to
But Liquipedia doesn't even grant you the honor of being a player at TI.
Aren't you supposed to be my friend?
Yeah, I do this to all my friends. Tough love.
10 seconds remaining.
I will say, I think this is true for us
5
working on
seconds
camera
remaining.
Yeah.
and also in your personal life, is that you're typically going to be, like, it sounds messed up, but you're going to be, like, harsher towards your friends, right? If if I call somebody terrible at video games or a bad person or whatever, unless I'm 12, okay, that might be a little harsh.
I was about to say, Jesus. Hey, I know we're friends and everything, but I think you're a bad person. What?
Sorry. I'd only say that to one person, and thankfully we traded him for a significant upgrade before this tournament.
Let's track Mars. I always like
10
that combination.
seconds remaining.
It's like Razor Mars, you know? You just get a hero that does AoE damage, is
seconds
relatively
remaining.
sturdy, and really just wants people to exist in an area, not run away.
Yep. And I like Alliance, here we are, nothing on the line. A great time to try out new ideas and strategies. We go for the third pick, DK. Let's go.
Oh, no. Okay, to be fair, how many times did they pick DK this tournament?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say at least 4.
Look it up. I haven't actually seen a DK from them, but I haven't watched a whole lot of Alliance games, to be honest. I think they started off the group stage not doing that well.
Only once.
Okay. Only once. When was that?
Yesterday. And they lost. No, sorry, 2 days ago, day 1.
Okay. First day, they tried it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Invictus Gaming's
So in a way, this is experimenting for Alliance. It's experimenting to see if their same old still works at TI, right? Because they tried it once, it didn't work. They were like, okay, like can we actually still do this? They're gonna go for a Spectre for
10
Nico
seconds
baby.
remaining.
Nico baby.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh man, it's getting late. It's 8 o'clock. Why does it feel like it's 3 in the morning? Oh boy. I'm just wondering how IG is going to approach this. Like, they are through. I suppose there's still seeding on the line, but not really because they have a 3-game advantage
Alliances
over
turn
every
to
team
ban.
left in their group. In fact, 4 because EG just lost a VP. And I do expect Undying is going to drop at least 1 game to either EG or T1. But you never know. I think actually Alliance, you know why they're in a tough spot? They would love to
10
win
seconds
because if they could go to the top half, they wouldn't be victim
5
to
seconds
the
remaining.
the team that picks them, right? And I've got to
Right.
figure,
Gaming's
looking
turn
at
to ban.
Team Aster probably being one of the bottom 2 that moves forward, you're not going to pick White Album plus Aster over Alliance.
Yeah, like
Because they
Team
2-0'd OG.
Yeah, how many losses
10
did Aster
seconds
get on the
remaining.
first day?
6. They lost every game.
Okay, so like
5 seconds
you,
remaining.
this Aster is stronger than their position because they started off the tournament going 0-6. Like no other team had to put up with that, you know.
Indeed. Oh, rather no. They were 0-4.
Okay, 0-4.
They were 0-4.
So it wasn't that bad, but still bad.
Yeah, but surprisingly today they lost all of their games, but I believe that's primarily because they played T1, then they got crushed by IG. They are currently beating Thunder Predator at the moment, so they will move on up to probably 5-9. Alliance currently 4-10, but either way, they beat OG. Like,
Yeah. And if we were to talk about who their potential matchups are, right, it would be the top of Group B, correct? Which right now is
Well,
Team Secret.
yes, yeah, from the lower bracket of Group B, but it's likely
Yeah,
going to be Spirit, Secret, or
Alliances
Elephant, or
turn
Beast
to
Coast
ban.
that would then be drafting to see their matchup, because that's what the seeding gives you. It's 1 through 4 upper, 5 through 8 lower, but the 5th and 1st teams get to pick from the bottom 2 of their respective potential matchups.
Right. So I don't think Alliance would be
10
that
seconds
scared
remaining.
of Spirit. And Secret they have
5
beaten before a couple
seconds
times, right?
Yeah.
So I think they would actually be feeling kind of confident. I think it would maybe a little bit scary for them. Elephant.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's just the best of 1.
Yeah. Beast Coast, super scary. Best
do
of 1. I do not want to face that.
No.
That actually might be the scariest of all of them. Don't face Beast Coast
Yeah,
in a
you're
best
just-
of 1.
You're just sitting across the stage. You just see Chris Luck stand up, rip off his shirt, thrust his face to the heavens as he screams, "Gah!"
10 seconds remaining. Turn to ban.
Yeah.
Goodness.
That's what's going to happen. Fortunately, we'll have the cameras ready to go for that whole thing.
And the gyrocopter. Now, this is a weird pick, I think. I've always felt like DK Spectre loves playing into gyro because
10
he
seconds
just does
remaining.
damage, and you run at it and accept that, and eventually DK buys BKB, you
5
stun him, life is
seconds
good.
remaining.
However, they have a Wisp.
Yeah,
and
it's
a
different
ton
IO
of
gyro.
damage.
Right.
There we go.
Now
Okay, so
select
this
your
is
heroes.
something that VP just used to beat EG, and I'm surprised it's taken us so long to see Pugna picked. I want to say it's got one of the highest win rates here at this tournament. Let me just double check on that.
I don't recall seeing it on that list of high win rate heroes.
Yeah, well, it's 2-0.
Oh, okay. I ignore any hero that has like
Yeah.
less than 5 games.
Well, but that's the thing. I feel like it deserves like a better score. Funny enough, Gyrocopter has a 18.75% win rate
yes.
over 16 matches.
He is-
Gyro and Mars
He's
are
by
not winning.
far the least successful hero at this tournament.
Yeah.
There are heroes with 0 win rate, but they've also
Yeah.
not been picked that many times. Gyrocopter has been spammed
Yeah.
and has been repeatedly unsuccessful. I wonder how many of those games, I wonder like what the win rate of IO Gyro is.
Mm-hmm.
Though I feel like most of the games have featured IO. If
Yeah.
you go Gyrocopter, it's usually with IO.
And yeah, based on win rates alone, I mean, they're rocking an ET. This is the most picked and one of the most successful heroes in the event, winning 2/3 of its games. It's 26-13 so far. Find Spectre. I think that's another hero that's been seeing some play. Yeah, 72%. That hero is 8-3.
That's a TI hero,
It's a very TI hero.
right?
Yeah, and I think also I've always loved the Pugna ET combination. You just have incredible magical burst potential. Like Decrep is a setup for Stomp, and then you're draining. It's so much magical damage.
Prepare for battle.
Right there, all around your head, the Spectre laugh.
It
Doesn't like the Arcana, huh?
I don't like the Arcana either, honestly. Or I mean, I love the Arcana.
Bruno's listening.
The thing about Spectre is that you just get on top of the Gyro or the Lion or the Wisp. It's quite nice in that regard, and it's very good with Pugna as well, because you're dealing all this AoE damage by taking damage, and then Pugna heals you, so you can take more damage, thus deal more damage.
Yes, yes. Very good, very good. So it's important to be able to get to, like, Elder Titan, it's always important to hit the backline heroes, right? So but even better, Pugna, ET, Snapfire. IG needs to get back there.
Oh yeah.
So very important for good Blink Dagger initiations from JT, which obviously he was a beast in the first series that we casted today. So not expecting anything less from him. And they've got Io Gyrocopter, who are both fast heroes, but also have the relocate. Leshrak's a fast hero, so they're going to have to use that mobility to be able to dismantle S4 or Alliance's battle stance.
Oh, nice stun. And indeed, yes. Oh wow.
Taking
FNG.
a lot of damage.
Careful. What a hero, Elder Titan. Definitely overpowered. Just gonna put it out there. The Spirit level 1 hero damage is nuts. I think it should probably scale a little differently. Maybe if it was like 15, then plus 20 per level. The buff change, increasing the duration from 8 to 10 seconds, I think was a big deal.
How do you feel about the Leshrak versus Pugna matchup, by the way?
So I mean, that's part of why I like Pugna so much in this game. Like, you're just so strong, both as a finisher to your own draft, but Lesh hates playing into it, just because of how much damage the Nether Ward ends up dealing to you. However, you can naturally, buy a hood, buy a BKB, and then you run on top of the Pugna, and that's what Pugna always fears. So it's just about getting that item ahead.
Yeah.
But you can't go the really greedy, like, bots, Bloodstone, something crazy like that.
Right, you want to like Kaya-san sort of build.
Yeah.
Nico Baby taking a lot of damage, punishing him while FNG is going for an easy camp pull.
Really enjoying watching mid. Emo and Limp, two of the better laners in Dota 2 right now.
Emo very slightly in CS, but Limp has a full wave coming into him.
Yeah, Emo did what he had to do for this matchup, though. He's rushing bottle, so he'll have, obviously he has it already, and he'll be able to grab a rune. Limp a little slower on it, so he will not be able to bottle a water rune unless he just camps it, I suppose. Oh no, Emo.
I like that.
That's-
Pushes the lane in, gets the courier, but pushes the lane in while Emo wants to go for the water rune.
Yeah, that's huge, because that was the stick. Pugna always spams spells, and Lesh, you turn mana into more CS and more harass, so a nice little bonus there for Limp, who also does bottle the bounty rune, so will be full HP, full mana. Definitely ahead in this lane in terms of regen. But I digress. Let us check out other lanes. Bottom, Io Gyro against Snapfire DK. Not really much going to happen here. They're just going to
Snooze
trade.
fest.
Yeah, indeed. Let's get the hell out of here. Top. Spectre Elder Titan against Lion Mars. There could be a bit more action, ET gets a little too aggressive, maybe takes a stun combo, but I actually think mid might just be the matchup. Like, probably some passivity otherwise.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Every single time I look at bottom lane, I regret it. Let's not do that anymore. DK off lane, so boring.
It is an S4 special. He's been playing this hero multiple lanes in his career. One of the masters, you know, DK, Batrider, Brewmaster, all I think associated with our boy Carl. Emo running back to base to fill up his bottle. Limp is just going to chill mid.
You know what's funny is like the mini-map constantly makes me want to look at bottom because they're always on top of each other. But then I'm like, no. DK doesn't take any damage. And Gyrocopter most likely not taking any damage either.
Lane. This was really nice by Emo. So I like that decision. So he ran back to base primarily, I believe, because then he could come back, shove Limp out, and then control the water rune. So really nice play there. He's even going to steal his stack, it appears.
Limp comes back to take the rest of it, so they split it between the two of them, but it also means a creep wave was kind of missed by Limp as well.
That was really nice from Emo. I like that. I'm going to steal that and do it in my own games. Have a tryout for Arkosh coming up at the end of this tournament, so I got to be on my A game. Been studying.
That's very exciting. Looking forward to trying.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
What? What was that courier?
What do you mean? He warded, saw it, nabbed it.
What was it doing standing there in the middle of the lane?
Scouting.
Yeah, scouting when their creeps were on the way, or what?
Good point, good point.
Nice maybe they can actually catch Ollie here. The minus armor, it's no. Whoa! They've got him. S4 gets the first blood. Who said Dragonite lanes were boring?
Yeah, that was a nice job there. They can only really kill the Wisp, and did a great job. Oh, Emo, careful.
A little battle back and forth between these two. Limp has so much damage to threaten Emo at the exact same time, can't drain for very long.
It's just funny because FNG, you know, Limp was losing. FNG TPs mid, fills bottle, Limp starts pressuring. Okay, now Ollie TPs, fills bottle, and now Emo's going to start pressuring, and the seesaw continues. Oh, hey, again.
Around it goes. But this time around, Hanskin gets a little bit of a bonus for doing it here. He's going to sit and wait for the power rune as well. And he's got FNG to do the same on the other side. So Emo, he does have Kaka closing in here, and he's going to try and challenge these heroes. Does manage to get the stun, hoping to be able to back up, but the Spectre just hit level 6. This is really nicely timed, but Kaka interrupts them with a really nice impale.
Wow.
And Emo slowed down. They
What
really
a
thought they
baller.
had that. That was 4 heroes, but Kaka, such a good play.
That was nuts. You see how long, that's the patience. You know, I always go back to that interview with Zai when he talks about how patience is the most important characteristic of a pro Dota player. Like, he holds stun there for a full 5 or 6 seconds. A lot of players would just, you know, throw it out, but because he's holding it, Limp never starts channeling ult, and it doesn't even hit Limp, but it gets the key hero. He even hexes to deny Spectre the illusion. This is a
Oh, that's
really
a good
nice
idea.
job.
Yeah.
What is that on Mars? I saw him buy Armlet earlier today. Now you're telling me it's a Perseverance? What for? Is he buying Battle Fury?
Am I forgetting an item? Lotus
Oh,
Orb?
no.
Lotus Orb against
No, it's
Pugna?
not Lotus Orb.
Lotus
It's not
Orb
Lotus Orb, Cap. I knew it. It's the Meteor Hammer.
Oh!
Oh boy.
The Spear Meteor Hammer combo. We've seen it before.
I was in his head, Cap. I knew it. You were looking, you were thinking defensive, but JT, this man is an offensive-minded player. And if it's not Armlet, assuredly, it must be the Meteor Hammer. It does make sense, so they have Lion, so much. Look at it!
Here it
Look at it,
comes!
the CC! The bonus! Oh my god.
He's so good.
They don't even need the finger cap because of the Meteor Hammer. What can you do about the wrath of God as Mars calls down fire from the heavens? JT making Meme Hammer look like a mean hammer. 4K net worth. How is he's the most farm player on his team? This
Yes.
is this meta? The mana regen? The tower pressure?
No, it is legitimately good. I don't know how many times we've seen him in pro games, but I've seen a lot of pubs playing with Meteor Hammer Mars. And the one thing that Mars doesn't do super well is take down the tower, right? And all of a sudden, Meteor Hammer, it's like he gets it, and all of a sudden the tower's just dead.
Yeah, this is actually pretty nasty. He has it once per wave.
Yeah, and like, what else are you going to be doing after you spear someone? You're going to right-click them a few times? It's like, usually not that much. If you go with the Armlet build, I guess it is a decent amount.
Dude,
But if you go the Blink Dagger build, it's not that much damage.
JT has been balling out, man. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
JT, who actually did not have anywhere to go in Southeast Asia, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's how he ended up in IG.
I feel like that happens to a lot of players, even Ice, right? Just move on to greener pastures. Nice regen rune from Emo. Always a big fan of picking one of those up myself. Just a free ancient triple stack.
Trading outside lane towers. S4 is going to be going for a fast Blink Dagger here, which is what they need, right? They just need him to go in because they have so many backline heroes. And it's going to be a bit until Spectre can kind of be that strong force.
He's
which
in some serious trouble because JT is here. And love Lesh, man. One glyph, that's one edict, and now the Meteor Hammer.
yeah. You're going to fight for this.
Is that the target though, folks?
S4 thought it was. It is enough to push them back.
Okay. Chip Vest on. I mean, the beauty of this build for JT, he has so much health regen. When he gets Chip Vest, he'll have nearly 20 HPS. Oh, hey.
There he goes.
And the concern with the Alliance draft is, until S4 has Blink, they literally can't make plays, right? It's Pugna, who's not really dominating the game. He didn't lose the lane, of course, but he just traded. And you typically want to be the one pressuring mid-tower yourself, right? But that tower is only taking 2 blasts. JT.
Barely at the vision. Nico Baby's going to come in and finish off Ollie. But he's too damn fast.
I thought it was a play for bottom. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The hammer.
It
The hammer.
comes. Limp.
JT.
Boy's a beast.
He's owning, like, no wonder this team's 11-1 cap. And remember, they're still playing for seeding. You know, they want to demonstrate we are the #1 team in this very, very strong Group A. Like, man, I just still can't believe how good IG has looked, right? You've got the #1 team in Europe currently getting whomped by JT's Meme Hammer. You already took down EG, VP, Aster, T1, #1 EU, #1 SEA, and the reigning TI champ. Huh?
For the general viewer,
What?
who maybe isn't as intimate with the Dota 2 scene, Kyle is being facetious. He is being a bit sarcastic when he says the #1 EU team Alliance was #1. They would top out the groups of DPC, but they would go on to not do so well at LAN environments. So.
But that was the Cap. They're the #1 team from Europe. Okay, that's how they were seeded, and that's how you should call them. I don't know why this is not a laughing matter. Okay, it's important that we remember the storylines that brought us here to this mythical tournament we've waited so long for. TI10. Speaking of, this is like what I feel like we've seen IG and PSG do, and Vici to an extent. All tournament long, where it's like it's 3-2, but they're just owning, right? Like Alliance, because they're unable to make plays, they're just farming but slower, and now all of a sudden, oh, Nico.
You could have another 1,500 HP on Nico Baby, and he would still be dead.
I'm in awe, dude. Like, they're just playing so well. JT's gonna have a Blink Dagger. in a couple of moments.
There's your fast mech.
There you go. Thank you, Ollie. I was like so sure. I understand Holy Locket, but if no one's buying a mech, the Wisp has to buy the mech, and you're gonna see.
He's gonna save him.
Oh!
Oh!
Damn it! I was about to be so right. Oh, Ollie.
Good pickoff by Alliance.
Was that the blink reveal?
I assume so.
Yep.
They probably smoked for it too.
Yeah, DK Snapfire is a significant amount of damage. So close, Ollie, with that save. That would have been sick. And they probably turned that around, too. Almost Aghanims on Flyfly. Do we see many rushed Ags on Gyro nowadays? I feel like there's always that Maelstrom or Crystallis build-up.
Yeah, he also didn't go any levels of stats, which I'm kind of okay with. I feel like that build is overused.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's part of the reason the hero doesn't win any games.
Like, Rocket Barrage is still an amazing ability.
Like, tell me, I mean, maybe this is a little... Hang on.
Slow down. Cookie gets him out of there. Limp. Uh-oh. Spear catches him, pushes him down to low ground, and Hanskin's going to just be stuck here waiting for his inevitable doom.
Yeah, I mean, Emo's build, he's just so damn tanky, especially with a Wisp behind him. I love this, actually. Wait, hold up. Look at Emo. Click, look.
Yeah, I know. I know. He's holding his money. He couldn't decide, all right? He's doing a little bit of window shopping while he's killing heroes.
He has more money saved than he spent.
7,700 net worth, 4,000 of it sitting in the bank. There is no interest in Dota 2, in case anybody is wondering. There is no 5%. Can't invest the money in any way.
I guarantee they didn't see that coming. He's just going to show up with a BKB.
Yeah,
oh my
that
God.
is going to make Limp super unhappy.
That is unbelievable.
He's going to see Leshrac use Split Earth at some point in time, and he's going to be like, yes! It's my time to shine.
How is he even scaling? Like, he has 142 CS with no mana regen items. Like, did they just get, like, every single rune? How is that even possible? I play this hero. That's my most played hero in Dota. I have no idea how he's so farmed. With, like, what, mana potions here or there?
He's even got the second level of Pulse Nova.
My goodness.
Which I know you like to have mini rants about.
The Ocean Heart helps. Hang on. Big fight upcoming, I'm almost certain. You have a BKB on your Lash. You're ready to battle Alliance. They think they're strong, but there's going to be an Emo amongst them spreading sadness in just a few moments. The Blink is ready on the Mars as well.
He gets the right kind of spear here. Catching S4, does catch a stun, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be able to set up the rest of his team, be able to come in. The Cookie is not going to be enough to save the DK. All hands off deck, I guess. Get out.
Dude, this is like, this is just an outclass, Cap. Like, IG look like they're playing a different game right now. Chess against checkers. This is bridge against Go Fish.
I want to talk to you about this Spectre build.
Okay.
Do you think it's always the right build to go Aghanim Scepter? Because for me, I look at this and I say that, like, Aghanim Spectre is really cool because it makes this hero a lot more active.
Yep.
But I feel like Alliance can't actually fight into IG.
Yeah, I think that Blade, if there were ever a game for Blade Mail, this was it, right? Where, you know, even, I still think the Aghanims is solid, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Blade Mail, even though it's a defensive tool, it's a lot of damage, and Lesh and Gyro, like, they can't turn it off, right? So it would have given you a bit more. I just wanted to comment, JT's initiation in that last fight, you can tell he's an expert on the hero, because he blinked in and W'd, cancel the blink, then Arena, then Spear.
Yep. Relocate. They're going to try and catch JT here, blow him up with a blast. That's going to be pretty good. Split Earth coming out. That's actually going to be able to catch 3 heroes. Not too bad. Slowing them down, doing some damage. They're going to come back in for this fight now. Going for the IO, taking him out. There's going to be no relocate out of here. Flyfly just going to go for a good old-fashioned TP, but denied by Limp. Alliance win a big, big fight there. And that is going to be the Aghanim Scepter complete for the Spectre, too. Oh, and they're going to catch Kaka. Oh, he's got a Blink Dagger. They're not going to get him.
Gotta run. Oh!
Scary stuff.
So a little bit over-aggressive there from IG. You got to put some respect on Alliance's name as they battle back, and that's a pretty big turnaround. They're getting to a point now. Aghanim's upcoming on the Spectre. Like, it's, you know, still a pretty big, I think, late-game power spike for this squad. And yeah, he has Aghanims already. Like, that's a big deal. You've got a lot of damage you can throw on. That's a dead limb.
Ooh.
And because you rushed BKB on the Leshrac, yeah, he's top net worth, but he won't necessarily stay there, right? You still, I don't care how good you are, you have less than well, now barely over 1,000 mana. You are not going to be able to clear creep waves as efficiently. BKB Gyro will be a big timing as well. I expect JT. Yep, he will go the same. It's fun. I actually feel like Meteor Hammer might be valid.
Oh yeah.
I don't even think it's a meme. It's just,
No.
it's just
I
good.
don't. I think it's definitely legit.
With the Lion especially.
Yeah. Obviously, the biggest problem is that you're going to delay your Blink Dagger, and there's going to be this window of time. It's really good at solo pickoffs, right? But there is going to be this period of time where you can never get off the Meteor Hammer stun in team fights. It requires you to get BKB to be able to do that. They've already killed Ollie. They're going to be able to get the snap back on the Split Earth on a Fly as well. He's low. Missing. Okay, the cookie does land. Fly, a little bit more magic damage. They are going to be able to bring him down. Another good fight for Alliance. As IG continuing to get caught by Alliance's moves, and they are bringing down this net worth lead pretty nicely. Bit by bit, it's going down.
Oh yeah, and you can even see the win probability still not firmly in control. Never really was from IG. They are playing into a Spectre after all. Limp is once again very dead.
Yeah, they at one point in time had a 79% win probability on IG. And now it's been brought back down to much more realistic areas here. Ollie relocating in, filling the bottle for Emo. That's why this man is having mana. Ollie is just being a mana servant for him.
I actually really like the way IG, you know, I think this is something a lot of the top teams are doing. They just use their spells off cooldown. Like, you don't see them saving very often. Like, yeah, just reload in, efficiency to your Lesh, okay, TV top, play with your Gyro. Like, okay, that's a kill. Like, the reason that can happen is because Emo is still like half mana. And in the meantime, mid lane, oh look, we're setting up potentially another kill. No arena, no finger either, so probably not going to work out here.
Oh, go for the Orchid third item on Nico Baby.
Ooh, into BKBs?
Yeah, but he wants to kill Ollie first, right?
That's true, or the Lion.
Or the Lion. Yeah, he's just going to be able to, like, these supports will never, especially Lion, will never be able to show alone. I'm not sure when Ollie would ever show alone. So, that's not a bad idea. It's going to get, well, he's going to see that Orchid. Ollie's going to see that Orchid, and I think at some point, I think almost right now, you should just switch it up and try and go for Greaves, right?
Yeah. Glimmer Cape's not bad either.
Sure, yeah. Roshan for free. Alliance are not going to contest. And they do know about it too. I think this is an active choice not to try and fight IG right now.
That stomp AoE is so big.
Yeah.
See, Alliance's draft, the thing is they need that one fight. Right now, they're that item or two behind still. But if they can get a couple of pickoffs or just churn the tides just a little bit, one play by Nico Baby off a blink stun by somebody, like suddenly you're back in this. And like if you look at the items, they're ready, right? Veil, Solar, Aghanims, soon to be BKB. There it is for Limp. Like they're ready. But so is IG, who are soon going to have all of their BKBs up and running. A nice smoke predicting this push to tier 2 top, but IG, they back away. Gotta be careful as Alliance. If they show here, a lot of vision right now placed by IG. Oh, Alliance, be careful. Here comes JT.
Gonna stop him from being able to get off the Meteor Hammer. There goes the Spectre ultimate. They're gonna try and blow up JT and should be able to do so. The arena will not save him. DK is not gonna fall as quickly. In fact, the finger is still not gonna be enough. They blow the BKB, but their supports, their back line was in trouble there. They just pretty much popped a BKB to trade 1 for 2. Not a
Radiant's
great
bottom
exchange for
tower is under
IG.
attack.
Alliance could be very happy with that engagement.
Yeah, if JT lives there, that could be huge. But you can see Ollie is hesitant to tether because he needs to stay with his core. The mech not quite enough to save.
Maybe if he had completed up Holy Locket, he could have passed
Yeah,
over those
exactly.
charges.
And Lesh feeling himself now, of course. Emo with the Nether Shawl along with the Kaya. He's going to deal some significant damage.
Is under attack.
Do you still think Nether Shawl after the nerfs? Do you think it's still a broken item?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty good still.
It's just like the basic idea is always going to be kind of insane, right?
Yeah, like it doesn't give, like the problem was before was just like too much spell amp. Like it was like too much gold represented, right? Because of how hard it is to get magic resist and spell damage. So the idea that you just got both and all you had to pay was 3 armor was pretty nasty. But it's still probably the best item you can get here on Lesh. Now an Invis rune, they're hunting, no finger. But he's going to grab the regen. That's level 12 on Kaka.
Because they've got IO Gyrocopter, they're definitely going to keep scaling
Yes.
into the late game. So there's not any fear of like, oh, the Spectre's soon going to outpace us.
That's the problem with DK offlane here, right? We saw this when Mind Control and Team Nigma were using to great success. The problem was, and why it eventually stopped getting picked, was because you just simply didn't deal enough damage. Now there's 3 BKBs on IG.
You know that's interesting is that like I kept on repeating this mantra of like if you're ever going to draft 3 DK, always draft damage from your forward position. And I guess Snapfire does do that with kisses.
Indeed.
But I don't know. I guess they do have a lot of damage actually. ET, Snapfire, and Pugna. Yeah, they've got a lot of damage behind it.
I love it. They're all IG's always making, like, they're playing so fast. There are always moves made, multiple areas of the map. They take tier 2 as they get a kill. And you can play so confident. Like, Emo is just playing like a baller, right? He's just not afraid. He's running at limp. He has reload to threaten. He's literally just running at limp. Okay.
BKB forced. Oh no, where was he TPing? That was a long TP.
What?
Disaster. At the same time, Alliance do find an opening in the mid lane. They kill the Lion, but they got to get out. The relocate back is coming soon.
I can't. Oh my goodness. I think he went tier 3 mid, but it was close enough to the TP that was tier 2 mid.
BKB used. These kind of pokes are totally free. It's not like JT is afraid of dying.
Yes, and S4 is like, yes, guys, they saw this. They were playing with a lot of info. I wonder, okay, so I don't know whether to credit Emo for sticking to limp, or if using that ward, they saw him TP and someone called long TP, long TP. I bet you it's possible.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just nuts, because the fact that IG is just on a different level right now. And again, it's still just a 5-kill lead, but it's the map control, right? All these tier 2s have fallen. And now they're just going to camp this mid-wave. JT is a baller, dude. He is level 18. He is tied with the Spectre. This Alliance hunt bottom. I expect IG to just potentially move into to this top lane. Funny that Emo, he's now going Bloodstone, but he could have almost bought that in bulk like 15 minutes ago. Instead, had that 12-minute BKB.
I haven't noticed. I haven't played Mars in a bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Used to be one of my favorite heroes. This left talent minus 10% bulwark move speed penalty. That's so random.
Yeah, that's not
The
great.
hell? Does anybody go that? Has anybody ever gone that in the history of Dota?
Yeah, I mean, it's 20% when active. It can go to 10%. Maybe they're just like, hey, it's half as much. That's pretty good, guys.
Little bit of a poke at the tier 3.
Yeah, no
They
TP.
keep doing this between Meteor Hammer and Diabolic Edicts.
Yeah, they've
Alliance are going to have to answer it sometime soon.
no TP on the Dragon Knight, so they had to smoke towards it. but IG's already backed off. Just going to play conservative. Love that ward. One of my favorite wards to place in the top part of the base. Because you'll usually check, you can already see FNG, he checks below the tower, but nobody ever places it above. But they cut the trees, so it gives even more vision. Mid. Okay.
Oh boy, a nice fast jump there from Alliance. Just overwhelms the Gyrocopter's HP pool to a point that Ollie could not keep him alive or even think about relocating him out.
Are they going to look to fight?
They maybe are. They're going to turn around and try and hit S4 right now. Kaka, Ghost Scepter's not going to save him too much magic damage. Nico Baby is in deep here. And with the cookie, actually does manage to kill the IO, but will die to the finger.
What?
Overcommits himself, perhaps. I mean, they were probably feeling like Alliance was looking at this and going like, this is our chance, this is our chance, this is where we can break open the game. But underestimating the damage that Emo can output.
Man, what? I'm telling you, man, IG, they're just ballers. Like, they're down their carry, right? Kaka still immediately buys back, and they figure, look, DK has no BKB. He's as good as dead because we have so much damn damage. And they just fight on anyway. Bloodstone charges for the Leshrac. Nobody buying Silver Edge, though, which might be necessary at some point, considering they're playing against a Spectre and a DK. There's the Octarine.
Oh, Fly is getting it.
Oh, he is? Okay, I figured he might. That's really the only candidate. I think it's the right timing as well. Post Scotty to limit the regen that Pugna could potentially put out.
Yeah. Of course, Crystallis build-up is really nice as well for Gyrocopter. That's kind of been the main item for a lot of these gyros when they go the sat build.
Roshan.
So everything feels very natural for him still.
10 seconds. Will Kaka check it again? 4 seconds on Roshan.
There's no way he checks it again.
He's going to check it again. Nemo's going to do it.
He's not going to do it in the next 10 seconds.
Yes, he is. Oh, whoa. Hold up.
But he's definitely not now because JT's dead. Oh, he did check it. Not really. He's hiding, but I'll let you be right.
That is the combo, though. Like, Alliance know their power level. If you can get the stun off, Pugna and ET is such an absurd amount of damage because you remove all of the magic resist and then increase the damage by 60%.
Yeah.
So suddenly this blast, Snapfire ultimate, even the Echo Stomp does a crazy amount of damage, and they've got Gobble Up. The save is now there. I think that's the right move. It's like the Pudge shard, right? Where suddenly the stun combo can be broken, and that core that gets jumped by IG is free to BKB.
Oh, that found him. Run into the trees, far away. Uh-oh, he's going to have to pop his ultimate and get out of this one. Other one, Kaka, but they can actually take a team fight off this one. Nico Baby jumps over to where the Gyrocopter's at, S4. Oh dear, he's realizing now the Scotty on the Gyrocopter is a bit too much for him. He TP's back safely. Good play all around.
Once again, though, it's like it's 4-on-5, right? And somehow IG are like winning. Now you get the respawn, you force the BKB. Do you go into the pit? I think it's the right time.
Yeah.
But if you got to be careful. You're playing into Pugna Ward, into the Echo Stomp of FNG. They still have outpost control, though, which is big. So maybe you just, yeah, exactly, smoke forwards. Take advantageous positioning. Alliance are going to think you're roshing. You fight them instead. They used Haunt for that, keep in mind.
Yeah, especially since Elder Titan has to be somewhere in the area usually in order to get a Spirit into Roshan, so he's got to think at least be here. So they tried to look for him, see if they can get the pick off there. FNG did back away very wisely, fast enough. Now, they've chased him and pushed him back. They're going to try and go for the Roshan. Stomp will interrupt them here, and they're going to go for it. Ooh, Alliance. They're going to smoke up, but they're just going to be a little bit too late to Roshan. You can see Kaka ready to go for the interception. They try and interrupt him, and they do manage to get the stun in time. He gets speared, and they trade out Lion for DK. Right away, BKB teleport out. Limp is free to escape.
Man, what a bold move by S4, though. No BKB, just throws his body in. He knows he's dead. Like, he got evaporated.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, who'd they give the shard to? Okay, they gave it to Lesh. Interestingly enough, you see Ollie bought his himself, which I think makes a lot of sense in this game. you're going to give the bonus 10% move speed, but now it's a tether stun. So that's a big deal. Gyro's just going to run in, and you can catch people off guard with that. It's also really effective because he'll stun all the Spectre illusions.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right? He knows Spectre has to go for him, and Spectre is going to jump onto Io and just immediately be stunned.
Yeah.
It's a good way for him to be able to get a little bit distance between that instant gap close.
A lot of little efficiencies from IG. You know, the healing salves as well for the Wisp. And Alliance, you know, they're not out of this, but you can certainly tell that they do not feel in control of their destiny in this game. Like, DK net worth starting to fall off, as is Limps. It's really all in on Nico Baby. And IG still the top 2 cores in terms of net worth. Silver Edge, there it is. Oh, goodness gracious. You have to be so careful as Nico Baby now.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge difference in this next team fight. And if Nico Baby, if he jumps in, gets hit by the tether stun, and then broken, I think he may just die before he's unstunned. And even then, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have any form of Dispel yet. He's got to build up that BKB next. So Alliance should really be looking to stall right now, which they do seem to have that idea, which is good.
Let's see. As this bottom tier 1 is still up, you can just see like Radiant just doesn't care about their safe lane tower. But I do expect that they will just pursue high ground. JT almost has a heart. I think he's going to farm Ancients for it. Alliance just doing what they can to stay out on the map, but I feel like they're in a very difficult spot at the moment. You could wait. They have Sheepstick soon on their left track. There's the heart. Goodness, JT is enormous.
Do you think that Pipe is worth it against these Elder Titans?
Yes. I think Pipe would have been the item for JT.
Okay.
He's bought a heart instead.
If they weren't like already secured, do you think he would have gone Pipe?
Yeah,
Because the last couple of ET games, I haven't seen anybody build Pipe, and I'm just like, why not though?
Yeah. It's just so necessary. Late game as well, like BKBs are nice, but you get to a point where like the magic damage, especially when you have a hero like Pugna, like if BKB's on cooldown, like he just slaughters you. I think Limp talented for the Netherblast. I think he'll go for the life drain heal afterwards.
Yeah, just all in on the Spectre.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't get the Fire Snap cookie, restores 200 health.
I think the damage is nice. He's going to go Blink Shard.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if they're already, Limps already has the idea of, like, they drafted Pugna Spectre, you know, keep the Spectre alive at all costs. I thought they would double down on that healing idea, that concept.
And just some updates. Aster did 2-0 Thunder Predator, and EG was just 2-0'd by Virtus Pro. That is a huge, huge series.
That blows that top half of the bracket or group like wide open. Remember when they were assaulting the tier 3 and it looked like Alliance weren't able to like, it was just a risk. They were able to Meteor Hammer and Diabolic eat it kind of for free. IG finally going back to it, which I feel like that happened like 10 minutes ago. Tier 3 finally falls. And it is just at the tail end of Aegis that they're doing this. But now that the Aegis is expiring, they're going to back up. Chinese teams are just so disciplined about building up their advantage to an insurmountable. Like, Vici Gaming has definitely been doing that to an extreme degree. IG.
Elephant, maybe a little too extreme.
Elephant too extreme. I would say LGD is the exception to this rule.
No, I agree. IG, like, even though they're just not slouching, right? And it's not that they, like, they're not playing like passive necessarily. They're just not taking unnecessary risks. As we say that,
They managed to get, oh, that would have been a sick move. Nico Baby, very smart, but Ollie could read that was going to happen, right? If he waits for the last second to go for that tether, you know, to do like the really cool like instant tether, relocate out, it would have been too late. He would have been silenced and he wouldn't have been able to save the gyrocopter.
But the shard's done. Yeah?
No, but the fact that he tethered preemptively. He tethered like 4 seconds before.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Which normally is like not what you think of doing just because like, oh, what if I get blown up or something like that. But he already knew about the Orchid and he planned accordingly. Nico Baby had the right idea, but Ollie countered it. And as a result, Haunt is on cooldown. Though IG seems to have no plan to rush things today.
And now he's got the Witchbane. That's hype. He can cleanse himself or his gyro, but
oh yeah.
that is super hype.
Doesn't have to worry about Spirit Vessel, Decrepify, Orchid. Dagger? Dagger. Oh man, that damage. Emo somehow stays alive, gets off the BKB Bloodstone, and turns the fight around. Alliance were so close to a crucial pickoff that could have helped them turn this game around, but instead is going to be the bells tolling for them. As game one looks like it may be coming to a close as they have 0 buybacks on their heroes. That was like 100 damage from being a great pickoff. And this game extending another 10 minutes, but instead it ends right away.
Yep. Emo just kind of pushing limits to the maximum. I know it's 23-16. They made it almost 40 minutes, but really this game was not close, man. Like, IG is just... They're a damn good Dota team. And not to take anything away from Alliance, but, you know, this felt a lot like what we saw during the DPC. And I just think you need something a little sterner. Like, did we see them, like, make... Like, they just didn't make moves. It felt... I don't even know.
They got some nice pickoffs and stuff. I think a decent amount just comes down to the fact that Emo felt so strong.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just the IG effect. Like, this team is the best in group for a reason.
Yeah.
And all I want to see, Alliance, like, don't necessarily, like, pick something crazy. But, you know, we've seen this from them before. I would like to maybe just see them branch out just a little bit. Like, I don't even know what to necessarily. Like, a Nico Baby Slark, as an example. That hero hasn't lost at TI. Only played 2 games, but still.
Okay.
Something that empowers him to, like, play Dota. You know, get
you
this
don't
active
want to see,
carry.
like, hard carry Nico Baby. You want to see active Nico Baby.
Yeah, it's still a hard
Okay.
carry, but it's something that can do more than just, like, farm up the first or second item before you actually can enter the game of Dota. But,
Okay. Well, we are going to go to a game 2 after a break. Again, there are nothing changes about the outcome of this series. So both of the teams are just playing this for either seeding purposes or just to be able to get some more practice and some more time before the main event, because both of these teams are going to the playoffs. So we'll be back game 2 after this break. Welcome back. It's the last game of the night. Last game of a full day of groups here at TI-10. Tomorrow we have another day of groups, but it's not a full day. We're only going to have 3 series with the potential for tiebreakers. The first part of the International 10 is almost done, Kyle.
Indeed. Groups, I think groups are always kind of crazy.
10
Yes.
seconds remaining.
It's a billion games all happening at once.
It's just so much.
5 seconds
Like
remaining.
I think from a observer perspective, it's kind of cool. It's just like Dota overload, then you take a break and you get into the matchups. This year, I think a couple surprising stories. Undying, probably most of all, like the fact that they took the only game so far off of IG. That they also took a game off OG. And are quite possibly going to head to upper bracket. Just want to shout out my boy Moon. Hardest working, never gave up, never choked. Won
Never
2
ever.
majors. Never ever, exactly. And then we look at the group we are
Alliances turn to
currently
ban.
in. I think Alliance, maybe, if there's anything I feel like they could have shifted. I saw them win a game with Silencer mid from Limp, and I saw them win, I believe, twice with Sniper mid. And I really think that that's maybe
10
something
seconds remaining.
they could have stuck with. Like
5 seconds
like I said,
remaining.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, Cap.
True.
I'm tired.
Rare moment of honesty coming
Invictus
from. They didn't
Games
win
turn
with
to ban.
one of the sniper games, right?
Let me double check. Oh, poor guys, man. They have lost every game they played today.
Yeah, they played sniper against T1.
Oh, this was the big
Game
day
two.
for them
10
too. They
seconds
were playing
remaining.
Alliance realistically. They started this day 4-6,
5
but they
seconds
still had a
remaining.
shot, at the upper bracket.
Turn to ban.
They weren't out of it by any means. They got 2-0'd by Undying, got 2-0'd by T1, and you're now matched up against the best team in your group, and you're already down 1-0. And let's see, this team, they beat EG to finish off yesterday, right? That was a great finish for them. Oof.
10 seconds remaining.
Shows that they have great potential. How do you
5
even
seconds remaining.
like you've gone
Invictus
through
Gaming's
group
turn
stage
to
before,
ban.
Kyle? In fact, you made upper bracket at TI5. How'd you do that?
What's that supposed to mean? Well, I think groups are where you can sneak wins a lot of the time.
Have you ever had to play a dead rubber match at TI?
10 seconds remaining.
We technically did, like we were guaranteed for the upper bracket
Invictus
when we played our
Gaming's
last
turn
match,
to
but
Okay.
it mattered to
Alliance's
the
turn
team we
to
were playing.
ban.
And
Okay.
you want to do as well as you can.
Like, what is the mentality of how do you approach that? Because, like, you don't want to reveal anything, but at the same time, is there anything left to experiment? Like, surely by this point in time, you will
10
have figured
seconds
yourself
remaining.
out to a certain
I
degree.
think-
Like, especially if you're in an upper bracket team. Like, if you're IG,
5
surely you've
seconds
figured
remaining.
yourself out. You've
No.
figured out what's working for you.
I remember because we played Fnatic, and I played my only Veno of the tournament, and that was something we had always thought about, and it was just the right game for it.
Okay.
So you just play Dota. Like end of the day, this is fun. Like I think that's also why you see certain teams winning and certain teams losing. I've seen Alliance around the hotel. Waved, maybe tried to say hi. And this could be because, I'm not going to say that this means they're nervous. They could just not like me. They wouldn't be alone in that.
Yeah, you tried to wave at them and they ignored you. That's
That's how it goes.
yeah.
But I don't see smiles, right?
Okay.
I got
Alliance's
Sumail,
turn to pick.
shooting the shit, laughing. No Tails, like, tweeting about how he loves his life. And, the scene.
Give me more examples though than just OG and Alliance. Have you seen anybody else
EG
looking like
have
they're
not
having a
looked
good
happy.
time?
Seconds
EG have not looked
remaining.
happy.
Yeah, EG.
Beast Coast
I
kept been
agree.
smiling when I saw them.
Five
Undying,
Were or were not?
remaining.
Were or were not Beast Coast?
We're smiling, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And the people
that's what I
saw-
thought. Because every single time I've seen Beast Coast at lands, they always look like they're having a good time.
Turn to
Yeah, it's kind of funny. What was it? OG. If I could, you know that scene? I don't remember the name of the song. The scene from the very end when Steve Carell starts singing at the end of the 40-year-old virgin. Okay, that is like the OG mentality at this TI.
10 seconds remaining.
Been too long since I've seen that movie. Pretty sure I fell asleep through it
5
at some point.
seconds remaining.
Wouldn't be the first time. The trying to think. You don't really see any of the Chinese teams, which makes sense. I have seen LGD. They're just chill vibes, you know? I think you can kind of pick up on different teams' energy levels though. And you know, I'm not gonna say who, but like a couple of players basically telling me that their experiences in scrims and also just kind of interacting with other teams, like that a few of them were just very nervous. And I think it certainly affects people's play. To your point about groups, how do you succeed? You just got to come out and ball out, play Dota. You've got to win the important series, and I think that that's kind of an element to this. Like
5
we
seconds
ran
remaining.
techies as an example. I'm still embarrassed, but we stole a game off of I think it was IG at TI5 using techies back when they had burning, and we had game planned it right. We saved it for them, so that gave us like a freebie win in my view. And then we had to win the series that counted. Notably, I believe it was C9 and Navi that we were able to 2-0. So if we didn't do that, like suddenly we're in a tiebreaker, we're fighting for lower bracket.
10
But
seconds
I think that
remaining.
if you're Alliance, as an example, you're going to really regret
5 seconds remaining.
losing to...
Like maybe this wasn't the series that mattered, but you're talking about like the Undying and T1 because they were both like you take down Undying actually will fall like right now they're like third, but they would have probably fall to fifth. T1 is currently sitting like fifth or sixth, so they're teams that you realistically should have been able to take down. I think IG is like firmly cemented themselves as like a tier above everybody else in their group.
They've just had a weird read, I think, on the meta. Like they picked Nyx a couple of times in strange spots. Like they took it into Undying's Sand King, which, I get the concept. I think they're considering it a
10
counter pick to
seconds
ET
remaining.
in some way, but it just doesn't have that
5
elegant
seconds
impact
remaining.
in the lineup. I think that they've picked up on that. That's why you've seen them drift a bit. ET in the previous game. Now they're going back to a Beastmaster. The name of the game at TI is increasing the power level of your whole lineup. And you see teams that are getting these easy wins, OG notably, when they played, was it against Alliance? No. Hang on, let me find the draft real fast. They did this really cool lineup today with, ET, Wisp, LC, Invoker, and Luna. Okay? They beat Undying in 19 minutes. That's a perfect example of sealing a game. And they lost the next, right? They won one. But consider how hard Undying had to work. 50 minutes to get that win in game 2 when all OG did in that first game was lull, Invoker, Luna, many buffs. We saw Kuro and company do the same 3 or 4 times at the Anti Major. And that's what I mean when I say getting like the easy wins. Every once in a while, you've just got to pick, their match against EG, right? Mag Jug. How simple is that? I've been waiting, actually, to make this. It was the Ron Swanson burger against the other guys, okay? You know the Ron Swanson hamburger? It's bread, beef, and bread. That's it. That's all it is, okay? Dollar store buns and hamburger. Boom. Quality, solid, acceptable, delicious, okay? And what you saw EG try was super complicated. This Rasta Disruptor duo. It's just all hard. They did it. Thank you. I was talking to you, Nico, earlier. I wanted the Slark. I love it. Vision control. I'm all about this lineup from Alliance. I think it is solid. And they even have a great matchup against the Morphling with the Slark. Point is, you got to draft hamburgers, all right? You don't got to get all artisanal. Anytime your bun is described as like an artisanal brioche bun, I already know this is overrated. Also, shout out whoever rebranded mayonnaise as aioli is a genius because mayo sounds disgusting. But, ooh, a garlic aioli. Well, please, yes, sir. I'll even dip my fries in that.
I'm not sure if the analogy totally works here.
How so?
Well, okay, the Mag Jug. Sure, that's a meat and potatoes.
No, a hamburger.
Ron Swanson hamburger.
Thank
Sure,
you.
whatever. But I feel like what you were talking about with the multiple layering buffs, that is not a burger bun. That is like layers crafted together that all fit well together. You know.
Yeah, it's a different thing though. Now you're
It's
not talking
like
hamburgers. Now you're talking like a grilled cheese. Where yeah, of course you need a bunch of different kinds of cheese, but if it's cooked properly, it's going to be delicious. You
Like
really,
what was that minus armor lineup that we saw yesterday? Right? I don't remember who it was, but
oh,
there
that's
was like
a BLT.
help
Complimentary and crisp.
me.
Woo! I love this adaptation. So IG, it looks like they have their 2 supports and their carry, and then they're like, no. Actually, these are all cores, and it makes sense.